Are we live? I think so. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba. Hello. Hello, viewer. What a day to be alive, folks. What a day. Today is Saturday, May the 4th, 2024. I am Mr. Brune, and I trust you are all doing very well today. It says here on this evening's live stream, we are discussing the latest news in entertainment and on, well, we're not. But wait, you know what we're doing. Here we go. We are discussing Star Wars Episode 2 Attack of the Clones. And guess what? We are taking our time over it. 12 hours worth. Oh my God. Good ideas at the time. Let's do this, folks. As I always say, if you've not shut down for the evening, lots to get through. Shall we get those man babies out? You know it. Let's do this. Here we go. First up, from a VPN far, far away, he is the golden reach around droid of choice. You know who it is. It is Zee-ThreePIO.
Oh dear Lord, what have I signed up for?
Was it your idea, this?
It might have been.
Oh, I hate you.
That's the next movie, Brown.
Oh, is it?
It is, which incidentally, I think we should do on May the 4th next year because that's a Sunday.
No, it is. Or we could do it tomorrow. Revenge of the 5th. Is that right?
No. Are you mad, man?
Oh, yes. How are you doing, my friend?
All right, little tired. I was up until 3 a.m. watching Tales of the Empire.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, the first 3 fucking episodes are as Elsbeth Morgan's tragic backstory.
Oh.
Where you find out that she was, in fact, stunning and brave.
Oh, my eyes are burning.
Are they?
Yeah.
Well, it's just the mention of her name.
No, it's daylight.
Reminding you of Ahsoka.
Who would like to see impressive beard, everybody?
Oh, go for it. You're rocking the beard game.
There you go. And yes, I am an bitter old bastard. Look at that.
Massive.
Do you like that?
I do, yeah.
I need makeup. I'm getting a bit of highlights there. Yes. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh, it's great to have you on, mate. Shall we get the peeps?
Oh, yes.
On? Okay. Let me look at my scripts. Okay. All the way from the future, he is the bad boy of YouTube. Hopefully not lost any subs this week. It is... Cheers, Ruin. It is Echo. Chamberlain.
Please do not apply any makeup of any kind for any reason.
Brandon. No, there's a bit of a glare on my greasy skin, but you well, my friend?
Yeah, this is like the third time in 10 days that we've been streaming together. I know that poor old Smylex's nose will be all bent out of joint by the amount of time we're spending together.
Be pushed out, won't it? Yes. How's the channel going, my friend?
Pretty well. It's been about 7 or 8 or 9 days since I posted a video, so I've got to get one out.
Subs lost this week?
No, still chugging along.
Yes. Are you looking forward to this? Gosh, you are.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is kind of a blind spot for me, this film, because I haven't seen it in about 15 years, and I never quite got my head around the plot. And so a 12-hour stream should probably bring me up to speed.
I don't think there's a lot to get up to speed, to be fair, but yeah, it's we'll get there. It's great to have you on, mate.
Good to be here. I got my avatar as Dexter. What's his face from the?
Yes, very good, very good, very minimal but good. It does its purpose, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's great to have you on, mate. Shall we get the next peep out?
Go on.
Next, there's a common theme here, folks. Next, all the way from the future, it is Romeo, Tango, November, Zulu.
Shemai Brown, hello chat, hello everyone.
You doing, buddy?
Hey,
Hello there.
Echo, I can
Hello
explain the plot of this and the next film or so in song, if you like, in about 10 seconds.
Please do.
It goes like
I want
this.
it in a major key, though.
D. Goes like this. I used to love her, but I had to kill her. Used to love her, ooh, yeah, but I had to kill her. I force choked her.
Drink, everybody.
She went under, and Obi dropped me in the flames.
Oh, that was perfectly charming.
That was excellent. You can come again.
Spoiler alert.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, I will just say that's a very good point, actually.
Rival Duel of the Fates with that.
Spoilers, everybody.
Yeah, spoilers.
There
Only been
will be
out for
spoilers if you've
22
not seen
years.
The movie. Yeah, if you've not seen the movie in the past 22 years, tune away now. Okay, Romeo, it's great to have you, mate.
Thanks, Jochen Vard. Thank you very much, Brown. Nice to see you all. Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, let's bring out the next guest.
Oh, do it. Okay. Next, common theme, folks. All the way from the future. It is film comics explained or known to us as Master Niyat.
Good evening,
Hello.
gentlemen. Hello, chat. How are we doing this afternoon?
Somebody sounds enthusiastic.
I just had a few espresso martinis, so that might be it.
Oh, nice. I'm on my second coffee. I need another 12 before I even get going, but never mind. As a channel, do we get the 1,000 subs? Did we get there, mate?
Almost. I think I should hit that milestone in a few days. But as they say, twice the pride, double the fall.
Oh, is it exciting? I bet it is.
It is.
It is. Deserved, my friend.
Thank you. And thanks for having me on, Brown.
Oh.
It's an absolute pleasure to be here.
The pleasure is all mine, my friend. It is great to have you on. Shall we? I think there is another. Is there another? I'm at 6s and 7s here, or 5s and 6s. Shall we get the? There is another, folks. Here we go. It says here. Oh wait.
Save the best for last.
It says here. I'm boomering, so folks. Oh wait. There is another.
Now I've had the time of my life. No, I've never felt like this before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to you, Kathy. Just remember, you're the one thing I can't get enough of. So I tell you something, this could be love. Oh, I've started too high because
Key
I
change.
had the time of my life, and I've never felt this way before. Yes, I swear it's the truth, and I owe it all to
Owe it all to you.
And babies.
Yes. It's
Oh,
May 4th, and
amazing.
hello. Welcome to everyone, all the man babies in the chat, all the retrobates on the panel. Wow, Brown, I'm looking forward to this one.
Look at this. Peaking too early. Peaking early.
Yes, I'm so excited. I didn't go to bed.
You know all about that, Brian?
I powered through it on the rum all night. Anyway, Brown, we're here.
So, how are we playing this, my friend?
Well,
You're just going to
obviously,
do full presentering.
well, I mean, I think you've got 6 fabulous people here, and I mean, even
amazing.
including yourself. Well, just to kick us off, I did want to say it's obviously the 4th of May, May the 4th, and all that bullshit. But we know that's not the real Star Wars Day. Does
the
anyone
real
know when the
people.
real Star Wars Day is?
Yes, I do.
Is it
Chat.
25th, isn't it?
No, the real Star Wars Day is
Master
the
Dai Day.
30th of October, and that's the day Disney bought Lucasfilm in
Oh,
2012.
D12.
The real franchise, and then fabulous. But anyway, we'll roll with it today. That's okay.
Okay. So, are we definitely saying spoilers?
Well, are
Just to
you
cover our-
suggesting we
just to
do
cover our
12
backs.
hours without spoilers, Brown? Because that could be quite tricky.
That would be incredible if we could actually pull it
Yeah,
off.
can you imagine that? Yeah, we're here for 12 hours. There will be very, very light spoilers.
So we have to talk around everything. So he may like sand, he may not like sand. Depends.
Oh, we are peaking too early. Echo, get it together. I think you're coming in a bit too hot there, mate.
Am I coming a bit too? What do you mean?
You're coming in a bit too hot with the clever analysis.
Oh,
It's
I
just
see.
too much for me. I can't. I'm overloading.
Well, you spent 10 years in the 90s peaking too early on every single thing.
I've still not come down yet, mate. What are you on about?
The 90s, to be fair, were the best time to peak.
Can't remember any of it. Echo, you know?
It's probably
Yeah.
for the best.
You probably
You
lived in
young
the wrong,
people, honestly.
You lived in the wrong country. That's all I'll say, mate.
Yeah, absolutely true.
The 90s in New Zealand wasn't too bad.
It was an
Okay.
innocent time.
But the best of times.
Well, clearly, you didn't live in the same parts of New Zealand I did.
Shall we get on with it then, Ruin?
Well, I don't know. I thought you wanted to stretch the intros out for a good hour because we have to
Well,
do the basic thing,
what,
don't we?
a good 11 hours. What do you think?
Well, we'll do our best.
Okay.
Yeah, go on then.
Let me get some.
graphics
Let
on
me
the
let me just get
screen.
some. Somebody's gone already.
It's Phil
no.
Brown
Oh,
and,
no.
and their overall impression.
Romeo, you are a nipple.
You're a white
Well,
nipple. Yes.
I've got two.
If we show a white nipple, then we have to show all the other kinds of nipples. So you have to sort that out.
Oh no.
Come on, Romeo.
I'll do what I-
You're
I'll do what I
derailing
can.
it. Okay, let's get some graphics up. These are old graphics as well. From we were going to do this 7 months ago, weren't we? Okay, if you made it this far and enjoying us cocking about, please like, share, subscribe, all that bullshit.
Free eye
Donate to
test.
channel, free eye test. Yeah, this was free eye test days. Something up, babies. Great, isn't it? Okay.
I love how many the effort you've gone to get as many shades of brown as you can on the screen. It's beautiful.
It's not bad, is it?
It's kind of a fecal brown.
Porcelain throne.
Okay, Romeo, are you going to sort that avatar out? It's really messing with my OCD.
I shall try again. Hang on. Let's have a look. Let me play with it for a minute. You continue without me there.
I think probably the
Brown.
best thing to
I'll do
do
the
would be
best I
to log out completely and then log back in, I would think. Okay.
Ruin's
Franco
missing
Walker.
Solidarity with Romeo, by the way. I think we should all put our avatars on.
You really are a bastard. You really are a bastard, aren't you? Franco Walker, I'm misspelling that to me. We were supposed to do Blade Runner 3 years ago. Yeah, we'll do the 40th at some point. At some point. Okay, here he is.
Oh, hello. What have I missed? Shemai,
Ruin being a
good evening.
cock.
What have I missed?
Ruin being a cock. Okay.
Oh, so nothing really. Business as
Okay.
usual.
Ruin, so shall you take over asking
Okay.
the people's initial thoughts? Because
Okay.
movie poster, and then we'll just get into it, yeah?
Yes, okay, sounds good. Well, okay, we start off with a fabulous poster there. I should say, I've never seen this movie before. In fact, I've never seen any of the originals. It'll be fun to go through this. But yes, we have a young couple. We've got Baby Yoda on the left there. We've got Jesus on the right. It's
Love shots.
fantastic, isn't it? So, okay, we'll whiz round the panel while you all, marvel at the fabulous display of artistry, and maybe we start with you, Zee. What were your memories of first seeing Attack of the Clones and your initial thoughts?
Well, Attack of the Clones was one of two films I watched in Leicester Square, the other being Kill Bill Volume 1. It was one of the most jankiest experiences of my life. The theatre was absolutely packed full of Americans who literally cheered at everything that happened. In fact, almost the entire cinema actually stood up and clapped when Yoda came out with his lightsaber. and the entire
What?
experience was ruined for me. So yes, it was okay. I've had better.
Well, you thought that was bad, and then 20 years so later, the sequels land.
Yeah. Gives you a whole new appreciation for the prequel trilogy, doesn't it?
Well, there we go. Z, have you got a favourite character from the prequels? Is there anyone who's close to your heart?
Dexter
Excluding
Jetster.
your good self, obviously.
Echo's avatar, Dexter Jetster.
Oh, Dexter Jetster, yes. Is
The
he in this one?
greatest. He is in this one. He is the
Oh.
greatest character.
Okay, well,
If
set your
anyone
alarm
deserves
clocks,
his own
folks.
spin-off series, it's him. I would watch the fuck out of that.
Well, set your alarm clocks, folks. About 6 p.m. we'll get to the Dexter Jetster scene. Okay, well, thanks for your opening gambit, Z. Let's go to my old mate, Echo. Echo, when did you first see this, and what do you think?
I was a teenager when it came out, if memory serves, and I remember that no one was paying any attention in the cinema. It was weird. It was like an unsupervised birthday party where there's just unstructured activity and no one's paying attention to anything. It was really strange. It was almost anarchic. So there's a big debate over which is the worst film, like the Force, the Phantom Menace, because it was just so low grade, or Attack of the Clones because it absolutely cemented the fact that there's no way back. This trilogy is going to be crap. So I think this one is the crappiest of all for that reason, because you knew that there was no way the trilogy could be good because it just got worse than the first. This is a terrible film. It looks awful. Even Dexter Jetster, he just looks like he's made in a computer. So I don't really have any fond memories of this, but I'm willing to open my mind to new perspectives. New ideas,
Yeah,
new
that's the way we
impressions.
that's the way we like to go about it, with an open mind. Open mind, open zip fly, and let's get all you Edwards. Why not, eh? Well, talking of you Edwards, let's go to our Welsh panelist, Romeo, TNZ Romeo. What do you think?
Well, I don't want to echo, but I've pretty much got the same impression. So I watched this film in a town that
Yeah,
Echo will be aware of in New Zealand called Whangarei, which has got a nice, well, quite a nice cinema for New Zealand at the time. I saw it when it came out. I was hungover. It was Sunday morning, and I thought I'd hated it at the time. I groaned and rolled my eyes and shouted at the screen a bunch of times, which would have woken up two other three people in the cinema. And I watched it again recently and this evening again, just to make sure that, I wasn't, wearing beer goggles in my recollection. And I've discovered it was just as bad, if not worse. It's dreadful. I mean, there's a couple of things that aren't so bad. Christopher Lee's in it. He's sort of a high point. He elevates anything he's in. But the acting, the dialogue, the pacing, the story, pretty much every element. If it was longer,
Oh, that's Disney. Disney's interfering with the live stream. They're not happy about this. Romeo.
This is
say
what
that.
happens when a droid runs out of power.
That was such a beautifully nostalgic kind of 90s kind of breakup.
When robots.
This is fabulous.
It's like he broke up
okay,
from
we'll try and
2002. He came from 2002 and broke up with a kind of 2002 vibe.
Brownie, can you do your R2D2 thing and just sort out the technical issues with our old friend Romeo there? I mean, it's difficult for Romeo because they only got electricity in Wales a couple of years ago, so you can't expect them to have a great broadband strength.
Did you hear any of that?
We
I'm just
did.
in this immensely, this powerful and subtle yet, insightful analysis of the film, and it's all been wasted now. I'm going to cry.
In that voice, can you say, "You are protocol droid, are you not?" Come on.
Oh God, we'll get him sorted.
Look,
Don't
we've
worry.
got another 11.5 hours of this.
Well, let's move on swiftly to Master Niyat.
Please.
Please.
You say Niyat, I say
Quickly.
Niyat.
Hopefully nobody
So-
noticed.
Master, please debate us.
Of course. So I love the original trilogy, as everybody else did, and I was only 13, and like 14 when The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones came out, but I still wasn't a fan of The Phantom Menace despite it being made for me and people my age, and was really bored by the sequel. It wasn't until I was a bit older that I began to see their faults more clearly and understand why I was bored. You know, the scripts were wonky. There was definitely a lot more politics than I would have liked, and the dialogue was extremely stilted. But after the sequel trilogy and your work, Ruin, the prequels were more tolerable, as they weren't made with the same disdain for the property and original characters that Disney had.
Okay, well, I'm glad I could help in some ways then by making these films look a little bit better. Brownie, we might as well bring you in, Brown. So, what do you think, Brown? I mean, I know you're always banging on about Natalie Portman with the slashes in her top. Is that basically where it peaks for you? Is it?
If I remember correctly, I was living in Leeds. That era's just a bit of a blur. I think we were all hoping that it was better than the first movie. And my only kind of thoughts are I was bored up until the stuff at the end with the clones.
Oh.
And I just thought, we've sat through 2 hours for this. That's it. I don't think I ever watched it again after that until I did the slides.
Now you're telling fibs here, Brown, because you told me in the green room
Of
your
course I did.
favourite part of watching Attack of the Clones in the cinema was when your tutor's wandering hands.
No, I was with the missus at the
gripped onto
time.
your thigh, and
No, I was with the
on.
missus at
Be
the
honest.
time.
Okay,
Yes.
it's early. I better stop with these innuendos.
It's too
Anyway,
early. It's bright lights, mate.
I know
My
it's
eyes are
late.
burning.
I'm delirious. I've not slept. Brown, apparently you've got some legal information you need to share.
Okay, yeah, it says here on the iPad, Star Wars Episode 2, Attack of the Clones, 2002. Was that how many? 22 years ago. Jesus. PG. 2 hours, 22 minutes. Director, George Lucas. Writers, George Lucas, Jonathan Hales. Starring. Here we go. I'm boomering here. Here we go. Come on, Internet Movie Database. I'm boomering.
You're bogged, is what you are.
I
Brown,
am. Why do they make applications so difficult for boomers?
You're not even boomering. You're silent generation.
Okay. So, cast. Ewan McGregor, Obi-Wan Kenobi, Natalie Portman, Padme, had Hayden Christensen, Anakin Skywalker, the amazing Christopher Lee, Count Dooku, Samuel L. Jackson, Mace Windu, Frank Oz, Yoda, Ian McDiarmid. God, he was good, wasn't he? Supreme Chancellor Palpatine. And any more should we mention?
Why don't you read the entire credits from the end of the movie, Brown? That'll probably kill a good 45 minutes.
Yeah, who was the dolly grip in this film? I think we.
Yeah. Best boy.
That's me. Pernilla August. Who's that? Anybody know?
Shmi Skywalker.
Oh, well done. Well done.
Swedish actress.
Well done. Do you want some producers?
Oh,
George
please.
Lucas, especially the producers. George Lucas, Rick McCallum, Lorne Orleans. Wow. Any more?
Kathleen Kennedy?
Was she in this?
Yeah,
Wasn't she the coffee maker?
She was the alien in the club scene.
It doesn't list Coffee Maker on the Internet Movie Database.
Don't be rude.
It's in the behind the scenes, Brown.
Okay, composer John Williams.
She was the model in the black costume with the white dots who modeled Dexter.
Would anybody like to know the director?
I thought she was the cameo who was pushing death sticks on Obi-Wan in the bar.
That's the one.
Anybody like to know the director?
Nah.
Well, it wasn't me, so I don't
I
care.
won't bother then.
Oh.
Okay. What would who was the key grip? What would that come under? Anybody know?
Well, your tutor
Anybody
had
care?
a key grip on you, didn't he, when you were watching this
Okay,
movie?
I think that's enough for the shitty information. Go on, Ruin. I derailed it. Killed it, mate.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. He had a big long list of names he wants to read out, and he started seeing the the viewing figures dip, so he's bailed on that one. Okay, well, look.
What were your first memories?
Oh, my first memories. I
Yeah.
should share it with you, shouldn't I? Well,
should
I
do,
was I was a student at the time, and I was so excited for a new Star Wars movie, and yeah. So after the first one, I mean, I loved Darth Maul. There was things to admire. Hated the little kid and Jar Jar
What
Binks.
were
But
you
anyway,
a
I
student
thought,
of? Filmmaking?
no, obviously not. Have you seen my
Writing?
movies? But I was excited most of all for was Jango Fett, because I've always been a big Mandalorian fan, and I thought, wow, we got so little of Boba Fett. I'm so excited for Jango Fett, and in fairness, possibly amongst the best scenes in this movie, old Jango. But ultimately, no, I didn't particularly enjoy it, but I stuck it out all the same. But hey, we're gonna have a good time roasting it today. So I believe our old friend Z, because we are watching bizarrely a sequel, essentially to the first movie, a sequel in the prequels. Our old friend Z is going to tee this one up for us. He's got a nice little catch up from where we left things in Phantom Menace. So Z, would you mind bringing us up to speed, sir?
Of course. Jedi Knights Qui-Gon Jinn and his apprentice Obi-Wan Kenobi are sent to a peace treaty with the Trade Federation, who are blocking the peaceful planet of Naboo. It's a trap, and the two Jedi flee to the surface, where they encounter Jar Jar Binks, whose people, the underwater Jamaican tribe of Gungans, assist them in getting to the capital. They rescue
Freudian
Queen
slip.
Amidala, but their ship is damaged, escaping Coruscant, to Coruscant, and they're forced to land on Tatooine to make repairs. They encounter Anakin Skywalker, a young slave boy, and an irritating shit by all respects. He wins a pod race, all the exact ship parts that they need, and his freedom. Anakin promptly dumps his mother and joins the Jedi Order in what can only be described as a severe case of intergalactic grooming.
Oof.
They land on Coruscant, and Queen Amidala petitions the Galactic Senate to help. They don't. They want to have an inquiry, and this ends in a vote of no confidence, and the current Tory government needs a leadership change. The Queen heads back to Naboo to help her people and bring an end to the occupation. The Jedi encounter Darth Maul, and in a crescendo of John Williams orchestration, kills Qui-Gon Jinn before getting sliced in half by Obi-Wan Kenobi, who didn't have the high ground, I guarantee it. But don't worry, kids, somehow Maul returns in Solo. No one's ever really gone. Anakin steals a ship, does some spinning, blows up the control ship, destroying the Keystone droid army, and gets admitted into the Jedi Order as Obi-Wan Kenobi's apprentice. Meanwhile, Creamy Sheev is rubbing his nipples as his plan starts coming together.
Oh, that's fabulous!
If
only can you do the same for Attack of the Clones, and we'll call this a day. I think that would be the best way to do
10
this.
years later.
So
Well,
that's what
there we
happened in
go.
the last film.
That's the last film. That brings us up to this film. So Brownie, do we roll
Okay,
with the slides? We're
yeah, I think we
37
now-
minutes in. We're going to do our first slide. I can
Yeah,
barely
30
wait.
minutes. Here we go. There's a lot of slides.
Creamy Sheev. Oh.
I would like to call on Romeo if his goddamn mic's working, because I'd love to hear this in your broadest Welsh accent, Romeo, just to see what it would be like. I might get you to read the crawl you see on my my trilogy of movies. So if you would please,
All right.
Romeo, let's
I'll-
go full Welsh with this.
I'll Welsh it up. A long time ago, a galaxy far, far away. Star Wars.
Star
Oi, oi.
Wars, everybody. Star Wars.
Yeah, was.
Star
everybody.
Wars.
Star Wars.
Amazing.
Keep going, Brown, for God's sake. There's not much
Can
to
I-
break down on this
Can I
one.
do that again? Because I like doing that. I'm going to do it from the other side of the room. Star Wars. Star Wars, everybody.
Depending what part of Wales you're in, if you're in the Valley, be fucking Star Wars.
Well, that's how most of the fandom pronounce it now as well.
Okay, who's reading this crawl then? Are we going to give them a paragraph each?
Yeah, we'll change it up. So we had the nice kick-off there from our Welsh friend. I think we're going to go to the land down under, although
Yeah.
I've probably just offended them
All
with
of
that.
them. It's
you
all
know.
of them. Romeo, do you want to just do Star Wars again?
All right, just a moment. Fucking Star Wars.
Okay, let's go. Echo, if you would kick us off, Echo.
Episode 2, Attack of the Clones. There is unrest in the Galactic Senate. Several thousand solar systems have declared their intentions to leave the Republic.
And let's mix it up by going to the exact same part of the world. Master Niyat.
Certainly. This separatist movement, under the leadership of the mysterious Count Dooku, has made it difficult for the limited number of Jedi Knights to maintain peace and order in the galaxy.
Good, isn't he?
Oh, very good. And then finally, let's end it with Z.
Yeah.
Senator Amidala, the former Queen of Naboo, is returning to the Galactic Senate to vote on the critical issue of creating an army of the Republic to assist the overwhelmed Jedi.
Oh, fabulous. Do we agree it's slightly better
Amazing.
than the Phantom Menace crawl? I mean, the Phantom Menace crawl talking about taxation and blockades and a few things like, you know, it wasn't exactly riveting, but at least this one's talking
Tried a bit. didn't it?
armies and shit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
At least it doesn't start the dead speak.
That'll be later in the stream, that will.
I'm just as confused as I was 15 years ago. Why are the Jedi overwhelmed? What's the problem?
There's only 10,000 of them.
But who's overwhelming them?
The
What
droid army.
A galaxy with a population of trillions.
So
Yeah, but nobody knows about the droid army yet.
No, there's a huge spoiler in the crawl.
Just like you, Echo, I'm just as confused about that. But I also don't
Yeah.
understand the democratic monarchy of Naboo. They seem to elect
Darth-
young queens for a term of 2 years. And I feel as though this was added in this film last minute so as not to confine Padme to one planet.
Okay, so the Separatists have a droid army. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, how did they get a droid army?
Paid for it? I don't know.
Who made the droid army?
Geonosians.
Who are they?
You'll find out later in this movie.
I please don't apply this level of thought. Jesus Christ.
Usually films unfold in a sequential method, you know, from start to finish. So some of these questions be premature, I think.
I think
But
we're going
anyway.
to need. I think we're going to need a longer stream.
We'll probably
We
do
will
this.
do
See what I did
straight.
there? See what I did there?
Why
We
do
need
the
a bigger
Separatists-
boat.
Why do the Separatists want to separate?
Because the separatists. That's why.
Why?
Well,
look,
Taxation
the evil
without
emperor,
representation.
Creamy Sheev, wants to create a
Yes.
galactic empire where he's got everything. So the best way
Okay.
is to do it is to pit these two sides against each other in
What
a
two sides?
manufactured war,
What two
ooh,
sides?
which he can sweep in and go, I did this. Not the war, the peace.
well, look, you're all
To devil, separatists did nothing wrong, apparently.
No,
you're
they
all
didn't.
wrong.
Somebody
They
knows
were,
what
they
they
were
were.
puppets of Creamy
Puppet.
Sheev.
At least somebody
You're
knows
all
what
wrong
they are.
because the real problem in the galaxy, Steve's nailed it. It's
Oh, sorry.
Lizzo. There we go, and she's outnumbering everyone. Well done, Steve. Vex is in everyone. Hello to Vex.
Hi, Vex.
Hey,
Hey.
Vex.
Okay, well, I'm sure your analysis won't be this this sharp. It's about 10:30 this evening, Brown. But should we move on from the crawl? Are we pacing okay?
Yeah, I think we kind of ripped that crawl to bits.
We did actually, didn't we?
That's not boding well, is it?
I still have no idea what's going on.
I don't like the idea of 4 dots at the end. You've got to be 3, surely.
3.
4's
Yeah, I agree with
excessive.
you.
Yeah. Oh, yes. That's very, very bad. We need the grammar police, don't we?
We
I think
do.
Master Niyat's winning with the comment democratically elected queen. It's got oxymoron right at the start. Great way to start. Let's proceed.
May I just say that is actually a very, very good metaphor for what is wrong with the prequel trilogies. Yeah. My point is, somebody should have said to George, it's 3 dots, not 4.
Always 3 there are.
There you go, folks. 22 years later, that is what is wrong with these movies. 4 dots.
So was
MJ,
the Jedi-
MJ's.
sorry, Ron, but are the Jedi trying to unite and bring people, the Separatists, back together, or are they trying to quash the Separatists? What's their mission?
It's not clear.
Let's not get bogged down in whose missions on whoever.
I just don't know what's going on. I know I'm not
MJ,
crazy.
Come on, the day is young, Echo.
All right.
MJ kind of nailed it, doesn't he? Really, in a way that none of us could. I mean, that's pretty much. I don't know if that's a trigger word for YouTube, so I won't read it out. But well
Mr.
done, MJ.
Hilter. Yeah, Mr. Hilter.
It's
Well, he's
a
not
bit
called
different.
Chancellor for nothing.
It's a bit
Supreme
different
Chancellor.
to Monty Python and the Holy Grail when it comes to the Naboo situation, isn't it?
Go on.
I'm Queen. Well, I didn't vote for you. Yes, but most people did.
At least she wasn't.
How we roll.
She didn't get extreme executive power from some watery tart lying in a pond distributing swords.
Exactly.
Watery tart. Anyway, we've forgotten a core element of these streams: the
What, the slides?
drinking games.
Oh, yes.
Well, not the slides, thank God. Yeah, we need to establish the rules of the drinking game because some of us have been on the rum since last night, and yeah. So we're going to take submissions from each of our panel. We've already got one from Moto. I can't say the rest of his name. Puss. Who says, take a drink every time Echo tries to analyze the plot. So you already owe a few drinks there. Brownie, what do you want to do for your drinking submission?
Okay. Every time there's some really shite CGI, which we thought was good at the time.
God.
No, that's the whole film. That's like a blanket situation that never stops.
This stream is sponsored by Dial-Up Booze. Get stocked up, folks. Okay, shit CGI from Brown. Z, have you got a drinking submission?
Every time Anakin loses his lightsaber.
Oh, no. Okay, take a big one for that. A couple of submissions from the chat as well. Echo, what say you for your drinking submission?
Every time Obi-Wan Kenobi makes a slightly sassy little criticism of Anakin, like he's done something too energetically, that kind of thing. So any remark he makes about what Anakin is doing in a slightly sassy kind of way.
Oh, very nice. Master Niyat, what do you want to have us drink to?
On the same note as Echo, every time Obi-Wan says either I don't like it or I hate it when you do that to Anakin.
Okay. And Romeo, what do you want us all drinking to?
Right. Every time Padme sends Anakin a mixed message, as in, oh, Annie, don't look at me that way. It makes me feel uncomfortable. Next scene, walks around, bare shoulders in a diaphanous gown.
Christ.
So every
a
time
thirst
Padme sends a
trap.
mixed message.
Very
All right?
good.
She's an
Someone needs
absolute
to
thirst trap.
remind us of all these because there's some crackers. I'm going to go with, well, Tommy's basically got the same sentiment. So every time Anakin whines like a little bitch, take a drink. So there we go. Okay, we've got our drinking rules. Z's kindly given us our background. We've gone through the crawl. Brownie's got his pants round his ankles like you, Edwards. I think we're all ready to go, aren't we? Should we roll the first slide?
Not bad. 40 minutes.
40 minutes, and we're just about to start. Here we go. Oh, look at this.
Ugh, yuck.
It's a spaceship and a planet. I'm going to go to Z because he seems possibly the most knowledgeable, certainly the most sober. Z, what are we looking at? What kind of spaceship is this?
That is a Naboo N1 starfighter, and
Nice.
it looks like it's the Senator's cruiser.
Ooh, Brown, does this tick your box of shitty CGI, or are you giving this one a pass? Is this all right?
I genuinely think this is passable. The planet looks incredible. Yeah, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Anything to do with space
Okay.
ships and it's pretty good.
It's not quite a look at that, but it's also
Yeah,
not.
I think the problem is it's when it's earthbound or whenever when they're on terra firma. I think that's a problem with the CGI.
Okay, and by the looks of it, they're flying towards New Zealand here because they're right at the arse end of the planet, aren't they? So
They are, yeah.
Oh, jeez. I just too mesmerized by the disgusting color palette of horrendous colors mushed together. Chat, I want Chat to do your. How do you spell Brownie's what? How do you spell a brownie what? Yeah, how does that spell?
Lucas did based all the spaceships on kind of a retro 40s, 50s feel, didn't they?
Yeah,
or am I just talking bollocks?
No, I think you're right. Yeah, kind of retro vibe with a load of CGI slapped over
Ben
it.
Burt as well.
It's the kind of spaceship that Howard Hughes would land in. It's like the spruce goose of spaceships.
What? What?
10 minutes of Brown saying what, everyone?
What?
That's it. I like a Razorheads one.
Oh, there we go. We've nailed it.
Right. I think we need to move, or we'll be here forever.
I'm enjoying this. Okay. Oh, we've got people. We've got some line reading. Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, they're all. Yeah, I'm arriving. All subtitles, folks.
Okay. Well, I'm going to look. You've not come on here for an easy ride. When I ask you to do a line read, I'm also going to ask you to do it in a certain style. You're not just going to read the goddamn line out. I'm a director. I'm an award-winning director, so I'm going to direct you. Goddamn it! So Brown, we're going to start
There's
with
about
you.
1,800 slides, by the way.
Okay, don't worry, Brown. We've got.
You're okay. You're all right.
Brown,
I want you to pieces.
I want you to read this out, Brown, in the style of a slightly camp, but concerned bellboy as he walks in on Hugh Edwards' hotel room. So take it away, Brown.
Senator, we're making our final approach into Coruscant.
That's very good. The chap in the background looks like I'm terrible with names, but he looks a bit like the guy off The Walking Dead. You know those early seasons who went on to do other movies? Oh, you know the guy I mean, what's his name?
Do you mean the guy who plays the Punisher?
Yes, is it? Yes.
John Bernthal.
That's the one. He a bit of the Bernthals about him, no? Maybe.
No. They'll all be Aussies, all the extras.
This was shot. Was this shot in Sydney? Fox Studios, Sydney. I'm sure it was.
There's so many Kiwi and Australian actors in it. I'm sure it was filmed in Australia.
Because I think they got a massive tax break. It was cheaper at the time.
Yeah, Boba Fett and Jango Fett, both Kiwis.
Oh no, you've gone too fast, Brown. I've got more analysis on this one. We're going backwards, folks. No, I just want to say that this young, fresh-faced man on the right there. I know he's only playing a small part, but he must have been so excited when they said to him, "You're in the movie. We're giving you a line, and you're going to be, in the opening scene, and you're going to get a costume." And he must have been so excited. And then they give him that fucking helmet. Oh my God!
I was going to say, see, I know you inside out. I was going to say, look at his helmet. I know. Christ.
There's some helmet analysis early on. You can't beat it. Okay. And what's going on? Is that the senator's hair that we're looking at on the left there?
It's Mondo Malari from Babylon
Senator
5.
Amidala. It's not Lando Calmari.
Or is it?
Well, technically, it's a decoy, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a decoy.
Ah, good shouts. Brian giving you a little bit of kudos there, Brown. There you go.
Cheers, Bright.
Yeah. And Drew likes the helmet. So thoughts on the helmet, folks? Do we like it or do we not? I think
it's not a bad helmet.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
It looked
I
good
think
with
his
your white
helmet's-
beard, wouldn't it?
His helmet is acceptable, yes.
Needs a
Brown,
visor.
I was going to say, Brown, you know a thing or two about helmets.
Yes, I'm a keen cyclist. Yes. How did you know?
That's why I don't like it. Reminds me of a bike nonce. Sorry to all the cyclists on the stream. Sorry to all our lycra-clad cyclists on the stream. Okay, Brown,
Yes,
we'll move
Jeremy.
on. We'll move on.
Oh,
Okay, so this looks like one of your bubble bath sessions, doesn't it, Brown?
what with the big silver dildos popping out the?
Yeah.
Out of the bath, yeah.
Yeah.
So, where are we now, Z? We're kind of making our way through, I assume, the cloud tops of a planet.
Yes, this is the Coruscant rooftops, as it were, as the ship comes into land.
Already we're getting we know we're going to be spending a fair amount of time on Coruscant, but we get, this scene here in Isolations. That's quite nice, Brown. I'm not sure we're going to have a drink to that.
It's not bad. Some of the scene, considering it's 22 years old. I think
You prefer them a bit younger than that, don't you, Brown?
all the spaceship CGI back then, irrespective of what movie it was, I think was pretty much nailed in. Yeah. It's just all the kind of, as I said, terra firma stuff when they're using it with live action. It's a bit. But anyway. It's
Okay.
good.
Well,
it's good. It's nice. It's good.
Yeah, well, it's okay. A fair opening. And by the way, can we just say, 75 man babies in the chat at this ungodly hour. How fantastic is that,
And we're
Brown?
10 slides in.
So many join us today. I can see Reni's there now as
Only
well.
another
We're all
1,800 to go.
having a good old time. Okay, is that your cue to get the F on with it then, Brown? Is that what you want?
I'm possibly.
Oh, now this got a very World War II kind of F-17 bomber kind of feel to it, hasn't it? It's quite nice.
Nazi stealth bomber.
No, the F-17s were the Allies, Brown. You absolute heathen. Also looks a bit like a what's that fish called that killed Steve Irwin?
Stingray.
Yeah, it's a bit of
Stingray, yes.
Stingray feel to it, hasn't it?
Crikey.
You're right. It
Late-
does have a late World War II jet propulsion kind of vibe to it. Not
Didn't they try and fly the Ark of the Covenant out on that thing?
I think you will find
Oh.
it's more based on Yahtzee technology. But moving on.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes.
Brown dropping the knowledge today, everyone.
Well, it's quite a minimalist shot, but it's not unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, in isolation so far, it's a strong opening, I would say.
I think they're having problems with the fog CGI though now. It's starting to show a little bit. Yeah.
You don't rate the fog, Brown. It's not aged well.
Doesn't look quite.
Well done to Black Lives with the old Ray Stingwalker. Very nice. Brownie, you are impressing people today. Maybe you should do more morning streams because you're fucking useless in the evening ones. Look, Franco's saying you've almost sound like
I love all the World War II stuff. I've recently been going down the rabbit hole of the World War II documentaries. But anyway, moving on.
Okay.
Trying to get back to your Nazi roots, are you, Brown?
Oh yes.
So
Stream killer.
inserting a new drinking rule. Every time Brown makes a fucking World War II reference, take a drink, folks. Jesus. Okay, let's move it on. Oh, we have a landing bay.
Oh, drink everybody.
Are you drinking for that?
Yeah. Yeah, drink everybody.
Okay.
Is
well,
that
That's
much-
not a look
that's
at that moment. That's an average ship landing.
Oh, that's a good image. Look at that. I like the
No,
jet
it's-
perspectives and
it's-
stuff.
Are you
Shanky CGI.
drinking because it's bad, Brown, or good, or what? What are we
Bad.
doing here?
Bad.
Oh, you think
Yeah,
that's bad?
I thought one of the rules was dodgy CGI.
I don't think that's too bad.
Yeah, look at the
Well, I
depth
think you're
perspective. Look
watching
at
are
the
you
mist,
watching a
look
different?
at the color grading. Look at the two figures there to
Are
give
you
you the
watching a
sense of
different
scale.
movie to me?
Yeah,
Right. We need.
Say it.
We've got a major disagreement.
It's upside down here, Brown. It's all the other way around. So of course it looks shit.
The ship looks perfectly fine. It's everything around the ship that. In fact, the ship. To be
Oh,
fair,
okay.
the ship looks like it's just been placed on some real life stuff. It's just.
The ship's fogged down, essentially.
Yes.
We're fogged down.
I saw what you did there. Very good.
We're getting it. Well, yeah. That's some of the chat think you're being harsh. Some of them.
Okay.
to
All right.
agree.
Then, okay.
Okay.
Possibly. Okay.
All right. Let's do. So you're gonna have to bring that drink back up, Brown. Now, if you've swallowed it.
It is only 1 p.m. in the afternoon. I don't even know what day it is.
You think it's
Moving on.
bad now? Who've we got? Who are the two little figures? And I mean, I'm really testing you now. Are they anyone particular, or just random as? Is that Brown and his tutor there, just walking off hand in hand? Is that what we're looking
It's
at?
me and Smylex.
Okay. Well,
Kill that one.
We could let Brandy go back to his cast list and spend half an hour ponderously fumbling around trying to find out who those two extras were.
I'll see you in about 20 minutes, folks. Bear with me.
Oh, good God, Brown. Desperately trying to Google the cast list for Attack of the Clones. Oh, God. Nice arse on the ship, though. What do we think, chat? I think it's got a nice shapely arse to it. I don't know. Oh, now we're talking. So, well, we have a droid beeping. What we should speak to our resident droid, Z. What have we got here? It's some kind of R2 unit, isn't it?
That is, in fact, R2D2.
Oh, it's
And,
R2D2.
Yes, and that is Captain Typho, Senator Amidala's security officer.
That's Padme. That is.
Oh, is it?
Sorry.
Yeah, that's Padme hopping down.
Spoiler.
God, this is going well.
Spoilers.
Spoilers, we don't know what we're talking about, folks.
Talking of Captain Typho, milk and 2 sugars, please. I'm dying
Yeah.
over
Look at
here.
that type of tea.
Captain Typho's coming up. He's got a different hat.
Okay, we're getting lots of alternative names for Captain Typho, which I like. Okay, well, look, this is a pretty distinctive ship, isn't it? I think I did have the Lego version of this. What do we think of this? Let's Echo. What are your thoughts on this little twin-engined beauty we've got in there? Nice mustard yellow. What do you make of it?
Well, I have to give an unmitigated and emphatic, even Ian David Diaz, it's shit.
Oh,
Fucking hell,
first
you are
it's
coming in hot
shit of
today.
the stream.
Jesus.
Wow,
It
you're not a
looks
fan.
terrible. No, it looks awful.
Where's your representation for the happy-go-lucky and positive attitude Kiwis? Come on, mate.
No,
What are you doing?
We can call a spade a spade. We're an honest people here, and that's just a terrible ship design. It looks awful.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't even look Star Wars. That's the key thing about it for me.
That's what I like about. I can see why Echo loses subscribers, but I like him because he keeps it real, and I like that. Yeah. He
Yeah,
doesn't
well,
pussyfoot, and I like that.
all opinions are welcome. So,
Especially Echo's because
yeah,
spade a spade,
okay.
definitely.
The R2
Well, let me put
unit.
it the other way. What do you like about this ship?
Oh, it's
I like the way
It's
the
sleek,
R2
wasp-like
units
design.
I knew you were going to
poking
say
out
sleek.
like a penis through a foreskin. It's quite a nice design.
I don't like the ship either.
Oh, Brown. Am I on my own here? Does anyone like it?
I
well,
do.
The Naboo N1 Starfighter is great for fast interplanetary travel with a single pilot, but I would
Okay,
say
yeah.
it's probably very shit for bounty hunting.
I saw what you did there. You said it's impractical.
Impractical for bounty hunting, great for a single pilot.
Good for fighting droids.
Can it spin?
It's a
Or
good trick.
can it? Can it what?
Okay, well, all right. We've divided the room. Reni, if I sound perky, it's because I've been up all night on the rum, so I'm
Andy's leaving in 2 hours.
Percocet.
Those are Padme hips they are.
Oh, it is indeed. Now, Brownie was showing that your favourite parts of the female anatomy. Do you want to do some analysis on this scene?
What's the favourite part? The long leather gloves. Moving on.
There's Captain Typho.
Well, we've got a line read here, folks. So we are going to Master Niyat. Master Niyat, I want you to do this in the style of a slightly
Spit it out, lad.
Slightly constipated?
Slightly constipated Chief Palpatine. So take it away, Master Niyat.
We made it.
There we go.
Jay Lagaya.
Didn't feel there was sufficient grunt in that.
No. We made it!
No, that's constipation.
Shall I try it again?
That's that's relief more than constipation. Yeah, try again, please, Master
Oh,
Niyat.
fucking piles.
We made it.
That's a good one. That's
It's kind of William Shatner there.
Shades of swappers in there. Who's this guy? Anyone?
Jay Lagaya. It's Captain Typho. Jay Lagaya is the actor's name. That's Captain Typho.
He looks like the diverse guy from Blake 7, the one with the eye patch, but more diverse.
Well, he used to be in a lot of New Zealand soap operas and mainstream New Zealand Kiwi TV.
And Water Rats.
That's right.
Oh, I loved Water Rats.
Is that his gun pointing towards his balls there? I mean, that's probably.
Or is he just happy to see you?
Okay, well, is he putting his helmet on? Oh, here we go. Oh, Brownie, you are moving at a pace. We have.
No, forgive my rudeness, Ruin, but we're 1 hour in. And we've only done
5 minutes into the film.
And we've only done 16 slides, and there's literally about 1,800 slides.
That's okay, Brown. There's plenty of time.
I would say, folks, irrespective of where we are, 12 hours, StreamYard boots us off.
12 hours, and then we'll do the rest next May.
So we'll be coming back next week, folks.
So we've got a nice ramp scene here. Let's get Romeo to talk us through this ramp scene. So what are we looking at here, Romeo?
Well, as Master pointed out earlier, this is the decoy. So, spoiler alert, things are about to go a bit pear-shaped on the platform. Things are about to go to pieces, literally. So we've got this wonderful, stately descent from the ramp, which is going to end very badly for everyone there.
Okay. Well, we are doing spoilers. And before you go, Romeo, another little line read for you. I want you to sing this because you've showed your singing chops. I want you to sing this in the style of Shania Twain. Go.
Shania Twain? Oh, God. I guess I was wrong, man. I guess I was wrong. I feel like a woman because I was wrong. All right.
Oh, there we go. How about that, folks? You don't get that on Doomcock, do you? There you go. Impromptu.
You don't get that in FNT.
Here you go, folks. We've got some stats. Franco Walker, 1,800 slides in 12 hours means 150 slides per hour. Not a chance.
Okay. How many slides
Thank you, Franco.
This first hour, Brown?
6.
Well, I think we'll be lucky if we do 20, and we're at number 16.
So in the last few minutes of this hour, we need to do about 90 slides. Is that what you're saying?
Well, we need to do at least another 180 before you leave.
Bogged.
Don't worry. I just want to go back.
I'm
joking.
Z, so in the last film, the whole decoy thing was exposed, right, in a moment of revelation. So isn't it kind of almost semi-common knowledge that the whole decoy thing was already a thing?
Yeah, I think it is, because, I mean, everybody knows that she used a decoy. I even noticed in The Phantom Menace that the decoy called her Padme by accident or part of the script and completely doxed her in one of the first scenes of the movie. So it must be quite common knowledge that she uses decoys. I mean, the Moidians are certainly aware of it, so Creamy Sheev is probably aware of it too.
So if there's a bomb about to go off, that bomb has been on the ship the whole time, and it just happens to go off at the moment they land.
Either
Like,
that
what difference does it
or
make?
the explosives are on the landing platform.
May I pick you up on that, Echo?
Go ahead.
You're quite correct, but the ship explodes literally seconds after the dialogue is delivered. There was no danger at all.
Okay.
Boom.
Whoops.
So I would have actually said the explosives were on the platform.
Right.
Otherwise,
have
why
to
not
agree.
just detonate the ship a lot earlier?
No, that's on the ship. That explosion. It's coming from inside
Yeah,
the
it's
ship.
on the ship. Yeah, it was a ship that went up.
Of course,
Think of it.
Palpatine doesn't really want to kill Padme. He wants to create, fear and anxiety and all the rest, but he doesn't actually want Padme dead. Because without her alive, he can't manipulate Anakin. So he is trying to kill the decoy.
But he would have known, wouldn't he, about the
Yeah.
decoy?
That's why. Well, yeah, exactly. That's why
So
the
it's a
decoy
double
dies and
bluff. It's like a
Padme
double
doesn't.
bluff.
Yeah.
So he's
Wow.
trying to kill the decoy so he can send Anakin and Padme off together? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Because he needs Padme to live so that he can manipulate Anakin. You see what I'm saying?
But why not then just kill the decoy more subtly rather than having a gigantic explosion?
Because he needs to create an atmosphere of terror and panic in the Republic so that he can eventually drum up the need for the big army and then take over.
Plus he needs-
He's feeding the war. He's making things. It's a false flag operation. He's making this more difficult for everyone.
Isn't there a 90% chance that Padme would be destroyed in this explosion?
No, it's more 90.
No, because she's in the fighter.
She's in the fighter. But how
She
would
was
he
in the
know that,
fighter.
having put the explosions on the thing? Are the explosions triggered from someplace otherwhere, or are they timer?
The explosion. Okay, the ship was detonated by the there's another Zam who Anakin and Obi-Wan chase through the city later on because she talks to Jango Fett and says, "We didn't kill them on the platform with the bomb. We'll have to use more direct methods," and then he gives her the poison centipedes, right?
Oh, okay.
So, and of course, Palpatine is behind Dooku, who's behind Jango Fett. So Palpatine is pulling all the strings here, right? Just from a distance.
So the assassin planted a bomb on the ship thousands of miles away in a different galaxy, whatever, and then flew in behind the ship later on.
Yes, Coruscant is the central part of galactic government. It's effectively the same as setting off a bomb in the White House car park.
Right.
But Romeo, if he's trying to kill the decoy and only the decoy, why does he send Zam to kill Padme again?
Well, he knows that she's protected by Anakin, right? He knows that Anakin and Obi-Wan are capable enough to defeat ordinary assassins like that, right? You've got to think, if Palpatine really wanted Padme dead, if he really did, he's had plenty of opportunities to do it and the resources to do so as well. So
but he would also know that the Jedi are capable enough to track down the assassin and therefore expose his plot.
Yeah, but they have to trace him all the way. They have to get past Dooku to do that. Finding the assassin leads him. Finding the assassin who planted this bomb leads him to Jango Fett. Jango Fett leads him to Dooku, right? And they don't know who's pulling Dooku's strings, right? Palpatine's behind that as Darth Sidious.
The only way this would work is if Palpatine is intending for the Jedi to find Count Dooku.
Yeah, they are. They do, because that's how the Civil War starts.
Palpatine's controlling both sides.
Yeah,
and he's directing the Jedi through a course of action that will lead them to eventually locate the clone army.
Spot on, Z.
Hey,
so Z,
you put way more thought into this than I ever did to The Last Jedi.
Ruin, shall we just go down the pub and let these four get on with it?
Oh, it's fabulous. Look, Brian, I've got a suggestion here because we're obviously going a much slower pace than
we're getting bogged.
It's a bank holiday weekend, Brown. Why do we just have to confine it to today? We go all the way through to Monday. It's okay. 36-hour stream, everyone. Look, just to bring back some common sense to the proceedings. Common people, a little bit of Shania Twain in the style of Jar Jar Binks. Okay, so you Sir Qui-Gon Jinn, that don't impress me much. Oh, I'm no Brian Young, but I do my best. Anyway, have you got the? Are you done with this? While we sit and watch this young lady get the shit blown out of her. Have you any
I
other,
will just say, if they did the film as simple as what Echo was, alluding to, it wouldn't have been very, very exciting for the viewer of the movie, would it? Moving on. Sorry, I killed that one.
Well, if they blew up Padme in the first 5 minutes, that'd be a directed by Ruan Johnson.
Okay, I'm going to say CGI, the fog.
Expectations.
Brown and his
little
damn
bit.
fog.
Everything looks great apart from the fog.
Okay, you take a drink, but the fog. Well done, Romeo.
Very good.
I'm picking up the pace here, Brown. I hope you appreciate this. So we've now got a load of bodies sprayed over the floor. That one that we can see looks like Mr. Brown at the end of this stream.
No, the beginning of the stream.
But and there we
Cody!
are. We have and you know it's serious because the shoes have been blown off. Isn't that what they say when the shoes get blown off?
May I just say, somebody in the chat has peaked too early. This is the comments of the stream.
Oh, very good, Storm. Very good, Storm.
Getting fogged down.
Getting fogged down. Brilliant.
Well done. I salute you. Brilliant. Moving on.
Okay, so we've got a moment of seriousness here very early on in the movie, and we might have a bit of line reading. Yes, we do. Brilliant. So, Brown, I'll get you to do this in the style of.
There are other guests, by the way.
I know, but I like to give you the stupid ones. Brown, do this one in the style of an African butler, if you would.
Milady. I'm so sorry.
Finish it off then.
I'm not African. Oh no, Master Niyat. Do you want to give that a go?
Milady, I'm so sorry.
Oh, he's nailed it. Oh, you're sacked, Brown.
Have that.
Brilliant.
Lady, I'm so sorry.
Oh, who's that? Is that Brian entered the stream? This is brilliant. Okay, so we're gonna go to I'm gonna give him a challenge here. Romeo, can you do this one? I know you're a Welshman, but can you do this one in a Scottish, if you would?
Oh, I fucking failure, Senator.
Not bad scouse, that.
Not bad.
It started in Scotland and then
It
weaved
morphed.
through Liverpool and end up in Ireland, I think. But it was I was digging it. So we realized, is this the moment we realized there was a decoy? Is this the reveal? Or am I losing the plot?
Well, earlier Typho
Padme's
says, I guess I was wrong to Padme before she takes off her helmet, so it's sort of implied that it is Padme. But what doesn't make sense here is the decoy saying, "I'm so sorry I failed you," when she did the very role she was entrusted to, which was, to die.
Yeah.
That's the main job.
Dialogue is awful.
Oh,
just
take a
awful.
drink for the awful dialogue. I am going to go backwards, but don't panic, Brown.
It
It's
is.
okay.
It's
Just for a moment.
awful.
Just for a moment. If we have to give a 1 for one of these, which is it going to be? Is it going to be this girl here, or is it going to be this one here?
Well, everybody's saying they want to do Cordy.
So it's Cordy or Padme.
No, everybody in the chat has said Cordy while still warm.
Oh, good God. All right, Cordy or Padme in the chat, please, if you would. We need an answer on that one. Is R2 on fire in the background there? I'm slightly worried for him.
Looks like it.
Z, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, Z, but I won't be around later on. I'll have topped myself by then. Z, is this the movie where R2 seemed to magically be able to fly? Is that what he's got the jets in this film? Is that right?
He does, I think, in the Geonosis scene.
Yeah, it's the big factory scene.
So yes,
I like
this movie, but it makes it ridiculous in the next film.
Okay. While we've got you, Z, could you just read out this submission from Common People?
Common People in the chat says, Cordy looks like my battered shock of shame.
Lord.
Oh my goodness.
Oh dear.
Does it have a little head on it, like a Cindy doll? Just a sock with a Cindy doll head on it.
Oh God, that's disturbing. Brownie, I don't know if this is going to be on your skill set or your sobriety even.
Probably.
Can you put a poll in the chat?
Not sure about Padme's hand there, kind of like she's trying to stimulate her in a
I can, but I will need I can, just bear with me. I need to log on to the stream, so I may hear myself talking bollocks at myself. So I'll do it.
Sword in the Storm's trying to sneak out, even though he's given us the message of the stream so far. He's now going to try and sneak out for a quick 5-minute lunch break. Are we going to give him an allowance for that, or do we need to?
He's allowed to feed himself.
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Okay.
I think in 5 minutes' time you should go to the very last slide. So when he comes back,
that would be good.
That'd be good. What, directed by George Lucas? Oh, that'd be amazing.
Tom had to step away for 10 minutes, comes back, and we're still on the landing pad. So, yes.
I started an official 5-minute timer just to see that he doesn't take too much time.
Good. Okay, well, we've got an opportunity for a bit more line reading. So who have I picked on for a while? Z, I think I'm going to ask you to do this one.
yes.
Z, can we get this in the style of a Chad Uncle Owen? You able to pull that one off?
I shouldn't have come back. The vote is very important.
Yeah.
No, that's two different people talking.
Was it Uncle Owen in a Guy Ritchie film?
It is.
Wow, what a combo that would be.
She's saying the first line and he's saying the second line.
Ah, okay. Well, I've
In
not
that
seen
case,
the movie.
I shouldn't have come back, you slag. Someone else can do the next line.
Jason Statham plays Uncle Owen.
Okay, this poll. What are we doing?
Well, I want in the poll.
I will never guess.
Going back to our earlier thoughts, either Liam Neeson's dong or Hugh Edwards' arse.
Well, what's the question?
Stream killer.
Who do you prefer?
That's the poll. That's the poll.
Oh, well,
That would be a poll, but
Is that a poll of polls?
No, that's the poll, Brown. Get on with it, damn it. I need an answer.
Hold on then. Liam, who's it? Neeson. I spell Neeson.
Liam Neeson's dong or
Hold on.
Hugh Edwards.
Neesson.
Okay, or Hugh. Is it Huw?
HUW.
Is this because the vote is very important?
Ed. Well, I
Is
guess,
there enough space to fit Liam Neeson's dong, though?
Oh, nice. I see what you did there.
Or Hugh Edwards what?
Well, Smylex is saying maybe we go Philip Schofield sweaty hands, but Hugh Edwards is arse. I'm just interested to know what the people think. I like to get them involved.
I'll do a...
So only 33% of the British population turned up for the local council elections, but you can have people voting on this.
Yes, see?
Well,
there we go.
this matters, though.
I like how that guy, there's like a corpse there woman who's been dead for 2 seconds, and he says, "This vote is really important." Like he's more interested in politics.
Right. Okay.
You know, the corpse of Corday. Doesn't she have like the comedic kind of blast effect going on with her hair? You know, like in the old.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she does. Yeah.
You know, it's
Like a Tom
slightly
and Jerry
comedic.
cartoon.
Yeah.
MJ's not wrong. He says this is what it looks like after. Oh god. So we move away from the scene of destruction and to the beautiful backdrop of Coruscant, don't we? And
this is the problem with the Star Wars universe. Like whenever they go to a world, everything looks like it was made on the same day. Every building looks like it was built on the same day. You never have anything where like there's something that looks like 100 years old and something that looks like it's 500 years old and something that looks like it's 20 years old.
And
everything looks like it was built on the same day.
And it's just
well, not on
overly
Coruscant.
well, wherever it is, it's just overly complicated as well. It's like we'll design this because the computer software allows us to make it look like this, with not actually thinking that, as Echo said, you can't build that in one day. But that was built in one day in a computer, metaphorically.
It's just well maintained. They've got good cleaners on Coruscant.
Okay, fair enough.
But what Echo said about the comment about that, you know, there's an important vote, and as he walks away from the smoldering corpse, is that's a theme throughout this film of dialogue that is completely disconnected from what we're being shown. You'll see how often it pops up. It's crazy.
Okay, well we're getting into the real juicy.
Speaking of which,
there we go, the juicy bits. Now we're going to need someone to talk us through this. Z, I think you're the man for this. Can you? I know I'm putting the pressure on you here, Z, but can you take us through this wonderful cast of characters we have on screen, if you would?
Let's have a look. See who we got here.
Platoon,
Platoon, Yoda, Mace Windu, Kai Adimundi, Chancellor Palpatine.
You just made that one up.
I believe that at the back there is Luminara Unduli.
Wow.
And Kit Fisto.
Oh, that sounds painful.
The one standing next to Kit Fisto might be Luminara. In that case, the person at the back is Barriss Sophie.
Painful but pleasurable at the same time, that one, Z.
Barriss Sophie's actually got 3 episodes in the new Tales of the Empire, where you find out that she is, in fact, stunning and brave.
Spoilers?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, God.
Oh.
Chat's gone.
Sorry.
The chat's gone left field. Who? How do they decide who gets a seat here? I mean, is it like The Apprentice? You just walk in and the females get to sit down first. I mean, or is it the old ones who get the seat? I mean, how does it work? I don't know.
I imagine
Rock,
she's
paper,
got this little
scissors.
musical chairs thing going on.
Yeah.
It plays a little tune, and then when it stops, everybody sits down.
Yoda, the cheating bastard, just flies into the chair no matter where he stood. Yes, I know.
What are they voting for again?
Isn't it
whether the Republic should create an army?
have an army? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Militarization.
This is just pure exposition. Everything in this film is literally cringe dialogue or just exposition, isn't it?
Is that the quote you got from the movie poster, Brown? Well, we're doing 12 hours of this. I mean, you could try hyping it a little bit better, but
it's true, though, isn't it?
Well, yes, it is a little bit, yes. So what stood for the 2,000 years here? Let's see.
If they do break away, I will not let this republic that has stood for 1,000 years be split in two.
He's not wrong.
So do they feel that the separatists feel that the Republic is becoming too autocratic, so they want to be separatists so they can be in a more democratic and egalitarian society? Is that
Did
their
you
gist?
swallow a dictionary before you came on?
I'm just trying to get my head around that. I don't understand.
I think they believe that the Republic has become too bogged down. Like they're inefficient. They're incapable of passing any resolutions effectively, as we saw in the Phantom Menace when it took Chancellor Valorum being replaced by Palpatine to get anything done.
Yeah, the regional governors need to have control of the direct control of their systems. That's the way to do it.
Okay, I think it's the time. It's the time of the stream where we have a Palpatine off. So get ready, everyone. Clear your throats. Wet the whistle. We're going for a Palpatine off. So I'll kick us off. I'm not the best at this, but I'm going to give it what I lack in skill. I make up for in enthusiasm.
In writing.
My negotiations will not fail. Romeo, Palpatine, go.
Well, this is the cuddly, friendly Palpatine.
It's
actually warm and charming. My negotiations will not fail.
Ooh,
not bad.
Zee?
My negotiations will not fail.
Oh, he's got low-key. Echo.
Oh, sorry, I lost my connection there for a second. I thought you put too much vibrato into it, Ron.
Who's building cupboards?
Well, it is the weekend.
It's the Coriolis effect. The Earth's turning down here. Don't worry.
Oh, you want me to do the line?
I do want you to do the line,
Echo. My negotiations will not fail.
Oh, you should have a Darth Maul with that. Master Niyat.
Certainly. My negotiations will not fail.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, subtle. Well done.
Cheevy. A little bit cheevy there. Brownie, take us over.
My negotiations will not fail.
You had a little bit of bass in there, like, what's his name?
My negotiations will
Dooku.
not fail.
Bit of Dooku B bass in there. Yeah. Okay, there we go. We've got a super chat, Brown. Would this be a good point to do the super chat?
I think it would be a very good place to do one.
Well, you do the honour then, Brown. Here you go.
Waylon Bethifeth for $2. Thank you, my friend. You reckon Padme ever got coom on her back?
Oh, I mean, he's paid his money, so what can you do? You've got to show these things.
I think she got bits of cordy on her back.
Is that the next poll question?
Oh,
I was
God.
thinking that.
Good God. Yeah, Liam. Unsurprisingly, Liam Neeson's dong romped home in the poll, even though it was...
No, it's still going. The poll's still going.
Oh, it's still going, okay.
Everybody, there was a vote.
Yeah.
Dead speak.
George is on form today. He's celebrating his fifth anniversary in the Slammer as George, so let's wish him well. He's going to get parole soon, we think.
Hey, 1 hour 22 minutes, and we're 35 slides in.
There we go. We're making the pace up. I've got a question, and I want Master Niyat's thoughts on this. What the fuck is in that guy's skull on the right? What's in that top part of his skull?
Looks like some sort of generator or battery system. It seems to be operating his body.
Wow. There we go. I'm just making notes for my trilogy. I'm going to use that one. And this question's for you, Brown, because you're our hair follicle specialist on the stream. Who's the best baldy there?
Is that a rhetorical question?
It's for you.
Well, there's only one. What is the coolest baldy? It's the
Yoda
peep in the middle.
Oh, right. You like the smooth?
It's Sammy Boy, yeah.
Okay. Would you class Yoda as clinging on? He's got some hairs.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, he could do with the odd splash of Rogaine.
Yes, Joe Rogaine. I think he just needs to accept his fate and shave that off.
He's gone. Yeah, get it off. Take it off, pal.
Imagine if that guy on the right tried to do a comb over. Like that would entail a lot of work.
And Brown, there is just one other request I've got. And I
Oh,
do so many
Christ.
favors for you, Brown. I really hope you'll accommodate
You're
me.
just padding this out, and you're leaving
No, I'm
me
not.
with all the
No, Brown.
pain
Look,
after you've gone, aren't you?
there's
You're
a remarkable resemblance, Brown, between who's the guy on the right, Z? What's his name?
Kiadimundi.
Kiadimundi, Brown. There's a remarkable resemblance between Kiadimundi and you. Could you come on camera and just show the people? Just put some clothes back on quickly and come on camera for us, Brown. Come on. The people
come on
are here.
camera. I'm not coming on camera.
Well, appear on camera. You know what I mean.
You are a bastard.
The people have
aren't
turned out for you, Brown. Come on, show us your best Kiadimundi. There he is, folks.
Yes, like this, like looking in the mirror.
Spitting image.
It's Kiadimundi. Oh, what a distinguished old gent he is. There we go, Brown. Brown, at least if you get bored, you can fall back into your bed. You know what I mean? Literally collapsing distance from his bed. Okay, there we go, folks. Hope you enjoyed that one. Thanks, Brown. You're all such a good sport. We've lost the slides, Brown. Is that the end of the stream? We
it is. Thanks for coming, everybody. We'll see you next week. Take care.
Great
Directed
time,
by
bye-bye
George
all.
Lucas.
Sorry, bye. Directed by Ruben Johnson. Oh,
Apparently, you look like Alan Quatermain. Who's Alan Quatermain?
King Solomon's Mines.
wow.
Looks like a myth Santa Claus.
George has got the next poll question, Brown. Which is bigger, Kiadimundi's head or Liam Neeson's dong?
Now that's a rhetorical question.
Obviously, Liam, isn't it? Come on, Ruben, get on with it.
Okay.
Who's the
Okay.
Black Jedi Master who's a sex machine to all the chicks?
Sam!
Yes! Damn
Yes!
right.
Well, Romeo, at the risk of going slightly derivative, can you do your best Samuel L. Jackson, please, and give us a line read, if you would?
We're keepers of the motherfucking peace, not soldiers, motherfucker.
To get two motherfuckers in there, brilliant.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Brownie,
Oh.
so keen to get this.
Where did we get to? We got to Sam, didn't we? Here we go. Right.
Yeah, we got to Sam, then we go to Sheev.
Shall I press? I'll press.
Go on, then you press, but don't go too fast now. We're enjoying this.
Do you think it will ever come to war?
I've got a question for the group. Do we really buy? Because everyone really knows this is the bad guy, it's the Emperor. But do we think he pulls off the old pretending to be just a nice, innocent kind of Chancellor guy? Z, what do you think? Does he do a good job with that, or?
Well, considering he's got the majority of the Jedi Council in there with him and none of them can sense his dark side foreboding,
It's ridiculous.
it is a little bit ridiculous. He is like the evilest of evil Siths ever to have Sithed.
But he's good at hiding it. That's his power.
And they're all sitting there watching a PowerPoint presentation and none of them are getting it.
Oh God!
Doesn't Yoda later say that the Jedi's ability to
Is
access the
diminished,
Force
yeah.
is diminished? Yeah.
He does.
I mean, it does feel like a bit of a cop out. At least there's some sort of explanation.
Well, I'll tell you what, Waylon Bocephus has been saving up all his pennies for this stream, and he's
Do you wanna do
determined
it?
to bring,
Yeah, I'll
to
do
bring
it.
the
Good man
sword.
yourself.
Oh, sorry,
Good man.
Sorry, chat moved up. Let me do it. There you go.
Well, we need someone to read it out. Echo, why don't you do the honors on this
Oh,
one?
thank you. Waylon Bocephus for the sum of
It's
$1.
it's Bocephus.
$1.99. Does Ki Adi give a lot of head?
Every
Well,
time.
Has a lot of heads.
Maybe we should do that as a poll.
What does Brian mean when he says quality lampshading? Is that a euphemism for something? Must be a Scottish thing. I don't know.
Here you go, folks. Tommy for £2. Real money, allegedly, folks. Yeah, man.
We've not been doing much drink. Well, I've been doing plenty of drinking. But are we taking a drink for the rather shitty CGI background here, Brown? Do you think?
Awful.
Yes.
Can we do a drink
You
from
know what-
the
you
really
know what-
shitty stream?
You know what really sucks is when they try to make CGI slightly better by having like a flock of birds in the background to try and give it like life or something. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, the kind of the kind of highways of traffic. It always seems to be busy in straight lines. I just never got
Yeah.
my head round that. Yeah, it just looked too orderly. I don't know.
Jamalama's
Shamalama.
requested a sleep break. Are we gonna allow that one, Brown?
Hello, everyone. See you in an hour or two. Back to sleep.
Yeah, we should be out of this scene by then.
Yeah, yeah.
At least 2 more
Hopefully.
slides down the track.
You get
still
40
be in the-
winks. Yeah, go for it. Go for
We'll
it.
still be in the boardroom in 2 hours. Don't worry, Jamalama.
Yeah, you go for it.
Oh, here we go. It's Yoda off, folks. We're doing a Yoda off. Let's get this going. So I'll go last because I'm most definitely going to be the worst. Romeo, why don't you kick us off with a Yoda?
The dark side clouds everything.
Oh, it's
Brilliant.
so
Let's
hard.
move on.
No, don't you dare,
No,
Brown. It's
no,
my favorite
go
pause
on.
of the stream. It's my favorite pause of the stream. Don't you dare. Z, it was your Yoda.
The dark side clouds everything.
It's very good. Echo, go.
The dark side clouds everything.
Yoda's a chain smoker.
slightly hungover Yoda.
Yoda
there.
is voiced by Aquafina.
No, that was my exorcist Yoda.
Oh,
Master Niyat, can you give us your Yoda?
The dark side clouds everything.
No, you guys are getting too Frank Oz. It's too happy sounding.
it's
Come on, then.
Yoda on meth.
Go on, Brown. give
Meth
us your-
Yoda.
Dark side clouds everything.
Okay. The dark side cloud. Oh no, I've gone too high. with the
Take it down a notch.
George
No,
Harrison as Yoda.
I'm struggling.
Look at Sammy Boy's face.
Sammy Boy is like most of the chat at my attempt to do Yoda.
There's too many motherfucking Jedis on this motherfucking table.
Come on, Rowan.
All right, I'll try. let me wet the whistle. Hang on. Brownie's looking at his
I will
watch. Don't
say,
worry,
it says here,
Brown. There's
look,
plenty of
Dr.
time.
Iceman, 90 minutes in already. How many seconds has Brown? It's not me. It's Ruin. It's not me.
Okay, here we go.
Not me.
The dark side clouds everything. It's crap. I can't do it. It's the most basic fucking accent ever. Anyway, okay. I'm not-
Impossible to see. Future is.
Okay, Brownie's getting in there early because you don't want to do.
I'm just trying to get the fucking thing moving. That's what I'm trying to do.
Oh, here comes a cringy line. God.
Oh.
I think we should drink to this line that's coming up.
Okay.
What's the line?
Here it is. See?
Oh.
Seeing you alive brings warm feelings to my heart.
Terrible. man.
Yes, we'll have a drink to that one. Who is the medieval peasant who's wandered on set in the background?
It's Echo Chamberlain. That's why he's so cranky about this film. Because he got.
That's Gene's guy. He also appears in The Mandalorian.
Oh God.
Roseburn cameo.
Yeah.
Remind us, Brown, how old was Natalie Portman in this movie?
18, isn't she?
18, perhaps.
Yeah.
19.
She was 16 in The Phantom Menace, and I think she was 18 in this and 20 in Revenge of the Sith.
Wow.
But Hayden Christensen is 3 months older than her, despite her character being 5 years older than him.
There you go. Common people.
Oh, no.
Oh.
Hang on, we've got another request come in, Brown.
Cheers, Iceman.
Iceman
Oh, bless
wants
him.
to know if he's able to go on a date with his wife later. Is that permissible, or do we need to deny that request?
Old man advice, if I may. Dr. Iceman, keep the little lady happy. Just saying.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Yeah, there you
Is
go.
he glad the date's happening, or
You're
glad the
you're
stream
welcome.
is happening?
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Some more advice for you, Iceman. Keep the old man happy as well. Keep the little man in your pants happy. Okay, off you go, Iceman. Well done.
Have a
Thanks for
great
turning
day,
up. Have a nice date. Tell us what you're doing, Iceman. I'm intrigued now. What are you doing on your dates? Make sure you follow up on that one. Okay, so
I noticed that Sword in the Storm still hasn't come back from his break, which ended 10 minutes ago.
oh, that's shocking. What time are we on now?
Oh, are you the fucking toilet monitor?
No, he's just he's out by the big industrial bins having a cigarette. Breaking the razors.
Terrible. Well, we do have a landmark moment. We're up to 100 man
Hey,
baby.
and we're only
So
2 slides in. On slide
fantastic.
42.
I honestly didn't expect so many people to join us, Brown, but fabulous turnout anyway. Okay, so we
Well, let's get this section done before you go, at least.
Okay. So we get reference to space miners on the moons of Naboo. What's going on the moons of Naboo, Z? Give me some info here.
Well, they're
Okay.
disgruntled.
Yeah, they're annoyed about something.
Oh, Z, we lost Z. Or is he just not up for that one?
Spice miners.
The Spice Miners, yeah.
That's if I may, Spice.
That girl band.
No, Spice. Is that Dune or is it June?
Dune.
Yeah, must be.
Dune. Oh no, Romeo. We're going to go through all the hassle of Romeo.
Romeo.
Oh, Nip.
Where are
Romeo,
that,
log out, log back in. Nipple alert, everybody.
We do have a point of clarification.
Oh, okay,
Sword in the Storm has in fact been back for ages.
Hello.
So
Allegedly.
So Spice miners. Anybody know then?
Spice Miners. What's going on with the Spice Miners? Why are they disgruntled?
Well,
Romeo, sort
Spice
your nipple
miners
out,
are drug traffickers in the Star Wars universe.
Okay.
Z, you available? You know the rule.
I am. Iceman for €10 says, here, to keep the old man Brown happy. About the date with wife. It's just 2 tired souls from work trying to make something of a weekend.
Oh,
Oh,
have a great time, my friend.
Yeah.
You
What a
deserve
gentleman.
it. Yeah.
yeah. I mean, that's
And
almost
remember-
poetic at the end, isn't it?
Oh.
Nothing says blowjob like a bunch of flowers.
Iceman's
Thank you, my
on the
friend.
old
Bless you.
Yadi Mundi promise, isn't he? Yeah.
Okay, moving on.
So are the disgruntled spice miners, are they separatists?
Very good, MJ.
Do I have that correctly?
Yes, they are. The Spice Miners of Kessel were on the side of the Separatists. I think they did a few episodes on them in the Clone Wars.
And that just happens by coincidence to be the moons of a planet, which is also important for the plot.
Yes.
Did you get out of
That's
bed the wrong side this morning?
That and a highly unionized workforce.
Well, someone has to be the mega geek here.
No, I think you've picked up the mantle and you've excelled.
So we get reference to Count Dooku here for the believe the first time. Now
Romeo,
this is
sort your nipple out, please.
Why did
Oh,
she think that
sorry, I
Count
thought I had.
Dooku was behind it?
yeah, that comes
What
out of nowhere,
evidence is
really,
there
doesn't
to
it?
suggest that?
Yeah. Have we been given any more context behind this, or is he just name dropped for no reason at all?
This felt
No, it's just like they
name-dropped.
wanted to pin the blame on somebody straight away. It's like going,
Oh.
oh, yes, we know who was behind it. It was...
Who is the babe on the left?
Roseburn. Another decoy for the senator.
Brian's right, and we're all wondering, Brian, and we can't answer it. In all honesty, I think that's is that a little bit of
Shit, sorry.
is this a little bit of a plot convenience from old George here? You know,
Another
you all
one,
like to
yeah.
slag me off for my movie, but George taking the piss a little bit here.
Nobody knows anything about Count Dooku, but all of a sudden, bang, straight in there. That's it. Film. Let's move on.
It's anti-storytelling. It's the exact opposite of Star Wars: A New Hope, where he introduces Darth Vader in the first 5 minutes. So we
Yes.
know who everyone is. This is the exact opposite. Well done, George.
And here we have some exposition from Kai-Adi-Mundi and Mace Windu.
Yeah, we're being introduced to a character, just name checked, and then told about him, all via the power of exposition. It's wonderful.
If you know the guy on the right,
Kiara
if you was to hang him upside down from the ceiling,
Yeah.
would his head fit perfectly between those two spikes?
You keep making the mistake thinking that's his head.
Can you replicate that in your bedroom there, Brown? Can you get yourself upside down? We'll have a look what it looks like.
Anything's a dildo if you're brave enough.
Okay, let's move on. I derailed that, but you know.
There's a comment here though before you do move on, Brown. Sorry to slow things down. From our old mate.
Slow things down. We'll be going backwards if we're going any slower.
Says spot the evil guy. Is it the one with the devil horns? Now is he evil though?
He's just misunderstood.
But is he actually evil? I just thought he was one of the.
He's just misunderstood. Laugh.
That was the fellow that's behind the Horizon scandal. So yes, he is very evil.
Oh,
there you go.
Okay. Well, we move on to.
There you go. He is evil. Thanks, Sword.
Oh, he is evil. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Sword in the Storm's back, everyone. Where the fuck have you been, Sword in the Storm? Been about 45 minutes. Okay, so
the voice. Romeo, go on.
You know, my lady, that motherfucker Count Dooku was once a motherfucking Jedi. Bitch.
I genuinely thought Samuel L. Jackson had walked in the room then. Go on. Romeo.
Keep going.
Do it again. That motherfucker couldn't assassinate anyone. It's not in his motherfucking character.
Poor MJ who sat listening to this at work on the speakers has just had some issues, but never mind. You know what to expect, MJ, when you turn up for these.
Sorry, mate.
Oh, we got some. Is this? Have we got some italics for a reason here, Brown? What's the?
I don't know. But for
innuendo-ish, isn't it?
I don't know, but for certain senator,
is he? When he says that, is he reaching out and grabbing it?
No, I think when it's italicized, it's somebody speaking off camera.
It's Yoda.
That's what it is. Yeah, it's Yoda.
Yoda.
Oh.
Well done, Brown.
For certain senator.
Yoda.
I tell you what, George he's on the good stuff today. Critical mace theory. How about that?
You know, our chats are the best.
Oh God, we
had enough.
We were worried, weren't we, Brown? How they get on this early in the day, but wow,
George, woof. Wow.
Well, you know, he was named after George Lucas for a reason.
I'm all for thinking man's, they, them's jokes. Very good.
Go on then, Brown, to the Yoda line. Oh, he's got that out quick. Yeah, he's definitely. What are we thinking of the hair situation on Yoda, Browns?
Get some clippers on, mate. Just go for it.
Yeah, just go for it.
It's gone.
Yeah, and the ears as well. He needs to clip the ears, doesn't he?
For a Jedi that encourages others to let go, he's having a hard time letting go of his hair.
When you get to that point, you just have to shave it off, don't you?
Exactly.
Well, we might as well
to those ears.
Oh God, yeah. We might as well have a little bit of talk about Yoda because what do we make of Yoda? We've seen him in puppet form, and now we get to see him in this CGI form. Is there any love for CGI Yoda? Has anyone wanted to stick up for him?
The puppet version of Yoda couldn't hold his lightsaber.
Yeah,
correct.
Plus, you've got that fight scene at the end, which would have been incredibly difficult with a puppet. I mean, you saw how Grogu leapt around like a fucking numpty in the last season of Mandalorian, escaping the Praetorian guards. It would have looked like that, and it would have been devastating.
Yeah, George wasn't 100%. Sorry, go on, Ruin.
No, I was going to say, when 800 years old you are, hold your lightsaber, you won't be able to. Oh, it's so bad, I know. Go on, take it away.
No, George wasn't 100% sure whether he wanted to do CGI Yoda in this film, but the VFX artist showed him a reel of Yoda with the lightsaber spinning around, and he quite liked it, which is why we have this.
Not
I
much
haven't got
love.
one. That's a problem.
Not much love for CGI
Not my
Yoda, by the way.
Okay, let me move. Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're so twitchy.
That's the
Sorry.
piece you actually need.
Brown, we're perfectly on schedule. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Yeah, for you, you're leaving.
Okay, so we're still in the boardroom, folks. What's up with Palpatine? He's just staring out the window longingly. Is he listening in on the conversation? What's he doing?
It's just wishing they'd fuck off. leave me in peace.
Who's saying this line, Master Jedi? May I suggest?
Palpatine is.
Palpatine, yeah.
The senator be placed. I'm determined to bang through these.
Jimmy
Under the
Smith's just
protection
come
of
from the
your-
Merchant of Venice.
Or what's that? New Zealand. Is it Shortland Street or something? I don't know.
Yeah. How did
Yeah.
you do
Because I
Yeah.
used to watch it. It was all right.
Why would you do that for?
They get the Brokenwood mysteries in the UK, believe it or not. My uncle watches it.
Did I just impress you then?
I suppose. I don't know why you're such an expert. Timawera Morrison, who of course plays.
Yeah, he was in it.
Django Fett.
Django Fett.
Yeah, he was. There's a thing which is known in New Zealand as a beloved cultural moment. On the first episode of Shortland Street, he's introduced as a doctor who was who his backstory was he used to be a doctor in Guatemala, and there's a line which is delivered with perfect cheese and stupidity and amateurishness, where a nurse says, "You're not in Guatemala now, Dr. Robata," and it became like a cultural institution. So that's the backstory of Timawera Morrison.
What, in New Zealand?
Yeah.
Do you know the
Well,
Knights
not in
must
Guatemala.
fly by New Zealand?
Well, we move on to another fine display of characters here.
Look at that
I always
fucking idiot
rely
in the
on
middle.
Z to
That
do
fucking
the name drop. So we've even got one peeking out the back there. So who have we got here, Z? Obviously, we know some of them. Padme.
Jimmy Smith's as Shylock.
Yeah, Jimmy Schmitz, Captain Tycho Racing Cars, Jar Jar Binks, Senator Amidala, Rose, whatever her name is, and two
As
hot
Dorme.
Twi'legs.
Dormevu.
Two
Is that
sexy
also-
Twi'legs, and the one in blue
I'll-
doesn't have a bra on. That's great.
I'll start.
my
the
God,
the
wow.
aqua woman. It's more of an aqua. I'll start. In fact, common people got in there first, but there you go.
Yeah, the braless, good spot, Z. Is the one in the green in the back? Is that Ewan McGregor's wife?
Very good. Very good.
She
Very
took the old
good.
pilot goggles off her head.
Very
What's the
good.
blue? Is that blue thing an actual person, or is that what's going on there? See behind Jimmy Smith. Is that a thing?
Oh yes, like a blue blob.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
And on that bombshell. Look at that fucking idiot. In the
Hey,
middle.
whoever played the blue blob, but he must have been looking at this scene thinking, "Fucking hell, they've cut me out," and then this happens.
We're barely 6 minutes into the film. You realise that?
Chancellor, if I
Oh.
may comment, I do not believe. What? Did you press
Situation
then, or
is-
was it me?
Is that serious?
All
What's-
right.
What's an IED between friends? Come on.
The situation is that serious. No, but I do, Senator. What?
That's Padme, isn't it? Oh, or is it?
Somebody talking off screen. I realise all too well that additional security might be disruptive for you.
Brownie, I'm so sorry to interrupt your beautiful
Well,
line
perhaps-
reading, but I need to go back because I think we've realised in this shot, we realised why Yoda's not got rid of it. He's actually got some decent mullet going on
Oh,
at the
he's-
back there.
Where's
Look
the
at that.
skullet?
It's got the skullets. Yeah, and now I'm with him. Now I'm like, no, you got to keep going with that, Yoda. The party at the back. That's beautiful. Yeah, okay, carry on.
Where did I get to? But perhaps someone you're familiar with.
Oh,
An old friend like Master Kenobi. He's just returned from a border disputes on England and France. Do it for me, milady. Do it for me, milady. Please.
oh, that's good.
Oh. Who's going to say the cringe line?
He's so sickly sweet, isn't he?
The thought of losing you is unbearable.
Oh, and Brown, I know you hate me going back, but look, the blue blob has actually got an appearance here.
It's a mister.
That is shit. That is absolute garbage.
Look at those cheeks.
Ian just walked in then.
Is he a character? Has he got a name, or is he? What is he?
That is unforgivable.
Is that what his name is? Unforgivable.
That's a travesty, that is.
Oh, all the time he spent in the makeup chair, and he just got this.
It's a blue meanie.
I just squandered 5 minutes trying to get the conehead guy turned upside down and seeing if he can actually slot into between. So I just squandered 5 minutes. I had to give up.
Could I? Yeah, see, here you go. Drew, I was thinking this. Rose Byrne, she's fucking nodding off.
She's like that youngling in The Acolyte.
Yeah, it's not George's finest moment, is it? With the old dialogue,
Is unbearable.
it is unbearable. Damn right.
I will have. Oh, who's say? Oh, is this what you call it? Sam.
It is, yes.
Sam Wessel. Yes.
Go on, Romeo.
I will have that motherfucker Obi-Wan report to your motherfucking chambers immediately, my lady.
I think you need to stay for the 12 hours, Romeo.
Tommy's enjoying the stream and the movie.
Thank you, Tommy.
We didn't make it.
Always nice to hear from a fan.
Tommy sat through 2 hours of the first 16 minutes of Attack of the Clones, and we finally broke him.
The
Sorry,
first
mate.
6 minutes.
Sorry, mate.
16 would be a dream.
Oh,
Can you imagine how angry he must have been to like type it so manically quick that he made all those spelling errors?
Oh no!
There you go. He's come back.
It's a clarification, everyone. He meant
Fine.
I think your first comment was more on point, mate.
Yeah.
Look, this poor blue guy. I mean, his head is fucking massive. Yeah, he's blocked out in every single scene. What is
Look at that.
going on?
Look at
What,
that
who's he
fucking
offended?
idiot. Look at that fucking idiot in the middle.
Oh, here we go. Liam Neeson's dong finally makes an appearance.
I will say there is a vote, folks. If you're not voted,
Is
We'll
that vote
close-
still going, or have you got
yeah,
another
we'll
one?
close it when you depart.
Anyone who's just joining us, please vote for Hugh Edwards' arse because he's really
Here we go,
underrepresented.
folks. Retro 50s Jetsons Cityscape.
Oh,
We're now
this-
7 minutes in.
Oh,
Here we go. We get a bit of Obi-Wan. And now there was a drinking game associated to Obi-Wan, wasn't it? What, can someone remind me?
There were two. One from Echo. What was it from you, Echo?
Criticism.
Whenever Obi-Wan makes a kind of a sassy little comment about Anakin, like Anakin's done something impulsive or reckless, and then he makes some sort of little sassy comment about it.
oh.
And mine was whenever Obi-Wan says, I don't like it, or I hate it when you do that, which he does quite soon.
Why are you such a twat, Anakin?
Ruin, may I pop off for 5, make a coffee, please?
Oh, I wish you would, Brown. Take the afternoon off. We've got this. Don't worry.
No, I haven't. Well, shall I take the next half hour off?
You can take your clothes off as well if you want.
Okay. I'm going to make coffee, folks. Cause
Okay.
Is it a drink moment?
Yeah, coffee.
Oh,
Oh,
you seem a little
God.
horny, Anakin.
Make it an Irish coffee.
I'll be
bro.
back in a moment, folks. Take care.
Okay, well, someone in the chat says the acting takes a gear shift here. I mean, do we agree? Is this where the movie finally starts to improve, dare I say?
I think
No.
it goes down a gear or two.
Oh, down again.
oh, it's conversation's awful. Yeah, it's terrible.
So you know that George had like the idea of the two characters, amusing, funny banter. That was his idea, but he couldn't actually generate it.
Well, how could he?
That's-
He wrote
He
the script 3 months before principal photography began.
We've got a super chat. So why don't we get Master Niyat to read out this super chat, if you would, please?
Certainly. Obi-Wan shaved, or do you want something to sit on?
That's 5 actual real pounds from common people.
From common people.
Thanks, common people.
How do we rate that mullet from Obi-Wan?
Oh, well, it's the old hair debate, isn't it, from Obi-Wan? Yeah.
It's almost Van Halen and not quite Def Leppard.
Oh, my favourite.
So, apparently, Ewan McGregor, after they shot this film, he starred in Black Hawk Down, requiring him to be clean-shaven and have a close buzz cut. Later, this scene and a few others were added in post-production. And as he didn't have time to regrow his hair or beard, he wore a hairpiece and prosthetic beard, which is what we see here.
Which, if you think about
Christ,
it, it's
superstar.
it's continuity, isn't it? Because when we get to A New Hope, he's also wearing a hairpiece there as well. So, do you think he just shifted it from the back to the top? Is that how he did it? I don't know. He's got a good head of hair, though, hasn't he, Ewan? Normally, he's not got a brownie or a.
He's using the wig Nicolas Cage used in Con Air.
Oh yes,
What a glorious wig that was.
This must be a thing for the Jedi hair problems, because Yoda's got hair problems. Ki-Adi-Mundi obviously got hair problems. Plo Koon, he hasn't got any hair. Neither has Mace Windu.
You're right.
Anakin's about to lose his hair in Mustafar.
Yeah, he loses his hair in the next movie.
The original guy who played Anakin, I've got a feeling he had a bit of hair problems as well, didn't he? Or am I making that up?
Jake Lloyd? I don't know. I've not seen
No,
him.
Sebastian Shaw.
Sebastian Shaw.
Sebastian Shaw.
Yeah.
Darth Maul's got bloody horns growing out of his head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Palpatine as well.
Ray
He ends up
Park's
with no
got
hair.
Yeah.
Is it hereditary or is it the Force?
I think the more they use their powers, the balder they get.
It's like, I'll tell you what it is. It's like it's the midichlorians. They play havoc with the old hair follicles. So the more you've got,
Testosterone.
You apparently get midichlorian blockers and it sorts you out.
Adam Driver has glossy, flowing locks and lustrous, flowing hair. So I guess he's the exception.
Yeah.
Well, how can you see it over his ears?
So we get the obligatory random name check on some crazy species. What is a Gundark? Anyone know? Do we ever find out?
Doesn't in the Empire Strikes Back, doesn't he say you could rip the arms off?
You could pull the ears off a Gundark.
All right.
When he's recovering from the Wampa attack.
Good knowledge.
Han says it to Luke.
Anakin potentially being a whiny bitch here, so I'm going to ask you all to take a drink. Yeah, this. By the way, we can't tell from the stills, but they are in a lift. They're not just standing there next to each other. They're in an awkward angle. Good God, he's going right from the bottle. Well done, Romeo. Go easy, Romeo. We can't lose you this early in the stream. Yeah, they're in a lift, aren't they? That's right, isn't it?
Yep.
Can you imagine the elevator music that's playing in there? Da, 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 da,
Young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema.
Ipanema comes from.
Iceman has made the observation EFAP is light speed compared to this one.
An EFAP has real criticism, but we're just being idiots. So Yeah,
Iceman, what
I
are
think
you
that's a-
doing here? Aren't you on a date with your wife?
Yeah, nice man. Get on your damn
Well,
date.
Master Niyat, are you in New Zealand as well?
I'm in Australia. I'm in Sydney.
Oh, whereabouts in Australia? Sydney. Oh, what a
Sydney,
shame. I mean,
correct.
great.
I've been to New Zealand though. It's a lovely place.
Well, we seem to have a bit of a well, the opposite situation of a Prince Andrew, I believe it's known. We've got some sweating going on. What's he referring to here? Why is he sweating? Do you know? Do you care?
Because Anakin is titillated.
Oh, it's of course, yeah. He hasn't seen her in 10 years. Yeah, okay.
Well, I don't want Obi-Wan to sweat, otherwise the glue will come off from his beard.
So I hate to
Anakin's
obsess
going
on-
through puberty, and it's been very traumatic.
Oh yeah. Hate to obsess on hair, but what part of it's real and what part's the wig? Is it just a clip-on mullet at the back? Was the lot or what?
The whole thing, because he had a clean buzz
wow.
shave for Black Hawk Town,
Wow.
so none of it is real.
Wow.
That's why he looks like Jesus.
Looks like it's shaped like that helmet from that first slide with that bloke on the
It does actually in that
does.
one, yeah. Oh, and here he is. Now, we really must talk about the marginalization of Jar Jar, because I believe it happened in this movie. Is that... Zee, update us, because obviously Jar Jar was a big thing in Phantom. I think George had big plans for him, and then I believe it was the reaction to Jar Jar between movies which then saw him have much less screen time. Is that right, Zee?
You mean Darth Jar Jar?
Oh, Darth Jar Jar.
Amphibian lives matter.
Exactly. I mean, this guy is the first person that Qui-Gon and Obi-Wan encounter on Naboo, and then he sticks with them throughout the rest of the saga, apart from where he's promoted upwards to general and then promoted upwards again to senator. So I'm pretty sure that he's a Palpatine plant.
He was just a childlike, dim-witted retard from a backwater planet. Now he's moving up the ranks. It's ridiculous.
There's no way this guy should be a senator.
It really has, you know.
There's
like
a bit
you
of
say,
trivia on this. Due to all the animosity aimed at Jar Jar Binks in The Phantom Menace, George Lucas had the working title for this movie be Jar Jar's Big Adventure. I'm not sure if you've heard that.
God. Sounds like something Disney would come up with. Drew Gordon's made an astute observation. He says Jar Jar's in drag. He does seem to be mincing it up a little bit here, doesn't he? He's like really, yeah, he's loving the flowing gown.
Misa feeling fabulous.
Jar Jar's drag race.
Oh God, here we are. So he's there to meet them, but he really doesn't. He doesn't really play much of a part in this movie, does he? I think he has a few select scenes, but Jar Jar story time. Good God. Oh, come on then. Let's do a bit of Jar Jar. But go on, Zee. Kick us off with a bit of Jar Jar.
Misa, so smiling to seeing you, sir.
Vinnie Jones as Jar Jar.
Very good. Echo, I want you to do it, but I'm going to give you a different line from Courtesy Sword in the Storm. Here you go.
Misa, what's that? Give it 5 minutes before you go in there. My.
That was very good.
Oh, it's
Well
good.
done.
That was brilliant, Nico.
Zion.
We'll take some of the line suggestions for Jar Jar while we've got them, because we don't get much of them in this movie, thank God. And this is
Good to see you again. Said Jar Jar said no one ever.
Oh. Go on, Master Niyat. Give us your Jar Jar there, if you would.
Miso Palace here. Looky, Senator.
Very good. And this is, of course, we're now building up to the moment of Anakin and Padme. He's kind of lurking in the back there, isn't he? A little bit coy, but yeah, we're building up to this moment.
I think this film could have the worst interior decor of any film I've ever seen.
Oh, let's go back and have a look. Oh, yeah, it's
horrible wall sconces, empty random little alcoves where no one would ever sit, horrible looking furniture.
To be fair, Echo, this is a government building, though, isn't it?
We've got some more Jar Jar lines. Sword in the Storm is on form today. Why don't you do this one, Echo?
Senor has made me target like a Napoleon.
That was a bit of Nelson Mandela, Jar Jar.
Senor has made me target like a Napoleon.
Oh, that's brilliant. That's fantastic.
Go on, Romeo. Do this one from Reni.
Oh, I don't know if I cannot top anything that Echo's done. He's been just brilliant. I'll try, but I will not come close. Oh, miss, I need a shower and coffee.
I've run out of coffee.
What? You've only just gone and got one. What are you going on about?
No
Brownie,
coffee.
good
No
to have you
coffee.
back. Brownie,
Oh.
we're doing Jar Jar lines. Here's your one.
Misa!
Go on, Brown.
Misa is a transa now. Misa thinking you need to respect Misa pronouns.
Oh, this is so much
Pizza.
better than the original script. It's brilliant.
Sadly, it is.
Look at that fucking idiot.
Observation from our old friend Cider Feet. Anakin desperately trying to tuck his stiffy.
We'll hold on there.
Oh, good God. 106 watching us
Hey.
now. Oh, it's all the man babies. Okay, so I believe we're about 7 minutes into Attack of the Clones.
Ribbon.
And here we go. Lighting's not great here, is it? It's all very dark and gloomy.
Smylex, could you do us a delivery of coffee? Please.
We'll all take a strong one with plenty of whiskey in there as well.
This is setting up a theme for this film which everyone adores, which is people standing and talking in rooms.
Ugh.
Yeah. So obviously, there's the her real true love, isn't it? Obi-Wan.
BG. Yeah, BG's. Staying alive.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, Christ.
You can
It's the
obviously see
moment.
that stiffy.
Ugh, she looks like Rick out of the Young Ones. Yeah.
Yeah, it does
It's a
a
bit
bit.
hot.
Gentlemen, I believe this is a mixed message moment. Time for a drink.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
good
that's
spot.
fair enough, yeah.
Gold spot.
Cheers.
Romeo, I do love the way he comes on camera to show him swigging down straight from the bottle. What is it, Romeo, by the way?
Hang on.
Evian.
Evian.
Fuck, hang on.
Hold on. Let me go. Let me do your full
Oh, it's
screen. Bear with me.
Something
It's
Grant.
Glen Grant.
Oh, Scotch.
Nice. Nice.
And it was full when we started the stream, everyone. So we know he's in trouble.
So you
Yes.
you just got some cold iced tea and poured it in there to try and impress us.
Oh God, cringe.
All right, so Rowan, can you do this in your creepiest possible voice, please?
Oh, I'm
Small
getting
voice, isn't
requested.
it?
Oh, okay, well, I'll go full Ruin Johnson for this. Ooh, Padme, so have you grown more beautiful? I mean, there we go. Like I feel like Ewan McGregor's about to burst out laughing. It's so bad. He's like,
Well, I would too if I saw someone walking around with an old lampshade on their
sorry.
head.
oh, that was the lampshade reference we had earlier. Oh God, now this is this.
Have we
talk about-
skipped to?
No,
Okay,
Brownie,
okay.
I'm
Sorry.
missing my favourite moment. God
Sorry, I'm
damn it.
derailing it. Sorry, man.
No, oh, we've gone backwards now. Good God. It's this one. This is pure friend zoning, isn't it? Oh dear.
Indeed.
Are you sure? Is she going to be thinking that when they're shagging later?
Yeah, that's a mixed message.
Spoiler.
Waylon, who's been saving up all year for this stream, has generously given us another super chat. Brownie, take it away.
Waylon in the chat for $2. Is this where Padme and Obi-Wan DB Padme?
Yes, is the response to that one.
Did we do the other super chats?
The queuing up.
Did we do this?
Yeah, we did.
We did do that one. You've got to pay again now, common
Obi-Wan
people.
shaved, or do you want something to sit on? And did we do this one?
No, we didn't do this one though.
Favorite
Ooh.
me, sad me, glad me,
Bad me.
fuck me.
That sounds like a poll. That one
Sounds like a song.
I presume we're all going option D, but
Had me, sad me, any way you glad me, and all that. Thank you. $2. Thank you, my friend.
I've got a good one here from Black Lives. Maybe Z would be kind enough to do this one.
Black Lives or Black Knives says, "You'll always be that little boy." Proceeds to fuck him.
Aaron Taylor Johnson vibe going on here.
Oh, very good.
So he's obviously making a case for hanging around her because we know what he really wants, don't we? Captain Typhoo.
Would you like tea, milady? Oh, God, I thought that was excellent. Laugh, you bastards.
Of Her Majesty's Secret Service.
Waylon, I think you're doing absolutely fine. Don't worry. We're all going through this together. It's like I was going to say it's like therapy. It's not. It's like trauma.
May I just say, it says here, I want to know who's trying to kill me. Well, didn't she say it was Dooku? Or she changed her mind?
Question here from...
Yeah, no, that's a good point.
Question from Bereth. Hello, Bereth. Does he call her mummy in bed? What do we think?
Also,
Probably.
Probably.
Only when she spanks him.
Only when she changes his full nappy. Says, like Bond, but black and with one eye.
We've got a super sticker. We don't know what it is.
Oh,
but
okay.
Captain Hindsight's NOK.
Is that Norwegian Chroma, maybe?
Yeah, I think so. 14 of them. Thank you, my friend. Super sticker.
Yeah,
Captain Hindsight, I can barely see his picture, but he's sporting the most fabulous
beauty.
lamb chops.
Yes.
It's like he had a full beard and he's took the goatee off and he's kept
It's
a
a
bit left
belter, is that?
behind. It's fabulous,
so that's,
isn't it?
That's what happened to the lead singer of Supergrass.
He's just chilling in Norway watching Brown Alliance streams.
Ruin, could you go to the previous slide?
Oh, of course. This one or the one before?
One before.
Go back.
So here, I'm Captain Typho of Her Majesty's Secret Service. Why is he introducing himself to Obi-Wan and Anakin when they met him in The Phantom Menace?
Yeah.
Well, he has to reintroduce himself to the audience because no one can fucking remember who anyone is anymore. But yeah, that does seem strange. Well spotted. Okay, so we're still in a room, people talking. Jar Jar not saying much, thank God.
Idiot.
We've hit about 10 minutes into the film, though.
Oh, well, we've picked the pace up then. That's good.
2 hours, 13 minutes.
So they're trying to, they're basically offering to protect her or hunt down her would-be assassin. Is that what we're doing here?
Well, Obi-Wan is explaining that they've been charged by the Jedi Council to protect her, and Anakin is overstepping his bounds by saying that they're going to find who's trying to kill her. And this leads to a bit of conflict between the two Jedi.
So does she think that it's Count Dooku? Is that her suspicion?
That's what she said, yeah.
Yes, that's what she said. You know.
Why would Count Dooku want to assassinate a royal queen from Naboo?
Well, she said
to prove that there is a separatist threat.
We need to hold the press, everyone. We do like to make corrections where necessary, and we do have a point of correction. Apparently, it was Captain Panaka
Well,
You're
hang on,
confusing the
Professor.
black one.
If Professor Artoo is going to go there, we're going to say Captain Typho Samoan. So can you not tell African Americans from Polynesians?
Oh, Professor Artoo.
Oh,
Professor Artoo.
Reversed.
Oh,
Tell you what, for a man who's had 3/4 of a bottle of scotch, you're not doing bad there, Romeo.
Yeah.
That was very quick.
You just sent him to the spice mines of Kessel with that burn.
Oh dear.
I do need to skip back. I'm sorry to do this, Brian, but big
He's-
problem makes a valid observation. Kenobi's Chad body stance versus Anakin's Virgin Anakin's body stance.
That's
Yes.
true. That's totally true.
Good.
It's a good
Is that
observation.
good direction, or is that nothing to do with George? I don't know.
has anybody said how awful Aiden Christensen is?
Not yet. No. But
Oh, we'll get to that when you talk
Yeah,
about
we'll do.
sand.
Oh, he's dying to let Padme exceed his mandate. Check out my mandate.
Do we know why Lucas chose him?
Well, apparently they screen tested over 400 actors. I have no. Well, and the reason they chose Hayden Christensen is because he and Natalie Portman look good together. That was it.
What?
Amelia Bedelia has turned up a little late, but not to worry. And she's just asked what we've missed. Well, don't worry, Amelia
Where's that
Bedelia.
again for you?
We'll go back to the start. So let's just take us all the way back to the start. Sorry, Brian.
Basically, Brownie spent 5 minutes fossicking in his kitchen cupboards looking for coffee that wasn't there.
There's no coffee. It's gone. I've got enough to make a very, very weak coffee.
Brownie, I need you to level with us because we're all friends here. It felt a bit convenient that you suddenly needed to disappear to make a coffee the moment Padme comes on
No,
screen
it was
being all
coffee, mate.
sexy. Are you sure you weren't
No,
doing
it was
anything
coffee.
else?
No, I
more
can assure you it was coffee.
malicious.
Afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and Sword in the Storm was, quote, at work.
Of course it was.
Okay, so they are offering to, and he's being well.
Oh,
Obi-Wan's schooling him here, isn't he? Really?
I promise you, we will not exceed our mandate or give you one in the. Oh, God, it's awful. Oh, God.
No, not a fan of this, Brown.
It's just cringe.
You're gonna have a good time for the next 10 hours, aren't you? Doing the rest.
Isn't
How-
that one of Echo's drink rules?
No, it wasn't
is?
sassy.
Oh, yes.
No, it has to. No, it has to be sassy. This is him being
Yes.
authoritative.
How can George cast the wrong people in the lead, technically the lead roles of his movie, twice on the trot? What are the odds of that?
I can tell you, Harrison Ford was a carpenter when he was cast as Han Solo. Just this time, he just cast a piece of wood.
Boom, boom. We've got our old mate Jaden Smith eyes, and he says,
Hello,
"Hot take. I don't hate Hayden. I hate how he was directed. He's a great, creepy, dark presence when he isn't reading dialogue written by George. Is that
Yeah,
That's
okay,
your
yeah, I'll
observation.
take it. Yeah, he's right. Yeah,
Hmm.
Jaden's right. Yeah.
If you've seen Life as a House, which he made in 2001, he was actually a really great actor in that.
Side of Feet thinks he looks a bit Down's cat side? Okay, Side of Feet. We'll give you it.
Well, Natalie Portman is an authentic, an actually very talented and really gifted actress. She won an Academy Award. She's really good. I mean, even she can't do anything with this dialogue. It's just diabolical.
You can write it, George, but you sure as hell can't say it.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Oh, come on, Z. You've got to do a Harrison Ford impression for that.
God damn it, George. You can write the shit, but you sure can't say it.
That's good.
I'm going to close the poll, everybody.
There's a poll?
Yeah, you've got 30
Most
seconds
meaningless
to vote.
poll of all time. It's been
You
running
got
for
30
like
seconds
an
to
hour.
vote. Somehow, there's the Liam Neeson's dong is absolutely romping home like he always does.
Somehow Liam Neeson's dong returned.
Okay, in fact, I'll close it because you're departing in a moment, aren't you, Rue?
I am. My time is almost up. Well, look,
Okay.
before I go, and I thought we'd get to the end of this
So did I.
boring off scene, but never mind. I just want to say, Brownie, well done for pulling this together. You've got a great panel of guests, and
Logistics
thanks to all
nightmare.
those who've
Yeah.
kicked this off with me today. And good luck for the next 10 hours. I think I'm looking at the pace, and I think I've set a great pace for you to work with. So,
As we've said before, you are the heart and soul of these things, and
I'm
you're
the
a tough act.
arsehole.
You are a tough act to follow. We'll do the poll. Here we go. So, poll completed, 95 votes. Bringing up the rear, Hugh Edwards, 6.
Copious.
Keywords rear, bringing up the rear.
Do you see what I did there?
Nice.
What can I do for Schofield? Anyway, Phil Schofield, 7%.
Finger looking good.
Yes. And the winner, Liam Neeson's dong, with 86%. Wow. Amazing.
Well, they do like a bit of Leeson dong.
Gong action. They do. Right then. Okay. So that's it then for you, Rue.
It is. What a fabulous moment to leave it on with Obi-Wan dropping a what?
What?
I have, I don't like to disappoint. Amelia Bedelia has just made a small request, and that's for me to.
Yeah, go on.
Well,
sing us out.
well,
You've got,
Amelia,
what,
I'm
a
really
minute?
just singing myself out. All you lot are sticking around for the next 10 hours. So how about I go with a bit of this? Okay, it's off the cuff here, man, babies. Her name was Padme. She was a showgirl with a lampshade in her hair and a dress cut down to the. She would merengue and do the cha-cha. And while she tried to be a star, Hayden always touched her up across the crowded floor. They had the death sticks galore. They were young, they had each other. Who could ask for more? Join in at the Copacabana. The hottest spot
Hottest joint north of Mos Eisley.
Hey, at the
Copacabana. Music and passion was always in fashion at the Copa.
They
fell in love.
There we go. Right off the top of my head there, man, babies. Thank you for having me. Have a wonderful rest of May the 4th and the Attack of the Close stream. And good luck finishing this one, Brown. I think you're absolutely fucked.
I do as well, but never mind. Cheers, bye.
Goodbye, man, babies.
Bye, Rowan. God bless Rowan. All the best.
Rowan.
Okay. Who wants to stick around? We've got other guests coming on.
Well, I'm going to drop out now, but I will be coming back later.
Yeah.
So expect me around 7:30, is it?
Feel free to drop in at any time, though.
Of course I will. Whenever I've got a free moment, I'll pop on and say hello.
Could you sort some coffee out as well?
I've got loads.
I'll bail out too, Brownie. It's 1:30 here, but I'll come back sometime in my morning in about 8 hours
Okay.
time.
Brilliant. Okay then. Right. So if you want to stay, feel free. If you're leaving, thank you very much.
And I shall see you all later.
Take care.
See you, Zee.
Bye.
Bye, gents.
See you,
you,
Echo.
everyone.
See you, Echo.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care, mate.
Okay, so let's see who we've got left. Romeo, Master, and moi. Let's get
An Englishman,
some.
an Australian, and a Welshman walk into a bar.
Oof, it was an iron bar.
And they say, that's the one.
Boom.
Okay, we have guests, folks. We've seen him in the chats. Here he is, folks. Let's be gentle with him. Common people.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello, common people. How are you?
Quite good. I have a song to sing, if that's okay.
Would you like to speak up a bit? Yes. Okay. Yes.
A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away, Naboo was under an attack. And I thought me and Qui-Gon Jinn could talk the Federation into maybe cutting them a little slack. But the response, it didn't thrill us. They locked the doors and tried to kill us. We escaped from that gas, then met Jar Jar and Boss Nass. We took a bongo from the scene. We went to see the Queen. We all wound up on Tatooine. That's where we found this boy. Oh my, this here Anakin guy. Maybe Vader someday later, now he's just a small fry. He left his home and kissed his mommy goodbye, singing soon I'm gonna
Soon I'm gonna be a Jedi.
Soon I'm gonna be a Jedi.
Very good.
There we go.
Wow.
What
Wow.
an intro. That was
The
amazing.
saga
Oh.
begins.
How
Yeah.
good was that, folks? We have a star in the making. Common people. How are you, my friend?
Anyway,
You good?
back
You good?
to this shit then.
Yes. Shall I get the? We'll get the other guests out. Okay. Here we go, folks. The man who he works wonders in the back rooms, in the scenery, as it were, in the in the what's the word I'm looking for? Behind the scenes. Here he is, Professor Artoo.
Oh, sorry. Oh, just woke up. How's everybody doing?
Yo, Prof,
Hey.
how you doing?
Hey, yeah. I'm glad I get to come on here and have a go at Romeo there for taking me on in the chat. Yeah.
Wow, you sound very. I'm just going.
Also on a new mic here, so yeah. Let me know
Oh,
if
wow.
it's a little
Wow.
little off or.
Yeah, it's good,
anything.
mate. You well?
No, I'm doing great this morning.
Yeah.
It's for us here, for me here. It's 8:30 in the morning, so
Oh,
definitely need my coffee. I'm not sure why you're complaining about coffee at what 2 in the afternoon.
This is just
No.
kind of I've just got up territory. Anyway, it's
Doing
great to have
great.
you on, mate.
Yeah, glad to be here. Well, I mean, glad to be here until I have to watch a little bit of this movie, and then probably
know.
not going to be quite so glad. But
Okay, I've altered your mic settings because you were coming in a little bit too hard. But
I
anyway.
can turn that down.
No, it's sorted. It's sorted. Look who it is, everybody. Smylex.
Hi, hello, hi.
Have you got any coffee there, mate?
I've got absolutely loads of it,
Oh,
thanks.
bastard.
Yeah, being this close to common people, it's setting my ankle bracelet off. But I guess we'll have to cope with that.
Easy on me, Smylex. This is my first time.
We're never going dry. Sorry.
No, it's not good. It's not good, folks. Dry.
Yeah, I'm on one of the microphones that left me, so it's
Norman
probably
Collier, yes.
got me.
Alex.
I'm ready to go, guys. Ready to go.
Okay. Right, question then. Common people, your initial thoughts of this movie, and then, your initial thoughts.
Well, I didn't see it when it came out. I think it was 10, maybe something like that when it came out.
Yeah.
And didn't watch it for years, and it went out of my memory completely. And I watched it last night to remind myself, and again, it's totally gone out of my memory again. I don't think there's anything worth remembering in this film except for Natalie Portman's abs. That's probably it.
So you're a big fan of this film?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Natalie Portman. She's given Ray a run for her money.
Oh. Yeah, I was Prof, thoughts?
Yeah. The worst of the prequel trilogy.
Really?
Oh yes, yeah. No, I'm kind of glad I'm not planning to be around when the Lord is today, because I know he loves this one.
I know he does.
The dialogue in this one is just appalling. As I said in the chat earlier, it just devolves very slowly throughout the entire movie. Like, it starts out okay, and it just gets worse and worse and worse till the actors are basically drooling on each other. It's terrible.
Smylex?
I have a strange memories of this one because I made a very expensive mistake. When Phantom Menace came out, it came out I think 7 weeks earlier than in the US than it did in the UK. So
Yeah.
as a massive nerd, I booked tickets to the States and went to go see it in the States.
What?
Yes, it was a very expensive trip. It was New York, and the worst 3 hours of that entire trip were, of course, watching the Phantom Menace. However, when they announced the release date for this one, I thought, they'll be doing the same thing again. So I booked the tickets to go to the States. And then, of course, what did they do? They released it on the same day theatrically. So I actually saw it at midnight in the UK. Then 4 hours later, got up and went on a plane to the States to see it again, which I didn't need to do. Yes.
Was that
and it was very
expensive?
weird because, of course, in 1999, the Twin Trade Towers were there. In 2002, they weren't. So the entire mood of New York was a bit different in 2002.
Wow.
Yeah, so very strange memories of this film. As for the film itself, it's shite. Where is Mega Geek? It's shite. Yeah.
It's not the best, is it? Okay. So where did we get to?
Well, we're only about 3.5 minutes into the film. It's fine.
Yeah.
We're going to have to try and blast through these. So, okay. What? Oh, look at that idiot there. Just look at that, folks.
Something of beauty. Look at that.
Is this the part where I
Darth.
say one?
Have you seen my Tinder profile? These are the kind of people I get all the time. This is wonderful. That's at least a 6.
What has happened to Darth Jar Jar? He's fallen on hard times. Poor thing.
Lucas gave him a reduced role, didn't he, after the backlash of the first one? Is that correct?
I believe he did. Yeah, I believe he watered him down a little bit.
Those are the rumors.
Didn't he set everything in motion? Didn't he give power to the Chancellor?
He
does,
did in
yeah.
the Phantom
He
Menace.
does.
Yeah.
So basically, he creates Darth Vader then.
He's the most evil character in the entire
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what
franchise.
I thought.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Have you seen the behind the scenes of the Phantom Menace when his editors and producers tried to basically tell George that there was too much Jar Jar, and when he tried to edit him out, he realized he was in pretty much every scene, every critical scene. So there was nothing they could do.
I think it's just, if anything, it's just too soon for the CGI effects for creatures.
Yeah, the thing
Nice
is,
attempts, but
you've got slides. If you had an actual FMV of some of this, it's pretty bad. I rewatched this film this week in preparation for this,
yeah,
and the scene just around here where he sits down, it looks awful. It really doesn't look good at all anymore.
yeah, key to everything.
Let's be honest, though. The look of Jar Jar Binks is the least of his problems.
It is.
I still don't understand how his eyes work, but never mind. Them stalks.
Crab eyes.
Yeah, okay.
It looks like if you're standing behind
Like
him,
an
he can
owl's eyes.
stare at you.
It's not
Dead
good, is it?
eyes. Like a doll's eyes.
Okay, so what's the exposition here? And why else do you think we were assigned to, if not to find the killer?
Well, I mean, you've given that far too much emotion if you're doing his lines there. This is Grange Hill level of acting.
Do you want to have a go at this, Smylex?
Protection is a job for local security, not Jedi. I think that's about the right pace.
Yeah.
Are we supposed to like him in this?
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
I don't know
Obi-Wan's
what to
line,
say.
though.
Oh, it's awful.
It's overkill, Master. Investigation is implied in our mandate.
Hmm.
We will do exactly as the council has instructed.
Oh, this was, of course, in the days before Ewan got the Rice Krispie on his head removed as well. This is pre-Rice Krispie.
And you will learn your place, young one.
Oh.
Jay's
Who's
my
saying
acting
this
coach.
line?
Just script
Perhaps
reading
with
now.
merely your presence. Mystery surrounding this threat will be revealed.
I'll have an officer stationed on every floor. Who's saying that? The Kiwi?
I'm saying yes.
Should be.
Yeah. Who wants to say this one? Who's... Go on then.
Me,
Philly
sir,
Boost.
busting with happiness. Seeing you, sir, again, Annie.
That wasn't bad, actually.
Oh, that was probably too good. Too good for this panel.
Oh.
Yeah.
There we go.
It's
This-
got the it's got the kind of decor of a Job Center Plus.
She
a little
hardly,
bit.
Kind of, it's
she
kind of
hardly
like
even recognized me, Jar Jar.
everything about this this set just feels like it's there to make you feel bad, and
Is this
you know,
the
sort of
part
lose
where
your
he-
will to live.
Is this the part where he starts singing Teenage Dirtbag?
Who would want to sing it then, common people? Go on.
No, I'm not doing it. No.
Oh, come on.
Oh, it's just so... The dialogue is just
It's
so...
terrible. It's
Ugh.
terrible, and it just gets worse. It just gets progressively worse all the way through the film.
He's not seen her for 10 years, and straight away he's just got the love boner.
Her
Yep.
name is Padme. I have a dream about her. There you go. That's enough.
It's very good.
I've thought
Okay.
about her every day since we parted,
And
and she's forgotten me completely.
Sounds like a character in a Wes Anderson film.
Yeah.
who wants to do this one?
She's a happier than me seeing her in a long old time.
I think we'll just do the... it's just easier to do this. Just go through it and the... It's like looking at Ewan McGregor there. I just don't quite think he's got the
No.
focal...
Yeah, the tennis
Positioning
ball was
spot on.
clearly too high or too
Yeah.
low there, wasn't it?
Oh.
You can see the hate in his eyes towards
Yeah.
George over there.
I did train spotting and I was
What-
good in that. What am I
You have to
doing?
remember. You have to remember that in this movie with Attack of the Clones, this is the one where George went insane and began making an entire film of nothing but green screen sets and some actors standing on it. So he's on a completely green set with green props and a green background with a tennis ball on a stick, or he might be talking to somebody in a green suit with dots all over them.
Yeah, because he
Yep.
kept saying that everything he did was just... It was just green
Yeah.
everywhere. Green.
If you've seen any of the interviews,
Yeah.
like he's pretending he's like, oh, this is me riding on the little, horse camel thing. It's just like, it was just me just sitting on this green box and pretending to bounce up and down. It's like everything here is digital. Everything.
Even
It's,
even the background with the window, the
Yes.
kind of windows.
Every bit of it.
It's just basically a green room.
Yep. It's a big
Yep,
green room with
just
some
a green
green
room.
boxes for them to sit on.
There you go.
And the actors who were going to be CGI'd were just in green suits.
To be fair, it is better than the volume. At least you can actually see what it is. It's not all a muddy brown color in the
Would
background.
this be the first time it was ever literally just acting in a green room?
Yeah, I mean, it really was.
Yeah.
It was.
Right.
This
They
was,
were-
this
Really,
was very
they did
different
thi-
for them.
I mean, they did things like that on other films, but not for the entire production, which this pretty much was. I mean, this
Yeah.
is like a good 85% of the film is all pretty much in green screen. I mean, at least the Matrix went outside now and again.
There you
It's
go,
true.
Amelia Bedelia. So actors had to act and failed.
They
Well,
had one job, Amelia,
Yeah.
just one
Yeah.
job.
Well, having done a little bit of amateur acting myself, I mean, like at high school, like you actually
Funny,
there's a
so
whole,
have they.
there's a whole lot. Well,
True.
there's a whole lot that you get from your environment and from the other actors.
yeah.
And if you're not getting to face another actor, you're just facing some dude in a green suit. who's
Look,
not
I played.
talking to
Look,
you.
I played Dungeons and Dragons. It's all about the theater of the mind. Come on.
Well, this is true. This is very true. But if the environment around you, your costuming, the other actors all put you in a certain mindset.
yeah.
And if they're just in a green room with a bunch of weirdos in green suits, I mean, man, that's got to be tough.
Shit,
Okay, so
Smylex,
it's
did
really
you just
gotta
say
be
that you?
tough.
Smylex, did you just admit you played Dungeons and Dragons online? I don't think I did it out loud, Smylex. It's fine.
Yeah.
Nobody
no,
heard,
no,
don't worry.
no.
Nobody heard.
We
The
didn't hear
actors
that.
had such a hard
We didn't hear
time
that.
with these green screens
Yeah.
that Hayden Christensen said that his favorite scene, filming scene, was the bar scene that we see later because it was all a real set. and not just a green screen.
It was mostly real.
Okay, because as we said, they've never done this before, so maybe we should be a little bit more forgiving.
Nope. Not
Well,
at all.
Only the emotions
Really?
were green
Oh,
screened in
okay,
that scene.
No,
Yeah,
there are
I
good
mean,
actors. Andy Serkis, and somebody just mentioned him. Andy Serkis.
Yeah, I saw that.
You know, that man was doing the same sort of crap, and he gives an incredible performance. No, these. I'm sorry, but Ewan McGregor is an
Ooh.
overrated actor. And as for
well,
Hayden
yes, he is.
Christensen,
You're right.
Hayden
Ooh.
Christensen,
He is.
I mean,
I
he was
just-
never
I-
great. I mean, Hayden Christensen.
I just
you watch
plug
him in
Andy
film-
Serkis, really nice
Go.
guy.
Yeah, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I'm sure he's a fantastic blokey.
I was an
Christensen
extra
is
on the
good.
first Hobbit film, and he was the director
Oh,
in the second
nice.
unit. He was a really,
Nice.
really nice guy. He was really nice to everyone.
He does seem very.
I can't say enough good things about him.
Nice.
Yeah. To be fair to Hayden, I mean, I've seen him in other films, and he's not as bad as he is in these. So there is the George Lucas effect, where everybody is lowered by about
Well,
20%.
yes,
Oh, yeah.
absolutely.
An actor is only as good as the script that they're given. I've said this multiple times, and when you're dealing with George Lucas dialogue, there's not very much you can do.
Yeah, it's not just the dialogue, is it? It's the direction as well. I mean, he's
Yeah.
not getting anything out of any of the actors, which is
especially
why you get the big stage actors that actually do quite well in these, because they're hamming it up to 110%, and then we're getting a decent performance. But everybody else is just coming across as kind of flat.
Perhaps the line of dialogue should say, "You're focusing on the negative panel." See what I did there? See what I did there?
Yeah.
That was quite good. Let's move on.
Well done.
Who's saying this? Be mindful of your thoughts. Oh,
Is that a lightsaber in your pocket, or was she just pleased to see you?
okay. So this is the assassination attempt, is it not?
It is. It is indeed. Yep.
Well, this is the planning for the second assassination attempt.
yeah.
Django Fett has hired the changeling Zam to do a better job this time.
Yes.
And they don't
10
take
minutes and
anything.
33 seconds into the film.
Excellent. Excellent. I have a bet that we wouldn't get through this in 12 hours, so that's fine.
We will, because I'll just blast through these.
See, it was her that blew up the ship on the landing pad.
Oh, she's such a bad person.
They used a decoy. Oh. I love when the decoy dies, and she's like, "I failed you." It's like, nope. Nope, you did exactly what you were supposed to do.
If we had
This
somebody
is-
who could do a decent New Zealand accent, we could get somebody to do an impression.
This is teasing exposition, isn't it? My client.
Yeah. But I won't tell you who. Wink, wink.
Not
Swish,
yet.
swish, swish, swish with my cape.
The assassination attempt doesn't make much sense, though, does it? Because if she made the attempt to kill Padme, how did she know how she was going to try and kill her?
Well, and the whole plot that I'm going to kill you with millipedes.
No,
You're
even
gonna stick
before
through
that,
your
blown up
Poisonous millipedes.
Yeah.
Very poisonous millipedes.
And we need, as I say, if we could get this line read out by somebody with a New Zealand accent. So, Common, if you could take us out with this one.
New Zealand? No, I don't have New Zealand in my back pocket.
Who's from New Zealand? Silence.
Not originally, but I live
come
in
on,
New
you-
Zealand, but
you've
I'm
adapted-
not.
lives
you've-
in New Zealand, yeah.
You've adapted, though. Come on.
Come on, give it
Yeah.
your best.
But it's Tamara Morrison who's Māori, so he has a very particular kind of accent. So it's quite a low growl, and also he should have said "Churbro" in there as well, which Echo Chamberlain would have laughed at, but nobody else will. Be careful; they're very poisonous.
This is
was
exposition
pretty
for the
good.
slow.
That was pretty good.
Yeah, this is exposition for the slow kids, isn't it?
Mhm.
Yes.
This scene is unnecessary. Like, and him handing it over to her. We just need to see the assassination attempt. We don't need all of this.
I believe that Lucas did actually go on record and say that he was making this for a young audience, like small kids. I mean, the first one,
Okay.
you could say,
Oh, fair enough.
they were made for everybody, but he did sort of say that this one was made for a young audience. I mean, maybe that was one of those
What, the
hindsight things.
politics?
Well, I think he
Well, I
said
know
I'm
exactly.
making this.
Exactly.
he
All
said
of
I'm
those
making
corridor scenes.
Yeah, I think he said he was.
Is that why
making
the
this for
third
the
act feels
action
like a video
figures.
game?
Welcome to Talking Over Each Other. Prof.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just So I think he was making this for the action figures,
Yeah,
and specifically
it's
the
very
people that would
cynical.
buy them. I think that's more
yeah,
specific.
probably true. Yeah.
This assassin.
The entire third act feels like a video game in this film. Not that we'll ever get there, but
No,
it just goes from battle to boss fight, if you think about it. From
Yes.
Anakin's ride down the conveyor belt where he loses,
Oh God, yes, that bit's to come,
Where's
isn't
gone?
it? Oh,
Yeah.
and then fight with
no.
Count Dooku. It's like a set of achievements in a video game with a few cutscenes in between.
Is this changeling a
Spoilers.
transformer? Spoilers.
Yes, she is. He is.
In-
They are.
They
are.
are. Yes.
Back to the color scheme of the Ellen Road Leeds United Football Club ground.
Yeah, the Leeds have blown it, haven't they? Bastards. Captain Taifu T has more than enough men downstairs.
Not enough men for Jay Goodwin. I can say that because he can't get me in here.
Not yet. I don't like just waiting here for something to happen to her. It all
I
feels
don't think
very
you got the teenage
forced.
angst there. Yeah.
What's weird is I think it's Anakin that says this. I don't like just waiting here for something to happen to her. And then in a few seconds, he reveals that he's basically setting her up to get attacked. Yeah. It's none of it makes sense.
Exactly. Yeah. The lie for this, and then wait, she's bait. Yeah. No, I don't like just waiting here for something to happen.
It's like they've all just got there. They've had the little hello everybody, blah blah blah, and it's like straight away they're just waiting for something to happen. Straight away they're expecting it.
Mm-hmm.
Or is it
like
just
Jaden Smith's comment, reading the dialogue in slow motion is making me unusually angry. when it's like laid out like this, it just makes it worse.
This is a completely normal reaction, Jaden. You're all right. You're okay.
Oh, she covered perv.
Damn it! She covered her cameras.
I don't think she liked
I don't think
watching
she
her,
liked
Mr.
watching
Simpson.
her.
This is a completely stupid move by Padme because she doesn't want Anakin watching her. So fair enough, but you don't have to turn off the cameras. You just face them towards the windows where you're surely about to be attacked from.
Maybe that should say, I don't think she liked me watching her in a sexual fashion. But on a practical security fashion, perhaps I should watch her.
She didn't like me perving on her.
It wouldn't matter where she pointed them because she has to do that whole nighttime routine of taking out all the plugs and turning the fires off. That's just
Plus,
this is just for the B-side.
plus she's got R2 as well.
True.
Yeah.
Always reliable.
Always.
Always watching. Always watching.
Mm-hmm.
Who's saying this? See? Who's saying this?
I think it's Ewan trying to pull off a posh accent.
She programmed R2 to warn us if there is an intruder. There are many other ways to kill a senator.
Usually they've involved cocaine.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah, hookers and blow.
Or accusations of sexual misconduct. That's usually a good one.
Yep.
You're using
or
her
asphyxiation generally.
You're using her as jail bait.
Is this the producer to Lucas?
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
It was her idea.
It made me watch the film.
I can sense everything going on in that room.
I bet you can, you dirty little
It's kind of
bastard.
hot.
Okay, master bait.
Maybe we're not giving Hayden Christensen enough credit because he's able to say that with a relatively straight face.
Yeah,
whereas you think anybody less professional would fucking lose their mind. You want me to say what? You want me to read this? Come on.
Perhaps he was just glad to be there. What do you think?
Yeah, he's just thinking about the paycheck.
Yeah, it's just good to be there. Yeah.
Just specifically these scenes in this apartment, town, whatever it is, penthouse. They look like 90s FMV games where everyone was just acting in front of a green
It's a
screen.
good call. Yeah, they do. Yeah, it's like Night Trap or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
More of
They
a
look
fake, probably,
completely
on the right.
disconnected from their background.
To be fair to Hayden, because we are giving him a bit of crap here, he really trained hard and did a great job on the fighting choreography. Those were
Oh, yeah,
brilliant.
that's good.
He doesn't
Yeah.
actually have to open his mouth. He's fantastic, and he was probably the best thing in that Ahsoka TV show for the 3 minutes he was in that.
I do have a bit of personal trivia related to the fight choreography in
go
the
for it.
prequel trilogy. So I did 3 years of fight choreography at my acting school, and for 3 months we did saber and sword training with Carl Rowling, who's an Aussie actor, fight choreographer, and stuntman, who, along with Nick Gillard, was responsible for all the lightsaber duels in the prequels. Kyle was also the stunt double for Count Dooku, and we did a few days of lightsaber dueling with him. So I was technically trained by a Jedi turned Sith.
Wow, cool! That is great.
Wow. Well, let's finish
Very
the stream
nice.
there. Good to see you, everybody.
Directed by George
Take care.
Lucas.
Have a good night.
What do you need
Have a
12
good night.
hours for when you
We'll
got
see you
that?
next year. Take care, everybody.
Yep.
Let's just blast through the dialogue here.
That little
Let's
mouse
do it.
tail get on your nerves after a while, just dangling around.
Oh
your ear.
yeah,
I think it would, wouldn't it?
rat-tailed.
Look at that thing.
Back
yeah.
to the Transformer.
Does anybody have any rat tail trivia for me? No.
You can cut it off once you reach level 3 of Jedi-ness or something. I hear. I'm sure we need Z for these kind of things.
Yeah, you have to unlock that skin. I think it takes about 400 experience points.
And she's clearly returning her DVD via Love Film in this moment, I think.
I thought she was putting more money in the meter.
Oh yeah, yeah.
The costume looks like the straight out of Flash Gordon, the 80s.
They do,
does,
yeah.
little
But they
bit.
don't look like cosplay, which is unlike what Disney's doing right now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. These do look like
fair play.
genuine
Yeah, cool.
costumes.
There are layers to the clothing, and it doesn't look like it's just come off straight off a peg.
Keep it in the 2000s. I don't remember the 80s. I wasn't born.
Well, that's no excuse.
Me
No.
either.
There's no reason you haven't seen Flash Gordon. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I did.
Have you not seen Flash Gordon?
Yeah, I watched it once recently.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's a great movie.
No.
It's
Well,
very
you know what you
cheap.
need to do after this stream then?
Go to bed.
No, we'll just talk about Flash Gordon now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Welcome to Let's Talk
Where's
About
Jay?
Flash Gordon on the Attack of the Clones stream.
I mean, why not?
A movie that was intentionally made to be as cheesy as possible, and yet
Yes.
still is much more serious than this film.
Completely camp
Yeah.
and far more enjoyable than this.
Yeah. Oh.
Brian Blessed, best part of that movie. Sorry.
So,
Yeah. And one of the worst parts of the Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
True.
10 years later, he's still having bad dreams about his mother.
Well, he's American, isn't he?
He's a mama's boy.
You've seen that pornography? It's all about moms and fathers and stepmoms.
Flash Gordon is Star Wars adjacent.
The coffee's starting to hit.
Your mama.
I don't know why I keep dreaming about her.
I don't know why I keep dreaming about her, Anakin. She was hot, though.
I'd much rather.
Here we
dream
go.
about
I'd much rather
Padme.
dream about
Oh.
Padme.
Oh, God.
Oh no.
Wow.
What a
That
like
is awful.
180. How do you go from like contemplating like missing your mother to being horny? Like it's so bizarre.
Oh,
Uh,
that is awful dialogue.
it's a shorter trip for some people than others.
Yeah.
Oh.
Dear me. Oh, George, what were you thinking? No.
Oh, we've all been there, lads. Come on.
The director's working
What a
out some of
frag.
his own issues here.
I'm not a lad. I identify as a they, them. How dare you?
Oh, sorry. Apologies.
Moving on.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Just being around her is intoxicating.
It's so bad.
Reading this dialogue is excruciating.
Can you imagine how bad it was trying to get the stills for every piece of dialogue?
Imagine getting your script, just looking at it, page after page of this shit. Oh, dear me.
Yeah, literally what you're reading is the script. Yeah, that's why there's so many stills. Yeah.
But this scene, it could have made us start to care about Anakin and his love for Padme and start to actually believe him. Unfortunately, because Christensen is such an inexperienced and wooden actor, that we don't. Where someone else, I'm not sure who would have been at that time, who would have been the right age, could have done it, like maybe even Leonardo DiCaprio, if he'd had the misfortune to be cast in this film, could actually have elevated that a little bit.
Yeah, who was hot at that time? Tobey Maguire? I don't know.
They could have got away with
Yeah,
it.
Tobey Maguire with the rage.
Yeah. There's just no passion with Hayden Christensen at all. It's just so
very
wooden.
it's two-dimensional.
I mean, again,
flat.
I've seen him in other films, and he's not the worst thing in those films. He's not a good actor, but he's not the worst. But he is, as I say, the George Lucas effect is to lower your abilities by a good 50%.
Yes.
So,
And
here he is on green screen as well. So,
Yeah, it feels like he has no chemistry with anyone else on set. Like,
Not
just
even
anyone he's with, just no chemistry at all.
Yeah, not even the green screen. You go, not Brian. Would have been much better if Anakin and Padme had no feeling until after the Naboo security mission. Having Anakin drool over her for 10 years is ridiculous.
I agree. Because if his
and
feelings for
gross.
her developed as he was protecting her, it would have been more organic. It would have been akin to, like, the bodyguard or something like that.
Yeah.
But all he has is, like, why is he in love with her? There's no reason for him to, because he met her when he was a kid, hasn't seen her in 10 years, and all of a sudden he's infatuated with her. It's just so bizarre.
Well, he met
So
her when
forced.
puberty hit, clearly.
Yeah, but he's a Jedi. He should be like banging green chicks on different planets every week, surely.
We've got a couple of super chats. Smylex, you available, mate?
Piso, that's a distraction for $19.99. This film is so bad, but I love it. 7-year-old me watched the DVD over and over. At least George was trying something creative. Dexter Jetster for president.
Well, fair play. Fair play. If you enjoy it, why not?
Yep.
Prof, you available, mate?
Sure enough. MJUK 84 for $5 Canadian. Is Anakin the only one in the Empire who has an American accent?
Ooh.
I kind of think so.
Which
yeah.
that's impressive because he's Canadian.
But the
He
thing is,
doesn't
when,
go around saying A.
but the thing is, when in Return of the Jedi he was revealed, he had a very, very posh Queen's English accent. Amazing that.
What age is Anakin supposed to be?
17. He's a teenager there, I think.
Yeah, late
So he
teens.
was 7 in the first one.
He was 8 in the first
He's
film.
8, yeah, so he's like
So he's about
18
18
going on
here,
19.
and he's
Yeah.
5 years younger than Padme, who's 23. She's been queen, she's been senator, and is much more experienced than him.
Bit of cougar
in
action.
a lot of
there.
ways.
I'm just thinking of him with a Canadian accent. Oh, geez, Anakin, hey. Geez, I gotta go get my lightsaber, eh?
You're not my buddy guy.
Okay, let's move on. Okay. So this is where Obi's saying, look,
Exposition.
yeah, calm it down, son. Calm it down.
You made a commitment to the Jedi Order, a commitment not easily broken. Blah, blah, blah.
What bugs me about the interactions between Obi-Wan and Anakin is when we see Obi-Wan in the original Star Wars, when he's talking to Luke, he refers to Anakin Skywalker as his really good friend. But in these next two films, their relationship is quite strained, and it's one of like a troubled pupil and his teacher reprimanding him every scene. There's not much of a friendship.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, because I mean, obviously when we get to episode 4, or just Star Wars as we like to call it, he's telling us that he was a good friend. He was a
good friend.
He was a good friend. He actually those are the lines he uses, and you don't get that feeling here. There's no, you can have banter with people who you are really good friends with, and take get a bit sort of catty with them. But I mean, that's not what we're getting here. It feels cold between these two. It doesn't feel
George is just retconning in his later films, isn't he?
Just
playing
remember
catch
that,
up with his own material. Yeah.
Yeah, just remember that when Obi-Wan is saying all of those things, almost everything that comes out of his mouth is later proven to be a lie.
Yeah.
He's making it all up. So the whole "he was a good friend" thing, probably not. It'd probably another exaggeration.
Like most things in Star Wars, you probably have to watch another show to
There
see
you go.
them.
Yep.
And read the accompanying novelization.
And play the video game.
Yeah.
Here, folks, not Brian. George Lucas has been retconning since 1980.
Actually, probably earlier
This
than
is
that.
true. Yeah.
Probably even earlier than that. He started talking about how he'd written a massive backstory somewhere around about 79, I think, and that was not true either. So yeah.
Well, he retcons Boba Fett in this, and he says this in the commentary to Attack of the Clones. He mentions that Boba, being a clone of Jango, is a retcon. He was supposedly just supposed to be a clone trooper that went rogue in the original trilogy, but he changed the law to make him Jango's clone son. So he's always meddling, isn't he?
Yes, he is the meddler.
And on that bombshell.
Yay! Best actor in the entire thing. There he is.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Well done, sir.
Yes.
So what's happening? He's the security, isn't he?
Yes. Yes. Well.
Yeah.
He's looking where Anakin's not allowed to.
Why he's the security but then the lasers are not coming out of him, they're coming off the floor. I don't know.
Will he be recording all the action later so Anakin can have a
Oh,
butcher's?
absolutely. Yes. Yeah, Anakin's asking for some very specific reports after the fact.
That's for Padme's OnlyFans page.
Yeah, here you go, Jay Goodwin. I thought this. The meddler.
Indeed, yeah.
No, I thought
does Artoo double up as a Roomba? Because you never see anywhere that's never see anything that's dusty, do you? None of these rooms are actually covered in dust or anything. So
you ask Z, R2 has some powerful suction.
Oh yeah,
so Z could tell you all about that.
Makes a lot of sense.
Yeah,
gets lonely in hyperspace.
Yeah, it does. It does. Yeah.
What's happening here?
Very specifically
video
designed
presentation.
Yes, very specifically designed droid to fly over and open up a hole in the shield,
and
then cut a hole in the window,
yep.
and then inject a very specific species of poisonous millipedes.
Yeah, and not just shoot a gun.
Yeah.
No, that's ridiculous. Why would you do that?
Okay, panel, Master Niyat.
Yes.
When you saw this in the theatre, when it was released, how old were you?
13.
Romeo?
31 or 32, I believe.
Common?
I think it was 9.
Prof?
Yeah, it would have been early 20s.
Smylex, I know you was about 52, weren't you?
52, 53.
Okay, so for
28, I think.
Okay, so for our younger viewers then, were you amazed by this?
No.
No, I was bored.
Because it was aimed at you two, you younger peeps, wasn't it?
It was. And
they specifically said at the start that this was made for common people. I'm pretty much sure that's in an interview.
Well, I mostly watched it last night. A clip that's fit on TV every now and again, and just didn't want to look at it at all. And then when I watched it last night, it was just to see him again. Just didn't want to look at it. And now I'm looking at it. I don't want to look at it.
Here you go, Master, Mr. Ian. Freudian. Master Ian, sir. I think I was like 15 watching this, and no, I hated it.
Yeah.
I think I liked this at the time. I think I liked this more on the first watch than I liked the Phantom Menace on the first watch. I mean, now as the more you, I mean, obviously the romance is bloody awful, and the more you hear that terrible stilted dialogue, the worse this film gets. And now I think it's aged worse than The Phantom Menace. But I think my initial reaction was a bit kinder to this than it was for Phantom Menace, but probably because expectations have been lowered from that first film.
See, I have nostalgia connected to the first one and the third, Revenge of the Sith, so I can kind of get away with them too. So this one is just, I think it's just awful altogether. Maybe I would feel the same with the other two. I don't know.
I had a very similar journey with these three films that I did with the sequels. I saw Phantom Menace in the theaters, I think maybe 3 times.
That's showing today, isn't it?
I think each time I was trying to convince myself it was better, but it never happened. And then I saw this one in the theater. I saw it once and did not go back. And then I did not go to the theaters to see the third one. I could not care less.
I think
and the same thing happened with the sequels.
Yeah, I think when I did the slides, I think it's probably the 3rd time I've seen it. And I can't even remember if the second time I saw it, I watched all of it.
Yeah.
Which is a shame, considering how many times I've seen the originals.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yep. Is a fool me once, shame on you kind of situation. Like after the second movie, and it was a dud. I was like, yeah, I'm not coming back for any more. Thanks.
Okay, so what's happening here?
Yeah, we have our poisonous, our very poisonous millipede things that are apparently somehow supposed to come in and kill only her. I'm not really sure how this is supposed to work, but
would the
as
censors...
Zee has already said, I mean, everything's a dildo if you're you're willing to take the risk. So
would Artoo's censors not have picked those up?
They should have.
Yeah, so apparently they're short enough that they go underneath the sensors. So they knew exactly where the sensors were. Yeah. They knew exactly where the sensors were, and that these would be able to sneak underneath them somehow, and then up onto her bed. Yeah. So
well, they knew how to hide in the slide before that.
That's true. When the sensors sort of approach where they are, they freeze, don't they?
Go back, Brian. Go back, Brian. Go back, Brian.
I'm a little bear with me.
And, that the pause when Artoo then looks around, so they know what they're doing.
Yeah,
very intelligent.
So they're sentient,
well trained, sentient.
Yeah,
poisonous
millipede lives matter.
Indeed, they do. Yeah,
yeah. I'm a millipede apologist, if you can't tell.
Yep.
Ego, they're poisonous, not venomous, so they have to be ingested. George must have had more. Oh. No.
Is that the director's cut? Can we get that?
It's a good point.
Excellent,
there you go, Z. Why put millipedes in and not just drop a thermal detonator?
Oh, Z, come on. That's
because that would make sense.
Yes, it would make sense.
Because that would make sense.
To Z's point, later when we see them jump in to save her and kill the millipede, Obi-Wan jumps to catch the droid, right? And Zam shoots it from a distance with a rifle. So she's a marksman. Why doesn't she just shoot Padme through the hole?
Because it's a film for kids about space wizards. Get over it.
Yeah, that would be the end of the film.
That makes sense.
Yeah, end of the film.
Exactly that.
I second that.
I will say the millipedes do look quite good when they're doing what millipedes
in the dark.
do.
Yeah, they look good in the dark. Yeah.
Yeah. Who's is this Obi? The Chancellor.
It's two, so it's Anakin.
Yeah, it's both of them.
The Chancellor doesn't appear to be corrupt. Palpatine is a politician.
I think he's a good man.
in unison.
Well, to be fair, the only character that Hayden Christensen has the tiniest shred of chemistry with is Palpatine.
Yes.
That Ian McDiarmid is a good enough actor, because he was a stage actor.
Mm-hmm.
He's a good enough actor that he can even get a little bit of emotion and connection with Hayden Christensen.
Yeah.
So, fair enough.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, genuinely. the dialogue is still terrible, but Ian McDiarmid just
He's kicking
chews
it
up
out the
every
park.
scene he's
Yeah, he's
got.
chewing
Yeah,
it
that's
up,
the
yeah.
thing. I mean, that's the key term. I think Ian McDiarmid is a good actor. I don't think he's a great actor, but he's great at doing a pantomime villain. He's great at hamming it up, and he has enough presence about him to sort of really fill every scene that he's in. So yeah, you're absolutely right. I think because of all of that, he sort of exudes enough energy in every scene that everybody else sort of gets caught up in the charisma well around him.
Is it? Do you think it's that he lifts the performance of Hayden Christensen, or that he's so good that it just distracts us from Hayden Christensen?
yeah, column A or
Both.
column B.
Yes,
Both.
a little bit of both.
Both.
Ian McDiarmid's he's just. I
He's
think
great.
he's
He's good
genuinely
fun.
just glad to be there, and he's just hamming it up.
Mhm.
Yeah. I sense it too.
Swarm.
So
Yeah,
they
you have
sent
to say
in
that.
life forms that could be sensed by the Jedi instead of something that's not alive.
I'm starting to think this is a terrible plot.
No.
There you go. Lemon
You're
Inspector.
only just starting to think that. Oh no.
Wait a minute.
Have we got a surprise for you?
Lemon Inspector. Hello, my friend. The only sensible explanation would be that the was supposed to fail. Nobody would have thought up such a stupid plan if they wanted to succeed.
I think I'm more intrigued as to what a lemon inspector does.
You know, the truth is, that actually does make some sense.
Yeah.
Why would a bounty hunter hire another bounty hunter unless they expected them to get caught? They expected them to fail.
Why
right?
couldn't that bounty hunter just do it themselves if
Exactly.
they're a bounty hunter?
Yeah.
Brown, could you highlight Geraint Thatcher's comment? Because that pretty much undoes the entire plot of the film.
Whom?
Geraint Thatcher.
This one?
Yep. Nope.
No, the other
No.
one. The plot makes no sense.
Well, it makes no sense. Why would Padme think Dooku wants to
go.
murder her when she's
Here we
stuck in an
go.
army that would
From the
fight
top-
him being
from the top son.
being created?
From the top son.
Yeah.
Geraint Thatcher. The plot makes no sense. Why would Padme think Dooku wants to murder her when she's stopping an army that would fight him being created?
Yeah. She's on the front lines trying to stop this army.
I'm trying to
That would
think
actually be the bigger threat. Yeah.
what it would do with the remainder 3 here. What is this a math question? What's happening?
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry. Let's not
Don't
get
think
bogged
too
down.
hard.
Smylex, you available, mate?
Yes.
MJUK 84 for Canadian dollar. 2 of them, apparently. Them. Valedictorian at Thrawn's School of Assassins.
I meant to do that. Exactly as I planned.
Indeed. Yeah, Thrawn's happy though. Thrawn is very happy. This is all going to plan, according to Thrawn.
Roscoe 2-3. I just woke up. Can we start over? No.
What's long?
Yeah, no, what? We've only
Well,
made it like
we're only
12
about
minutes into
12
the movie. We
minutes
can
into the
start-
film,
yeah.
so
We're
sure,
only
why not?
100 We're only 154 slides in, and we've got another 1,600 to go.
Day 47.
Oh,
live
boy.
stream.
Day 47 on the Attack of the Clones
Oh,
stream.
boy. We
Brown
should have
goes
built a
to the
little
diary room.
progress.
Years.
We should have built a little progress bar into the bottom of your slides, bro.
Oh, do you know, I'd love to have done that.
And a diary room that we all have to come into and talk about the other panelists.
Yeah. Gasps. Was it
That
was
was
it a
good.
sexy gasp?
That was, yeah. It's doing it for me.
Oh,
Worrying.
I wonder what's whirring. Where's Z when
Whirring.
we need him?
Yeah,
Whirring.
Artoo's getting the attachments ready. Oh, she's up. Right. Okay.
I
Here she
don't
was.
have any
What does she
worrying
need?
attachments.
Peepo. Why is it still there? Why has it not gone back?
Yeah. Why didn't it leave immediately after it dropped off its cargo? Who knows?
It needs to be there to facilitate the next plot point.
Exactly.
Don't
Oh,
you
yes,
know?
of course.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
Because then the next
He's-
part wouldn't happen.
Excuse me,
got
do you have a
Natalie
license for
Portman.
this
So-
drone?
He's got Natalie
This
Portman
here
kind of head in
is
front of
an-
him. Of course, he's not going anywhere.
This here is an example of Lucas not understanding the characters that he's written, because it shouldn't be Obi-Wan jumping out the window to grab
No.
the droid.
Should be
'cause
Not
that's
at
Anakin.
all.
very reckless. That should be Anakin.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Because throughout this film, Obi-Wan reprimands Anakin and tells him to have patience. He's like, patient, Anakin. You know,
And
think
also, would he
before
not
you act.
just use the Force to grab the droid? I mean, why is he even?
No.
there's that too.
That would
Why
be
does he need to
far
do any
too
of this?
simple.
It's
Prof,
just like they don't use the Force to lift the bugs off of her or anything. Instead, he gets the lightsaber
Yeah,
inches from her
yeah.
face.
Why not do that? Yeah, she could move, of course, but don't worry about that.
in fact, Master, are you available for a super chat, please?
I am indeed. MJ UK 84 for $5 Canadian. 3-hour intermission. Summary thus far: Padme's almost gets killed
Yep.
twice.
That's about right.
Not bad. Not bad. Thank you, my friend. Okay. It's very reckless of him just jumping out the window.
It is. It's absurd. It's absurd.
It's very un-Jedi-like,
Oh,
one might
yes.
say.
Yeah, I can't see Alec Guinness doing that.
Is this where it just goes into full-blown video game?
Yes,
It does.
Yeah.
there are laser gates that are timed.
Because he can. Because
triple
George
jump.
can.
Absolutely.
It's probably
Yeah,
gonna
but
be liked.
in 2002, though, that's pretty impressive.
No, it is.
Not
and
really,
you can
because in
sort of understand-
1997, Luc Besson did The Fifth Element, and
Yes.
Lucas is basically
Mhm.
copying him here.
Yeah, just
I
ripped
get.
it off.
I understand the reason why this scene
Very good.
exists. I mean, it's there to sort of give it an action beat, and in a 10 minutes into a film which has been so far quite dry. So I get it. The kids are getting restless. The popcorn is wearing off, and the calories are going down.
Did it need the who's building cupboards? Did it need the Super Mario music?
It did need that music. Yeah, it did. It did. John Williams. To do a version of it. But by John Williams, though,
Yes.
really
With a
symphonic,
full
really
orchestrated.
gravitas.
Yes, a full orchestrated
Mhm.
Super Mario theme.
Yeah,
big
can you imagine
cellos.
John Williams? We'll say John Williams again, kicking it out of the park. Can you imagine
Oh, he's
him doing
amazing.
the Super Mario? John Williams.
The very best thing about all of these three films is the score. The soundtracks for all three of them are brilliant.
Yeah.
Really good. Really
Um,
strong.
Oh, absolutely.
Here we go. I think we're being corrected. Wayfarer project. Was it project? More like Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
A little bit.
More like
There you
Liam Neeson's dong.
Yeah.
Indeed. John Williams never misses, does he?
Damn right. Damn right.
Apart from Indy 5.
Yeah, in
Well,
the
that's 'cause he
last
couldn't be
few
asked.
years. I mean,
No,
you know,
it's-
he's
Yeah.
getting up there now.
As far as I know, that's film score is the best he ever did because I'm never gonna watch that film. So
Are
Are you
you
all
all right, my lady? It's like Thunderbirds. Lady
Hello,
Penelope.
lady.
Yes, it
Parker.
is. Yeah. Are you all right, my lady?
What's for the Brits, everybody? Oh,
This looks so horrendous.
Whee, green screen. Drink, everybody.
PS2 cutscene.
let's go. I'm going to go full screen. Look at this, folks.
He looks like he's
Yeah.
enjoying himself anyway.
Oh,
I mean, the
Those Coruscant zip
toilet
lines are
scene in
something
it,
else.
the toilet scene in Train Spotting in the Edinburgh toilet is much more exciting and convincing than this shit.
perhaps this is the bad trip from the toilet scene, or is the good trip? I don't know.
Well, you'd know, wouldn't you?
I'd know. Yes,
That's what Brown saw in the 90s.
That's, yeah.
I can't remember much, but
That is
anyway.
all of the 90s.
Here you go. Black lives or black knives.
Every day, Castleford just looked like this to Brown.
Las Vegas. Yeah.
Whoa.
Look at that. Tommy, wankers, the director, etc.
I'll try spinning. That's a neat trick.
Yep, pretty poor.
I will say, I'm just going to come in with a broad statement.
They don't like being called broads. They prefer Dame.
We all wanted this to be good, didn't we?
Oh yes.
Of course.
Yeah. Of course.
And we're not just ragging on it for being bitter old men. Well, I am, but yeah, we genuinely wanted this to be. We're just trying to make a good go of it, aren't we? Really?
Yep.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But
I
George
don't,
isn't letting us, though, is he?
I don't hate
Gosh,
this
you
film.
got philosophical, Brown.
I don't hate this film.
Occasionally.
I mean, I don't watch it very often, but I don't hate it.
And that, I
It's
think, do
what
you
I
know,
watched.
I think that's the sad thing that you just said it there. I don't watch it all that often.
Yeah.
I think that's the sad thing.
It was one of
It's
it
still
just
Star Wars.
it doesn't have any legacy, does it? It doesn't really feel
No.
like it needs to exist. I mean, there's not really a great journey here.
Here you go, folks. The wonderful Garth Knights for $5. Thank you, my friend. I never thought this day would arrive. You're not the only one. Thank you, Brownie and friends, for your incredible work. I salute you.
Only 8 hours and 40 minutes to go.
Yay!
Sir. How many minutes are we in?
I think we're
14?
actually on about 20 now, nearly.
Well
And
done.
it's 2.5
have a look.
hours long, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I genuinely
no
think
problem.
this is going to go to part 2, folks.
Another 12
We've
hours.
not yet
Yeah.
hit 20 minutes in the film.
Yeah.
We've not yet hit 20 minutes.
I think the Phantom Menace one, or was it the RoboCop one, 17 hours.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, this
I like
smeary
the Phantom
mess-
Menace.
Yeah.
Phantom
Same.
Menace is well intentioned, stupid, but
Yeah.
the child actor is actually better than Hayden Christensen.
Oof.
He comes across as more like a human being than someone who's carved out of wood. I mean, I think Hayden Christensen's just so wooden that as he moves, it's hard not to see the strings.
Yeah. You would get splinters if you touched him. Definitely, you would definitely get splinters in your fingers if you touched him.
Yeah, and-
Smylex, you available, mate? Sorry.
Yeah, my throat isn't though.
MJUK84 for 2 Canadian of your Earth pounds, dollars, whatever, rupees.
Woke dollars.
This cityscape does not count for Blade Runner.
I was just thinking the same actually. It needs
Yeah,
that
you're
big
true,
projection
MJ.
of a Japanese lady's face on the side of the
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
Rip off.
Yeah.
Relocate to the Earth.
Yeah.
Lost World Colony.
Lost
Your
World
chance to
Colony.
begin again.
You've got that voice nailed.
Oh, I'm his biggest fan.
He can nail me if he wants.
You go, Sodom
Stream
Storm.
killer.
Yeah, killed it, mate. Well done.
Oh man.
Jake Lloyd had the charisma of an early Muppet.
It's a
Well, to be fair, the
Muppets.
early Muppets had a lot of charisma.
They did.
They did.
Especially
that.
Beaker.
Yep. Oh man. Keep moving through this smeary mess, Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Good lord, look at
Yeah.
that.
Honk,
Horn
honk. Okay.
honking. What the? Oh, what is this?
Now we're talking common people's dads here. Hey. Oh no, wait, there he is.
Who would like to say this? Who would get the most pleasure from saying this line?
Well, I guess it's my dad. I gotta say it.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on then, go for it.
Jedi pooped.
Perfect. Look at that. What is that?
What's happening
Yep.
here?
That's more Blade Runner.
Well, that looks a lot like. Yeah, someone mentioned it earlier.
I did
Fifth
quite like
Element.
this. Yeah, I did
Looks
quite
a lot
like
like
this
Fifth Element.
effect. Yeah. You know, the
Stay on target.
CGI. Yeah, I did quite like this, to be fair.
Yep. That's
Blade
all
Runner,
really.
folks.
Product placement.
Yeah.
It should have. Is it Pepsi or is it Coca-Cola?
Heinz beans. Yeah.
That should say.
Jaffa cakes.
That should say Atari, Coca-Cola,
Yep.
Pan Am.
And-
Pan Am.
Pan Am.
Definitely Pan Am. Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if this was made by Disney today, it definitely would.
Yeah, they should change it for every country it was released in as well.
Yeah.
We could get McVitie's Jaffa cakes and things like that.
So
Tycoon.
if this was made by Disney, what would?
Oh,
What
you
would
know
the
what they'd
adverts
be.
One would be,
Colours will be
you know what
different
they would
for a
be.
start.
Stonewall would be one.
Well, there would be a horizontal set of stripes of
Yes.
varying
Yeah,
colors
yeah.
in a
Yes.
particular order.
Yeah, absolutely.
And-
I would say what I would tell you what they should be, but it would get you demonetized.
Well, I did a subtle one there.
An advertisement for a
Yeah.
movie that will not actually come out.
The
We're just gonna
Tavistock
say it's
Company.
being made.
Captain America 4.
Oh boy, what a disaster.
There would be there would be a man and a puppet. Oh wait a minute, that's not a puppet.
The Marvels. Oh no, we
Yeah.
got that.
No. Eternals 2.
Again, I liked the special, the computer graphics for
Yeah.
this.
ILM always do a good
nice.
job.
Yeah, nice. Good as this.
Little Predator view there.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Blam, blam.
This is the assassin.
Now, the guy who played Hero in that old Heroes television series,
Oh yeah.
who worked on these films, I think. I know he worked on Revenge of the Sith,
Ugh.
but I think he worked on these films as well, doing some of the computer animation. Unless I'm horribly wrong. Someone can fact check me on that one. But I know he worked for Lucasfilm.
He did work for Lucasfilm. I don't remember which films he worked on, but yeah.
The guy from Heroes was also named Hero.
He was, yeah.
Yeah.
Hiro Nakamura.
Yeah.
Is it Heroes? Moving on.
He was in Hawaii Five-0 as well.
What is this big glowy thing?
That's a big glowy thing.
Okay.
Yeah, there's probably a 400-page backstory and a spin-off novel and a video game about
It
it.
just looks like kind of a transport.
He looks like the Messiah there.
He's not though. He's just a naughty boy, isn't he?
He's just a very, very naughty Jedi. Yeah.
Hello
it's the Eye
there.
of Sauron. I think it's the Eye of Sauron. Or it's one of
Actually,
Liam
this
Neeson's
came out at
top
the same
rings.
year as Two Towers.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. So yeah, I did look that up. Masaoka. This is the actor's actor's
Yeah.
name. Yeah, but yes, he worked at ILM doing digital effects and video production on all 3 of the prequels.
Amazing.
Yeah.
There you go.
Trivia. Look, there's a big
Speaking
fucking fidget spinner there.
It is. Speaking of the Two Towers, Attack of the Clones was the highest grossing film of all time until the release of the Two Towers.
And rightly so. Rightly so that it got beaten.
Rightly
by
so,
the Two
indeed.
Towers.
I like
Has
the
he-
Two Towers now.
Yes, that would be nice.
Has he fallen? Is he falling down now, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's falling with style, yeah.
See, I agree with this. I'd be shitting my pants if I was Obi.
Trust in the Force.
Yeah.
And on that
Well,
bombshell.
I think you've just hit upon one of the central problems with these prequels, is that
Which is
everyone has plot armor that we know about because we know who lives and who dies.
Yeah,
right?
that's the whole
So
problem
there's
with
a certain
prequels. isn't it?
Yeah. with
yeah,
prequels.
that's the prequel problem, right? That there's a certain level of tension that can never be achieved as it would an original film, because we know that there are characters who will absolutely die and characters who will absolutely live.
Yeah.
So to get around that, you have to do a very skillful story, and there isn't one.
Yes.
Yeah, you're
Spoilers.
absolutely right. Yes.
here you go, folks. Black lives or black knives. I'll just say I'm not. I ain't touching that one.
No.
It took me a second, but I got there.
I'm not touching that one.
Oh boy. Yeah. No,
Okay.
I thought for a minute there you were going to say that the biggest problem with the prequels that nobody was shitting their pants. Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, there's that too.
Well, maybe in protest. I was hungover when I saw this film.
Did it cure the hangover?
No, probably maybe wish I'd shit my pants. Goodness gracious, it was not fun. It made me feel worse. It's
Is
terrible.
this where we get to find out that Anakin's an amazing pilot or steerer of
Well,
craft?
we saw that already with
In Phantom Menace, yeah.
Tatooine, with his
Right, okay.
pod racing.
And the space battle.
Spinning's a good
And
trick.
the space battle too.
God, is he still falling?
He's got a long way to go.
Would that happen in real life?
No,
I
he
know
would have been
it's- I
hit
know
by
it's
one of the.
fantasy.
Yeah.
He would have been hit by one of the speeders.
Well, even so, catching a speeder midair, he'd have reached terminal velocity by then.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
he'd splatter when he hit it.
Well,
I know.
surely he used his Jedi Force to cushion the landing.
He doesn't need to. He's got his plot armor on.
Yeah.
Sure.
Why not? Why not?
Why not?
Sounds
Let's
good.
go. Let's go with
Okay,
that.
let's go with that one. Okay.
Yeah, this is using the Tex Avery rules of
Yes.
of gravity, I believe.
Now they're in their space, Edsel. Time to
What
start our
took you
chase.
so long?
Oh,
you
they're
know,
going for some
Master.
sort of
You know,
comedy
Master.
thing here, and it's not.
It's like
really
Lethal
good.
Weapon, isn't it?
Yeah, it just falls a little flat because they've just got no chemistry. It's about as good as it gets between these two, but it's still not great.
Yeah, maybe if one of them was black, it would have been better.
Yeah, and 5 minutes from retirement. Yeah.
I couldn't find
I'm
a
getting
speeder
too
that I
old for
really
this shit.
liked.
There he is.
Wow.
If
Should have been Yoda's line. Oh, too old for this shit I am.
3 days from retirement time.
Obi keeps dropping lines, letting the audience know that Anakin is just a little bit too reckless for his own good.
I wonder what it would sound like if Mace Windu was in the speeder with him.
Yeah, Romeo?
Yeah, to be fair, it wasn't
if Mace Windu
Anakin
was saying that, if you spend as much motherfucking time on your motherfucking what's the next line? Practicing your motherfucking saber techniques as you do your motherfucking wit, you stupid white ass motherfucker.
I believe that's exactly what he would have said.
Yeah, I think so.
We're just in pure video game here, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just looks like a VR ride, doesn't it? I mean, nothing looks real around them. It's just
Yeah,
you can
it's
tell
like
that
the
thing's just like a gimbal, just flopping about. You know.
Yeah.
This is the cut sequence, I suppose.
And I guess again, if these two had charisma and this was a really fun moment, and it did actually have characters you cared about at this point, we wouldn't be looking at the things like the background plate and the bloody gimbal on the machine that they're sitting in. We'd be thinking, yeah, I'm just going to go with it because it's fine. It's entertaining, but it's just not that great.
Yeah, we're forgetting the drinking game. Here you go. Cheers, Franco. Yeah, agreed. Bad CGI.
Oh,
Drink.
Lord. We
That's
will
true.
all be dead by the time we get to 10 hours, much less 12.
Is this a reshoot? Because just look how bad Obi looks. It's like his hair is, his hair's changed or something. Or he's put weight on. Yeah.
It's a little stoned in that picture. Actually.
Yeah.
He looks like me right now.
There you go, Romeo.
Ugh, Romeo's going to be fucking plastered. We've got more video game, folks.
Yep.
This part
pull
is
up.
crazy. Like he looks like John Candy in Planes, Trains, Automobiles. You know when he turns into a devil.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
See what you're missing here and there is that there's some dialogue that was later on in the film. They actually ended up taking it out. It was pull out, Anakin. It was
I thought
a scene that they didn't shoot, or they didn't make the final cut anyway.
Drink, everybody. It's one of those moments where Obi-Wan says, I don't like it.
Oh yeah.
When you do that.
Okay, here we go. Yeah. Okay. Fine. Nice. Thank you. I'm not keeping it with RRTNZ. I'm on beer. I'm not doing what he's doing.
Light a candle for that man.
I've drunk my coffee. I've got no drink now. I'm going to be dry as a nun's chuff. I don't.
Have you got any flat water? Flat water there.
I've got some flat water.
Yeah. Perfect. Yeah.
No,
go with
I will
that.
need to.
When you're feeling wild later.
I would need to have an intermission at some point.
Quitter.
Oh, here we go. Again, just pure video game, isn't it?
We're flying.
This is
now,
a rip-off
we're
of
flying through
Blade
the
Runner.
That is
And
Blade
now
Runner.
we're-
That's Blade
That's
Runner.
Blade Runner
What-
sense,
Go
yeah.
through and through.
We just need to forget John Williams Vangelis.
Yeah, get Vangelis in just for this bit. We need a big Moog synthesizer going off on this.
Fat lobber. Drier than Padme's futon. Yes.
We need some voiceover from Harrison Ford done really poorly.
Blade Runner rip-off, Unward. Yeah.
And the Fifth Element.
Just saying,
actually thrown in
I
there as
prefer
well.
the cinematic cut. Getting that in there now.
You and Mega Geek, loving your voiceover.
We are almost at 3 hours, 33 minutes, 33 seconds, and it was going to be 111 viewers, but 2 people have fucked off.
Damn right. They made the right
Damn
decision.
right. They
Well
know
done.
where it's at. They know where it's at. 33333.
3. Oh, there we go. And now we all wish we were watching Blade Runner.
Welcome to Blade
Well.
Runner, the video game.
Apart from Sword in the Stone, he doesn't believe that we should be watching Blade Runner.
I'll agree, but now I don't agree. Blade Runner is a great movie.
Incredible.
It is a very good movie.
My 13-year-old self or 14-year-old self hated it, but my old bastard self thinks it's a great movie.
See, I loved it the first time I saw it.
Yeah.
When I was a teen.
My 13-year-old self loved it. Goodness
Yeah, same
gracious,
here.
Brown.
I just thought, what the fuck is this?
No, I'm with Brown on this one. I was expecting it to be,
Han Solo.
Han Solo again. Yeah,
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I watched
see,
it
I-
and
Yeah,
thought it was a
I
bit
really
dry.
enjoyed noir. So
now-
sci-fi and noir connected.
All right.
Now,
It works great.
Unlike the futuristic setting of this film and this cityscape, the cityscape in
Yeah.
Blade Runner is so carefully constructed
It is.
and immersive, and the music and the atmosphere, it draws you in.
Yeah.
So I mean, I saw it as a 12 or 13-year-old, and I was enthralled by it.
Same
And that was
here.
1982 when it came out. No, it's really, it just sucks you into it.
I remember
And-
watching it in video and
Yeah.
and I watched it the
Same
first
here.
time and I hated it. Well, I didn't hate it. I just didn't love it. And then, but I still watched it again before I took it back. You know, I still had to watch it twice because there was definitely something about it that gripped me.
And then there's this, which is so utterly repellent. We don't
And
even
there's
want to
this,
talk
yeah.
about it. We want to
That's
talk
right.
about something
We'll talk
else.
about anything else.
to
Well, if
Elephants.
that's the
Anyone like
case,
elephants? I like elephants, don't you?
oh dear.
laser, folks. Do you like that laser?
This is all just visual
Pew, pew.
noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Pew pew.
Ah,
look
timed
at
laser
that,
gates,
man.
everybody.
Yep.
Pure video game.
Yep.
And they even fucked that up.
Yes. I think that's supposed to be a callback to the power couplings from the Phantom Menace, where the Jar Jar sticks his head in.
Or it could be Emperor Kipling just off screen there.
There you go. Iceman coming in with the bold statements. Deckard is indeed a replicant.
If the final cut is your version, then that's pretty much true. Yeah.
Well, I know for a fact he's not.
Well, I know
This-
for a fact that he is.
This can't be a reference to the power couplings in Phantom Menace because Obi-Wan wasn't there when they were building the pod racer. It was Qui-Gon.
Well, I just mean in general, just a callback for the audience.
Wouldn't that have fried them?
They still have numbed their tongues.
Plot armor.
I mean,
Yeah, plot armor once
definitely.
again.
Have they got-
They
have they
should
got
have
like-
crashed.
They should have lost control at the very least.
Have they got
Um,
like a good earthing strip in that suit?
Probably.
Oh, we all love a good earthen strip.
They're all
Yeah,
well
we do.
rounded.
I mean,
We do.
they were
Me
more,
too.
more popular in the 70s, I think.
Yeah.
But then they started shaving them off.
Do you know we're almost getting to the end of the first section of slides? There's another 7 to go.
We haven't even hit the half-hour mark in the film.
Rolling.
Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Keep those slides a rolling.
Who's saying this line? This could be Obi.
Probably Obi-Wan.
Yeah, it's got to be Obi-Wan.
Ow, 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 ow. Stay away from the power couplings.
This is. Do you know where I've seen this before? The Last Starfighter.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah.
I see
I've
that.
just realised
bit.
that
I
Last
see that.
Starfighter. Yeah. You
Can we watch The Last Starfighter?
Yeah, let's turn this off, folks. Back in 2
Okay,
minutes. We're
yeah.
getting a different film on. Okay.
You have been recruited by the
Kodan
forces of
Armada.
Zor.
Yeah.
Where are you going? He went that way.
He.
He,
They, them.
they, them went that
they,
way.
them
Zee,
went
them,
out.
yes.
You don't know which
Thank
gender.
you.
I
This
hope
is
you
a
didn't
shortcut, I think.
Everyone at once.
Okay, I think a new game is it every time we get a line from Anakin, it's the this is a line, this is a shortcut.
This is
I
a shortcut.
Anyone that any of his lines that lack any emotional resonance. Drink. Except you, RRTNZ. You're not allowed to drink on those because you'll be dead.
In the chat, Zee went that way. Oh, this is a special moment, folks.
Uh-oh.
Slide 200.
It better be a good one. It's
Oh, look
Blade
at
Runner.
that. Where's the spinners flying over with the lens flares?
Yeah, where's that Japanese lady about to eat some something delicious, some sushi? Where's she?
Can you imagine if we could take Anakin out, or take out Hayden Christensen, and substitute in his place, saying all the same lines, but
Jack Nicholson,
but in his own style, Nicolas Cage.
Oh,
can you imagine
God,
Nicolas
oh,
Cage as Anakin?
This would be the greatest movie of all time.
It would be.
Well, go on, who's going to do the impression then?
We got pitching technology.
Yeah, you've got to bring up one of his lines.
Oh, hold on.
Sand. It gets in all the cracks. It gets everywhere. You know, there'd be like random shouting.
Very good.
Right, okay, so that is it's taken us 3 hours 40 minutes to do the first batch of slides.
Not the sand. Not the sand.
Okay, let me do some boomerang. Amuse yourselves, folks.
All right. Yeah, that does look like the big sort of police building. I think. No, is it a Terrell building at the background there?
It does a bit, yeah.
And now the Terrell building is the pyramid. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking with the blue lights in the middle, but maybe not. Yeah, it just looks something about it.
Right, okay.
That's terrible.
So, Attack of the Clones, number 2.
Attack of the Clowns. Oh, it's Wipeout. It's PlayStation Wipeout.
It is.
Yeah, we
That
need
is-
the techno anthem.
We
Some bit of Underworld or Orbital or something on this bit. Where's the Orbital soundtrack?
How many slides did you say you had, Brown?
All of them. All of them.
That's like 1,600.
1800. So 3 hours in, we're
Yeah.
1/9 of the way through.
You're on pace for about 800 slides.
Hooray!
Well, let's bash through them then. Let's
Keep going.
all-
Keep going.
keep going.
Go,
Keep going.
Go.
We better
Last
hurry up.
Starfighter.
My old dad's going to come in for daily beatings. We better get this done.
So what's happening here? They're chasing the Transformer, aren't they?
They are.
And he's going to jump on her ship in a moment and make a tool of himself.
Well, we've lost them.
You lost them.
Who said this? Once again, you've proved.
Proved.
If you'll
Excuse
excuse me.
me.
Oh,
Drink, everybody.
Oh,
I hate it when he does that.
I hate it when he
it's the
does
worst
that. Again,
when he does that.
another reference to a scene that was cut later with Padme. Anyway.
I hate it when he says that. I hate it when he does that. I just hate it. It's just
here you
pure.
go. I
cheese.
would say drink, but I've got nothing to drink. I need to go to the kitchen to get something.
We have robots in my little village. We have robots that will deliver things to you.
Could you drone us over some coffee?
Someone's going to say feck and
going that
arse
way.
next.
We've got a lot
Lemon
of hills to climb to get to
inspector.
you. It's all uphill to you.
Best way. I hate it when he does that in bed. Yes.
Yeah, that's the scene that was cut. Yeah. That's
Really?
yeah.
Oh, so it wasn't a joke. It's actually Lemon Inspector being. Oh, thank you. Serious point. Really? I did not know.
Mm.
Yeah, there was an
Was he
intimate
inspecting
scene
them
with
for?
Padme later on that was cut, and there were some callbacks to some different lines in here.
How many minutes? Do we know? You know the deleted scenes. Do we know the duration in minutes?
No, but I'm sure you can find it on OnlyFans or something.
Because how long is this film? It's about 2 hours 30, isn't it?
It's 2 hours 20. one, I think.
So I bet there'd be a 3-hour cut somewhere. Yeah.
You're telling me this could be over by now? Is that what you're trying
It's
to say?
2 hours 15 of actual film, and then credits about however many minutes after that.
7
All the
minutes,
Star Wars
yeah.
films are 2:15.
Here we go, folks. More video game, Blade Runner.
Yeah, I
whatever
don't
you
even know
wanna
what
call
I'm
it.
looking at there. That's just a
I
mess
think
of
it,
stuff.
I think it's fall.
He's falling
Anakin's,
again.
yeah.
Oh, I see. Yeah, there's
Yeah.
probably some sort of metaphor about him falling through the gates. It's like Dante's Inferno or some other bollocks. But there you go. Probably
Here you go, Wayfarer. We're making a 12-hour. It's going to be a 18-hour cut.
At least that's just for the first act.
Wayland Bethifus. I hate it when he does that in the butt. Oh, Wayland. It's not very nice.
Tut tut.
Doesn't that look amazing? The money is there on the screen, isn't it?
Yep, yep, but not in the acting.
No.
God, this is. I wanted this to be good, everybody.
We all did.
We all did. We
Yeah,
really
we
did.
all
It's kind of George Lucas's version of Rebel Moon.
Oh, yeah,
Only
mainly.
just better.
Oof. Yeah.
No slow mo though. Yeah, at least we have
Well, no.
spared that.
But because George Lucas actually has a little bit of talent, whereas Zack Snyder doesn't have a lot. So Rebel Moon is orders of magnitude worse than this film.
We're
It's
watching
terrible.
it in slow-mo now.
Perhaps both of them have got talent only when they're around talented people. See what I mean?
Yeah, fair play.
That's
Fair enough.
definitely the case with Snyder. His first 3 films,
Mhm.
300, Watchmen, and Dawn of the
Yeah.
Dead, which is a remake. Dawn of the Dead was written by James Gunn. 300 and Watchmen were adaptations of graphic novels where the script was there for him. All the shots were basically
Yeah,
laid out.
the screenplay was there for him, really, wasn't
Yes,
it? I mean,
it was.
And
all of it. The
All-
every single moment. Yeah.
Thank you, Brian.
All
You
he
go.
did was direct.
You go, not Brian. It's like fucking Shakespeare compared to Rebel Moon.
Except
That's no Rebel Moon.
Yeah.
we did it in
It's a
terrible
space
Aussie
station.
accent.
Very good.
Grunting.
Grunting, mon, rice and peas.
What's this shit?
Ugh.
Oh,
It's
God,
just-
look at it.
It's just video game, more
Yeah.
video game, folks.
Because we can, we will. I mean, this is the thing. The first films, the first 3 films are made with very much a budget requirement, and there's a lot of things that are pushing back against Lucas in those first 3 films. Here, when you've got all of the money and you've got a studio that will do whatever you want, and an ILM team that will do whatever you want, it's just excess. Every scene is just excess. There's just no need for half of this
Yeah.
shit.
Here you go, Waylon Berthifas for $2. Thank you, my friend. Lucas didn't want to direct these.
That is true. Yeah, that is true.
So,
But he
who
was
would
also, but his ego stopped him from letting
Yeah.
other people do it too. That's the
Well, he was a
problem.
control freak. He was a
Yep.
control freak, and so yeah, he couldn't let anyone else do it unless they were just gonna follow every little
So
direction that
who-
he had for them. So
Okay, so this probably would have started filming what 2000?
Well, this one, yeah,
Perhaps?
probably about
Yeah.
well,
2000?
probably
2000 or
99,
2001.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm.
Okay, so who would have been a good director if Lucas said, "Okay, you direct, I'll do everything else"?
I mean, the obvious choice would have been his best mate,
Spielberg.
wouldn't it?
yeah, I think he wanted
Spielberg would have been great.
But yeah,
Okay,
I think
any
Spielberg
one
turned
less
him down.
obvious?
Actually, I think there was I think they had a half joking conversation about it, and Spielberg
Really?
sort of suggested, yeah, but it's your baby, really, and I wouldn't want to put my name on something which is really just yours."
2000.
And yeah, so that I don't know whether or not he was actually ever given it officially, but
Okay, I'll say chat as well if you want to flash some names up. Hey, good call.
I would love to have seen a Wes
Oh.
Anderson version of Star Wars. I would love to see a Wes Anderson version of Star Wars.
Here you go,
Bill
Ruin.
Murray as a Jedi would be amazing.
Ruin. Yeah, Wes Anderson, Ryan.
Rian Johnson, yes. of
What about
course.
Peter Jackson? I would have loved to have seen him do this.
Yeah, he was probably a little busy at the time, but
Yeah, I
yeah, he would
think
have
he
been
was-
great.
yeah.
wasn't he?
Yeah, he was extremely busy at the time,
David Lynch
making
got
the
a
best films
migraine.
ever made.
David Lynch would have definitely got a migraine throughout the entire thing.
I have no idea who that is.
Tommy Wiseau.
Well, the acting would have been about on par with Hayden. He would have got the same performance from Hayden.
Joel
Christensen.
Schumacher's Star Wars.
Oh God.
There'd be
Lots
more
of
no-
slow-mo. Megan Fox would be in it.
Luc
somewhere.
Besson, Star Wars.
Ooh,
Jimmy
that's a good
Cameron.
call.
I mean, there'd be more sort of blue chicks in it, probably with tails. But
Michael Bay.
yeah,
I mean,
Michael Bay at that time wasn't the worst thing in Hollywood.
Yeah, it might have been more
Ooh.
enjoyable.
You know who my pick would be? Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah, he would have been an interesting choice. Yeah, I mean, at least the visuals have been strong.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Paul
I will
W.S.
say,
Anderson.
sorry, I talked over them, mate. Sorry. Ooh.
Paul W.S. Anderson.
Bryan Singer.
Paul Verhoeven.
Yeah, I thought
Ryan
Paul.
Singer.
Yeah, can you imagine
Paul
Paul
Verhoeven, Star
Verhoeven
Wars.
doing this?
Imagine how violent it would have been.
I will say, yeah, Michael Bay, Transformers, the original Transformers movie is a great movie.
Yeah, before
Well, that's a
I'm
bit of
gonna
a push there, Brown.
I'm going to stick my neck out, and it is a
Great movie. And it's an entertaining movie. I wouldn't say it's a great movie though. That's a bit of a stretch.
It's a great movie. It had spectacle. I looked at it, I thought, fucking hell,
before
that's amazing.
before he just collapsed into a complete parody of himself, he did actually make a few interesting, fun movies.
Hey, I like The Rock.
But yeah,
he made
The
some
Rock is
bangers.
great.
Bad Boys 2 was also pretty fire.
Yeah.
What's that? 13 from Benghazi. That's a great film. What's the movie?
Oliver Stone.
Francis Ford Coppola.
Quentin Tarantino.
Martin Scorsese's Star
Ian
Wars.
David Diaz.
Martin Scorsese's Star Wars. Imagine that.
Engine accelerating, grunting.
More grunting.
Been a while since I've done the. Thank you, Sword. 13 hours. Is it from or in Benghazi? From Benghazi. It's a great movie.
yeah.
Proper war boner movie. It's a great movie.
I like Jay's comment there. Oliver Stone would find that Palpatine assassinated JFK.
it's part of a grand conspiracy.
Absolutely right.
I'm still thinking about Taika Waititi. Still thinking about Martin Scorsese's Star Wars. You're thinking of Joe Pesci as Yoda.
Yes.
Do you think I'm funny? Do you think I'm a funny guy, Anakin? Get on my fucking face.
Wait, so is the Transformer here? Is she shooting a laser? Is she leaning out the window with a gun shooting?
She is, yeah.
It's
It's Tex Avery again. It's ridiculous.
Oh, just hilarious.
And what's he doing? Now he's climbing over pipes or something, isn't it? I don't know.
He's on the ship. He's doing a TJ Hooker.
Yep.
Or he's dogging. I don't know what. It's one of those things.
Bright lights, everybody. Bright lights, bright lights.
J.J. Abrams all of a sudden. Wow.
The thing is, when you watch the sequence in motion, you get so distracted by everything that's happening that you don't realize all the faults till you see it in
You don't
stills
realise
like
just
this.
how shit it is.
Exactly.
It's very true.
Uh-oh.
Oh, this is it. He's Anakin's jumped on top of the craft. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
There you go. Cheers, Franco. He's humping the speeder.
In actual Bronze Star Wars
Yes.
has been mentioned in chat.
I swear that is a British comedian.
Which one?
Zam Wessel?
The one on. She looks familiar. It's a she at the moment, isn't it?
Uh-oh.
Mhm.
Anyway, moving on. So he's on top of the craft and is gaining entry, as it were, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's forcing his way in.
Is it a legal entry or?
I don't think there's enough consent in this picture.
Much of that going on in England at the moment.
A lot of carjackings in Coruscant. Bad neighborhood.
That does look practical, doesn't it? That effect.
Yeah, that probably is. I would imagine the car and them.
No, I mean the sparks and stuff
yeah,
inside.
I think that's all practical. Yeah.
Wouldn't that be very dangerous?
I think they'll flash a light inside there. The sparks might be added by CG.
Okay.
It's possible.
I reckon they'll just flash a big light at her inside
Yeah.
it.
It just looks like practical craft, lots of video game green screen going off in the background. It just kind of takes you out.
Yeah, it's just too messy. There's too much.
Did it take us out? Did it take us out the time when we were watching it back in 2002?
I don't think this scene took me out of it, but I think the scenes at the end where he's in the droid factory, those just became noise. Visual noise. They were just a case of too much on screen at the once.
Oh, those very much feel like a platformer video game.
Yeah, they really do.
Level. It's like, okay, move when the little thing moves up, and then you got to get to the next thing, wait for the next thing to open up, and then you got to move.
Here you go, Iceman, Dr. Iceman. This just looks like you forgot the E-mate. Shite.
Iceman, just get ready for your date, for Christ's sake.
Yeah, how did the date go? Are you on the date?
Is this it? Oh, don't tell me this is it. I'm sorry.
Iceman is on a date with the missus, and they're sat at the dinner table now eating their food, and Iceman is on his phone. How dare you?
I could get him in
Moving
trouble
on.
about the other things he watches on YouTube, but we won't go there.
No, we won't go there. Let's move on. I have no idea what's happening.
Obi-Wan's just caught his lightsaber.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that probably says gay pride or something in Star Wars language on the side.
Yes.
Something's... Oh, this is the ship, isn't it? More video game.
Coming into a rough landing there.
Dr. Iceman, it's 5 p.m. my date is at 8 p.m. I forgot I was hanging out with bitter old people who eat early bird special.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that. You'll be old once, mate.
Yeah.
It's 4 o'clock. I'm ready to get the curtains drawn and put the big light on. Get the slippers on any second now.
It's not even.
It's 3 a.m. down here.
Boop, 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 boop. Caleb's gonna rock you. Shouting, grunting.
I was live streaming at 3 a.m. as well, if that counts for anything.
You're hardcore, though, aren't you? You're hardcore. Yeah. Indeed. Has he landed?
Yes.
Falling with stuff.
Crashed.
Yeah.
Yes.
How long does this crash go on for?
Far too long. Senior discount. Yep.
Or the senior discount.
Senior discount.
You go, Jaden Smith Oslo. It's 10 a.m. somewhere, folks. It's time for second. Oh, you can't beat second breakfast.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Second breakfast is the best.
Yes.
Yeah.
KLF.
I heard them twice on the radio last week for some reason. So odd. Don't hear them for
it's
years,
11 a.m. somewhere, folks. I've been burgled, which is never nice. Good morning.
Yeah,
some stage direction from Reni there.
Pick up the pace, you old fart. I think she's talking to you, Smylex.
This is as fast as we go. Sorry.
Okay, so I think they're approaching the bar, aren't they?
Yeah, they're.
Wish I was approaching a bar.
Yeah.
Onlookers. Can you imagine getting the gig of being an extra? Just
they don't
paid
look very
to
happy,
stand
do they?
there. No.
Look at them. Not a single smiley face amongst any of them.
Remember,
They don't look. But the thing is, they don't look concerned either, do they? They just look bored.
Well, they don't know what's going on. It's all green screen, right?
True.
Well, is George Lucas kind of predicting our future that they're all just stood around there?
Well, they've got the mobile phones out, I suppose.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
They're not on TikTok. One of those people would be an influencer.
They all have brain implants. They're looking at TikTok through their brain implants.
Onlookers.
This is Portland, Oregon.
You don't get service or internet on that part of Coruscant, so no, unfortunately, they're deprived of any of those things. They just got to trudge around feeling sad.
And they can't even go out and touch grass.
True. Very true.
I
I
need
think
to
that's
do that.
Dark Hour actually walking in the background.
Oh, yeah.
I think it is.
He doesn't
Or
have
is
a
it-
T-shirt on that says background though, so
No, it looks like centre left.
hmm
Henry Cavill.
But shorter. And not as cool.
Tim Fusco. It's 10 a.m. in Tennessee, US of A. It's 10 a.m.
It
somewhere,
is.
folks.
it is. We got an alien over there on the left. One of those from the
We do.
bar scene in the first Star Wars.
Is it figuring Dan? Or one of the modal nodes?
Could be. It's definitely a jizz
One of
whaler
those
of some
guys.
sort.
What did you call me?
You heard. You heard what I
You
said.
heard what I said. Jizz whalers.
Sword and Sea Sword. You can tell Sword's been watching this channel a long time. Welcome to What Time Is It Where You Are on Mr. Brown Alliance. You can tell the people who've been here for a while. Hello, my friend. Shall we speed up?
Keep going.
Go.
Let's do it.
I like the
Okay.
bar scene. It's kind of good. It's kind of good.
Oh, it was.
Well, I
Iron
mean, it's
Man.
not good, but it's interesting. There's weird people in this bar.
Welcome to lots of blurry
Blurry running.
effects in the back. More.
Mhm.
Blurry.
Is he running into the bar now?
I think he is, yeah.
He's chasing her through the crowd.
They're
at the
pretending
moment.
there's
Oh,
some
right,
pace.
okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Giving us an impression of actual pacing in this movie.
And then Obi's coming in for a landing here.
Yep. Now, parking scene. Drink, everybody.
Parking. Yep.
That
Yep.
craft looks like the. Is it? Oh, what movie is it where they had this big yellow submarine?
Is it the one with
The
the
one
Rolling
with
Stones in it?
Oh, it's one of these Irwin Allen movies from the 60s.
Oh, not the big yellow submarine movie.
One with Seaview. Is it Seaview?
Oh yeah.
My brain's imploding. Is it
Secret.
Voyage? It's not Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
Well, it's definitely not 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea.
Yeah,
Let's
Voyage to
move
the
on.
Bottom of the Sea. Yeah, they have the.
Is
they
that the
have
one?
Big yellow.
Maybe.
Yeah, submarine.
I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about the yellow submarine.
We all
Yeah,
live
that's a
in a yellow
Better film than
submarine.
this one as
The
well.
the sea
Yellow
view in the movie
submarine.
wasn't particularly yellow, but there was a little smaller craft that was yellow, and then the toys
Oh,
were yellow.
Fantastic Voyage.
Thunderbird 4.
Voyage to. So you can tell the old bastards. Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea.
Yep. Yeah. They had the sea view was not yellow,
Yeah,
but they
Manta
had their
Ray
little
looking
tiny
craft. Yeah,
sub
yeah,
that was
yeah,
yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, you can tell the old bastards, can't you? Okay, let's move
The
on.
Life Aquatic. Yeah, it should be the Life Aquatic. Ah, yes, here we are.
This,
Castleford Town Centre.
Cas Vegas on a
That's
Saturday
exactly what
night,
it is.
folks. Look
That's
at that.
Legends on the right there. Yeah. So,
Didn't
terrible,
Lucas
terrible nightclub.
didn't Lucas do like some screen tests for a Star Wars series which pretty much looked like this, which was
Yeah, Underworld. Star
was
Wars
gonna do
Underworld.
It was
Yeah.
going to do a TV series, wasn't it? And
Mhm.
it pretty much looked.
It
exactly
sounded
like
quite
this.
good, didn't it? It sounded quite good.
Yeah, and they just didn't happen. He couldn't get the backing for the
Yeah.
to get it on TV.
Then
Something.
there was also a game that was planned at one point called
1313.
1313. Yeah, that was
okay.
supposed to happen in the underworld of Star
Bloody
Wars,
nerd.
and so it was all going to look like this. Yeah.
Yeah, because they did screen tests and everything, didn't they? Yeah.
It's so weird that that it was a case of money that came to stop that being on TV.
You go
Money when you're talking about Star Wars, and
I know.
it's ridiculous.
He could have just paid for it all.
Have you seen the crap that gets
Meadowhall.
greenlit these days? Have you
Yeah.
seen the stuff that's on Netflix?
Yeah, Meadowhall without
Sadly,
the
we have.
gangs. Yeah.
Meadowhall.
Apparently, we're getting bogged AF. Come on, we're going into ruin territory here.
The White Rose Centre.
So we're still doing lots of running.
Oh, it's so bad.
4 hours later.
And now we go into the bar.
Hours later.
Anakin. She went into the
Anakin.
club, master.
Patience.
You haven't got your ID on your underage.
Use the force. Think. His hair's changed again.
Yep.
Got a bit wind blown.
The Rice Krispies still there, though.
Smylex,
It's
stop
okay,
body
Anakin. I know the bouncer.
What's that?
stop
It's okay,
body shaming.
Anakin. I know the bouncer.
Yeah, it's fine. Just
I will
pretend
say
you're a
back-
girl. He'll let you in for nothing.
I will say, back in the 90s, folks, in Blighty, knowing the bouncer had its advantages.
Really did, yeah. It stops you getting thrown out when you were terrible. When you were a terrible person.
I was lucky. I never paid to get in anywhere.
You
How
paid,
lucky.
just in a different way.
Yeah.
We all pay.
I'm paying now.
What's up with Obi-Wan's eyes? Why are they green? Here. Is it just me?
I know. I think you're right. I know. Which, you know, when I watched it again this week, I had exactly the same reaction. I wasn't quite sure they don't look natural, do they?
No. Because his eyes are blue.
Yeah, there's something not right about those.
Well, he's just surrounded by a giant green screen.
It's a
and
green
whole bunch
screen,
of
isn't it? Yeah.
lights.
Maybe.
Oh, so it's
It'll be.
reflecting. Okay.
Yeah, that's what it'll be.
Who was to do the line?
Sorry, Master. He went in there to hide, not to run.
Too much emotion.
Yes, Master. Next time,
Next
try
time.
not to lose it.
Next time, stick this up your ass.
Yes,
Master.
This dildo is your life.
Ah. Oh, on the nose.
Foreshadowing.
Little bit on the nose. there.
Foreshadowing.
You might as well have just winked at the camera.
This is one of those moments where if you've got a large bottle of whiskey, you just need to fucking down it in one go. Yeah.
Just look how uninterested everybody in this club is. Every time we see any of the shots, nobody looks excited. No one's having a good joke and a laugh and, you know, it's telling somebody, I love you, buddy. Nobody's at that stage. They all look like they've just got out of work and they don't really know each other.
Who would like to read the? Who would like to read that? Who would get the most pleasure?
Happy to.
Go for
Why
it.
do I get
Go.
the feeling you're going to be the death of me?
Yeah.
Wah 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 wah. Drink.
This is a works night out, do, and you don't really like anybody.
Okay, background. Less emotion.
Yep.
Background.
less
Less
intense,
emotion. Just stand there
slower.
and look disinterested.
slower,
It's a
less
woke
intense.
club. No happiness. Be more woke, everybody. No happiness.
Don't want anything to bring any attention to you whatsoever.
Dr. Eisman, it's like a bar in 2024. And we're not talking about 24 minutes past 8 in the evening either. Everyone's lifeless.
Yeah.
Foreshadowing. Wah, 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 wah. Did Lucas think when he was writing that line, God, that's good. That's
Well,
fucking good. That is
no,
good. Is that?
clearly
That
not.
is good. That is fucking good. How do I do it?
And they're not even on a green screen. This is like the only practical
True.
set here.
Yeah.
That's right.
Still, everyone lifeless, dead, uninterested.
Much
Oh.
like this stream, folks.
Oh.
And
Oh.
it's not a Weatherspoons, everybody, because there's no carpet.
You're the closest thing I have to a
Oh.
father.
Do you really want
Drink,
to
everybody.
hurt
Although-
me?
Although in another film, he tells him that
Do
he's like
Do
his
you
brother.
really want to make
me
me
cry?
cry?
He does tell him that he's like his brother
You're
in another film, though. So what is it, brother,
What?
father? What is this?
Pass.
Bizarre.
You're the closest thing I have to a father. A fat her. Fat her.
I still prefer the Nicolas Cage impression.
I agree.
No. You are still the closest thing I have to a father.
Then why don't you listen to me?
I am trying.
Is he though?
Yeah, very trying. Moving on.
It's a sports bar.
What they're betting on?
Apparently, it's American football being played by some weird droids.
And some of this stuff hasn't aged well either. That screen on the right in particular looked really
Yeah.
bad when it was moving.
And then there's pod
Really
racing
bad.
over there on the left.
Yeah. This is pod racing.
No, that's pod racing.
Woohoo.
Yeah, look how lifeless all this is. Why would you not just build it smaller and then have everybody closer together if that's the amount of people you're going to get? You need to fill this
This-
thing.
This scene is more Star Trek than Star Wars.
I don't know if it's even that. At least I've seen bars in Star Trek as well, and they're better than this.
Star Trek Discovery,
NFL
maybe.
Droid League.
Yeah.
Who's building cupboards? No. Can you see him? Oh, I'm not touching that one. Who wants to touch that line?
I think he's a they.
Yeah. I think
Is-
Z.
I think he's a transformer.
Is George foreshadowing all this madness that's going on now?
Yeah, maybe. I don't like to give him much credit.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't know that he has that much foresight.
Interesting. Okay.
Here we go. We've got the exciting. We get a couple of exciting cameos in this, don't we?
Yes.
We do.
Yeah.
Shall we? We'll refer to it from now on as a changeling.
Okay. All
I
of them.
think, I
All
think
of they,
them
them.
is a changeling.
All right. I'll
Why
start
did there
reusing
need to be a changeling though? Any idea? Or was it just because he could?
Well, it
toys.
just makes for an effective assassin. Also, toys.
Yes.
So he could buy 2 toys.
So why wear a mask then?
With
that's a great
face-changing
question.
technology.
Makes no sense. Yeah.
If you can change your physical appearance, why wear a mask? Oh well.
AP, I think
Moving on.
they them has no binary. See what we did there? Oh, sorry, chat moved up. Smylex, are you available, please?
Sure.
MJ UK 84 for 2 of your Canadian dollars. Sam could have transformed, but stays the same.
Well, to be fair, Odo
miss
did
you,
the same
Poppy.
thing, right?
Yeah. That's Star Trek, everybody. Have I missed a super chat? Here we go. Prof, you available, mate? Did we do this one? I don't think we did we?
Don't think so. No, Narco 2112 for $4.99 American. Is that real money? I don't remember.
It's money, yes.
12 hours of Attack of the Clones. What crime did Brown commit to be subjected to this? He got he got 3,000 followers, and then he got 4,000. British jurisprudence is wild.
Yeah, we promised to do this at 3. If we get to 3,000 subscribers, 1,100 subs later.
Yeah.
Thank you, my friend. Okay, let's proceed with haste. Go find her. Go on.
We are
Prof.
going to master.
Master. For a drink. Who's making lots of noise? Is that you, Romeo? Background noise.
I think it's
Possibly.
Just some auto gain.
Yeah.
Don't think so. I'm not moving much. Try not to, anyway.
I don't think he can move at this point.
Yeah, well, it's
Wait
it's
till you
about 20
stand
past 3 here in the morning, so it's
20
very
past
early.
3 somewhere, mate.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's happening here? He's having a drink, isn't he?
Yep. He's
Do we
drinking
know what the
blue
drink
shizzle.
is?
Um,
Tilly milk?
I think it's woo woo. I think that's a woo woo.
Just saying, Drown. Nearly 22 minutes in to the film, 4.5 hours into the stream.
So we've got another, 2 hours to go? Oh my god.
Keep moving. Keep moving.
We didn't hit the ground running, did we? Plus, I've done probably too many slides in anticipation of 12 hours.
Do you think?
Oh, and also,
Oh, well.
why? I don't get this whole moment with the stalking of our character. It seems such a weird thing for an assassin to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, stalking someone who has the Force.
And also, you've got the advantage of distance because you're using a projectile weapon.
Yes.
I mean, why would you?
Well,
why would you do
Zam's
this?
objective in this scene is to escape. And as one of the chatters pointed out, they're a changeling, so they could have just changed their appearance, clothes, and just walked out of there without the Jedi noticing.
True.
Zam chooses to attack.
Not touching that comment.
I think she just wants to give Obi-Wan a chance to reenact the scene he'll have in Star Wars years later where he cuts off someone's arm who's going to shoot him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Schwam.
Just like that.
He's got the moves, hasn't he?
He does.
Yep, he does. Don't worry, she's harmless.
Whee!
Wah, screaming. Patrons gasping.
Goodness me. And there's Anthony Daniels.
So there's a few interesting extras in this scene. Are we doing a drink?
Yeah, I think for this one, in honor.
There's Tony. Oh, I can give you a little story about Tony if you like. I met him at a convention about I think it might have been Star Wars Celebration. He there was a point in time where they were doing a Star Wars sort of a music night where he was going out on stage and basically had a full orchestra and they would retell the entire trilogy or 6 movies and then get the music to accompany it. So there he is as the MC, comes on stage and he gets a big audience reaction to everything he's saying. So when I talked to him, I'd heard he was a bit of a dick. I'd heard for years that this guy was not a big fan of Star Wars fans, but he sort of leaned in conspiratorially and he said to me, do you know that was the first time I really understood it and really got it and really got what the fans got out of it as well. He seemed genuinely pleased that and warm about the franchise, and I was so pleased. It was one of the few times where expectations were actually not, subverted. It was lovely to meet him. He was a very nice guy.
That's brilliant.
Shatner had William Shatner. He didn't understand the fandom with Star Trek, did he?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then
there was a long time.
And then a moment he understood what it meant, and since then he's just embraced it, hasn't he?
Yeah, well, I think
he realized.
Yeah. It's when he was doing that series, The Captains, when he was going around interviewing a lot of the other people, and he was sitting with Patrick Stewart, and Patrick Stewart was saying, hey, if I croak tomorrow and I'm remembered for 100 years as Captain Picard, I've been remembered.
Yeah,
right. I've made my impact on something.
Absolutely, and I think that's probably the same with him as well, isn't it? Because I mean, he's settled into the fact that he is now known as 3PO, and he's embraced it. And I think he does actually have a lot of love for that character. But I don't think for a very long time he had a lot of love for all of the stuff that goes around with being in it. But it was the fact that he was on the stage and got that reason from a massive crowd of people that really just
Shatner embraced the money as well.
He did at that. Yes,
he did.
He embraced my money. I know that much.
So Anthony Daniels, folks.
Yeah.
Moaning, grunting. Who's saying this one?
Easy,
No.
Jedi business. Go back to your drinks.
Go back to your drinks.
No, that's a Nick Cage line if ever there was one. Easy. It's like, it's easy. Jedi business. Go back to your drinks. Oh.
There you go, folks.
They're all gay bars eventually, sword and stone.
Yeah.
Did he walk into a gay bar? Gay bar.
He did have something to put in her, that's for sure. It was a lightsaber.
Do you know who it is? What's the line? Do you know who it was you were trying to kill? Because obviously they're going to tell. Is it like a trope that the dying person has to tell?
Yes, to tell the truth.
It
yeah,
is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, they're not allowed to lie.
Yeah.
It looks like she's probably live streaming as well at the same time.
Prof?
Who hired you? Tell us.
That is exactly what he sounded like in the film.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got some.
You can actually hear him creaking, can't you?
Loud noises.
Who hired you? Tell us. Yeah. Romeo is your. I know it's late in the morning. I think that's you with the noise. It was gold. Gagging. Is that the name of the bounty hunter? Gagging.
Gagging.
Yeah.
Yes. That's also some foreshadowing for that cut scene with Padme later in the movie.
That might just be background noise.
Well, the gagging.
The gagging.
Very good.
Gagafet.
Gagafet.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going back into Blade Runner stroke Last Starfighter here.
Oh,
Ooh.
The beer goggles have come off now.
yep. Now no longer a 1. Well, actually, I mean, maybe.
Does
With
that
the beer
look
goggles on, she looks good from far, but far from good.
Bob Fock.
overly CGI?
Definite Bob Fock.
Overly
Play Watch
CGI,
Face
do
Off.
we?
Yeah, it is.
That is awful, yeah.
Did we hear the
What?
word Slimo before in The Phantom Menace?
Yeah, we did.
Anakin
we?
said it, I think.
Yeah, he called somebody. Either he called
Sebulba? I think when he's
Sebulba that,
talking
or
to-
Sebulba
Yeah.
called
Yeah.
him that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's weird about this moment is while they're willing to go to great lengths to follow Zam throughout Coruscant, when Django kills the assassin and flies away in a jetpack which has limited fuel, they give up on the chase. Like, it's so strange.
The
Yeah,
animated
consistency
show-
not their strong point.
Okay.
What'd you call me?
Toxic Darth.
Oh, that's one of those people calling everyone toxic.
Yeah.
But we already knew it was a toxic dart, though, didn't we? Because they told us earlier. Or did I imagine that?
I don't know.
But
Probably.
they told us the little
The dart was very poisonous.
Were
It
poisonous.
Oh, okay.
depends. Were there unicorns in the scene as well, and and small fairies flying around?
Yes,
Because if
indeed.
so, yeah, you were tripping.
Yay!
Liam Towers. There we are.
Did we see those in Ahsoka, stuff like that?
I've definitely seen them in. Yeah, I think we
Or
did.
did I imagine them?
Phantom Menace, we did.
Yeah, we saw them in another, well, at least in the other prequels.
Yeah.
Maybe in
Will
Ahsoka.
Down's Cat be up one of those?
I mean, I can really only remember the arse shots and Down's Cat and that thing that
Yeah.
definitely looked like a frog that fucked a parrot.
I mean, why
That's
would you
it.
bother remembering anything else?
There was nothing else to remember. Absolutely right.
That covers the whole thing, yeah.
Yeah. Somebody was a pilot, I believe, and had a heart of a pilot.
Who would like to do the line? It's Yoda.
Track down this bounty hunter, you must. Obi-Wan.
Or something.
Super chat, folks. Wonky Man for £2. Real money, allegedly, folks. Jedi bigness leads to Slimo. Thank you, my friend.
Get that on a t-shirt.
So, who's saying these lines? Is it still?
No, I think that's
Yoda?
as most importantly, find out who he's mother working for.
That's right.
Romeo, care to repeat the line? I think that's you, mate.
So this is Mace Windu, is it? All right.
Well, if it isn't, it is now.
Yeah. Well, it is now, I suppose. He's been recast. And most importantly, find out who he's motherfucking working for. Motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yoda gets a special chair.
Yeah. They all get special chairs. Like everybody has their own. Like there's some of them are similar, but they're all a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, Yoda's getting on. That's probably a commode as well.
Yes.
Nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. Why do you think we've been able to go this long?
You've got to embrace technology, you know? Who's saying these lines?
What about Senator Amidala?
What about that bitch?
What about her?
Uh-huh.
She what? She will
she needs
still
protecting
need
from you.
protecting.
Good lord.
This looks like a Jedi safe space, doesn't it?
Handle that your Padawan will.
A little bit.
Everyone gets their own special chair.
I've got a cricket chair.
You get a special
Because
chair.
incredibly important missions to protect people whose votes determine the fate of the galaxy are definitely jobs you delegate to like your least trained member of staff. Terrific. I got to say this, right? I should have said it earlier, but one of the themes that comes throughout all three of these films is the Jedi Council are fucking morons.
Oh yeah,
Like, they make terrible decisions.
They do.
You know, later on in the film, when they tell Yoda that there's a clone army that's been created,
Oh my
he's
God,
like,
yeah.
"Oh, meditate on this, I will." Are you fucking serious? You're gonna
I need to
meditate on
go.
it.
Yeah, I need to go into a dark room, light some candles, get some Kleenex. Yeah, okay, Yoda.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with
In-
that.
In that same scene, Obi-Wan informs the council that there's an army being made on Kamino for the Galactic Republic that were ordered by a deceased Jedi, and all that Mace Windu asks is it related to the assassination attempt on Padme? It's like, mate, you got bigger problems than the assassination when there's an army being made under your nose. Like, what's going on?
What
How
does
are we
this
gonna
mean?
How are we gonna pay for that motherfucker?
Yoda is shipping then.
God damn.
He wants Anakin
Relationship.
and Obi-Wan
Yeah.
together.
Oh, I'm very naive, you see.
Young speak.
Okay, that's why I don't understand the word.
Well,
Yeah.
his force may not be all that.
Welcome to Talking Over Each
Sorry.
Other.
Sorry, go ahead.
Go on.
Mace Windu again.
Go on, Romeo.
All right. God damn it, Anakin. Escort the senator back to her home planet of Naboo. And don't fuck it up. Keep that bitch safe.
I see where we're refraining from using the N-word 400 times.
Yeah.
I
Wow.
think there's certain words
There are
off
limits.
Oh, go.
By Quentin
That bitch will be
Tarantino.
safer there. And don't lose no motherfucking registered transport.
Where's Harvey Keitel?
Travelers, refugees. You dig?
I dig.
I dig.
Oh, do we really need to do this dialogue? I mean, this is...
Who is this saying this? Anybody know? Anybody care?
It is
As the
Anakin.
leader of the opposition, it will be very difficult to get Senator Amidala to leave the capital.
Full stop.
All
Oh, this
you.
is
That's
saying-
Yoda speaking.
Yeah,
It's Yoda, yeah.
No, it's Yoda.
Is.
It's as good as it gets.
There you go.
Judgment she must respect.
I like the little cough.
Anakin, get your ass to the motherfucking Senate and ask that motherfucker Chancellor Palpatine to speak with her, that stupid bitch, about this goddamn matter.
How much better would this film have been if it had been directed by Tarantino?
Oh,
Yeah,
this would have been
There'd be a lot more
amazing.
feet.
Yeah.
it's true. That's true.
Amazing. Who's saying this? Oh, is this Palps?
It is.
We need kippers.
Yeah. I only do full pelts. I don't do nice pelts.
I will talk to her. Senator Amidala will not refuse an executive order.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
You've got that nailed.
He's like
It's
like
like-
an acting equivalent of Ovaltine. He's just sort of gets you down and chill.
Never go
It's like-
full Palps.
It's like Mick Moranis' character from Ghostbusters appearing as Anakin.
I think this is for you, Romeo.
Oh, is this Emperor Palpatine?
No, on
Tommy.
on Tommy from Tommy.
Use the Force, motherfucker. Use the
by the way,
motherfucking Force.
I disagree, Sword in the Storm. I think you should always go full palps.
Yeah,
You have to go full pelts. You can't hold back.
All the
they
way.
went full Palps in Skywalker.
You know how the Academy feel about that? He went full Palps. Well, empty-handed.
Patience.
Your
has paid
patience
off.
has paid off.
Yeah. Oh, he's so cool, isn't he? Look at him.
Obviously, lots of taxis in the background going.
Yeah.
And alliteration.
Mm-hmm.
Look at those motherfucking chemtrails, everybody.
Don't get swapped aside.
Your guidance more than my patience.
He's like an emo Rick Moranis now.
Yeah.
Your guidance more than my patience.
Oh my god.
You don't need guidance, Anakin. Yeah, Swappers, where are you? These are
Where
your
are you,
lines. Swappers, where are you?
I don't know if he does nice pelts either.
This is Swappers. This is your calling. Yeah, this is what Swappers. We've been streaming 3.5 years for this moment. And
This is
where
why
are
we
you?
built him in the lab.
Where are you, Swappers?
Well, as long as he turns up for the bits where he like fights. I mean, well, I guess
in
we
time,
we need him for the full reveal. We definitely need him
you
for
will
that.
learn to trust your feelings.
Yeah. And once again, the lines awful. Ian McDermott, great. Doing a
Terrible
really good
desk,
job.
by the way. Still a terrible desk, though.
Oh, well, it's all just green boxes on
You
a set.
will
And
be invincible. So, Palps knows that Anakin is the key to everything, doesn't he?
This is the start of the grooming.
Absolutely, he's got his hand inside him like Sooty. Definitely.
See, I think he's been grooming him for a while. I think that we've just missed out on it in the last 10 years.
Yeah, true.
He's been messing with him.
Would you like to see a visual gag, everybody?
Yes.
Okay, let me. This is me being very ugly, folks. This is for the Brits, everybody. What's this?
Oh, I know what that is. Is that
Go on, then.
Sooty naked?
It is.
Right. I want to know why Sooty's the poster boy for the deaf. No, for the blind in charity shops. You get those little money boxes of Sooty, and he's
yeah.
blind.
And,
Why would you choose a silent bear to be representing the blind? I don't get it. What are the blind getting out of Sooty?
We had 20.
At least Sweep I can understand.
4 hours 30, everybody.
Yeah,
Anyway.
4 hours 30 minutes and 26
talking
minutes
about
into the
Sooty.
film.
Oh,
26 minutes into the
I'd
film.
rather talk about puppets from the 70s than this.
I will warn you, folks. At 5 hours, there will be a little intermission because I need to at least go get a drink. Plus, there'll be a change of shift for the guests. Anybody who wants to stay is more than welcome to stay.
I'll tap out of 5 hours, Brown.
You know what, mate? You've done absolute fucking top draw tonight, Romeo.
I'll tap out of 5 hours because it's 3:30 here now. And
Yeah.
but I'll last for 5 hours because there's a scene coming up soon that has some of the cringiest dialogue in this, and yeah, we're almost there.
It many times. You are the most gifted Jedi I have ever met.
I was just wondering, Brian, you use your right hand for Sooty. Do you ever treat yourself with the left hand for Sweep?
It's like a stranger's doing it when Sweep's doing it.
Is that a birthday treat or?
Ego, get Fiona on. We've asked Fiona many times. Fiona's radio silent at the moment, folks.
She is.
Yeah, I think she's got some real life stuff going on, folks. Okay, so we're getting to Cringeville then, Romeo.
Oh, well, there's a key scene coming between Anakin and Padme where she gives him a lot of mixed messages. She has some cringy dialogue. He has some terrible cringy dialogue. And Christensen's acting is beyond appalling. It's not even wooden. It's so wrong for what he's trying to convey. To try and have us as an audience connect with this character. The dialogue's wrong. The acting is wrong. It just, it makes amateur theater that you'd see down the road look like the RSC. It's unbelievable. Wow. So it's coming up. It's a little bit after. It's just after this scene here.
Okay. And it's all amplified by the fact that they're not on real sets and all that other stuff that's basically there that your brain is telling you is fake. So you've already got all of that going on. So you really did need people in these scenes to lift it, to elevate it.
But back in 2002, was our we was watching this, and just look at that still on screen. Was our brain saying this is bad? This is
Yeah,
absolutely
with
shot.
the
Were we?
the light
bad,
Were
rendering is
we?
quite
Were
bad.
we?
I don't know about bad, but I know it was definitely registering as not quite real.
Yeah.
You know.
In your next slide, though, the light in the background will look really badly rendered.
Yeah,
So,
awful.
yeah.
It does look especially bad in stills, but
Yeah,
even
if you
when it's in
compare it,
motion.
if you compare it to the Mines of Moria in the Fellowship of the Ring,
Yeah,
I know it's darker, but still.
Did I read somewhere that we will never get 4K versions of these films because it's to do with the
Yeah, I think they would have to be upscaled because I don't.
it's the
think
rendering of the
there's-
CGI, isn't it?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
yeah. It was all shot digitally and rendered straight into digital, and I think it
Yeah.
only was produced in a certain
It
visual.
would have to be re-rendered,
quality.
folks.
Yeah.
But would we want this in 4K? That's the question.
Yeah, they're available in
thanks.
4K.
Probably
No,
not.
thank you.
They are available in
I-
4K, but they're just upscaled.
Yeah.
I'd like it on Betamax, I think.
I would imagine the CGI looks even more shonky. But
Actually, do you know what? I think Iceman might be right. In fact, I'm pretty sure I just saw an advert for a box set that
Yeah.
included a 4K.
They're available in
update.
4K,
but they are upscaled.
Yeah.
They are upscaled.
An advert? You mean somebody walking past you in the street offering feeding?
Opening up his trench
Over here.
coat. Hey,
Hey, you.
got
Wait,
some.
here you go. Wait, it is unfortunately.
It's a
I think
CGI.
we've burst Jaden's
Shocked.
bubble there. All right.
Shocked.
They
You're
offered me free
sir.
puppies and then this.
He is not ready to be given this assignment on his own yet.
Yoda looking like the Great Gazoo there from the Flintstones.
Yeah.
It does.
Who's saying? Oh, Yoda. Who's want to do the Yoda line?
I'll go for it.
The council is confident in its decision, Obi-Wan.
His abilities
that's
have
Obi-Wan.
made him, well, arrogant. That's
More
Yoda.
and more and more common among Jedi. Too sure of themselves they are.
Remember, Obi-Wan, if the motherfucking prophecy is true,
Oh, sorry, I'm boomerang.
then your motherfucking apprentice is the only motherfucker who can bring balance to the motherfucking force.
Absolutely, exactly as you said it.
Back into balance. Hey.
I don't read the
So-
script. Script reads me.
That is such an ugly shot.
But why is it necessary to show the window being replaced? Oh, well.
Because they can.
Yeah, that's the reason.
It's immersive.
Welcome to It's Immersive on Mr. Brown Lights.
It's world building, everybody.
It's immersive, everybody. Do we like immersion, everybody? Moving on.
Yeah.
Who's doing the line?
I'm taking on extended leave of absence. It will be your responsibility to take my place in the Senate.
Oh, God.
Oh god, it just doesn't stop.
Representative Banks, I know I can count on you. Mm-hmm.
Is that how you do the voice in your head when you're thinking about her
I
at
thought
night?
I thought she'd walked in the room, to be fair. Go on, who wants to do this abomination? Who wants to do this?
I mean,
Nobody.
Mr. Harnett, let me looking at this heavy pattern, man. Misa, accept this with my humility and reggae sauce.
Jar Jar, fuck off.
Yes.
the voice of the audience.
Ah, God!
I'll be out of here then. Bye.
Thank God he's gone.
Oh my
Look
god,
at that hair.
That started too high.
I do not like.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Who's Prof? Is this you? He's on mute. I'll do it.
I think he stepped away for a moment.
I don't blame him. Now that the council has ordered an investigation, it won't take Master Obi-Wan long to find this bounty hunter. Sometimes we must let go of our pride and do what is requested of us.
Anakin, you
Bumbleclot.
Bumbleclot.
Bumbleclot. Go on, come on.
This is Padme flirting again.
Yeah, with the Mickey Mouse.
No,
ears.
it's mixed messages. Let me get my bottle.
Anakin, you look so big and handsome and massive and
Tumescent.
engorged. You're engorged, Anakin. You
I saw the way
dirty
you
old-
carried that chair from one side of the room to the other. Oh,
Are you pleased? Anakin, are you pleased to see me?
Do you like my Minnie Mouse ears? Is this doing it for you?
Somebody will give us heat for us being just wankers. Sorry, folks.
Yeah, that's fine.
Don't get me wrong. Obi-Wan is a great mentor. Everybody needs a mentor, everybody.
Yes, those are a type of mint, everyone.
As wise as Master Yoda and ... as powerful as
Motherfucking
Master
Mr. Window.
Mr. Motherfucker Window. I am truly thankful to be his apprentice.
And thankfully, Artoo is back, so God, he can take over this
No,
ship. if he
I've
really
got
wants
this
to.
nailed.
Okay,
He's
go.
got it.
You are
He's in
in
the
the
zone.
moment now.
He's in the zone.
Scene.
I'm really ahead of him. Oh, you arrogant bastard. But he feels that I'm too unpredictable.
Yep.
He won't let me move on.
Jesus Christ, it never ends.
Told you it's a terrible scene.
That must be frustrating.
It's worse. He's overly critical. Did you say something?
What?
Go on, who's doing it?
All mentors have a way of seeing more of our faults than we would like.
Oh,
It's the only way we grow.
George, knocking it out of the park. Well done, George.
Beautiful. Well done.
Oh,
Don't try to grow up too fast.
This
I'd like
needs
to
a
thank
like
the Academy
ASMR.
It's like
Your
poetry. It rhymes.
It's like
for your
poetry.
consideration, Oscar.
I'm a
Quality,
poet,
consideration.
and I don't
Didn't
even
know
know
it.
it.
Making rhymes all the time.
My, you look so big, Anakin.
Oh God!
But
That was me foreshadowing that line.
But I am grown up.
I've grown up.
Here comes the mixed message.
I will say, people, don't come after me, please, in the chat afterwards. We're just trying to put a brave face. I am a bitter old man, but I know it, you know. But I'm lovable.
Please don't look at me like that.
Oh
Oh,
my God.
How does this billionaire George Lucas ever get laid? I don't understand it.
Clue, billionaire.
Oh, right, okay.
Exactly.
I wonder.
Go on, Artoo. This is you,
That's
mate.
it.
Well, no,
Why-
the first.
Why not?
The,
It makes me
the
feel
next line, sir.
uncomfortable, you creeper.
I think we'll just go home and let Artoo
Yeah, that's fine.
finish off.
Yep, you just
Yeah.
just keep flipping the slides there. Yeah.
Sorry, my lady.
Look at that creeper face he's doing as well.
Yeah,
Oh,
it's
God.
terrible.
Oh,
Like, and we're supposed to like this guy.
Yes,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
supposed to like him.
Lucas wants us to like and care about this guy.
Guy you
He's a
don't
very
leave with
naughty
your.
boy.
After this scene, he's just a whiny bitch of a character, complains about people trying to help him and teach him stuff, and then he creeps the fuck out of Padme by giving her the, the bizarre sex eyes. It's just everything wrong.
I love it how Black Lives or Black Knives, the amount of spew it just gets more. I think it's going to be maximum characters before too long. Yeah. Oh, just look at his face.
Yeah. Oh, he's a total creeper. It's gross. It's just gross.
Don't leave this man alone with your pets or a watermelon.
Did we realize that at the time?
Oh God, yes.
Oh yes.
Really?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we did.
Very
Yeah,
much
we did.
so.
And then he only gets worse. Oh God.
Wait till he's trying to touch her.
Oh.
I was thinking more about the murder of the Tusken Raiders, but
Well,
that too.
no, oh no, it's peak cringe when the two of them are out on the balcony later.
Okay, nice concreted scenes.
Yep. A lot of beige there.
Yep.
Yeah. Perhaps concrete was quite easy to render back then. There you go.
In the bin.
Yes.
Burning,
Flaming bins.
the burning bin.
Yes.
Yeah.
Put it in the flaming bin. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
See, yeah, I'll put that on screen. Yeah. Not good, is it?
Oh, God,
Yeah, that Geraint's completely right there. That way to woo your girlfriend there, just to confess to brutal mass murder.
Yeah, of
Do we know
children.
how,
Yeah,
do
and
we
women.
know how long we're in now?
Yeah, we are. Hang on, we are in
38 minutes and 12 seconds.
Yeah, about 30 minutes.
Oh,
hang on,
that's close.
Hang on, I'll just find it.
I feel-
we are.
I know Z is going, get on with it. Okay, this looks pretty good. I'm sure there's some practical in there somewhere, but it looks
29 minutes 51 seconds.
Oh, good lord.
That previous slide.
Yeah,
Optimistic.
I think we're coming back, folks. Don't you?
I would say so.
Yeah, I think we're coming back. Hopefully, we'll have rules
Bogged
back next time. Yeah.
Down.
This is a practical set, isn't it?
Yeah, I would say that's real.
Yeah, the practical sets look great, don't they?
Yeah, they're all right. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
Rose Byrne.
Yeah, she is. Very pretty lady. Trying her
Wouldn't mind
best.
Rose.
Look at
What the hell are you wearing?
Well, then my Jedi creeper will have to prove how good he is.
Look at the dirty old bastard in the background.
I don't understand the rationale for them traveling as refugees because A, it comes to nothing. They get to Naboo without any problems. So, it doesn't achieve anything story-wise. And B, they're dropped off here specifically by Captain Typho and the other Naboo folks and Obi-Wan in public. Like, they're not doing it in a secretive way at all. There's no attempt here to conceal who they are. Yet they're traveling as... Why don't they just fucking ship in the first place? It doesn't make any sense to me, the precaution.
They're dressed like some rather well-off refugees as well.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
On that note, Romeo, of all the thousands of worlds Anakin and Padme could go to hide, why did they go to Naboo? This is like the first place an assassin would go after realizing she left Coruscant.
I was going to say, are they heading for the southern coast of England? Moving on. I killed that one, didn't I?
Why
Smylex?
is it? Why is it the sort of cruise effect that they don't get it?
There was a thinking man's joke in there, but I fucked that one up. Okay, super chat. M Duke 84 for 2 Canadian woke dollars. Thank you, my friend. We would be able to watch the theatrical twice now.
Yeah, but why would you want to?
But would you want to?
Exactly. Why the hell would you want to do that?
Oh yes. Okay. Thank you, my friend.
There's less motherfuckers in the theatrical version.
That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, motherfucker.
It's mainly Melon Farmer.
I've had enough of these motherfucking Sith on this mother... Oh, sorry.
His hair's changed again and his beard's...
But the
You
Rice
can tell when
Krispie
there's-
remains.
Yeah, you can tell when there's a considerable time span in between scenes. He just looks totally different, doesn't he?
At least he's not having weight gains in this one every 5 minutes.
Yeah, it's not quite as bad
Yeah.
as the Phantom Menace, where it's changing constantly. but
I'll
yeah.
get to the bottom of this plot quickly, milady.
I mean, that shouldn't take very long. The plot's a wafer thin.
I'll be most grateful for your speed, Master Deadeye.
Yep, Captain Birdseye in the
Anakin!
background there.
This is a drink, isn't it? May the 4th be with you.
Yep.
Drink.
Drink, everybody.
Look at that unconvincing hug in the background as well.
Yeah.
They hate each other, those
Yeah.
actors.
Oh yeah. Get off me, bitch.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Got too pretty.
I just want to get to craft services. Let's get on with this. Oh.
Suddenly, I'm afraid.
No shit, I would be too. Have you seen the way he looks at you?
Yeah.
Oh. Creepiness coming in, folks.
I mean, I don't even suspect he wants to have sex with her. I think it's something much, much worse.
Who's saying this?
This is my first
It's
assignment
Anakin.
on my own. I am too.
First timer.
Yeah. Diplomatic protection is definitely a job for your least stable trainee.
Who's saying this?
Best line in the whole movie right here.
Absolutely.
Don't worry. We have R2 with us.
He can record it, and we can watch it later.
Best actor in the entire film. Look how much
Nice.
charisma he's got. And he's
Yeah.
not even actually speaking. He's still got more
It looks
charisma
like,
than these
it
two.
looks like he's lost his arm as well. Nice. It looks bit of nice CGI and practical here. Obviously, lots of extras in the background to give it some life.
Yeah. He still looks like a very early morning. It doesn't look like it's
Yeah.
busy times, but yeah.
It's morning
I mean,
somewhere, folks.
Yeah.
Lob is skipping ahead in the comments.
More gray.
I like that cheesy looking spaceship on the left there. That
It's
looks like
very
a big smiley
Thunderbird-
thing.
Thunderbird 2.
I think it looks like he's got a nice big smile.
It does actually.
It
Like,
does. Yeah.
I'm just packed here. Don't look at me.
Look who's here, everybody. It's Johnny Lawrence's mum.
Wait.
Barbara Lawrence. I
Hello.
do believe you know this person.
Never
Hello.
met him in real life.
Hi, Johnny Lawrence's mom.
Greetings.
How are you?
Oh my God, I've got coffee.
Oh,
Yeah.
Got
Not
coffee
enough.
going. And I
Not
feel like it's not enough.
No, there's not enough coffee in the
Oh,
world, unfortunately.
No. And yes,
How-
the ship looks like it's straight out of fucking Cars Land.
Yeah, Futurama.
yeah.
Yeah.
So, Barbara, your first experience of the movie?
Oh, I think I saw it in the theaters. I took my 4-year-old son,
Johnny.
Johnny. Say hello to
To,
Johnny for me, by the way.
to go see it. And I was just like so utterly depressed and so disappointed. It's just awful. Absolutely awful.
Don't sit on the
And,
fence. Tell us what you really thought about it.
Oh my
Um,
gee, a woman on the panel. Yay!
Yeah, it sucked. I hated
How
it.
dare you presume her gender?
No, it's okay. I am a mom.
Barbara.
I am Johnny Lawrence's mom after all.
It is. That deserves our special respect, doesn't it?
So I know my pronouns.
Yes, Johnny Lawrence's mom. Look who's here, everybody. Emperor Goodwin.
Oh God, I thought I got rid of him.
Oh God.
Oh, thank God. Well, I'm ready to start Star Trek 6 now. And
Yeah.
wait, is this a deleted scene from the movie? I don't remember this.
Hello, Emperor. How are you?
Well, I seem like it's like B-Sides Part 2 watching this
Yes.
mess.
Hi.
This is,
We're getting the band back together.
When are the
Take
gentle
over.
things going to come up?
Because
No.
because I'm such a kind of believe it or not, folks, I do try to be professional on the odd occasion. I did you a graphic. Would you like to see it?
oh,
Yeah.
my.
Oh wow.
Woohoo!
Look at
Oh,
that.
look at that.
That's beautiful.
Oh,
Very
aw,
nice.
Brownie.
That's certainly the best thing I've seen in the last 24 hours.
Best thing I've seen in the best 5 hours. www.wootube.com/@ B-roll stage.
Oh,
I do believe
my-
that's you and your channel, I do believe.
yes.
If you don't
that's
hate
us.
yourself already after watching this,
Yeah, come on
by all
by
means.
B-Sides every Friday.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Apologize to your liver ahead of time.
And there's somebody else. In fact, tell you what, Emperor, your first experience, before I forget, of Attack of the Clones.
So the only one of the prequels that I saw in theater was Revenge of the Sith. I actively avoided seeing them because I was already very annoyed at George about the special editions in '97. But we watched them, on video when they came out. This was just laughably bad. I mean, I thought the Phantom Menace was pretty terrible, and then Attack of the Clowns came out, and oh my lord, every bad tendency that George has is just turned up to 11 in this movie. The wooden dialogue, the even more wooden animatronic actors, the CG that's not quite good enough, but he is convinced it is, and there are certain things like the action scene from about 10 minutes ago, the video game thing. Yeah. That like right off the bat tells you that George doesn't. He's got a new toy and he's playing with it, but he doesn't understand how to wield it. Because the thing about Spielberg is that he had the good sense to understand that movie cameras are the way that we convey movies, and the audience has learned like the language of cameras, what you can and cannot do. And when George has everything spinning around and going crazy, it just violates your sense of how a camera should work. And because it looks like a video game, but you don't have the controller in your hands, it just is like motion sickness, the movie.
Yeah. Okay. We will get one more personal, folks, and then we're going to take a little break at 5 hours for a few minutes, if that's okay, because I need to go get a drink and stuff. If that's okay.
Cheers.
It'll be a quick break. Look who is, everybody. The Wayfarer Project.
Way.
Hello. Hello there. And he's muted. And he's muted.
Oh. Well, you know.
He's going to do his bits in sign language.
Yes. Yes. He's using Fiona's mic again.
And he even did.
Hello.
Oh my god.
Somehow it wasn't letting me use my hotkey.
Oh my god, Goodwin and Goodwin together.
I know.
Wow. Bass notes.
Oh my god. We're going to have a bass off here.
Hello, Wayfarer Project. How are you, sir?
Hello, Mr. Brown. I'm doing fine, or at least as fine as one can be after 5 hours of... Well, I love hanging out with you guys, but it's a slow crawl through this thing.
It is.
I haven't heard voices yet. That's good.
Not yet. So I will ask you your first experience of the movie. If you can bat it out for me going downstairs and getting a drink and coming back upstairs, we might not need to do the toilet break. Do you think you could do that?
Okay.
So
yeah.
You've got to 3 minutes. You think you can do that?
Oh, yeah, I could probably do that.
I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to run downstairs and run back upstairs. So bear with me, folks.
Okay,
Quick,
so...
Someone do the sound effects.
Yeah.
Well, there's a job to do, so I might as well do it. Yeah, I don't think I originally saw this in the theater. I think it was like, back in the early 2000s, they would release things early on like DirecTV and stuff like that, a pay-per-view. I think that's when I first saw it. And it was okay, you know, but not great. But I was still feeling okay, you know. But over the years, I saw it a couple more times, and each time it kind of got worse. I guess because I got to know it more, and I watched it again last night, so it would be fresh in the mind. And oh boy,
It didn't get better, did it?
no, it did not. No, I was just, I mean, I guess I was just noticing more things than I, you know, had paid attention to before. The CGI was looking more and more dated, you know, things that looked good back in the day, you know, don't look so good anymore. And, you know, I'm sure we'll be seeing some of those scenes come up, and, you know, so I'll talk about them then. So I'll just keep it general now, you know, and the dialogue, you know, the lines are just, I mean, and it's been reinforced throughout this stream. The lines aren't great. And the delivery, in a lot of the cases, isn't great either. But I don't know if it's direction or whatever. But yeah, Hayden Christensen, no offense to him or anything. It's just, I don't know.
No,
I wasn't sold on it at all.
No,
you know?
not at all.
You know,
It's really hard to be sold on watching a bunch of wooden planks walk around.
Yeah.
And the delivery of their line, the dialogue, the lines are just awful. The
Yep.
pacing is terrible. And you're right, the CGI is it looks very dated.
but
How
over
much-
the years, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I was kind of thinking about this. So how much of you know, when we first saw it, and it definitely tripped like Uncanny Valley on the CG stuff, right? That it didn't look real. There's kind of this mildly cartoonish feel, but how much of like original viewing, how much of the grace that we kind of gave CG at that time was just like an admiration for the technical achievement versus the actual verisimilitude of the.
Oh yeah, I think it was really that. It was the admiration for the technical achievement, just like you said. Because last night when I was seeing like a scene that I did like before, the fight between Obi-Wan and Jango Fett on Camino.
Mm-hmm.
Last night I was seeing some moves and stuff like where Obi-Wan, I think, punches him at some point and he goes backwards, but it was just at a weird angle and dropped down in such a strange way. It's like, no, physics doesn't work like that.
Right.
Yeah.
You know, so some of the CGI of the characters, I think, were some of the worst parts, and especially in the factory scene on Geonosis. You know, some of the things with Zee-ThreePIO and everything, it's just like, oh man. You know, practical effects have so much substance, you know, and they respond to physics and work in physics, and yeah.
Yeah, the
And I
benefit
think
of
that's-
using like physical shots is that reality is already giving you all the cheat codes, right? Physics is already in play. I don't have to worry about did I model the physics correctly. Reality insists upon itself. And so one of the drawbacks to being like all CG is that we evolved to be in a, you know, three-dimensional world with physics that we've encountered our entire lives, and trying to reproduce that technically is a much harder lift than most people give it credit for.
I'm back in the room, folks. Here you go. Professor Artoo at Mr. Brown answers me. I need to hear at the Wayfarer Project say, go on, Wayfarer. Do you do that?
I am sorry. There's one thing I got to let you know. I am legally blind. I have Stargardt's disorder. It's a form of macular degeneration.
Oh, yeah.
I could read this because I do zoom on the computer and read things, but it would be slow and stuttered.
Do you want
The dude abides.
The dude abides.
The dude abides.
I don't know about you, but I
Sam
take
Elliott
comfort
quote.
in that. Yeah.
I supposed to say it in a special way?
You sound like Sam Elliott, man.
Yeah,
You
Sam
sound like
Elliott.
Sam Elliott.
Yes.
Just say steak. It's what's for dinner. That's all right. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Steak.
Right.
It's what's for dinner.
Damn, that's pretty good. I'm just gonna tell
It
you.
is.
That's pretty good.
Okay, so we're on 5 hours. Who's leaving us now?
That'll be me, Brown.
Romeo, you've done.
It's after
sterling
4
work.
a.m. here, so
You've done sterling work this evening, my friend.
I'm about to pass out, and that's not just the whiskey.
Yeah, amazing work.
So I will wish you all the best for the rest of this glorious stream. I might drop in at the end, but then I'll probably be in a coma, so possibly not.
Yeah, that's Romeo Tango November Zulu. Everybody's played a blinder today.
You were a warrior.
Okay, take care, folks. Enjoy the stream,
Thank
and
you.
I know you won't enjoy the film, but enjoy the stream.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, all the best, folks. Thanks again, Brown.
Take care, man.
Much love, God bless, and may the force be with you.
Yeah, much love for you, mate. Take care.
Brown, I think I might also head off. It's 2 a.m. here,
Okay.
and I've had one too many drinks. It was lovely to meet you all. Enjoy the rest of the stream, and thanks for having me on.
That's Master Niyat, everybody. Take care, mate. You've played a blinder this evening.
Thank you. See you guys.
Take care. All right,
See you,
take care.
man.
He's had one too many. I've had one too few to watch this.
Yeah, as soon as Jay arrived, I think I have to go. So.
So are you?
Hey.
Is anybody else leaving? Are we?
Yeah, I
Okay.
jump back now. Just say it's great to be on finally.
Mate, it's great. Genuinely, it's great to put a voice to the.
No, it's
Avatar.
not. You can hear. You can hear what's coming out of my mouth. So don't say
No,
it. You
listen.
can hear it.
It's charming.
Have a little bit of confidence in yourself, my friend. It's great to have you on, Common People.
And great meeting everybody. And this
Even
stream-
me, especially me, though, right? Especially me.
Especially
Oh, yeah.
you slightly
Yes.
more. Yeah.
Damn right.
Have you got any wisdom from your old dad before you go?
As my old dad used.
Oh, what now? Oh.
Look at that. Oh.
Jeez, you absolute tease.
Oh, that was brilliant.
Secret comedy, folks. He gets it. You can tell the people who've been. You can tell the people who have had lots to do with this channel over the months. They know all
In
the
years.
gags. Yeah, they know all the gags. Okay. Right then. So where did we get to? So let's proceed. Remind me, we're in the they're doing the undercover mission as common people, as it were, aren't they? Artoo.
Yeah,
As
they're
refugees.
Obi-Wan's getting ready to go off and do his investigation, and the lovely couple, they're headed off to hide. Yeah.
It's not very. Even the light. I do hope he doesn't try anything foolish. It's
I
just-
zoomed in and I've read it and I've
Ugh.
memorized it.
I'd be more concerned about her doing something with him. Oh, what?
Yeah, and actually that kind of pans out in a way because she could have just closed him down.
Yep.
And she didn't.
Is he indicating that she's got quite a body count? Is that what he's
Yeah,
trying
yeah.
to say?
She's been a problem child. Yeah.
Who isn't a problem child nowadays?
Problematic, anyway.
That as well. Okay, so is this a spaceship or just a shuttle? I don't know.
It's a CGI rendering of something. It's
There you go, folks.
Yep. Back to PlayStation 2.
I see 3 lights.
There's Common People's old man again in the background.
Oh,
It's the
yeah.
same one from earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Reappearance. Reusing the same CG that they had already in the machine.
Is this Obi going to the who's
Space
the...
Diner.
Yeah.
Yeah. 50
Model-
Space Diner.
Oh God, Dexter Jeff.
Here we are. The greatest Star Wars character of all time.
Yeah, I think Emperor Goodwin's going to be doing the voice for Dex.
Oh God, hell no.
Do it.
I'm
Do
holding
it.
out to do Jar Jar again. That's what I'm all about.
I think Mega Geek wants to win the competition by choosing that as his favorite character.
Yes,
in
that
Star
is
Wars,
his favorite character. Yeah.
and argue the point vehemently.
Yes.
Where's Z when we need him? You want a cup of Jawa juice? You
No,
want a cup
you really
of
don't
Jawa
want
juice?
that. That sounds awful. What
Yeah, it
the
was like a
hell's Jawa
Jawa
juice?
droid.
They juice.
Why would
Like,
you use
uh,
that?
Is it made from real Jawas?
Yeah.
Have you ever squeezed a Jawa?
I like my Jawa juice.
You need a cup
pulp
of my famous Jawa.
No, thanks. It's fine. I'll go without.
Here you go. Black Lives or Black Knives. Dex Electronica. Dex. That's what we did there. Very good. She'll appreciate that.
There we go. The greatest scene in Star Wars.
What the is something? Ah, that's it. The. Can you tell me what this is?
Looks like a light bulb.
It looks like a Rice Krispie. Oh wait, no, that in your hand. Right?
Oh yeah.
Right.
Oh, in your hands. I'm sorry.
What you got here is a Camino saber dart.
Wow. Okay.
It's these funny little cuts on the side that give it away.
This has suddenly gotten very Western. This is a spaghetti Western,
Yeah.
Dexter. Yeah.
Where's Sam Elliott when you need him? Oh wait, there he is.
Oh,
I'm not
Well-
familiar with it. Is it in the Republic?
Oh no, it's beyond the outer rim. These
Yes.
Kaminoans keep to themselves.
You're getting stage notes from MJ.
Hold on.
More Gatsby, please.
Slim
more winded.
Pickens now.
Yeah. What in the wide world of Star Wars is going on here?
Pew pew pew.
I don't know about you, Smylex. I feel very outnumbered by Americans, don't you?
It's fine. I've had this
All-
once
all of a
today
sudden.
already.
They're cloners.
Yeah, this is his natural habitat.
I give you kippers, don't I?
That's true. That's true.
They're cloners. Damn good ones too.
I'm just going to keep pressing buttons for a bit while I eat some
I mean,
chocolate.
we got to keep moving. We got to keep. We got to catch up.
Yeah, I'm going to eat some chocolate. Bear with me, folks. I'll mute myself.
Rum, 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 rum.
I think it's you,
Depends on how
Artoo.
good your manners are, and how big your
Easy now.
you know what is.
Oh, pocketbook. Is that what they call it?
Oh,
these days?
pocketbook.
Oh, now we've got this scene, which is
Oh, the New York
weird
Public Library.
and doesn't really go anywhere. But yeah, okay, let's do this one.
Cubic
La,
library.
La Biblioteca.
Yes. Où est la bibliothèque? She must be somebody. Who is she? Just is she a thing? She must be a
is a thing,
relative
yes.
or a thing.
Yeah.
No, we're going back.
I've seen her in Clone Wars, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I get the impression she must be related to somebody, or she's somebody famous, or I don't know. She seems like she gets too prominent
Yeah,
a role
she-
for it to be nobody.
I think she saw a ghost in the stacks in here and had to call Ghostbusters at one point.
Her name
Could
is
be it, that could be it.
Jocasta.
All right.
Jocasta, I think.
There you go.
And yeah, she said,
Chats on it.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
yeah, there you go.
Okay.
Do all the books in this library glow?
Only the progressive ones.
Yeah, yeah.
The J.K. Rowling ones are the ones that don't glow.
Are they the black ones? The black
Yes.
spaces?
Yeah.
The black books, yes.
No humans would shelve books like this.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm looking for a planetary system called Camino. According to my information, it should appear in this quadrant here.
Do you have any idea the number of stars that are underneath your fingertip when you're pointing at a galaxy?
It's one of these 30,000
Well,
stars
yeah.
right here in this quarter-inch square.
Yeah, she's definitely like been on the casting couch or something. How did she get in here? She doesn't fit. There's something about it that's not quite right.
She does look like the Ghostbusters lady.
Yeah.
Yeah. And what's with the
She's somebody's grandma.
Yeah, I thought this
Absolutely.
Brian as well. Brian, just south of Richie Sunak. I thought that was one mate, straight away. Here you go. One.
South. South
Yeah.
in three-dimensional space.
Yeah. Is this the MacGuffin?
Yes, definitely. Columbo would have this sorted about.
Oh
3
yeah. Just one more thing.
minutes. My wife, she hates you.
Yeah,
and I like you.
I like you.
What's Artoo getting there?
Hey you. No
Out there in the
drugs.
cold.
What's he getting? What's R2 getting served there?
There's no beeping. Where's
Oh,
the
I think
beeping?
it's definitely Volapop.
There it is.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, who's bringing it
Okay.
to her?
Yeah, he's bringing
Okay.
it to her. He's not
I thought-
imbibing.
You never know.
Thank you, Artoo.
Mm.
Chirping. Go on. Artoo, you're missing your
Oh,
cue.
sorry,
there.
wrong.
Unbelievable. Never worked with a droid.
No. Kids, dogs, and droids.
I only have so many.
Who's
buttons
saying the line? Do we know?
It's her.
here. Yeah.
Must
It's
be
her, yeah,
difficult. In fact, Barbara, want to do the line?
Oh,
Please?
because I'm
Yeah,
the girl
Barbara.
here.
Well, you're gonna need more
would've-
sedatives to
it would've-
accurately deliver the line. Yeah.
Just,
Can I
you've had
say
too
it
much
like
coffee.
Mamie Van Dorn?
Yes.
Please do.
Must be difficult having sworn your life to Jedi.
Hold on, I'm boomering. I'm
Yeah.
drinking and boomering. Sorry.
Not being able to visit the places you like or do the things you like.
Anybody else finishing
I'm
off
getting
today?
my table's beginning to tip a bit.
Are you allowed to love?
Oh,
Hell
I'm
yeah.
out on love.
go.
Yeah. Are we allowed to progress the slide?
Are you allowed to love?
Well,
Attachment is forbidden.
Especially if it vibrates.
Can I
what
just
if
say
you-
that
it's
R2 has been doing Anakin Chong the whole time. Dave's
just
not
amazing.
here, man.
Compassion, which I would define as unconditional love.
Sorry, I'm boomering. I'm just enjoying the moment so much.
But-
I'm forgetting to press buttons.
But what if the attachment is to the Jedi Order?
And
Oh.
it vibrates.
Is central to a Jedi's life.
Yawn. You've changed so much. Ah, you haven't. Oh, that's not my
That's
line.
him,
Sorry.
Uh, you,
Well, I mean, it is a woman. She can change her mind in mid-sentence.
you haven't changed.
and you'd be wrong either
a
way.
bit.
Yeah.
This is the scene where the love is going to expand, isn't it? The love.
Well, you can feel the
Oh.
chemistry.
Oh,
There you
that's-
go. Mixed signals, yeah.
You
What
haven't
chemistry?
changed a bit.
The only chemistry I'm feeling is arteriosclerosis right now.
You're exactly the way I
Oh.
remember you in my dream.
I think you forgot the.
What a line.
Yeah, I have to say, I've used this line. It is not as successful as you
No.
would think. No.
You're
Be
exactly.
fair, if this is one of those moments where it's better not to be able to see the screen properly.
Yeah.
You're exactly the way I remember you in my
It's just the worst.
wettest of wet dreams.
Where there's no sand.
There's no sound.
God.
It's very moist.
Sorry,
It's
folks.
everywhere. And my
As real
socks
as it may
mainly.
seem, you were only in my dreams.
Yoda. Who's doing Yoda? Smylex.
Reach out, sense the force around you.
Are these going to be the younglings coming up soon? Aren't they?
Yep.
Oh,
Guess
God,
what's
there
going
they
to
are.
happen to them in a few years.
Yeah.
The youngs.
Yeah, VR, everybody.
If only
You
they
shall
knew what
feel
was
it, you
coming.
must.
Yeah.
The scene
Why-
is so bad.
Why are
I
they
hate
wearing
the
those
scene.
big? Why are they wearing woks? White woks.
White
woks.
Where is?
Because
where is
they're
he?
they're trying to do a callback to the blaster helmet.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah, when Luke is trained by Obi-Wan.
Yeah. But
Do
Those
all
are
these get
prescription helmets. They have to
Okay.
wear those.
Yeah,
They might
yeah.
injure themselves.
Health and
Well,
safety
later they get
regulations.
graham crackers. These are very special needs
Yes.
younglings.
Some apple juice,
Yeah.
some graham crackers.
Yoda said we have a pizza party later if we do really good.
A visitor we have.
Where's the
All together.
representation?
Hello, Master Obi-Wan.
Look at that one in the middle. Look at that one in the middle. What's that going? What's happening there? That's terrible.
He
CGI.
is always picked last whenever
Did he?
they're choosing teams. He doesn't
He's
like
going
it.
to go on to fight Captain Kirk in a desert.
Yeah. After he plugged out of Jedi Academy, he joined the Gorn.
When see this works on a couple of levels here. In the chats, you FKers gonna is it diversity, inclusion,
Yeah.
and
Equity.
what's the other one?
Jedi. Yeah.
Equity.
That's very good. That's a multi-dimensional joke, everybody.
Well,
Oh, God, have
changing
we
the
got
order to
multiverse?
DIE actually works better.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It certainly killed a lot of things recently.
Wah 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 wah.
I bet that guy could at least blink his eyes, so he's way
Some
ahead
people
of,
said he was 90. He's 90 years old and undercover. So yeah,
Yeah.
could be.
Hello, fellow kids.
Yeah.
Hello, sorry to
Teenagers.
disturb you, Master.
Oh, what help can I be, Obi-Wan?
I'm looking for a planet described to me by an old friend.
Was it
I
Uranus?
Neptune. I trust him, but the systems don't show on the archive maps.
Weird.
Lost a planet, Master Obi-Wan has.
I like it when he goes full senile in the next
What?
film.
What is this?
This is a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
They should get the overhead projector out.
Yeah,
like it's
yeah.
cool now.
Are they using
Somebody
the,
called the AV Club. We need to.
Are they using the Youngling's Force to try and magic something out of thin air?
They all get to touch their orb.
Clear your mind.
Oh, hey, wait a minute.
I'm
Open
touching
your
mine.
mind. Who's saying these?
And
This
find
line, by the way?
Obi-Wan's wayward planet we will.
Wow.
There we go.
It ought to be here. I turned into Alec Guinness in this scene.
Might as well.
Is there a holographic projector in the room? Or is that
No,
just
I
kind
think
of
they all
like-
dropped acid at the same time.
Oh, lucky bastards.
Yeah. Wish they'd share with us.
He found it pretty quick. Oh, he found the place it should be pretty quick.
Yeah.
Is this scene a load of old bollocks?
It's supposed to be here, but it isn't.
Gravity.
Anakin, is that you force calling me?
Imagine being able to just pinpoint it from just looking at that for a split second. I mean, really? I mean, I look at a map of England and I can't find towns and cities without
nearly said
having
the
a little
C
look
word.
around.
Also,
Space-
physics is screwed up here. Gravity is pulling all the stars. What are they located at a black hole?
Yeah.
Space is very big, isn't it?
It is. It's very big. It's big.
Insanely big.
Yes.
Is this the Green Man?
Maybe.
Gravity's silhouette
remains. But the star and all the planets disappeared they have.
What?
I think we need a Yoda chorus. We just need a
Oh, yes, yes.
all at once.
It's like a Greek chorus, but a little different.
A different kind of Yoda altogether. Yeah.
Anyone?
Boy.
Master. Because someone erased it from the archive memory.
My God, none of us had thought of that.
Or a Death Star blew it up.
Yeah. Truly wonderful the mind of a child is.
God, it's amazing.
The Padawan is right. Go to the center of gravity's pull.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And find your planet, you will.
But Master Yoda, who could empty information from the archives?
Wow, we're flying through these folks.
Only a Jedi could have erased those files.
And you know what? I've got to Boomer now and put some new slides up.
This won't work well.
We are flying through these.
Did a Jedi erase those files?
Yes.
Oh no. Well, so much for the stream.
Now, I'm hoping this is the correct one. Because it looks exactly the same.
But who and why? Harder to answer. Meditate on this, I will.
Yay! Yay! So where are we now?
I think we're playing Uncharted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or Conan Exiles.
Yeah.
Yes.
Could be Lara Croft. I haven't seen.
Wow, CGI planet, everybody.
Just look for the ledges with the yellow paint on them,
Mhm.
and you'll get through this real
That
quick.
way we know we can parkour through this.
Yeah.
Turn the cassette over, Brown. Yeah, I'm turning it over. Dirt Planet 7.
Wouldn't it be Jedi Fallen Order or something like that?
Yeah.
That's the back of the titty twister.
It is.
Great movie.
Yeah.
Do we like? Does the CGI on this hold up?
Not really.
This question.
No.
See, I think
it's okay.
Yeah, I think a lot of the scenes where it's just the CGI,
There you go. Bud.
like actually
Do that.
sell pretty well. But it's when they're combining that with the live
Yeah, the
action stuff that it
compositing
gets
is bad. Yeah.
Really
Yeah,
rough.
setting the scene stuff is okay, I guess.
Yeah, if
but
they're using the CG as like replacement for matte paintings, it's not nearly as bad.
It's not too bad.
Yeah, I think a lot of these when we
not
get to
great,
the
though.
No, it's not.
I think when we get to these exterior shots, I think it is Italy somewhere. Somewhere
The
nice.
spaghetti
it's
Star
not-
Wars.
Or Pontefract. It's one of the two.
Yeah, it's some palace in Italy or something like that.
Yeah, it's Ponte Carlo.
It
That's
could
one
be
for
Pontefract.
me and
One of the most beautiful
Smylex.
cities on earth.
Ponte Carlo, amazing.
Am I the only one that is hoping that these waterfalls are actually Amiga files and they're just doing color cycling to make the waterfall?
No, I think you're the only
Okay,
one.
that's good.
Okay, that's good. In the chat, looks like an old Star Trek map. It does. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, to be
There's some
fair, I think the Star
silos.
Trek map paintings looked a lot better than this.
Yeah.
It's by
Some-
Lake Como, everybody.
Yeah, got some silos and some factories off in the distance. and,
It was filmed in Venice.
Lake Homo.
Perry Homo.
Moving on.
Not going there. Ooh.
Oh.
No, that's not good. That's not
Oh,
really good.
God.
Oh.
Yeah, that's
This hurts
that's
my
good.
feelings.
Yeah.
And I eat crayons, but I could do better than that.
Yeah, yeah.
Lake Perry Como.
Yeah.
My late mother, God bless her soul, massively into Perry Como. He was big, wasn't he, in the 60s?
yeah.
Well,
and 70s?
he had a great voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, one of the great crooners.
Yeah.
Wasn't he in? Not to digress a little bit, but wasn't he involved in like a huge scandal? Didn't his wife have like an affair and she shot her lover or something like that?
But like James Brown.
Yes. No
Yeah.
relation, by the way.
Mm.
You are correct, Barbara. Yeah.
The only reason why I remember is because the lover was Spider Savage, and he's buried in my hometown.
Welcome to Naboo. Thank you. Come again. Oh, that is not good, is it?
No.
Great.
No, that is not good.
I
That
mean,
is
there's
not
a certain theme that seems to be developing through this.
This is okay. This is practical.
Well, the
Most of
stairs,
it.
maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, how the
ban-
fuck does he
the
get up the
banister is-
stairs?
Oh, poor
R2,
Artoo.
how are you getting up those stairs, R2?
Well,
With difficulty.
There's
Slowly.
Flies
I
now.
do have a third leg. You don't really get to see it in the
Uh-huh.
scene.
Hey, baby.
I
Alright,
try
hey.
not
We're
to
back to
show it
Liam Neeson,
off
aren't
too
we?
much because I'm pretty modest. But
Well, I think
yeah,
we also
it's,
discover
oh,
in the
see,
next
there you
movie
go. Yeah,
he
you
can
see-
fly.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
He flies now.
Yeah,
See,
he flies.
I never got those attachments. That was my stunt double.
Mm.
So that had
Who's-
the jets.
Okay, who's Barbara? Want to do the line?
I wasn't even the youngest queen ever elected.
And common people is spent
But
again.
now that I think back on it, I'm not sure I was old enough.
You were old enough for me, baby.
The people you served thought you did a good job.
I was a child. I was in love, and you knew it. You knew what you were doing.
I heard they even tried to amend the Constitution so you could stay in office.
Oh, yeah.
I was relieved when my 2 terms were up.
I bet you were, love.
Oh. Hey.
Well, not many
But when
politicians
you-
say that.
But when the Queen asked me to serve as senator. Line.
Doing it. I'm just enjoying the moment.
I couldn't refuse her.
I couldn't refuse her either. I agree with her. I think the Republic needs you. Kind of like I need you.
From MJ in the chat there.
Yeah. I think he's got your line for you. He's
I think he's wanting a new ringtone.
There you go, MJuke84 for 2 Canadian wokest of woke dollars. Barbara, over to you.
It's so big.
All right, clip that. Save
Yep,
it.
And that's OnlyFans sorted.
Artoo, I thought you said you didn't show your third leg to everyone.
I will say MJuke84, very, very big supporter of this channel. I think Barbara, I think you should really go for this. Go on, really go for it.
The full Mamie Van Doren.
Go on.
It's so big. How was that?
Clip
Cut,
that, everybody.
print, moving on.
No.
Moving
Oh
on.
my.
Is
There you
that
go.
your lightsaber? Or are
We
you
need about
just
5
happy
more
to see
takes.
me?
Yeah, you can see R2 back there has his third leg out, so that
Adam's gonna wake up and go, "What the hell are you doing?"
The chat's going crazy. I've never seen so many splurges.
it's like a tsunami.
It is. Good job on wearing Wellington boots, everybody.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I mean, you can see in my avatar that I've got here, and
Oh, yeah,
my
yeah.
third leg, but
Uh-huh.
I guess
Very
I'm not
excited.
really like to show it off.
Let's have a look at it.
Mm-hmm.
That's a great avatar.
And you can see the splashes from the chat in there, it looks like.
Yeah, you have some of the finest avatars.
Sploosh.
Yeah.
Yeah, didn't your
That's
friends
a-
call you tripod in high school?
Well, I don't like to brag.
Is that Mace Windu's purple lightsaber you got there?
I'm
The
not
one
saying
that's
where
the-
I got it from,
No, it's a
but
motherfucking
it was big.
lightsaber.
And
It's the one that says "bad motherfucker."
Bad
It does.
motherfucker.
Isn't that pretty, folks?
Pretty shit.
I think it's practical, isn't it? Maybe a little
Shit.
bit. Okay. Padme.
If the Senate votes to create an army, I'm sure it's going to push us into civil war.
I'll do the man. Man, it's unthinkable.
Oh, it's
I
him.
think that's still
Steele
man.
Bibbles in this scene. I love
Oh
that.
no, this is the Queen, isn't it?
I don't know.
Do I have to do both voices?
Can do.
Those windows could use curtains.
I think
Yeah.
this is this one of the practical sets. Is this the one that's filmed in the?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah.
Venice, probably.
There hasn't been a full-scale war. I don't know. Is that what the Queen sounds like?
She does now.
Since the formation of the Republic.
It's a good headdress.
Do you see any way through negotiations to
Oh,
bring
some
the
separatists
separatists
again.
back into the Republic?
Is this trying to be too clever for its own good
don't
with
know.
this?
Again, it's George trying to write humans, and he apparently doesn't know any.
Yeah, and it's that whole weird thing of, like I was saying earlier, how he was trying to make these prequels for younger audiences, and then you get
Mhm.
scenes like this, which are so dry that
Well,
you just know that
everybody
you're wriggling in
knows-
your seat if you're under the age of about 50.
It's whiteface. Jeez.
Everybody knows kids love trade negotiations.
That's true. That's true.
Corridor scenes, please.
Yeah.
More of that.
Yeah.
Well, I think the other thing that the reason the dialogue is so painful is that the plot is failing to deliver on this stuff, and he's
Yeah.
trying to use dialogue to carry the load that actual plot and scenes should do, and so you'd get like these exposition dumps that are just terrible.
Yeah, it's like show me, don't tell me.
Yeah.
Yeah, except he's telling you, but
That's
Poor
what I
thing.
mean. Yeah.
Hey, here we go. Hello, Shane. This actress was in Doctor Who, The Queen, Tennant.
Was she dressed like a metal sunflower in that one as well?
Probably. Here you go. Sorry, chat moved up. Tommy, plot is paper thin.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it has to be explained to us at length every 5 minutes.
It has to be spoon-fed to us, everybody.
My
Who said
guess
it?
is they'll turn into the trade
Oh,
federations.
Christ.
Or the commerce guilds for help.
Boo poo pee doo.
Now we brought in the legal system. You know, we're going to be discussing stare decisis.
That's me, everybody.
Oh, can I do him? Can I do him? I like
That's
him. He's
me,
my favorite.
everybody.
He is
There
you.
he is.
Actually,
That's
you.
me,
There he
everybody.
is.
Suck it up. Go on, Smylex.
Newt Gunray is still the viceroy of the Trade Federation. He just overacts in every scene he's in. He's great.
Yeah.
Much like
It's an invasion. I fear the Senate is powerless to resolve this crisis.
We must keep our faith in the Republic.
I want to say cheers, everybody. This just it's so first draft.
It really
Oh
is.
yes,
It
the
really
whole
is.
thing.
The whole trilogy.
The
all
chat
of
is
it.
just saying this is just first draft. It's just awful. You know, first
I
draft paper.
Pretty much
thin,
said
blah,
that
blah,
as soon as I saw it. The first time around. Like, yeah.
Like really,
It
like
just needed a polish.
Didn't even get like a script supervisor to actually like give some feedback
Cheers,
on it,
everybody.
or get another writer to come in and,
I think Carrie
give
Fisher
it a
did
once
some-
over.
Didn't Carrie Fisher do a bit of work on some of these? I think she did on the last one, definitely. She did
Yeah.
in Revenge of the Sith. I don't know about the first one.
Wow.
Here you go.
She was around for that.
Black Lives, Black Knives,
Yeah,
zero.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were literally reading lines off of the notepad where he wrote them down.
They was writing them on the hoof. Oh, George. He just needed. How many times have we said this? He just needed somebody to go, George. No.
Too much. Not
George,
that.
no,
Not
George.
all of these ideas work. Let's try this.
Knock
one.
it on the head, son. No, George.
He,
not
he
today.
needed a Gary Kurtz.
Yeah, I mean, he has to have some. It has to be someone that's both competent and that he respects the opinion of, because unfortunately, by this time, he's just surrounded by sycophants. But even if they said no, well, who are you to tell me no? I'm George Lucas. Don't you know who I am?
Is this line here, George, foreshadowing what's going on in the USA at the moment?
No. So the thing is that George is. I mean, he's stealing from a lot of historical stuff. He's basically trying to mirror the fall of the Roman Republic and the rise of the Caesars.
Yeah.
He's not very good at that kind of. He is using analogy, but he's not very good at it. I mean, Newt Gunray is famously Reagan. You know,
Right,
That's,
yeah.
that's the name of the
very
character.
good. Yeah.
It's Reagan. So he is trying his hardest, but he's just not good at this kind of crap. He's too on the nose. He's too childlike in his writing. He's not doing subtle.
Yeah, it's like edgy 14-year-old wrote politics.
Exactly.
Don't you know who I am? A fat guy with 69 chins. Okay. Let's move on. Oh, I just want to. Can you imagine watching this back in the day? It's like, this is fucking riveting.
I was watching it last night.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
And you're regretting it already.
When was the last time you watched it? Wait, other than last night? How many years ago?
Maybe like 3 years before that.
Yeah.
I was just going through it because I was kind of digging Clone Wars and I was digging Rebels a bit.
Yeah.
And I wanted to go back to these movies because they kind of fit in and around it in different places. Mostly the Clone Wars was between this and Revenge of the Sith, and then Rebels was after. And so I came back to these, and when I did, I was like, I remember this kind of feeling better. Probably because I wasn't paying enough attention at the time.
Yeah.
But when you listen to all these reviewers and stuff on YouTube, and then you watch them again, it's like, oh boy.
How old were you when you saw this the first time?
The first time, I would say, well, in 2002, I was 28.
Okay. Because I noticed that there's a number of people like saw it when they're like of the same age that George is like writing at, so they're like 14, and it was like, this makes of course, right?
I don't have that excuse.
Yeah, because I was it was 2002, so I'd been like 31 when this came out, 31 or 32.
No,
and I haven't seen this since.
No,
I'm
year 50,
after.
man.
Yeah.
I'm 50, man. I really don't want to watch these ever again. I know that's sad.
I didn't want to watch them the first time, but I did, and then I was right. I shouldn't have done any of this.
No, really. I mean, I wasn't like saying it was great the first time I saw it. I was like, it wasn't so hot, but I didn't see it as bad as I do now.
I did the same thing because I also liked the Clone Wars, not the film, but the show.
Yeah.
And so we did go back and kind of rewatched these a few years back just to kind of go in with that same idea of, well, maybe it wasn't so bad, and it really, really was bad. The show was better. Like coming in around season 3, the show was better.
Yeah, it filled in so many things that the movies couldn't do. It was like a story that needed more time to develop. And
it's like it showed the things that the dialogue is describing in the movies.
It gave a much better picture of the dichotomy, the duality that Anakin was living in.
Right.
And it gave a much better picture of the relationship between Obi-Wan and Anakin.
And also kind of like the fall of the Jedi, because they really kind of turned from their ideals, because here now they're like, oh, we just got roped into having a clone army, and this isn't exactly moral,
They really become the Praetorian Guard of like the Romans were initially there to protect the Republic, and at some point they become like some of the main political movers and shakers of the Rome, or in this case the Republic.
I think you guys should set up a YouTube channel and start streaming about movies. I think you'd be very good.
Yeah, but only really bad films, though, right?
but
really awful ones.
Yeah,
I have
that
an
are
idea.
actually
We'll
worse
let Adam
than these.
choose the movies.
That's a brilliant idea.
Yes.
Glad he's not here, though.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Yeah.
Okay.
Well,
look how much we're getting along now that he's not here to bring it all down.
Definitely after the stream, Jay and Johnny Lawrence's mom, I'd like to connect with you guys on the Twit so we can keep in touch.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Adam is the one that usually runs the twatter. So
the twats.
Yeah.
Smylex, is this you with the?
What is your suggestion, Master Jedi?
Who's there?
Oh, Anakin's not a Jedi yet.
Hold on a minute. Excuse me.
What are you saying, Obi-Mom?
Just imagine Star Wars without him coming across as a thirsty creep.
Just imagine this stream without you.
Going. It's that painful mix of angsty teen and thirsty creep that's really.
Christ.
Yeah.
Oh. Moving on. Who's this? Oh, go on.
Excuse me. I'm in charge of security here, m'lady.
Oh, no, you're not.
You're not the boss of me.
And this is my home. I know it very well. That is why we're here.
Don't make me break out my bitch voice.
Yeah, start getting bitchy.
Yeah, go on.
Babs is taking off her earrings and getting out of her high heels. Somebody's going to get messed up.
Who's saying this line then?
That's the queen.
That's still Amidala.
Okay.
Oh.
That's the look that Vex gives me when I talk to her.
Yeah, yeah.
No, that's the look that Vex gives everybody. Not just you, man.
I think it would be wise if you took advantage of my knowledge in this instance.
Are the people in the background from Logan's Run?
Yes, carousel.
Get ready for carousel.
Oh, you lucky bastards.
Give it for carousel, bastards.
Sorry, milady.
He's so bad.
He said disingenuously with that smug look.
Mm-hmm.
Well, he's just undressing her with his eyes.
I'll
He
just
likes to be
overact here over here in
dominated.
the background. I'll be just here. You'll notice me. I'll be acting. I love that guy.
Spaceship porn, everybody. This is the side mission then, isn't it? For
Whoa. Sorry.
Obi Wink Wank. Is it? Yes, no?
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
He's got to go see the Kaminoans.
There is a mightily generous, and he
Oh.
didn't
Common people.
he didn't have to.
Oh. So wonderful. He's such a
Is-
great guy.
Yeah.
Common people in the chat for wait for it, folks. Oof. This is real money. 100 pounds. Wow.
Do it in an Irish accent.
Money.
Who does the best Irish accent? I don't.
I do a bad Irish accent. Not
Yeah, go on then.
Yeah.
No, see, now you put pressure on me.
I mean, I can do a bad accent as good as anybody is. Come on now.
I really appreciate
Just
being
sound
on.
like
Oh, so I do.
They're after me, Lucky Charms.
I can do the Lucky Charms if you really want to.
Stream and the B-sides gets me through some tough times. Oh, still it does. I didn't blow my load too early with the super chat. Thanks to Bob. Milk is the genre of choice tonight. Cheers. That's good to the
Spurt.
Be careful,
spurt.
nobody takes your Lucky Charms.
Thank you, my
Oh,
friend.
man.
That's just beyond
Very
generous.
nice. Very
I
If you
will
find common
just-
people's pot of gold, it's just going to be empty. It's terrible.
Yeah, it's all gone. Yeah.
I would just say, I just think genuinely we have got one of our little corner of YouTube is just second to none.
Oh.
I'm sure the bigger channels say that, but because we're so small and intimate, I can thoroughly say that is true. We have got the best little corner of the tube. As it
I mean,
were.
Yeah, I mean the chat is always like, somebody joins
Oh.
up, they recognize you. There are conversations always going on between each other.
Yeah.
When you get on the big channels, it's just shout at sky, and they're hoping that that somebody brings it up. On the yeah.
Just imagine if you were monetized and you could do memberships. I mean,
What?
gee whiz.
What?
I've never even heard of something like that. That's crazy talk.
There is a reason. I'll tell you the story afterwards. There is another super chat. Common people, I salute you, my friend.
Thank you, common people.
Yes.
What a guy. What a guy. Your dad brought you up well.
Yes.
I mean, with all that knowledge, how could he not?
With the advice he gave.
Here you go, MJuke84 for 5 Canadian woke dollars. Like. At Common People, Dad told me there's nothing wrong with coming first.
That is true. Words to live by.
Well, we get kids get medals.
Except when it's like after only 5 minutes.
Look, I got mine. You had time. I had enough time.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, Brown. I really am, but I just saw that one there, and it's like, coming first isn't
Kids
isn't
get-
bad, but if it's after 5 minutes, you're going to disappoint someone.
Kids
But
get
I'll be
medals
asleep.
for coming
It won't
second.
matter.
Yeah, it won't be me.
In the chat. Wait a second, Brown. Sorry, wait a second. Brown was giving me shit for being too toxic the other day with good cause. It's because I care, my friend.
yeah.
And I will just say, you're one of the OGs. Yeah? Just remember that.
Yep.
Loyalty.
He gives you shit because he loves you.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
And I give you shit back, mate, because I care. Okay, that's a bit of loving, isn't it? Okay, so where do we get to? Spaceship porn. This is the Obi's side quest, isn't it?
Yeah.
This is the hyperspace ring that takes the ship to another galaxy where they pick up Ahsoka. No, sorry, wrong.
No.
Wrong hyperspace ring.
No, he takes this to the space whales. Then he makes it.
Okay.
That's,
Okay.
I almost believed you for a moment.
OG immunity, motherfuckers. Indeed. Okay, so there it is, R4, right where it should be. Our missing planet, Camino. So they got the location just because the younglings thought about it. Is that correct?
They apparently understood physics and could
Yes.
look at the gravity well and say, well, something's there.
Yep.
So they gained the location of something because they couldn't see where it was.
Right, but they could see the interaction of other things around it.
Yeah.
And was that in real time?
Yeah, in that
Yeah, when they all dropped
holographic-
acid and then one of them had an insight.
They looked at a bunch of pretty lights and said,
Yeah.
"Hey, look, there's an empty space between the pretty lights."
Is
So
it?
must
It's
be
very
there.
tenuous, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a bit. Yes.
Is this like the first introduction to map quest in Star Wars, which then
Possibly.
gets beaten to death in the Disney sequels?
Yeah,
Possibly.
this is definitely video game.
Okay,
side
how do
quest.
we feel about the obviously these are older spacecraft from Star Wars, but yet the visual displays are far superior. How do we feel about that?
Well, it's the same problem they had with Prometheus in the Alien worlds, isn't it? They all had flat
Yeah.
screens and beautiful swishy sort of consoles, and
Yeah.
then you go forward years, and they've all got the little clunky CRT TVs.
Yeah, or like Star Trek Enterprise.
Yes,
Right.
yeah,
Sure.
It's like,
absolutely.
wait, this is supposed to be a prototype, and it's got all of this special touch glass
looks
stuff.
like
And
the
then you
Apple
go
Store.
you go to the NCC 1701, and it was like, here's some switches and flashing lights. That's what you get.
R2, are you able to do an impression of R4? What's your R4 impression like?
Whoa, cultural
I will tell you-
appropriation there.
No,
Hey,
so I will tell you, you
Bigots.
know, the droids we hung out a lot, you know, during the shooting of the film, and R4. I'm not sure how to say this. I think in England you'd call him a git.
Mm,
He was
yeah.
he was
He
kind of a
comes across.
jackass.
kind of a snob. If
Yeah,
you know.
he just really just he
Didn't want to go to the
really-
parties with the other kids. Didn't want to
Terrible
dance.
taste in
yeah.
decor.
Oh
Well, I
yeah,
mean-
would not look at the drapes.
Yeah, we were having a lot of parties back then. He never wanted anything to do with it.
Mhm.
And,
Very hoity-toity. is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
yeah. Really just
Bobby
sort of
socks
showed
on.
up, thought he was being professional, but was really just kind of treating everyone else like
Yeah, always had his sensors
really
stuck
bad.
up in the air like he was better than
Exactly.
everybody else.
Yeah.
You've got the impression down to a T, though. It's pretty
Yeah,
good, to be
well, I did
Kind
spend
of
a lot
like
time with
Anakin.
him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With 14 more ranges of emotion.
Yes, yeah.
fair. What do we think to this then, folks? SeaWorld.
This is
Without
where it
Tom
really
the Mime.
starts-
Where's Tom the Mime?
Yeah, it really starts to look like a PS2.
He's on my YouTube feed
cutscene.
every day.
Smylex, have we finished now with you?
Yeah, I've got to disappear for a little while. I will be back. I might be lurking a little bit, but I've got to be
Okay.
away for a couple of hours. But
On your
if
way
you,
out,
if you need me back, yep,
on your way out, could you read a super chat, please?
sure. Why not? Oh, it's from Melvin. Delicious
Hey.
Melvin.
Melvin deeply for 2 of your pounds. Once upon a time in Hollywood is still shite.
It is. Smylex, you have played a blinder.
Well, it's been an interesting day. A lot of streaming. I love all the people here. It's very nice to meet Wayfarer Projects. I don't think we've spoken before. Great
It's
to see you,
lovely to
man.
meet you.
As I say, I could be around later on if you need a chair warming, but
Yeah.
feel free to
Just be on
mingle and
standby,
get new
mate, yeah.
people in.
Yeah,
All right,
be on
buddy.
standby,
Take care,
mate.
everybody.
Okay.
Later,
Take
Otto
care.
from another mother.
Wait.
Goodbye, my otter friend.
While there's a little bit of a lull here, I just want to warn folks, I hear some thunder outside, and I live in rural North Florida. If you see me disappear, that means the power went out.
Okay.
It may not happen. I'm hoping it doesn't happen, but every now and then it does.
Oh, thanks for stealing my excuse. Thanks.
Stealing
Yeah.
his thunder.
No.
Yes, Emperor. The Emperor is having some tornadoes.
Oh
swirling
no!
about
Look
his
at
house.
this!
Oh no!
Hey, Toto, it's a
We've got the
twister.
sound effects.
Oh boy.
Jay can just blame his Cox internet.
That's true. My Cox has always been a problem.
Here you go, Sun and Storm. Yes, we are approaching. Wow. Wow. I heard a bleep. I wonder who it is. No. Speak of the devil. It shall appear. Melvin deeply.
Ooh. Well said, Melvin. Well said.
Well said, Melvin. You can come back anytime, mate.
Yeah.
Anytime.
Anytime you're dropping that kind of knowledge. What are we
Cheers,
going to do?
Melvin. We'll see you next week, mate.
What
Hello,
can I
Melvin.
say? I'm Scottish. You wouldn't understand anything I said anyway.
I do, unfortunately. Melvin of the Deeply, everybody, my promotions manager, and he's pretty fucking good at it, to be fair.
Yes, he is.
Hello, Melvin. How are
Good
you?
evening, my children.
How are you doing?
Hello, Daddy.
Daddy, Melvin. Daddy.
You said you were going out for cigarettes.
20 years ago.
They were sold out.
Okay, Melvin. Melvin, first experience of Attack of the Clones.
I don't remember.
Look at you.
It's kind of a psychological coping mechanism.
No, I don't remember where I seen this one. I remember where I seen Phantom Menace. I remember
Yeah.
where I seen Revenge of the Sith. I don't remember where I seen this one first, but I've seen it somewhere. I know that. I enjoyed it at the time.
Yeah.
And it's one of those ones that you enjoy, like all of the sequels. You enjoy them less and less every time you see them.
Mm-hmm.
But I always considered this one to be the best of the sequels until today.
Wow. And then you had to watch it.
Yeah, I think I've just watched it once too many.
Well, I don't remember. I do not remember where the Jedi Starfighter landed in our spaceship, poll that we did a while back, spaceship brackets. But what do you guys think of the Jedi Starfighter with the separate hyperspace ring and stuff? I mean,
The fighter itself looks like they stole it from Buck Rogers, the '80s TV series.
It's a little bit like the Vipers from the original Battlestar.
Yeah.
It's more flat. Looks like the like the Colonial.
when I first saw it, I thought it just looked like a tiny Star Destroyer.
Yeah.
If I may, Franco's just posted the link to my second channel. It's just going to be my music production journey, as it were.
Ooh.
So if you could subscribe to that,
I believe I have.
that would help me out.
Yeah, I enjoyed that first track.
I'm going to try and do one track per week, and to a suffice level, as it were. So if you could subscribe, new channel.
Need to use some of that music for some custom.
We need it
intros.
for this. We need it for this. Yeah, I'm going to try and sort something out. Cheers, Franco.
Yeah, we gotta throw some musical ideas back and forth.
Yes, you're very good, aren't you? I'm going to pick your brains at some point, my friend.
Well, thank you very much. My latest meditation will be releasing after the end of this stream.
Yes, I'm going to pick your brains at some point. Okay, so this is Obi landed on the platform for the it's like a processing plant, I suppose.
It looks like the chessboard from the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah,
when you go back, the pattern on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, skip back one. Let's have a look.
Bear with me. Just let me. I'm sorry, I'm boomering.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, yeah, it does.
Intentional, probably.
Could be.
I don't know how much intent is in these movies.
Poker City.
Tapioca.
Ew.
It's gritty and it gets everywhere.
Yes. Okay, so He doesn't know what's going on at all, does he? What this place is?
Well, I mean, this doesn't exist, right?
Yeah,
It's really
he's got-
weird. This whole thing here, he shows up and the alien that meets him just makes all these assumptions about who he is and why he's there, and lets him in on everything, without even like, who are you? Why are you here? You know, nothing. Can I see some ID? You didn't make an appointment. They just shows up and they just go, oh look, a Jedi. You must be here for these soldiers.
Yeah.
Here's the complete back history.
You
Really
kind of look
weird.
like a Jedi, so let's just tell you everything.
Well, to be fair, all of these characters have like spontaneous exposition dump, some sort of disease where they can't help but explain everything in intimate detail.
Diarrhea.
Have
of
they
the mouth.
not had any? Is it 10 years that the order was placed?
Yeah.
Yeah, about
with the Jedi who got killed. So I assume they just have been waiting for somebody to come along.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a bit tenuous, but can we forgive it? Perhaps.
We also don't know what communications are going on behind the scenes with Palpatine and stuff, and because obviously, you know, it was Tyrannus, Darth Tyrannus, who's Dooku also, who really set it up, and and later, you know, it's Jango Fett actually says the truth that he set it up, and so we don't know what communications there. Basically, they were. I know Palpatine wanted the Jedi to come here, find out they got an army, and gonna kind of like break their morality, put them into this war. But he was also managing the other side, the resistance.
He's playing both sides against each other.
Here
you go, folks. Barra 3. What do we think of Camino itself?
It's very wet.
It's wet.
Yeah.
It's Seattle.
Very clinical looking. Of course, that's because it's all CG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see any land at all.
Yeah, I think it's just an ocean planet.
It just rains and
That could get kind of samey.
No, it's kind of like a big desert planet
this is,
too.
Yeah,
right?
say
You
this
know.
is Star Wars. Every planet has a single ecosystem.
Yeah, you have four
That's
elements.
it.
You can only work with them. You know, it's
What's
earth, fire,
the
wind, and water.
opposite? What's the opposite of a drought?
A flood.
Blood.
A deluge.
So are they in permanent flood?
Appelez-moi le déluge.
Yes.
Oui.
All right, Louis.
I mean, which is flooded more, this or the princess's or the queen's basement?
You go, oh,
Or the chat when Barbara was going Mamie Van Doren.
Yeah, MG. A wet. A deluge. Monsoon. I'm sorry, monsoon.
A vex.
Hey. Oh, is Henry Cavill in this?
No, she's just a fan of wetness.
It's Seattle with less meth and homeless. Ooh.
Yeah.
Yowza. Okay, let's move on then. These look like very soir type greys, don't they? Intentionally.
Yeah, I think he rectal probed me back in the 90s when I was abducted.
Have they
That's
got
a
the, like
she.
the yeah? They
Oh,
got the,
I don't. They all look alike to me. You know.
have they got the like the kind of headband dreadlock?
Yeah, it's like that African tribe, innit, where they put the rings
Yeah.
around them.
Yeah,
they
the
can make
ring
the necks
on
really
the
long.
necks.
But it's like the aliens from Close Encounters pretending to be that African tribe.
Yeah. It does look like he's just stood there with green all around him.
Well, that's because he's standing there with green all around him.
There you go, folks. Oh, so we're just getting lots of exposition, aren't we?
Lots and lots, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Pour myself a cup of exposition.
We were beginning to think you weren't coming.
At least they
That's
moved
what
it
she
along
said.
fast.
Yes.
Sorry.
We have crossed the 6-hour mark. We are 42 minutes into the film.
This is the halfway point.
That's one. That's about one, little less than a third of the movie.
No, it's like a third. Yeah, this is a 142-minute movie.
Oh, no, and there's Platoon on in 90 minutes. That's just going to grind.
And they're going to be an 18-hour stream here.
I think we're going to be coming back for part 2 at some point, folks.
Yeah, that was a pretty easy call.
Yeah.
Yeah, May 4th next year.
Oh man.
Yeah.
No, it'll be tomorrow. It'll be Revenge of the
Revenge
Fifth.
Might as well.
Thank you.
Revenge of the
Yeah.
Fifth.
Well, Brown's already doing the 200 minutes for the 200th episode. He can just go ahead and tag on more of this afterwards.
Well, the slides are already done. So
yeah. What are you going to do?
How far into the film are we here? Are we halfway yet?
40 minutes.
48 minutes or so. Yeah.
So we could catch up. It's catch-upable.
I think if we get to the end of Act 2, when all the stuff happens, that might be a very, very good Part 2 stream.
Yeah, we could just get past the exposition dump of our program.
So we're at the May I Present Mary Sue part.
Yes.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, you'll be delighted to hear that we are on schedule. 200,000 units are ready, with 1 million more well on the way. So they're just telling them everything without even checking.
Well, so they're using vague language. He doesn't know what those units are.
Yeah, the Kaminoans probably think that they are producing this army for the Jedi. That's, know, how twisted behind the scenes things are with Palpatine.
Right.
Well, you would think that, but you know that they have implanted the chip or whatever for Order 66. So there must be something else is going on as well. So are they in on it? Do they know what the ultimate plan is?
Well, they got destroyed after the Empire was created.
Yep.
And,
the order
One
placed.
of the games they did, didn't they? Didn't they? Starkiller killed him.
Yeah, I think it was also in Rebels.
Am
They
I
mentioned
correct?
it.
Am I correct in thinking that the order for these was placed 10 years previously?
Yeah, it was. They get
Yes.
to it here in just a moment, but yeah, it was about 10 years earlier, and it was Jedi Master Sifo Dyas that supposedly made the order, but
Ian
then
David
later
Diaz.
on,
Yeah, that's what I was thinking last night when I saw
Master
this.
Mickey Geek Diaz.
yeah, later on, Obi-Wan basically says he was already dead 10 years ago, so it couldn't have been him. Yeah, there we go.
There you go.
Sifo Dyas. So we're led to believe that it was Dooku posing as Sifo Dyas, probably.
Yeah.
So he said, I want 200 clone troopers and I want them in 10 years. What?
No, he wants better than 1 million. They've already made 200,000. They have 1 million more that are near completion. I presume that he paid in advance. Otherwise, why are these guys? We haven't heard from you in 10 years, but we'll just keep making it because
And this is
They
where
had an installment plan.
Yeah.
And this is where they find out that Sifo Dyas ain't around anymore, isn't it?
I do have to mention, Master Jedi, that your credit card was declined.
Yes.
Almost
it
10 years
expired
ago.
8 years ago.
I do believe we need to address this.
They don't even know he has a credit card.
You read me the 3-digit number on the back.
Yeah. Security code, please.
There you go. They didn't cancel the order.
We take PayPal.
Venmo?
Bitcoin?
In God we trust, all others pay cash.
Yeah.
I wonder what other armies they've created for other planets. Because this must be a logistics nightmare, and it's a water planet. What all for the food and shipping the food in for all these.
Yeah,
clones.
again, it's the practicality of this plan is just shit,
Zero.
as it usually is
Zero,
when George is writing.
Well,
this
you're
stuff for-
assuming they thought about that.
right. George is just like, that sounds cool. Okay, well, what are the practical? Again, it's almost as bad as the Disney stuff where it's let's make like 1 million Star Destroyers and put them under ice and then just have them bust through because that won't cause any problems.
This is what they're going to eat. Fifth.
Yeah.
Sushi planet. Yeah. They eat other clones.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's a very Darwinian process.
That's why I'm here. Oh, no.
Meanwhile, back in Italy.
They clone meat. Probably.
Looks very nice there. That looks very Scotland, except the weather's too nice.
Well, they're doing that now in this world.
Yeah.
The lab-grown meat.
They are?
Yes. Vat-grown meats. Yep, that's a thing.
Yeah.
It's still like about $100,000 a pound, but
And
And
to me, it sounds kind of like a tumor. You know?
Yeah, it'll have the consistency of pudding, but okay. Also, why do we have a jet ski?
That's a good question.
I think they're supposed to replicate the gondolas of Venice or something.
Yeah,
like that.
don't have an accident and fall out the back, because you're going to be impaled by that spear that's
Yeah.
sticking out of the back end of it.
That's for catching fish.
Yeah. We got to feed the clone somehow, you know.
You can't call her fish.
This is where it gets a bit cringy, isn't it?
Oh yeah, this is the don't like sand in my bum.
Oh, only now have we made it to cringe. Okay.
Yeah. Oh
yeah.
no, there's been plenty of cringe, but this is. But I think this is peak right here.
Yeah.
This is peak cringe.
Who's doing the line then?
Oh, Barbara's.
Is it still me? Okay.
Yeah.
I think so.
We used to come here for school retreat.
I bet you did, love.
We used to lie out on the sand and let the sun dry us.
I hope you were naked.
I bet you did, love.
I don't.
Here we go.
Drink
Here we go.
everybody.
Sand.
Get him Artoo.
I don't like.
I don't like sand.
I think we should
Oh,
do this as a Greek
God.
chorus.
I don't like
Oh,
sand.
God.
I don't like sand.
I don't like sand.
I don't like
Matt Damon.
It's
coarse and rough and irritating. Much like me and my acting.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes my pee-pee hard.
And it gets everywhere.
It gets everywhere.
Bad
Jeez.
sand. Moving on.
Yep.
Friction.
Everything is soft.
Flogged to death.
Except, well, some
Yeah,
things
yeah.
aren't
Well, wait a
soft.
minute. No, it's still soft.
Here, everything is soft, but if you touch it, it goes hard.
Uh-huh. Then I'll be a Jedi.
Did you see what I did there?
Yeah.
You'll be a real Jedi.
And smooth.
And ridged.
How
What was
close are
George
we
thinking?
sticking to the original script
What was
here?
George thinking here? Somebody
Babs
tell me.
got-
What was going
Cheers,
through his
Bob.
brain?
And
Sex. That's what?
I need to write dialogue, but I don't know humans, so let me just put down whatever.
George must have went through his whole life and never got laid except for his wife.
I'm not sure
That's
that
it.
even then.
He's never had to speak to a woman.
There you go. Gavin Thatcher, my friend. The
Ever.
deleted scenes
Ever.
are the best Anakin Padme scenes in the movie.
Oh yeah.
Enriched with calcium. Why doesn't he like sand? It's a good exfoliant, sand.
I think he's big at it against silicon.
I saw what he did there. Legend in his own lifetime, side effect. That fucking delivery, man. What's he looking at? Is he
That's
embarrassed?
Is
Oh, is that what it is?
is yeah, side boob.
Side boob.
I mean, that's the one human thing that he does as a teenage guy. Yeah,
What?
looking at side boob.
Getting a crafty look.
Yeah, I mean, it's like moths to a flame.
Men have got to be boys. Males have got to be males. It's just genetics. It's in the DNA.
Yep.
That's an evil thing to say, Brown.
And then
You're a bigot, Brown.
No!
Bigot.
That's it, folks.
Oh, now I'm looking at the side boob. What the hell?
Men are men and women are women, Brown. That's a very controversial take these days.
I killed the channel, folks. That's it. It's been nice seeing you. Take care, everybody. We won't see you next time. It's gone. Bye.
Maybe if we all just sing it, the chorus of Lola,
Come by.
we'll get out of it.
See, here you go.
Man, you know, throughout this whole scene, I was just hoping she would just like shrug him off and say, "Will you stop touching me?"
Yeah, look, bad touch. Stop it.
Creep.
So where did this come from? It's like, where did it come from? It's just like, ugh.
Yeah. They have
That's
such
proper
chemistry.
mouth.
She just can't resist kissing him. What?
Ugh,
You just can't see like a pretty girl with a creepy guy. It's like, what do you see in that?
Well, but the other thing is, again, they've had like no actual human interaction this entire movie, and somehow, oh yes, yeah, your angsty, sedated line delivery has really seduced me somehow. Even though I found you hot when you were like 8. Yeah.
It's probably one of them situations where she's just thinking, look, if I kiss him, maybe he'll shut up.
Yeah, yeah.
Are you
I mean, at least he stops
angel?
talking during this time.
I can taste what you had for lunch.
Well, if you sit on his face, then you'll suffocate him.
Yeah.
Sexy time. Yeah.
Next one, Brown.
Yeah, for God's sake.
Keep moving, for God's sake, please.
Oh, this is you. Is this you, Barbara?
Yep.
I shouldn't have done that. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah, we all know. We're well aware.
Pretty view, though, isn't it? It's a lovely view.
Yeah, actually.
Not
yeah.
CGI.
What about the scenery as well?
That's actually quite beautiful.
Yeah.
And that's real.
Yeah.
Real
Right?
folks.
Yeah, that's-
No CGI there, folks. Italy.
This
And
is not
nothing
Italy.
but CGI. Joy.
Let's compare and contrast.
Okay,
I
so we'll go back a
messaged you
moment.
I messaged you in the private chat, Brown. Did you see it?
I did. We're pretty.
All right.
There is a schedule, believe it or not.
Is it
Yeah.
a sledge? What?
Well,
There
we're
is a
blowing it, but there's a schedule,
Yeah.
I assure you.
Yeah. I can send it on to him, Brown, if you're...
Yeah.
I never got the schedule. I only got a link.
Yeah.
I have no idea.
I gave you a time, didn't I?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
it.
Here you go. MGK4. 2 Canadian woke dollars. Hey, Barbara. Hey, Barbara. Stand, baby. Doing anything for you? In fact,
No.
I think you need to say that. That was me fucking that up. Sorry.
I was just like,
Oh, don't get coy. Don't get coy.
I was just seeing that, like, Brown
baby, doing anything for you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No. Sand baby.
Melvin, could you say send Dark Hour? Say be ready for 7:30 if that's possible. That's when Platoon comes on.
7:30?
Yeah.
I've already got it. I'll send
Yeah.
it to him.
Brilliant. Okay. Too much CGI. Yes. Oh.
Yeah, it's just ridiculous.
There's so much CGI. There's like kind of a halo around Obi-Wan, isn't it? Where
Yeah.
they've tried to blend him in a little bit. And
Yeah, it's the
just not
compositing
good.
that
Yeah.
you know, again, you have such a difference in detail between the actual people, being filmed and then everything else, and then the compositing really makes it worse.
Let's proceed.
So that-
Sorry, I'm multitasking. I'm not doing either.
And
very
again,
well.
also the physics of this place is madness, right? Where are all of these in this world of giant ocean? How does any of this work?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Wave power.
Yeah.
well, they are kind of on an oil platform, so to speak.
A little.
Yeah,
But
but
they don't-
how are these
they-
things floating, right? What's going
Yeah.
on? When you have to make things like with practical effects, you actually have to have some sort of support, or at least think it through. When
Yeah,
it's just,
yeah.
here's cool digital look. All right, well, let's do that.
Yeah.
It's not doing it for me, these scenes.
Yeah.
No,
It's
but
like,
you know,
like
Yeah, yeah.
Edison bulbs just
Yeah,
stuck into
it's
really
like,
awful
what is
chandeliers.
it?
Yeah, it's the last manufacturer of vacuum tubes.
Yeah.
back in like the early 2000s, I don't think it bothered me. I don't know. It's just, I guess, knowing what we know now,
Yeah, they look like Nixie tubes. That's what they remind me of.
Yeah, we've
Yeah.
kind of seen it. We're on the other side of it, aren't we? really?
Yeah, it's like what Rod Stewart says. I wish I knew what I know now when I was younger.
It's one of them things. It didn't bother me either. It's just one of them things that's not going to bother you unless you probably spend too much time thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's just
like a 12-hour stream.
Technology we don't understand, Okay, fair enough, we can move on. Technology. It's not like it's impossible, It's like the things can be moving around there for some reason or other.
We take great pride, not that one, in our combat education and training programs.
And our sensitivity trainings.
Mm.
It just feels very cut and paste, doesn't it? Like
yeah.
Yep.
Because
and again, do you have a person for every clone in there, just like monitoring their giant view screen?
And who's paying for this?
The Jedi, apparently.
I think it was decorative scenery. They weren't thinking about practicality of the facility.
Yeah. Right, and the thing is that because when you don't have the constraints of having to physically build stuff, then you are able to indulge yourself where it looks really cool, but it makes no sense.
Yeah.
Do you think they would get away with this today? One thing, having slaves, which is what the clones are, and also that they're kind of brown skin slaves.
Well, they were white men, That's okay.
Well, they're Maoris, so not exactly.
Agreed. You go in the chat. Clone school, just like today.
Yeah.
But only.
I think there would be screaming blue murder if this was released today. I think.
Rainbow murder.
All colors of murder. Equally.
Yeah. We don't discriminate in our.
No, everybody.
Yeah, I guess the reason why I made that mistake is in the animated series they made them look so white. It's just like.
There you go. Yes, no pun intended. In space, they have
black budget.
Yowza.
But either way, yeah, it's one of those things that I said, like the Jedi Order. This is just totally immoral,
Well, and they got child labor here, so it's excellent.
Yeah. In the Clone Wars cartoon, there was a few episodes where some of the clones actually rebelled. They didn't like being treated as slaves.
Yeah.
And it made it a much more interesting story.
Yeah, remove their chips.
Yeah, that you could actually understand that they don't want to be slaves. They don't want to go out and get sent to die.
Yeah, I forget which one it was that had the chip had started to malfunction, and so they found out what it was, and they went in and they removed it.
Yeah.
And then they started removing their own.
I like this. Manuel Grell, hello, my friend. I guess diversity is not their strength on Camino. This would be totally different now, wouldn't it, if this was remade?
Oh, yeah. It would look like a United Colors of Benetton ad right now.
All those would just be it'd be just a rainbow working from left to right, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but it'd still all be Jango Fett clones.
Yeah.
Somehow.
Yeah. Including the women.
Well, he's racially fluid,
Mm-hmm.
Wow. This is just pure exposition, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the slow people.
Well, the other thing is, again, I don't know how well this makes sense because they're talking about they can do it in half the time. So are all the clones 20?
Well, yeah, the clones are that they grow old faster. Like when the Clone Wars starts, the Clone Wars cartoon starts, I think Ahsoka, who is like 14 or something, is older than Rex.
Well, so we know that like in actual real time they're only 10 at this point. But he says that because of their special mumbo jumbo, they're able to train them in half the time. So they can like accelerate. So these are like 20 years old because it's been 10 years as things going on. So they're 20.
She mentions that later because she talks about how Jango wanted a son cloned from him, but without the accelerated growth.
Right, so that's how we get Boba, yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, yeah, just pure exposition, lots of rotoscoped people. it's just this would not happen in a billion years, would it? But because George he did it, didn't he? Just the spectacle of it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think. So I mean, again, it's like a child's view
Yeah.
of a military, right? You don't, despite whatever beliefs he has, you don't want robots as soldiers, right? People that just they only follow orders and they have less independent thought, because then you have to micromanage everything they do.
Yeah.
You want them to have a certain amount of independence in order to deal with tactical changes on the battlefield. They have to be able to make decisions on their own.
You go fat or...
Sorry, go on.
No, okay, I'll do this. Fat lobber. Bred on a diet of media and social conditioning. Wow.
Except it would be the reverse. Instead of half the time that they grow to adults, they'd never grow to adults if they were, just consuming social media.
Yeah. Melvin?
It's another big moral question as well, is if you're making these soldiers to defend the free and decent people, but you're treating them as slaves and you're sending them to die basically against their will or without their consent anyway, then you're the bad guy.
Right.
It makes you the bad guy. At least the other side, who are sending robots to do it, they're not sending people to do it.
Right.
You go, folks. Max, relax. Hello, my friend. Point of argumentative. We are using robots more and more in the form of drones in today's warfare. We are, my friend.
Yeah, but we have people behind them.
Yeah.
The difference is, again, at some point somebody has to be making decisions.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, they already have robots. They have the battle droids, but those aren't good enough. So we're going to use meat sacks that somehow have less independent thought. That's a terrible plan.
Well, the separatists also. Though the separatists then developed this tactical droid that was really good at doing tactical decisions and stuff, and the Jedi supposedly struggled with that a little bit. And
again, that makes no sense, right? The Jedi. This is the problem. Again, this is a 14-year-old writing their understanding of military and combat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
This looks like London Docklands, everybody. Moving on. So this is where we find out who the original host was.
Mm-hmm.
And it is Jango Fett. Where is this bounty hunter now? Why Jango Fett?
Why is Jango Fett here for 10 years? All they needed was a sample of his tissue and then bye.
He also had the job of training them as well.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Right, okay.
Because he was a military leader. Jango Fett
we
in
keep
one
him
of
here.
the expanded universe stories at some point was the leader of the Mandalorians.
Yeah.
So he's got a lot of military experience.
Right.
And he's getting paid well.
I would imagine, yeah. I would imagine they're paying him big money.
Fett demanded only one thing. What was it?
Only one? Oh, well, that doesn't make any sense at all then.
They say earlier that despite his generous pay, he stays here. We pay him a huge amount, but there was only one demand that he had. Apart from that, he wanted to have a real boy.
A quote of him.
There's so many really unhealthy jokes you could make about that. Let's not.
Unaltered clone of himself. Jango unfettered.
Ooh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
His family were big in cheese. Jango Feta.
Oh.
Okay, if we could only have one thing, what would it be? Professor Artoo?
He would be unmuted. He would wish to be unmuted.
Barbara, one thing, what would it be? Okay, he's back.
Just not have to watch this movie again.
That's a big
That's
ask.
a very poor choice.
Barbara, one thing.
A rewritten script.
Ooh. Emp?
Somebody to tell George that he's not as smart as he thinks he is.
Wayfarer?
I'm going to sound like a beauty queen here, but world peace.
I'd wish that as well. Melvin?
Has it got to be related to Star Wars or one
Anything, one thing.
Oh.
If you could only have
Like,
one
can I
thing.
change my
Jesus
answer?
Christ! What, hey, wait a minute.
Okay,
we'll
we'll go
give a
back.
fuck about George then. Jesus Christ!
Yeah, we'll go back up the panel.
I want super intelligence. We had this discussion before in one of the groups. I want super intelligence. And I'll get everything else on my own once I'm that smart.
You go. See, I'll go with this one. Ailey Atwell clone. Yeah, I'd be more than happy
Just for
with
you.
That. Yeah.
Only one?
Oh, you bastard!
You see, if he had super intelligence, he would have thought of having two.
Yep.
Exactly.
Can I have George not touch Star Wars again after 1983?
If it's a Star Wars related thing, I can have.
Yeah,
If that's
yeah.
my one wish. Then just my wish is put me in charge.
There you go.
Well, if you change our timeline, what other things will change?
But the
Sorry.
Atwell clone would just leave you. Oh, don't. Okay.
Well, he's obviously going to have the Kaminians deal with this so that
Yeah,
she has
yeah,
less
they'll
independent
They'll
thought.
lobotomize her to make her stupid.
Yeah, it's less independent thought.
I'd wish for to have my metabolism back. God, 50s suck.
Yeah.
This is just so video gamey, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I noticed that about a lot of this. There's a part later on when they're at the arena.
Yeah.
Anakin and Padme show up at the arena and they're on this kind of production line conveyor belt. And there's no other reason for that exists except to be the level of a video game.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of quick time events you have to pass.
See, I'm with Jim. Oh, God, that'd be amazing.
Yeah, I think, but the thing is, we got a preview of this in the special editions where he's just adding shit to add it. It's just, yeah. I'm going to put this in the middle of Mos Eisley because why? I don't know.
Because I can.
Yeah, right. It's because look cool, right? I mean, he's a 14-year-old.
Yeah. Really, these aren't looking any better than the sequels.
No.
Time hasn't been kind to them.
I mean, less lens flare because JJ hasn't been involved, but otherwise.
It's just very convenient that all this is going on as well, isn't it? No?
Yeah, I mean, you have the sneaking suspicion that nothing happens here until the camera shows up, and then all of a sudden everybody goes into action, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You said it.
Just so much exposition.
Oh God, and this compositing is terrible.
There's so much exposition, man.
Yes, man. It's made for a pretty good Lego Star Wars level, though.
Oh.
So Brown,
Yeah.
see these Camino females here. What would you give them out of 10?
Open to the chat as well. So a mark out of what? Between 1 and 10?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For the Camino females?
Yeah, the female only, yeah.
Yeah.
1 and 10?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of midriff there.
I really feel like the costume that they put for her, even though it's CGI, is very reminiscent of Leia's dress.
Slave Leia, the Jabba.
Yeah.
It's a combination of Slave Leia and the white dress from A New Hope.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's got the same kind of belt line.
Yeah.
1 and 10, yes.
Yeah, and I think Kathleen Kennedy wishes she had that neck.
Well, she does, but it's just been squashed down, and so that's why it has all of it.
I'm going to go 5. And yes, I bet they smell of fifth.
Imagine if you had one of them asphyxiation fetishes. That'd be a dream woman.
Oh, maybe if you had some Jawa juice, I might come down on the mark a little bit.
I'm going to need some bigger hands.
Yeah.
It's like before I pick a number from 1 to 10, do they smell like fish?
The answer is absolutely yes. They do.
Absolutely.
Well, I think the problem is Brownie picked 5, which is Lethal Weapon. There's a big reveal here. Yeah.
What do we think to this then? This is just...
It's just copy paste.
Why are they doing this? Is this a demonstration or are they actually just...
They want to show that there's numbers there.
Okay.
You know. I guess.
Yeah, but again, this is the he walked to this scene and then that triggered this thing to take place. What is the purpose of just lining up at the squares? Are you doing training? Is there mobility?
We'll be amazed.
I guess, yeah, it's basically, like you said before, I guess an immature view of saying, okay, soldiers, they're in rank and file and they stand there.
Yeah.
Monty Python's meaning of life. It's the job is to march up and down the square.
Yeah, marching up and down the square.
You go, Tommy, CGI, blandless, soulless, lifeless. But was it at the time when we saw this? Oh, okay.
I enjoyed this at the time, and I hate it when things like this happens. When I see something I enjoyed and I see it later, and then it's like, nah, why did I even like it? I was happy not hating it. I was happy liking it.
I mean, I think I might have had a different attitude had the special editions not occurred, and so I was already real sus on George coming into these because I could already see his excesses were showing, and then this just reaffirmed all of the bad tendencies that he'd already put on display.
But you see a lot of this throughout all the Star Wars movies. They always have to have these obligatory scenes of lots of stormtroopers in, and they show it later also after their clones and they fought the separatists. They'll just start going into formation during one of the final scenes.
Okay. Let's proceed. Oh. How does that hold up?
Ugh.
Looks awful.
Yeah, it just looks like
full screen. Look at that, folks.
Looks
try
like
to
they're
mix
all
it
getting
up.
ready to do a chorus line.
Yeah.
It looks very
one singular sensation.
Very little difference between that and the cartoon.
Really?
Yeah.
The Phase 1 clone trooper uniform.
So here you go, Hostman at Mr. Brown asks me. The special effects, they were revolutionary for their time, but this isn't one of the better shots.
Yeah, but that's the problem with this. So again, if you just look at it and go, boy, this is really an achievement in using CG. Yay. You're trying to make a movie. I don't care about your demo reel or your ability to do effects.
Yeah. There you go.
When this was made, though, people didn't hate CGI at this point. That came later. Right now, the CG in this was praised, right?
People were in wonderment of it.
Well, again, it's oh, look at that. Except that CG had already attained better results 10 years
Troopers,
previously in
Starship
Jurassic
Troopers.
Park.
Yeah, Starship Troopers.
Yeah, that's true.
Jurassic Park was partially, it was a mix of practical.
Yeah,
right, because they understood the limitations.
Yeah,
George doesn't. It's new toy he's playing with.
Exactly.
Yeah, the whole thing here, when you look at the feet, it's just, it's copy and paste. It's like no effort went into making that look like people marching. They're all identical.
Right.
Here you go, folks. Come on, people. Generous to a fault, my friend. For £2 English. Thank you, my friend. Did Ruin hit the dislike button on the way out? I think he pressed it on the way in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, let's kind of speed up through this a bit because it's just the exposition is just nauseating, isn't it?
Oh God!
Oh,
Speaking of
I don't know if this
nauseating,
Is this any better?
Get the buckets ready, folks.
Yeah, those assassins will never get you here.
Chat, the air sickness bag is available in the front of your seat.
You know what? When I saw this last night, or some of the scenes around this time, I mean, some of that picturesque scenery around this scene, it reminded me, kind of gave me some nostalgia for like, what was it, Windows XP and the screen?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's just sit here in front of this screensaver and see what happens.
It's Assassin's Creed, isn't it? Look.
Except for the waterfalls, yeah. It's like, we need lots of waterfalls. Put them in there all around.
In the midst of this torture, Brown, I do have good news for you.
What?
There's a new Acolyte trailer out.
Oh.
Yes. Yes.
Thank God we're saved.
Star Wars is saved again.
Yes, saved
It's quite
again.
strange,
Even though
you
it didn't
know.
need saving.
Yeah, it's
It's
quite
been a
strange
stunning
that
success.
every
We-
single Star Wars property that's been out in the last 10 years has saved it. So why did it need saving if they're all so great?
Mr. Brown Alliance doing its best to save Disney Star Wars.
Oh, 1 month from now, Brown, it's going to be glorious.
Oh,
I can't wait. It's going to be amazing. It is. It's going to be fantastic.
yeah. I mean, I already have my Amazon order in for the 5-gallon bucket of Astroglide. I'm ready.
Can't wait. Oh, God, it's going to be amazing. It's going to be amazing. Okay, who's doing this line then? Whose line?
Whose line is it? Is
All
it
right,
This is when
I
she's,
was 12.
she's telling us all about her body count. That's what she's doing here.
Yeah.
Oh. What?
Oh, it's Barbara.
tell
Oh,
you, it's
well,
her.
I mean, it could
It's
be.
her.
Again, there's a lot of confusion. Who's saying these
What?
lines?
It's her.
His name
His
was
name was
Paolo.
Paolo.
Let's just do both at the same time. That way we're sure.
That's
No,
definitely,
that was
definitely Anakin saying that.
Yeah.
That- No, that's her line because
That's her line. Yeah, she's talking about her body count.
Paolo eventually goes off and becomes an artist instead of a politician, and Anakin
Cuts
says,
his ear
"Oh,
off."
that was
Yeah.
I'll be losing it when the acolyte is on. Here you go. Apparently, it's Anakin's line.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you
That's what I
go.
said. I think you both should say it at the same time. There's so much confusion here.
Yeah, I mean, it could go either way.
Look, he
Oh,
was
yeah,
he was
it's
young. He was
definitely Anakin.
experimenting. That doesn't. We don't judge.
Yeah.
No.
His name was Paolo. We met in Venice.
Mm-hmm.
He had a massive wanger.
And he saw the Phantom Menace.
He complimented my pod racer. Said it was the biggest he'd ever seen.
We were both in the youth
no,
program.
it is her line.
Oh my
I
God.
It's
bet
her
you were.
line. This is all her.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
We were both in the legislative youth program.
How fucking weird is that? It's
And
like,
and,
is that a
and
thing
nothing says
anywhere?
getting laid regularly like being in the legislative
Yeah.
youth program. That's-
Like band camp.
yeah.
I was
Yeah.
well, I was in the United Nations Club in high school.
Yeah, the Model UN. Yeah.
and band camp, so that's why I'm
Imagine-
where
imagine,
I'm
like-
at today.
Yeah.
This is jealous Anakin, isn't it?
Whatever happened to him?
He complained too much about
I,
sand in his
I
bum
went
crack.
into public service. He went on to become an artist.
Piss artist.
Maybe he was the smart one.
No, he went on and became a mime.
You really don't like politicians, do you?
Nobody does.
No, they get everywhere and they're irritating.
I like touring.
They get in your bum. They get in your bum crack.
Yeah.
Like 2 or 3, but I'm not really sure about one of them.
God, this clever dialogue. I mean, this is a
Lame.
masterclass.
Yeah.
We need a system where the politicians sit
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Anakin
discuss
is like
the
an onion.
problem.
He has
We need
layers.
a leader.
And agree what's in the best interest of the people.
Why have you gone Scottish all of a sudden?
I know. I was
the
like,
whole time holding on to it.
I thought it was German.
And
what are you?
Lebensraum.
You sounded like Angus Hilter.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, you get what you pay for.
Also, I love the fact that again, this is such a 14-year-old, maybe not even that advanced, understanding of politics.
Oh, yeah,
Gosh,
exactly.
if only we had Plato's Philosopher Kings. Yeah, that shit was covered 2,000 years ago. It doesn't work out. Move on.
Who's saying
The
this?
trouble is
Oh yeah.
that people don't always agree.
How profound.
Well, then they should be made to.
All right. Hey, easy there.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he is wearing a brown shirt. It makes sense.
That's so
Yeah.
2024, isn't it?
And 1934, and
Oh.
That's why they created the master race.
yeah,
The
Are you
clones,
listening?
right?
Are you listening, kids?
It keeps
not in your
coming
best.
back.
It's not in your best interest, kids. Are you listening?
By whom? Who's gonna make them? You.
I don't know.
Oh no, we can just
Someone?
stage some fake demonstrations and say they're all evil, and then take away their free speech. It's easy.
Of course
we'll
not
get half
me,
the
but
people on board straight away.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about me,
Not
but
me.
someone.
Yeah.
Someone somewhere.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go
someone
on
has a
hunger
braid on the right side of his head.
Yeah, but I'll go on a
George-
hunger strike.
Yeah.
until-
I
Till
hashtagged
lunchtime.
about it.
I need
Hunger
to,
strike between breakfast and lunch.
Yeah.
Just make sure that you make sure you give us vegan water though. We need water.
Yeah,
vegan
yeah. This is
water.
cruelty-free water.
Yeah, yeah. Did George think he was being when he wrote this? Fucking hell, that's good.
Yeah, I think he's a 14-year-old, and his understanding of this is so simplistic and childish.
I think he must have been having some kind of midlife crisis or mental
Well, I
breakdown
think
or something.
I think
I
he
think
actually
he,
over his daughters and said, "Here, you write this part," because they would have
No.
been about 14. at this time.
I think it was on purpose that he was trying to show that, Anakin would be willing or really wants, like, maybe he didn't have a strong father figure. Well, obviously he didn't. So he wants a father figure to kind of rule and make sure everything's all right throughout the universe or the galaxy. And you need some wise, strong person to do that. And it is something that people fall victim to.
Yeah, I think that he's trying to show that Anakin is he has correct motivations, but his impulses are wrong.
Yeah.
Right. That I'm going to solve it not through persuasion, but through coercion, because that's a shortcut. I'm going to skip steps, and that is the way that you end up at the dark side. The problem is that George can't write any of that well enough to make it believable.
Yeah, I think the individual lines are just a little bit flat. Yeah.
A little bit.
Sorry.
What a line!
A lot bit.
Whose line is this?
Sounds an awful lot like a dictatorship to me.
It's her. Yeah.
Could you emphasize the first part of that word
sorry.
again? Common people
Dick.
need something to.
Dictatorship.
The
Works for
whole
me.
idea of democracy and things here is really strange, because she was queen. So
You're not wrong.
Elected queen.
Yeah, but she's an elected
Yeah.
queen, so
Yeah.
how that makes
Well, then she's not a queen.
Right, but so there's like terms, right? Because she's now
Yeah, but I
senator
mean,
and there's another
yeah,
queen.
Yeah.
Well,
She's
yeah,
a
we're
dick.
How can
Well,
you be elected
51
a queen? No, it's not how it works.
I know,
It's
so
the
dumb.
opposite of how the monarchy works.
where
good.
51% of the population can rule over the 49%.
Yeah,
A good sand in my ass.
yeah. The two wolves
it
and a sheep
works.
vote on what we're having for dinner.
Exactly.
Is this true? George is an elitist.
Yeah,
Yes.
but he would never admit it. He would think
No.
that he's actually on the other side, which is why they're usually the first ones up against the wall.
lives in
Define what's
Marin
an
County.
elitist.
Wow. Yeah, what's an elitist for people like me?
He lives
me.
in Marin County. Like,
Just like all the common people, and not common people and his dad, but the other common people. Yeah.
That
So
still doesn't mean
elitists-
anything to me.
I mean, he lives with both millionaires and billionaires.
Yeah.
I mean, how much more of the
Okay.
common people can you be?
Both kinds of people.
Salt of the earth.
Yeah, an elitist essentially is someone who thinks that everything should be run by the elite
Them.
people, the smartest people, the richest people.
Help,
So,
help, I'm being repressed.
Well, they already do. So,
Yep.
There you go. An elitist wrote THX 113X.
Don't know that he was always an elitist, but he definitely is now, I think.
I'm an elitist too.
Well, to be fair,
Populism is dumb.
If it works.
yes, THX 1138 is elitist because it views everybody else as mindless consumers.
It does it that, yeah.
Wow.
But is it wrong?
You guys should really do a movie channel, review channel. It'd be good.
I'm up for it.
Man, if only we had good movies to review.
I'd like
Yeah.
to do reviews of, going back and looking at The Next Generation again, because I've been rewatching that. And my wife and I rewatched it, and we had
There you go, folks.
plenty to say about just
Oh, thank you,
every
Brian.
episode.
Please subscribe to @BRollStage for more of this madness. Yes. Do you want to post a link in the one of my mods? Post a link. I'll leave that up for a little bit.
Yeah, preferably not a B-roll stage. Put a link up where someone would enjoy watching things. Not
Yeah. Okay, let's move on then, man.
No, I'll check you guys out.
Yeah, mate.
I apologize in advance, Wayfair.
Yes.
Barbara, I think this is you.
As well, I do.
Who's saying this? You're making
her. I
fun
lost
of
my
me.
thing.
You're making
Sorry.
fun of me.
Hang on. I lost my thing. There.
You're going to say a word that you don't normally say, Barbara.
You're making fun of me?
No, he said that.
Oh.
No.
You
No.
then say the next one.
No.
I thought
God, that was so convincing. It's like you've said that before.
There you go. There's a link there, folks. A link over a link.
It's very meta.
Thank you, Drew.
It is. It is. Okay, let me. I'm boomering, sorry, folks.
Yeah,
Check
I was
out
too. That's
B-roll
why I was.
stage. Yeah, check them out, folks. Okay, let's move on. Oh.
Okay. So these idiotic things are called shacks.
They look like ticks.
Shacks?
Yeah. Shacks. Yes.
What?
And they
The
are
love shack.
They are essentially
Oh
in
God,
canon.
I thought you said shat. Like
no, yeah, with a K.
That's what we call it.
S-H-A-K.
Yeah, it's definitely shat. Somebody shat all over this field.
They are, they look like giant ticks. But in canon, the Gungans who live under the ocean,
under the sea,
they supposedly
drink
farm these things for meat.
Oh, it doesn't look
my
very
God.
appetizing.
Yeah.
I could see a bunch of Jar Jars trying to lasso one of these.
Meat on legs.
Oh, me sweet one. Oh, they look fat and plump.
And then they just fart, and that's what keeps the Gungans away the whole time. Yeah.
That's their defense mechanism.
Yeah.
These are the forerunner to Lizzo.
Yeah, I mean, they are bipedal, it seems. So.
By what?
Yeah, well, we don't talk about that.
Whoa. I'm a
There's
kid.
an E in that.
Whoa.
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 Ah. What the?
Whoa, dude.
Grunting.
Whoa.
Rice and peas.
Hey, dude, let's go shat tipping.
Somebody grew up in the Midwest.
Dude. Whoa.
Is it a Keanu woe or
Whoa.
an Owen Wilson woe?
Both.
I think this is you, Babs.
Annie, are you all right?
Oh. This is just nauseating.
Did
they need?
And the
this
movie
scene?
is bad too.
Yeah.
Did they need this scene in?
Did they need
Nothing.
most of these scenes?
They didn't any of this.
Oh.
Well, they just wanted us to see the deep romantic,
Oh yeah.
orgasmic drives they had for each other.
Yeah, this is really an homage to From Here to Eternity, and I feel it. It's
Eternity
Why
written
me
off.
ticks?
It seems to last forever.
Sadly, we're here and we have an eternity to go.
Okay, I will say Lyme's disease, particularly nasty.
Ooh, it is.
disease.
Yeah.
It is indeed.
Particularly nasty, folks.
So we have now officially passed 50 minutes of the movie.
What?
Yeah.
Still not even halfway. Damn it.
Not even halfway.
Definitely coming back for part 2, folks.
Mm.
Unless if I just blast through these, but both laughing.
I mean, he's going to be blasting through her, so.
You know, the last thing she was saying to him, like just a scene ago, was, "We shouldn't kiss. We can't do this. This is not right." And then she's
Shouldn't have
rolling
done that.
around on the ground with him.
I'm telling you, she's
Yeah.
thirsty.
It's very
Look,
strange.
she's
I
been
was-
at the
I was-
Youth Legislative League. What the hell?
That's the equivalent of band camp.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was watching
This one time in youth legislation camp.
She sits on top of him, right? And I was
Easy.
thinking, there's no way he's not got wood. There's no way. Well, how is he going to stand up properly? When they say cut.
Those robes are very roomy.
They need to be.
Yeah.
It's like there's just no chance. How old is he when this was made? Like 19, 20, something
Old
like that?
enough.
Yeah. Well, I think that like in the movie, Anakin's supposed to be like 19.
Yeah, there's no way he's not walking around like a half-open pen knife after her sitting on him like that.
And cut. I'm going to have to lay here for a few minutes before I get up, George.
He's pitching a tent.
I'll come back.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Just
I'll pull the muscle.
Is that a lightsaber in your pocket?
I'm
or
just
are you
pleased to
just
see you,
happy
Barbara.
to see me?
Okay, so meanwhile, back on Waterworld.
Where do these things? How did they evolve and where did they land?
That's a good
Well,
question.
you
almost killed the stream then. Go on, Matt.
Yeah, in this scene, they fly up out of the ocean. This thing is flying under the ocean and then is
Under
suddenly
the
flying
sea.
above
Under
the
the
ocean.
sea.
Well,
hey, things are better down where it's wetter. Just saying.
Oh, hey, all right.
Well, it's getting wet outside here.
Yeah.
This is Cloud City before gentrification.
Wow.
Lando wouldn't like it here.
Yeah, that's why he raised it up.
Showed up.
Too much water for my liking.
Oh my God.
That is just one small mini piece of corridor. The rest is CGI, isn't it? You can just tell where it joins. I think it's the ceiling.
Yeah.
Yeah. The ceiling just looks CGI.
Well, but also the scale of the sets making no sense given the 4 or 5 people I see in this entire shot, even though there's like a mile and a half of corridor.
Yeah. Boba, is your father here?
Yeah, Tonway's here.
Thunder rumbling.
My God, Wayfarer, you've actually somehow gotten into the subtitles for the movie.
I know. I'm in the film.
Django, who's saying this? Django, welcome back. Oh, the dad is there.
That's Ta Winner.
Yeah.
He just got out of the back the tank.
This is Jedi Master Obi-Wan Kenobi. Hello there. I'll just blast through these. We'll just sit here in silence.
It's just, again, it's just exposition dump.
But
Just
here,
exposition dump.
but here is like where you get the clue because he tells them that, I picked up this gig from Tyrannus,
Mm-hmm.
This is also strange as well because he lives here and that's what he lives in there. That is like would be the tiniest hotel room you've ever seen.
Yeah, and they say he's being paid generously and he's been there 10 years.
Yeah, and that's where they've got him staying.
I don't know about
It's
you, I'd
gotta
be going
be there. Yeah.
If I was living in that, I'd be going fucking crazy after 10 years.
Yeah, that's
He stays in the spare kitchen.
Yeah.
It's very clean and practical, though.
Look, despite that huge corridor, there is a tremendous waiting list for upgrade in quarters.
You'd be really low on vitamin D.
Yeah.
He's a
no
simple
sun.
man. Yeah.
The dialogue here was terrible as well.
How unusual for this movie.
Yeah.
The
It's
human
suppo-
beings don't talk like this.
It's supposed to have some subtext or something to it, but it's just all missing, right?
Well, there's a lot of text. I don't know about the sub.
Yeah.
What does Rodi so eek mean? That'd be we'll
I
leave
think
it.
he's telling him to go shut the door.
Oh, okay.
Go hide his armor.
Because Master who? Masturbator.
Hmm.
Da, da, da.
Oh
They
my
spelled
God.
Diaz wrong.
Of course, he just left it on the floor. Yes, like that.
Is shit.
He's not a Mandalorian anymore. He took his
Sifo
armor. The
Dyas.
helmet's off, so he's screwed.
Yeah. Who hired you for this job?
Never heard of him.
Kathleen Kennedy.
Oh, very good. Yeah.
I was recruited by a man called Tyrannus on one of the moons of Bogdan.
Tyrannosaurus.
The moons of Bogdan. Have you been
No,
there,
that's-
Brownie?
We spend a lot of time.
Seems
on
like a
moons of
place that you'd be
Bogdan.
familiar with.
That's
I will
Dooku's Sith name.
Okay, I will say Moons of Bogdan. I think we'll have a drink, don't you?
Nope.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, cheeky drink.
Yeah.
Hey, we're motoring through these now. Do you like
The
your-
moors of Bodmin.
You killed that, mate.
Well, you're a bit bloodthirsty with the. I'm looking forward to seeing my army in action. Slow your roll there.
Ewan McGregor he just looks different every scene. There's no continuity in his appearance, is there?
No.
Or is it just me?
Doesn't seem to be.
What is the job they're going to do, though? Was all this
Be an army.
rebellion planned 10 years previously?
Yeah,
No, well, it seems like it.
It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
No.
Palpatine was planning this for a long
Yeah.
time.
He's like Thrawn.
Yeah.
But this whole thing, could it not have just rather? I mean, what an insane plan. His plan is, right, to try and somehow worm his way so he's in charge of the Senate, right? So he's in charge anyway. There's no need to fight any war once he's in charge. There he is, right? He's a dictator now. He doesn't have to go if he doesn't want to.
Well,
right?
no. So you have to,
No.
have
He's
a
making an
credible
army.
threat to get the Senate to cede all power.
Yeah,
But
give
he's
you the
making an
emergency
army
powers.
No,
to
he
fight
doesn't.
against the other army that he already owns.
No, he
So
didn't
he
have the
already-
power to do that yet.
Yeah, he
It's not
already
until
owns-
Jar Jar gives him the power.
Right,
Yeah,
but it's
but I mean,
because,
once
again,
he's
of the
there,
credible threat. You have to
if
have
it-
some sort of threat of war to get the Republic to go, oh, we need to put all of our... I mean, again, this is going back to like ancient Greece, where you essentially elected a dictator in situations of war, and it was a burden. But because you needed to have decision-making stuck with one person, and by the way, it was for a limited time, then you elect it. And that's kind of the situation that he's presenting to the Senate. That the Republic, because of this danger of war, needs
but
to
once
put
he's
all the power
there-
into one man for a certain amount of time.
Harry doesn't need to play the game anymore. Because the
Right, as
Clone
soon as he
Wars
gets it,
for
but he
another-
has to have the threat of war in order to get them to make
Right.
the
Yeah,
decision in the first place.
because you want anybody that has the power to resist you to fight each other until they're too weak to resist you, and then the Order 66 clicks in the stormtroopers, and they're all of a sudden behind him, and the Jedi are all battered up, and the Separatists are all battered up. No one can resist.
Right, he
But in the
needs
process of
them to
this-
temporarily, and he presents it as a temporary ceding of authority to him
Yes.
to be the primary decision maker.
I already know this.
Right, and then
But in
then
the process of this, he obviously has planned this army of 1 million strong to be on the other side. So he's got the droid army, which is his army, his secret army,
Right.
and then he's got this other army of clones to fight the droid army. At that point, he is in charge of everything, and he
Right.
owns both armies.
yes.
So what is it? Why does he need to pretend anymore beyond that?
Well, he
Go
doesn't.
now.
He doesn't once he
Like
gets it. That's why
he
he's
owns all
to
the
crush-
armies, and
He
and
needs
he's
to crush
in
the
charge.
Jedi.
Welcome
He needs to crush the
talking
Jedi.
over each other on Mr. Brownlights.
It's like, so all we have to do then is like never have the Camino army, the clones, never have them have been for the council in the first place because it didn't matter. Just make them for the other side, make them go to Coruscant, and then
Yeah.
surrender. Then that's all I had to do was surrender because they never had anybody to fight that army with.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you're going to go through and make the plot make sense, you're going to be making a lot of wholesale changes to this.
Here you go. Just shout, someone!
Yeah, it's about space wizards, Melvin. Come on.
But-
Did you remember when a helmet hit when a stormtrooper hit his head?
But I do like the beauty of the concept, that people should be on the lookout for the fact that there are entities that are behind both sides of wars,
Right.
called banks and stuff like that, where they make money off of both sides fighting each other.
Yowza.
This is Star Wars, though. We just look at it and go, look, red. There's
Oh,
red.
so right, he baited. He baited.
It's red.
I don't like sand.
Same.
What is it, Dad?
What is it, Dad? Where's Echo or Romeo when we need him?
So there's Obi-Wan being followed by Naomi Campbell with her makeup off.
Yeah, yeah.
Pack your things, we're leaving.
That boy there, his name is Daniel Logan. He also did the voice for young Boba Fett in the Clone Wars.
Yeah.
Wow. There we go. Look at him.
Yeah,
Boba, yeah.
I do remember, like, at least in one episode or something in Clone Wars, they had Boba Fett without his accent, and he was blondish.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of weird.
Yeah, it was weird. I do remember that one.
Here you go. Gurrent, Thatcher. The prequels were a good idea. Badly executed.
Definitely.
Yes and no. So you've already brought up the fact that your main protagonists, you know that they can't die. You know that they have to live into the original trilogy, right? That removes a lot of stakes.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you could still be entertained by the process of
right.
how
But again,
did this
I mean, it's
happen.
more just it's like lore filler, right?
Well.
Instead of good story movie.
Yeah.
They shouldn't have had Anakin in it. They didn't need a backstory for Vader. We knew enough about him. It was better to be left mysterious, and it could be the big bad instead of being this cringy
I don't know. I kind of like
teenager. It takes everything away from Vader for the original 3 films, because Vader was the devil basically, and you look at Anakin and you've got contempt for him. And if you've seen Vader and if you'd known Anakin, you'd think, fuck Vader. Who cares about this idiot? You wouldn't care knowing about Anakin. And also, it broke the big reveal from Empire Strikes Back if you hadn't seen them.
Well,
they could have had they could have had prequel trilogy. It could have been about, they could have had some political intrigue, and it could have been about the actual Clone Wars itself, and it could have been 3 kind of standalone movies instead of what it was without Vader. You could have known of Anakin, you could have seen his silhouette here and there, or heard a story about him winning a battle or something, just to kind of add to the myth.
Yeah, or you save him till the 3rd film, in which case then you see the betrayal. And
so what you're saying is the prequel should have been about Ahsoka.
No, it should have been about
I'm
the
just
Clone
kidding.
Wars or the Jedi or the Republic.
Shut your mouth.
I'm just kidding.
Okay,
But that kind of thing. But what they done, I mean, somebody put a meme up yesterday saying how weird it was that when the Millennium Falcon landed in the Death Star, it had Vader's astromech, Vader's protocol droid,
right?
His son, his
the
daughter.
The Wookiee that saved Ahsoka, his son, and they were coming to rescue his daughter.
Yeah, it's a galaxy, but apparently there's only like 10 people in it.
It had his old master in it, and it was just completely. They put all these same people in the prequels as well, as it was unnecessary. You could have had all new characters and done better things.
Other than
with
that,
it
George
they
is
did.
fine. Okay. Meanwhile, back on the French Impressionist painting land world.
Meanwhile,
back at the Hall of Justice.
Go back one, M. Brown. That's Jabba's palace before global warming.
Yeah.
It's poor the sand got everywhere.
Yay, dinner scene.
No.
Oh, it's Lady in the Tramp. Thank God.
The S&M dress.
It's a small
Yeah,
galaxy,
that dress
after all.
is
It is.
something else.
Now, I understand that the people on this planet get to elect their queen, but who elects who the servants of the queen are going to be? It's just a joke. It's just
who
a
watches
joke.
the Watchers?
There's a quorum at a biannual meeting. Sorry, getting a little.
Why
George
does
on
the
you there.
fruit look like earth fruit? Or am I just being a bit picky?
Someone is a little lacking in
Well,
imagination, I think.
We've been picky all the time.
R2, I think this is you.
If Master Obi-Wan caught me doing this, he'd be very grumpy.
Eating?
What a freaking line, man.
You see,
He
we're
would
supposed to
be
believe
grumpy.
Darth Vader. This is the most terrifying man in the universe you're looking at there.
Yep.
Obi's gonna be grumpy. Man, the super's gonna be pissed.
Here, watch this. I'm gonna float some fruit over into your fork.
And the idea that Anakin would have had it not been for Obi-Wan dismembering him, he would have become the Emperor of the Galaxy or whatever. No chance. He's a fucking Muppet. No hope.
Yeah, it's like a monarchy when you have like that special needs inheritor of the crown. You're like, somebody needs to have an accident. We can't have him in charge.
Habsburgs.
Yeah.
R2, I think this is for you, mate.
You've got a nice pair.
Well,
P-E-A-R.
P-E-A-R. Pair.
as they say, if you can't keep it in your pants, keep it in the family.
Yeah.
Punchable face. One. I do like Punchable Face's avatar.
That is a very punchable face.
Spot
At this point,
You've chosen well.
It should fess up and say he's still got wood from that scene in the field.
Oh, yeah.
It's
been more than 4 hours. He really should see a doctor.
Yeah.
Get the sick buckets ready. R2.
Oh God.
From the moment I met you. All those years ago.
Calmer.
Not a day has gone by when I haven't
cracked one off to you.
I find that announcing your stalkerdom is really the best way to come on. I was always there at your window looking in.
Not a day has gone by when I didn't undress you with my eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Easy.
And now that I'm with you again,
I can't get wood.
Agony.
It's the priapism.
Yeah.
It's been more than 4 hours.
I mean, if only there was a Volkswagen, he could go out and lift to relieve himself in some way.
I am in agony because I need to go to the toilet. I'm busting, everybody. I'm busting.
Well, go.
So is he.
I'm in agony.
Maybe we should go back to the Comoan planet. That'll definitely help you.
Who's going to do this? Let's have a look. MJK84. No, it's you, Prof.
Oh,
Canadian
MJK84
dollars.
for $5 Canadian. Thank you.
Thank you, man.
the first time I set my eyes on you, Padme, I just got that old-fashioned romantic feeling where I'd do anything to bone you.
Except that last bit is far too human. I would do anything to have intercourse with you because I was written by George.
I will say, if anybody's watching this on the rerun and they've got 7 hours in, first of all, I salute you, but please don't come after me. I would just say the views and opinions of the guests and the chat, especially, do not necessarily represent the views of this channel. Me, in other words.
So yes, feel free to file any complaints with me.
I've got feelings, folks.
Oh, I have complaints for you, Goodwin.
Oh, got a lot of problems with you people.
Thank you, my friend. I do believe there's another one. Here you go. The wonderful Garth Knights for $5. Thank you, my friend. Brownie, who was the Padme of your youth?
Ooh.
Your tutor doesn't count.
Nope.
I was saying movie star crush.
No, the young woman that you were you were absolutely
somewhat attainable.
Yeah, you had to have some sort of relationship. May or may not have worked out, but
she needed to be older than you by about 5 or 6 years,
Yeah.
and you needed to creep on her for like a decade.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. There was when I was living in Wolverhampton, there was a girl called Sarah who was older than me. That's all I'm saying.
Mm.
Yeah. Nice girl. Wonderful girl. That's all I'm saying, folks. I don't want to get too doxed.
Yeah.
Here you go, MJuke84. Thank you, my friend. 2 Canadian Wokes.
Did you?
I
Sorry.
want my PP to be in your happy
place. Oh, I want my sex piss to be in
These
your...
are the lines, folk.
Your
If you
hoo-hoo
write these
dilly.
down, memorize these, you are never
Yeah.
going home alone again.
Yeah, I've already written these down. My
this
wife
in
is going to be
your-
really surprised tonight when I start busting these lines
But,
out.
oh yeah, I mean, you should also.
We are toxic, folks.
Did you say
Very
Wolverhampton,
toxic.
Brian?
Might have done.
Sarah in Wolverhampton. I'm going to look up all the Sarahs in Wolverhampton.
Oh,
ask,
my God.
ask them if, when they were a teenager, they knew a boy named Mr. Brown.
It was 30 years, probably 30 years ago. In fact, longer, actually.
And was
God,
he in agony?
He was.
I'm still in agony. Constant agony. Okay. Let's... thank you for the super chats, amigos. Let's proceed. I'm boomering. I really can't multitask, especially after 7 hours.
The closer I get to you, the worse it gets.
That's what he said.
Yeah.
It's in my pants.
Well, I mean,
Your
he's already
breath?
got the priapism agony. It's understandable.
This is like something that any gentleman in the chat, myself included, any of the guys in the panel would have said when they were 11 years old.
Yeah.
And they
Not
fancied a
even.
girl.
Not even.
No, I was smoother than this in kindergarten, for God's sakes.
There's a sense of. I mean, there's a sense of knowing when you sound pathetic.
Yeah.
Oh.
Pathetic, huh?
I'm sure the comments will be saying, "You're all pathetic."
And while true, at least we're not delivering these lines.
At
on
least
our own.
we know it's moving
Are you
on.
kidding me? This is gold. I'm writing all of these down.
Yeah.
Who's saying? Oh,
Yes,
I think this is you, Artoo.
The thought of not being with you.
Dash.
Dash.
R2, you are playing a blinder today, mate.
I mean, I think the emotional content of the dashes was what really sold that line for me.
Dash.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
Oh
can't
my God.
breathe.
where's my inhaler?
Breathe, just breathe.
No.
Oh,
Yeah, but there's no cops leaning on him or anything.
Oh
He's still saying, I can't breathe.
exactly.
Isn't that a Dido song?
dildo, yes.
Until I can't. I'm not going to sing it. No.
No, that's for the best. Yeah.
I can't
Yeah,
breathe.
well, I don't do girl, so yeah.
Just look at his
Oh,
face.
well.
No, I mean
okay,
in
all right,
singing,
hey.
in singing, in
Oh,
singing,
okay.
in singing. Yeah.
I mean, not that we judge.
Oh. There you go. Max relax. Well, I could, but you spent 7 hours and counting reviewing something terrible. That's amazing.
That
It's
is
all
a
about-
word. That's a word for it.
It's
yeah.
misguided.
Yeah.
It's all about the company. That's what-
Ah. Let's move on. I can't breathe.
Can't breathe.
Fuck.
Oh my
haunted.
God. This is some lines here. This is some teenage poetry.
I can't breathe until you're lying here with me.
Uh-huh.
That's how
I'm
that song
haunted
goes.
by the kiss that you should never have given me.
He's haunted by the kiss she gave him like probably a day ago in real time. You know, it's like really,
Yesterday.
Look, I don't know what the time limit is on haunting, so I don't get that kind of thing.
But yeah, and saying that you're haunted by it,
Yeah.
it's supposed to be somewhat
he's-
pleasurable.
He's setting it up for the big line. The next one is there's a poltergeist in my pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the tip.
You're not haunted by
especially the tip.
Go into
You're
the
not-
light.
You're not haunted by the kiss, you're haunted by the denial. You know.
Well, except that he says you should have never done that.
Is denial in Egypt?
It is. But it's not just in Egypt.
Wow, 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 wow.
I think
Well,
Mr. Brown's got to let go of the floodgates.
You go, super chats. Garth Knights, hello, my friend, for $5. Thank you, my friend. If George Lucas wasn't fired from writing for Penthouse Letters, we might not have. That's Star Wars.
Yeah.
I never thought it would happen to me.
Yeah.
There it is.
It was in my speeder. The next thing I know, these 3 hot co-eds were.
Yeah. That's like
The young one was blonde.
that film, The Sure Thing.
They're all handling my enormous lightsaber.
Consider good looking by my friends.
Go on, Padme, just touch it. It won't bite.
I mean, he's really sounding kind of, I'll use the fruit term, grape-y.
Yeah.
Very,
it's very stalkery.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yee. Yee.
Icky. Yes.
You should never have done that. You know, wait a minute, what's coming after that?
Oh, no.
You can use a tea towel. Some people are just going to come at us like, you sad bastards. I just know it.
He needs a couple of weekends in Nevada to get over his nervousness.
Of a good friend.
I'm
heart of mine.
I'm more getting a Hall & Oates thing
Ignorance
from this.
is
You know, Her
kind.
Kiss is on his list.
Well, bear in mind, he becomes
piss.
Darth Vader later.
We're being told, everybody. Sorry, I think we are. We're pushing our luck, aren't we?
We're on the Bogdan Moon again.
Yeah, as I
Move
say, we're on
along.
the moon of Bogdan.
Move along. Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, go on next.
Is this him or her? I don't know.
I think it's you, mate.
Still, maybe. My
Is,
heart is beating.
Thanks for confirming you're still alive. Okay.
He started singing Celine Dion songs.
Exactly.
Here you go. My heart is beat.
This isn't even Hallmark level quality.
Beat. I'm determined
Hallmark
to get
Christmas
this
movies have better dialogue than that.
I'm determined to get this joke to land. My heart is beat. Do you see what I did there?
It's like Thai Ming, but
I
different.
think so.
Oh
no, it's a Scargiver. Oh my God.
Hoping that kiss will not become a scar.
Just careful when you pull your zip up.
Fire up the coal-fired Star Destroyers. We're coming.
You are in my very soul.
Oh my God.
Tormenting me.
Nobody understands me.
I will do anything that you ask.
And please stop talking.
Yeah.
Stop talking.
Please.
What are words for?
Oh.
The scariest thing is this worked.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not in the movie, but in the plot.
Only in the movie does this work.
Take notes, everybody. Take notes.
If you are suffering as much as I am, please.
We're suffering.
Oh,
even
trust
more.
you. Yeah.
Tell me.
Babs?
Nope.
I can't.
Just say no.
We can't. It's just not possible.
Oh, take me.
Anything's possible. Padme.
These lines are so
Oh my God.
Oh,
Anything
welcome
is
to What
possible,
Bastards
Padme.
Dying. Oh.
Yeah, you really want to read this like you're an overly emotional 14-year-old. Anything is possible, Padme. Listen to me.
Oh, I think we got to go to Common People.
Oh, Common People's got it.
I'm just multitasking.
Even the run-of-the-mill soap opera is better than this.
Especially run-of-the-mill.
Yeah.
What am I doing? I'm doing a super chat.
Yeah. Common People.
I think this is for you. Common People, £5 real money. Babs?
A moist voice.
Come on, in moist.
Go on, go for it.
You've got a lovely Irish head. How's that?
No,
I don't think you're finished yet.
Give me
Yeah,
another
I
30
don't-
seconds. Another 30 seconds. I'll be
I
ready.
don't think he got the delivery on that.
Yeah,
I think you
yeah,
need to go again on that one.
You've got a lovely Irish head.
Oh, yeah.
How's that?
Yeah. I wish
Oh
I had
my
an Irish
God.
head right now.
This is just awful.
I don't know.
I
Thank you,
feel
common people.
uncomfortable.
I mean, to be fair, Common People's writing better dialogue than Lucas has been.
It is. It is.
I know, and that's why I'm uncomfortable now.
Yeah, yeah. It's almost believable when he does.
Who's saying this? Babs?
We live in a real world. Come back to it.
I'll put the emphasis on come.
Come back to it.
Come with a U. Spell with a U.
You're studying to become a Jedi. I'm a senator.
Oh, we're cosplaying now. All right, here we go.
If you follow your thoughts through to conclusion, comma, it'll take us to a place we cannot go, comma, regardless of the way we feel about each other, period.
Babs, could you say comma a couple more times?
Comma.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Is this you, Artoo?
Then you
I heard
do
that you
feel
were
something.
feeling ill.
I don't know who this is.
It's Babs.
Babs?
I will
It's
not
Babs.
let you give up your future for me.
Believe me, I wish that I could just wish away my feelings.
Wish I could wish away this movie.
Look at the facial expression as he's saying
I
it.
know, he's
These
just
lines.
harsh.
How did he say them with a straight face?
Well, he doesn't have any emotion. It's always straight. What are you talking about?
He thinks he's Robert De Niro when he's delivering the lines.
I wish I could just wish away my feelings,
But
but
I
I can't.
I will not give in to this.
We could keep it a secret.
I just want to say I have used that line on occasion. Yeah, that's a line I've used.
Excellent.
Oh, baby, it's a secret. We ain't going to tell nobody.
Just between you and me.
That's what secrets are.
Yeah. No, the camera's definitely not on. This is
No.
just between you. It's like a secret.
God.
We'd be living a lie, comma.
Comma.
Sorry, I'm sorry, I'm boomerang. Sorry.
God, I love your punctuation, Babs.
One we couldn't keep even if we wanted to.
Yeah, you
that's
could.
the end. Yes, that's the end of those slides.
now.
So
All
shall
right.
we?
Woo.
God.
Shall we get some more slides on and get some more guests on?
Oh, bring
Let's
it.
do some slip and sliding.
Bring on the
Yeah.
victims.
I'm hoping
Somebody else
that
can
my
read Padme for a while.
I am
Look, no one he
hoping-
punctuates like you, baby.
I am hoping my relief presenter will join us soon because I'm busting.
So, we still haven't gotten to an hour
No.
yet.
Just bear with me, folks. Let me boomer because at this stage, 7.5 hours in my head has gone. So I'm just trying to do my best here. So bear with me. So that was number 3. Let's go for number 4. The scores on the doors. Number 4. Here we go.
All right, Babs, you want me
Damn
to
it.
read this now?
Yes, go ahead, Goodwin. Give it your best.
Could you live like that?
I
Yeah,
need to press I need to press buttons, don't I?
Yeah, he's in agony. He'll live like that.
No, you're right.
No, you're right.
Is there much of this scene? Okay.
Thank
think
God.
that-
And after
I-
this,
I
this
think
is
that
where
would
they
be a
cut.
good-
This is. Go ahead.
No, I just think that would be a good place to get some guests on, don't you?
Do it.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, wow. I'll do a super chat first, but we've stepped up a gear now, folks. So here you go. Garth Knights for $5. Cheers, Garth. Padme is lovely, but I'm sure she'd be marching. Oh, I'm not touching that one.
No, I don't think she would.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
No,
Would it be
well.
free Tatooine or something?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably her artist friend that she was with during band camp.
Yeah.
Probably, but
Natalie
Okay.
Portman for sure wouldn't. So
Cheers, Garth. Let's get some guests on. Okay. I will say if any of you guys want to bow out now, feel free. If you want to stick around for a bit, feel free. Yeah. So let's get some guests on. Look who it is, everybody. It is Dark Hour. Yay.
You've got a lovely Irish head.
Oh.
Yes.
Hello,
I
Dark
bet you
Hour.
say that to
well,
all
I
girls.
think we found our new Padme.
Oh yeah, I could be Padme, and she
Oh.
definitely would not be marching on for Palestine. Isn't she from Israel?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Natalie Portman would not.
Oh yes.
Nope.
Yeah, forgot about that. How are you doing, Dark Hour?
I'm doing good. I had a little extra time for
Great
my
to see you,
stream
mate.
today. Figured I'd pop in. This is a film from my childhood that I remember going to see it in theaters when I was, I don't know, 13 or 14.
Nice.
Yeah. And I just figured I'd come on and talk about it for a little bit. You guys just got through the best dialogue that actually broke.
Amazing.
You were of the age.
On set, that actually broke Hayden Christensen. He broke character. He went over to George Lucas. It was like, George, people don't talk like this.
Yes, yes.
It was like that was the scene that did him in, where he had to go over and explain. He was like, well, you can't have me talk like this.
Wow, shocked.
But it didn't change, I guess.
Yeah, don't you know who I am? I'm George Lucas.
Yeah, I think that's basically what happened. Was he was like, well,
So-
we could always just replace you.
So somebody actually did say to George, no.
Right.
Yeah.
The problem is it has to be
Wow.
somebody that George respects.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, not basically a rookie actor.
Right.
okay. Dark Hour, do you want to do your kind of mini, first thoughts of when you saw it first time?
Yeah, sure. I could do it pretty quickly. When I've always found that this one gets a lot more flack than it should. I think that this is significantly better than Phantom Menace. Phantom Menace is the one I constantly skip when I do my power runs through Star Wars. This one, it might be a little bit of nostalgia because of the age I was and the fact that I loved seeing all the various Jedi. We didn't get to that yet, and the purple lightsaber always did it for me. But I actually do enjoy parts of Attack of the Clones. So,
Okay.
Was it this scene in particular that you were thinking of?
the one you just did, or the one we're going into?
No,
no, that scene is hilariously bad.
Yes.
I don't. But the stuff with Jango Fett, though, I do enjoy, which is I'm glad that that's what we're about to do. I believe.
Yeah. Okay. We've got some more peeps. It is the price of reason. Hello, my friend.
Hey, how's it going?
Not bad. How are you, my
Greetings.
friend? Great to see you. How
I'm
are you?
doing good. I actually rewatched the movie because I wanted to.
What?
I hadn't watched it in a few years. I don't watch this one every second. But
Neither do we.
No, this yesterday
join
was
the
the first time I'd watched it in 20 years, and for
Wow.
a reason.
Wow.
I mean, I don't
your
hate
mini
the movie.
review of the first time you saw it, mate.
What'd you say?
Your mini review of the first time you saw this movie.
I feel like both The Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, I don't hate either movie, but they're my least favorite official Star Wars movies. And I'd say that they have problems that are the opposite. Meaning in Phantom Menace, I feel like not a lot happens. And that Liam Neeson and Ewan McGregor give a fantastic display of acting. So the acting is really strong. It's just the pacing is slow and not a lot happens. And in Attack of the Clones, I feel like they tried to overcompensate and they're like, let's just make a ton of stuff happen. And Ewan McGregor is still solid, but with no Liam Neeson and the movie relying sort of on Natalie Portman and Hayden Christensen, I think that that and also the dialogue that was written for them kind of makes the movie a bit comical in parts.
I don't think it's
But
that
I don't
good.
hate either of them. I don't hate
Yeah.
either movies. They're not my favorite, but I don't hate them.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't think they're offensive enough to hate.
There's a lot of
No.
imagination. There's like if you look at the type of world, the way even with George Lucas being all ego and not listening to anybody and doing all of his weird stuff, I still think that he has a lot of cool ideas. There's certain worlds, there's world building, the ships, the creatures, like everything still feels very much like Star Wars. It's just you know he didn't listen to enough people around him. Whereas with Disney.
Nobody.
Right, nobody with Disney. They're still trying to even look at his ideas so they can try to copy his ideas, even these ideas.
Yeah.
One thing I've always said, by the way, that would fix a lot of problems, especially with that scene you just had. If they would have made Anakin a little older in Phantom Menace, it would have actually fixed a lot of the weird, grapey aspects of it, and
right.
It also would have made more sense for the fact that he would have been so far further down the line and make him closer to the age that Luke was. That way, that explains a little further down the line why Yoda is so worried about training and make him like a 16-year-old when he
right, because then that explains an Empire where Yoda's like he's too old to complete the to
exactly.
to
It's
training.
him being 10. Just it creates a lot of problems with the general continuity. And I think if they would have just taken these two movies, Phantom Menace and Attack of the Clones, kind of merged them together, taken a big chunk out of the first one, and just moved a couple of things around in terms of age, this, that, and the other thing, I think there is a good movie amongst the two of them.
There's fan edits that somebody actually went and did something like that, and it already improves it. If you take
Topher
those
Grace
two
did it. It was he was from that 70s show. It was to the Topher Grace cut. He did it.
Oh, he did it? The thing where it starts sort of at the end of the Phantom Menace and then it just continues into Attack of the Clones already solves like 30-40% of the problem.
Yeah.
May I get some guests on, please?
Sure.
Okay. Look who it is, everybody. The protocol droid of choice. Reach around all that.
Reach around and all that.
Bumby.
Do the stuff.
You've got a lovely Irish head.
That should be the mandatory.
Very thirsty.
Thanks for noticing.
On this channel going forward.
How you doing? Hey, we could play Hollywood Squares. Yeah. StreamYards, you need to
that
do
would waste
Hollywood
another
Squares.
5 hours, wouldn't it?
It would.
Yeah.
I just thought of something funny, but I don't know if it's a good idea to say it out loud.
No, don't do it at 7.5 hours.
I
This is
actually
the
had a
first time I'm
question.
ever actually hearing Melvin's voice like while I'm on here, so this is interesting.
Wow.
Having go on.
No, I will say there is another, folks.
No, there is another.
There is another.
There's another.
There is another. Da, da, da. The Dark Sith Lord Jord. With the platoon.
Hello.
I just spat over my mic. Hello, Lord.
Hello. How are you?
Not bad. How are you, my friend?
I've got another cold. I'm permanently ill. It's great.
It's all those late nights.
Yeah, I just add being permanently sick to being permanently busy is my two big bugbears of my life at the moment. But no, not too bad. How is everyone here?
Fine.
How are we,
Good.
folks?
We've been watching Attack of the Clones, so not all that great.
Yeah.
We've been enjoying each other's company.
Yes. We just got through the worst dialogue in the
for
movie.
yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So, Lord, your mini review of the first time you watched the
Oh,
movie, or where you were. You know,
I don't. I was
spin-
at a
spin the
cinema
story.
at some
Yes.
point.
Yeah.
I don't even. Is this 2002? This came out.
It
I think.
is.
I think we went to see it for a friend's birthday.
Yeah.
I have a vague recollection that I threw up in the car on the way back. So
You're
Was
just
it that
always
bad?
sick.
that speaks to how much the film has embedded itself into my mind. There's bits and pieces of Attack of the Clones that I think have some merits, or like there's ideas there that if they've been taken in a different direction would have made for a really good film. I don't really see why it's some people's least favorite of the. Or no, that's not true. I do see why. I just think they're wrong to say it's the worst of the three prequels. I think Phantom Menace is worse, and there are bits in Revenge of the Sith that are more broken. But that being said, it's not a good movie. It's I know you've just got past the point where Padme is effectively the moral author of the entire genocide that follows. because all she does is deliberately cock tease the poor guy all the way through, drives him mad, and then forgives him when he does actually commit a mini genocide against the Tuscans. Doesn't react to that at all.
Yeah.
And then just carries on cock teasing him until right at the end when he says, "Oh, I guess we can get married, even though I'm a senator, even though that has nothing to do with anything whatsoever." Christopher Lee's great in it though. Always up for any film with Christopher Lee in it, even the bad 70s ones. So yeah, it's a shame that it turned out the way it did, but there's bits in it that I do like.
Okay. Lord, are you okay to take over for a bit?
Yeah.
That's the kind of enthusiasm I'm looking for.
I need obviously I need PP, plus I need to feed a 96-year-old parent.
Your cat's that old?
Yeah. So I will kind of sign off for a little bit. I'll put the slides up for you, Lord.
Don't worry. We'll hold down the fort. I'm sure it'll be fine.
We've kind of decided as well, Lord, that it's going to be going to 2 parts. We're not going to finish it in 12. We're not going to finish it in 12.
We haven't even made it to an hour yet.
So please don't rush on
Who
my
could have anticipated this development?
Okay. So
nobody.
Obviously you can see the slides at the bottom. So number 4 is the one we're on at the moment. And
wait, what? Where?
Oh,
I'm sure we'll be fine. I'll just hit the next slide button occasionally, and we'll see where we go.
Yeah. I don't think you'll get to 05, but it's lined up there for you just in case.
Yes,
So,
I can't see it, but yes, that's good. I'm sure it'll be fine. If we do, we'll just panic, and it'll be fine.
Can you press the slide forward button just see it's working?
Ta-da!
Da-da-da. There you go.
Yep.
I'm going to leave you in the capable hands of the Lord, everybody. So I need to go feed the old fella. So I will be in the background.
You have to feed your penis.
Yeah,
that as well.
Quite
I'm going to take my leave for probably. Are you okay for about an hour, Lord?
Yeah, why not? We'll see what happens.
Okay. There's no rush, Lord. We'll just takes as long as it takes.
I've gathered that because we're only on Camino and you've been going for 7 hours.
No.
So.
Okay.
I would also, like to take my leave.
Oh, Babs, cheers. Really good to have you on today. It's been a delight.
Thank you. It has been so much fun. I would love to do this again, but I'm going to relinquish my
your seat on the council.
My seat on the council to another.
That is the infamous Johnny Lawrence's mum, everybody.
Cheers. Thanks for coming on, Babs.
Cheers, Babs.
She is magnificent.
Take care.
Cheers.
Cheers. Okay, I'm going to duck out for a bit then. See you
right
soon.
Here.
Okay.
Have fun.
You do keep telling us that.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
I have a question. I have a question about the previous slide before we talk about this one. Just a quick question, if I may.
Go ahead.
So basically, I don't know if anybody mentioned it because I was kind of in the waiting room, but I don't think anybody said it. She's dressed in that scene as if she went to Space Victoria's Secret, but she's
you're talking about the
previous and she's like, how dare you say this to me? You have to be I'm a senator. It's like, you're not dressed like a senator now. They're sitting in complete darkness next to like a fireplace or something. She's wearing this kind of, you don't wear this.
I mean, she's not on the Senate floor. It's not like she can wear whatever else she wants in her.
I will point out it's a really good start that I've been in charge for about a minute and we've already gone back 4 slides.
Yes.
This has started incredibly well.
If I recall correctly,
you are right though. Like she's like, we can't possibly have sex, she says, but I have just donned this leather corset, just for completely unrelated reasons. Nothing untoward happening there. Sorry, Ducko, you were saying.
I was saying, if I recall correctly, this was a George Lucas specifically was like, you have to wear this, and that was a huge deal because she didn't want to. She felt it was out of character, out of the scene, but she just did it because it's George Lucas. That's what everybody does, and it was a big. It just creates very strange juxtaposition of what's going on, the dialogue and the dress. Yeah, like we were saying.
Also, keep in mind, Anakin, because of his Jedi training, it's not like he had exposure to a lot of women all the time. He wasn't hanging out with the ladies, and she's sitting there in this kind of outfit, and she's like, I'm a senator, how dare you? It just doesn't work. There's something about this is very weird.
This is how all senators dress, aren't you aware? Clearly, you don't spend enough time.
They don't even have a light in this room. Like, she didn't have a light bulb.
Jiggle physics on 10.
Romantic dinner by the fire as I wear a bondage outfit and tell you that I don't want to fuck you.
I mean, so that's probably the most realistic part of George's works here, that the totally mixed signals that the woman is sending.
No wonder he's in agony.
Right. That's why he killed all those fan people.
Have you seen the color of my lightsaber? Well, that's the color of my balls as well right now.
He's going, okay, give me my $5 back.
But yeah, I guess Camino.
Camino, yes, we're now back to the part where we were when I logged on. Great. So here we are. I don't know how much has been said already on stream about Camino. Anyone have any particularly insightful things to say? Design, creature design, world setting. Is it believable?
It was great to see it destroyed in Bad Batch Season 2.
I think they were just really trying to go for like a Cloud City kind of thing, but over water rather than over clouds. And
yes,
I don't think it's a terrible design. It's horribly impractical for why you would set up a city over essentially a violent ocean all the time, but you know.
Yeah. Again, it's George thinking there's only 4 elements, and so every planet has to be one of those 4 elements or something. And the practicality of all of it is just insane, but it looked cool, so George put it in.
Yeah. The four elements is fire, water, trees, and something else.
Sand.
Sand.
With
But yeah, I mean,
these 4 planets combined.
Oh, and Heart. That's going on over at Naboo right now.
Yeah.
But I give him credit for at least trying to be like a little different and not make every planet the same, not just make another desert planet like somebody would go on to do later. You know, I will give him credit where credit's due, trying to be unique with each planet, even if it's kind of a not so broad scope and just going with the 4 elements. At least he was attempting there.
Oh, there's another element, salt.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, salt. Well, that's later. That's not George.
The idea of Camino's okay as long as you don't scrutinize it. I mean, these aliens here that obviously evolved in water, what the hell do they need a city for? How did it even evolve to need a city if there's no land on the planet? It's all sea, so they grew arms and legs and needed a city for some reason. It seems very strange.
But they evolved because that is what the plot needed them to do.
Right.
That's so they have to do this. And they somehow, I don't know how they managed to build the city in seas like this either, but I've already forgotten who it was who just said that it holds up as long as you don't scrutinize it, which is absolutely correct. It's so true of almost everything in the prequel movies. The fact that we've got that they've built the massive clone army and it's not at all suspicious that it's been made by a guy who's dead. Also, who the hell is Cypher Diaz? Because I've got this far into my life and I still haven't got a clue who he is.
He was actually a Jedi Master in the expanded the expanded series of the books, and he was killed off, and essentially Dooku stole his identity to have this happen. And that's why I don't really understand why they had to do it, because they could have easily just, nobody knew who Darth Tyrannus was. He could have easily just used that name. I think it was just one of those nods that George was at least attempting to be like, hey, I know you buy the other shit, so here you go.
Well, and he uses the name Tyrannus.
Idea to hinge so much of your movie on something which is completely irrelevant to the rest of the movies. Like, it's one of those things that if it doesn't really hold up within the film itself, I tend to count it as a massive flaw in the film, and that's definitely one of them. And yeah, you're right. Yeah, so he uses the name Tyrannus when he's engaging Django. But like the big flaw with all of this is that the Jedi hear about this mysterious army that's been created by a guy who's already dead, using a bounty hunter by a man who's called Tyrannus, and they think, yeah, that's fine. There's no problem with that. We'll just use the army.
They didn't even follow up on the information that, Obi-Wan had found out from Jango Fett that it was Tyrannus, and they had seen that, Cypher Diaz couldn't have done it. But they didn't really follow up. It's like
I really think this is George trying to be clever with multiple levels of misdirection and lacking the skills to be clever.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to go even further, something that will break it, and I have a feeling this is one of the things Platoon was talking about. They don't even question the fact that they were ordered to program in a command to just kill Jedi.
Right.
They never questioned that. They're never like. So literally it was, when I say the number 66, I want these things to go nuclear on all Jedi, and no one cared. They were just like, okay, the check cleared. We're cool.
Yeah, and the Kaminoans are like, and the Jedi paid for the tool of their own destruction somehow. Okay, well, that seems to make sense.
And the Jedi never thought to ask, never ever went to the Kaminoans and said, "That's fine. It's great that you've made this huge army for us. Would you mind just giving us the specs, just so we can make sure that there's nothing wrong with them?"
Yeah, doing a code review, and there's this Order 66 section of the
5'11", 185, good with a gun. There you go.
Yeah,
but it gets worse. It gets worse because I mean, you could, before you see the Clone Wars, you could kind of take it on good faith or bad faith or whatever that the Order was pre-programmed in because they're clones and they're genetically modified in all kinds of ways. But in the Clone Wars, it turns out that it's a chip, and you got to say, so they fought that war for 5 years or whatever, and none of them was shot in the head, so somebody seen the chip. You know, none of them had a handwood that revealed the chip in all that time.
No, you just leave the body.
That is really unlikely. That's really
you don't have to
unlikely.
bury clones. You just
None
leave
of them
out
needed
there.
none of them needed an X-ray or an MRI scan or anything in that whole time where you would have found the chip.
No. You just leave him with the injuries. Clones. We don't care.
Yeah, we'll make another one look just like him.
We actually have 1 million on the way. Don't worry.
Yeah.
So they had modern healthcare, same as us. So
Yeah,
you're
it's,
never
it's,
gonna
it's,
find
it's the opposite of every one of them is the opposite of 1 in 1 million. They're 1 million to 1. So it's
Melvin, you actually bring up something that is the one of my big problems with the prequels in general, the healthcare. So the whole reason that Anakin turns to the dark side is because of the promise of superior healthcare, apparently. Except that he's already met General Grievous, who has fucking tuberculosis, and yet somehow no, it's fine. And then when you see Vader, he also has asthma all the time. I don't know why anybody's buying Imperial healthcare.
The original Grievous didn't have tuberculosis originally. It was his lungs were so one of the few things that he has left is his real lungs.
Right.
And at the end of the original Clone Wars miniseries, the one that was done by the same guy who did Samurai Jack, he fights against Mace Windu, and as he's escaping on a ship right before the Battle of Coruscant, above the he's getting away. Mace Windu uses the Force and crushes his chest plates to crush his lungs. So it's not actually a disease. They were damaged.
Right, except that that's post hoc explanation for why he's coughing like he's a tubercular patient in 2000.
That came out. No, that one
was
came
just
out
that
before.
George Lucas had a cough. That's the sort of the non-diegetic explanation, and they thought that will be funny because what you need. And why are we're talking about fucking Revenge of the Sith now? But sorry, since we've started, we might as well carry on. So you have George Lucas, he has a cough on set, and he thinks it will be really funny if we have General Grievous have a cough. I just can't. That film is so tonally jarring because, on the one hand, you've got, let's give the battle droids funny voices. Let's give Grievous a cough. Let's have these really tonally balked attempts at humor. And also, let's murder all of the children.
Yes.
It doesn't really...
I mean, to me, nothing says comedy like killing children. That's really peak for me.
It was pointless giving Grievous the cough, wasn't it? I mean, where was the point in that? They could have changed his lungs. He didn't need lungs anymore. He didn't have a body, right?
Yeah, why is he even so precious about having lungs to begin with? That you've accepted that the rest of your body is going to be just cyborg and it's improved for that reason. Why would you keep your lungs of all things?
His lungs and a head.
Well, I think again, he's seen the Imperial options. He can either keep his lungs with the tuberculosis, or he can have chronic asthma as Darth Vader. These are the options he has available to him.
But Emperor Good,
at the start of Revenge of the Sith, he goes out into space and crawls down the outside of the spaceship. He didn't need lungs for anything except a cough.
Yeah, Emperor Goodwin, you're the first person I met that had a serious criticism of Star Wars about their healthcare plan.
I mean, that's the thing. It drove me nuts. It was like, really, you switch? What about Padme? Nobody cares. Shut up. I mean, she dies. You have asthma. General Grievous has tuberculosis. But trust us, our healthcare is great.
She's safe.
The premium's too high this month.
Yeah. I'm sorry. That's out of the dive.
It comes up again in The Mandalorian season 3. Yeah, it is 3 with Dr. Pershing's character, the sort of genetic engineer guy, the scientist. And his explanation, he gives a little TED talk at the beginning of one of those poor, boring and pointless episodes where he's talking about how he's I think it was his mother. He was losing his mother to some disease. It might have been a kind of cancer. I can't remember what the disease was. And so he was breaking the law to experiment with cloning because, the Empire just said, no, you're not allowed to do that anymore. That's how you can suppress technology. You just say no.
Yeah.
And no matter how important and valuable it is, no one will ever do it because you said no. That he uses this as the excuse for doing genetic engineering and stealing Grogu's blood. But I can't help but thinking that if you're able to create entire clone bodies and you can create General Grievous cyborg creatures, how has nobody solved the issue of decaying organs at this point?
Yeah, it seems like transplants are an easy thing. You're not going to have tissue rejection. It's you.
Yeah. There's a few problems that are introduced with the whole cloning thing, I think. But to bring it back to Attack of the Clones, talking about the tonally jarring inconsistency of Revenge of the Sith, one of the better things probably about Attack of the Clones is that at least until you get to the point when you've got 3PO in the droid factory, which just becomes ridiculous, it's probably the most I want to say it's the most tonally consistent of the three prequels. I don't know if anyone would agree with that. Like, it doesn't jump around too much from comedy to tragedy incompetently.
No, it's mostly one-off lines, like the Death Stick scene, stuff like that. They're mostly quick little, almost Marvel humor style bang. We're trying to put a joke here. Then yeah, you're correct. Where 3PO later on is almost a complete sketch from a show.
The part where Anakin finds his mother and then he comes back and he starts whining, that one is a little shift in tone there.
We might get to it.
No, we're never getting off of Camino. Don't worry.
It's been so long since I've seen the movie. I'm actually trying to remember what's happening. Oh yeah, now he finally. I like that he calls the Jedi Council as the old folks' home.
Yeah, he calls the old folks' home. I love that.
So now he's finally telling them that, yes, by the way, that there is this huge army that's been created by this mysterious race of cloners that you've never heard of because someone deleted it from the archive that you keep.
Yeah, on a planet that you don't see because it was deleted in the archives.
Can you not?
But the children found it because gravity. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that was
truly wonderful. The mind of a child is. They can note that there's this huge gap in between all of the things. Also, planets don't actually keep stars.
Yes,
together.
again, it was like, is there a black hole nearby because it's affecting stars?
Well, I didn't see how that static map actually indicated gravity in any way. You got to see orbits.
Look,
and
we as the audience were not able to get the full effect of the acid they all dropped in order to figure this out. Yeah,
it should have just been scrolling over and it said error 404, planet not found.
Yeah.
That would have been.
Look, there's a 302 redirect to Tatooine, which is where you kind of get stuck in a loop.
Look, there's a Snyder cut that explains all of this.
Yeah, Justice League 2.
In slow motion, they explains it at half speed. So the whole thing with the map was bad. It was like nobody else has got a map. The only map they have is
maps in Star Wars are historically terrible plot devices.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think I pointed out. This is the first time maps show up.
Yeah, but nobody's got the memory banks of a spaceship with trade routes and things in it. It's not there.
Yeah, your hyperspace computer is going to have a real problem when it runs right through that planet that isn't on the
Not
charts.
only that, if you want to scrutinize it even further, they would obviously need to import so many supplies because they're on a completely water planet, so they don't have unless you're exclusively living on fish.
Yeah, we've already established they live on fish. That's the only way this makes sense.
Yeah, but they would still need other supplies that are not abundant on a planet like that.
Fish.
So there has to be a trade route at least going to Camino somewhere.
Look, I think you underestimate the usefulness of fish.
Yes.
Kelp.
Yeah, true.
Kelp.
You can get a lot from kelp. Is
I
one thing.
built a floating city out of fish once.
But it's fine because Dexter Jetster he knows all about them. He recognizes the weird toxic darts that for some reason this race of cloners create. And that for some reason Django shoots at the person that for some reason he employed to for some reason send bugs to try and kill the
who never changes despite the fact they're a changeling.
It was trickle down bounty hunting. You just keep going down the line. You start with the main bounty hunter, next bounty hunter, then they hire bugs to do the job after that.
Yeah, it's kind of a union thing. You have to maximize the number of people involved.
But so he's telling the Jedi they're using a bounty hunter to create a clone army, and the Jedi think this is okay, fair enough. We'll use them. There's nothing suspicious about this, even though the bounty hunter is also the assassin they're looking for. Yep.
And these guys are like the two wisest Jedis or something, and they can't figure this out.
That was the great
sentence ever.
That was the best way to sum it up. These are the two wisest Jedis or something.
This really explains why the Jedi Order needed to go.
Do you think these genetic scientist products are involved? Where did he get that from?
Yes, they have cloned 1 million clones just to go after one senator.
Well, I mean, look, the millipedes didn't work. So really, what's your next move?
Look,
a million
we have
clones.
to get as many jobs created as possible.
Yeah.
But I think they already concluded. I'm sorry. They already concluded that Jango Fett, or the bounty hunter, was the one.
Yeah.
So why is he asking this?
So here's a good question that I don't think anybody ever poses this one. Why was there no provisions in his contract? He's getting paid very well to do this, to be the genetic template and all that stuff. Why was there no provisions that he doesn't go and make himself obvious to, I don't know, really important people in the government and the Jedi Order?
So I have an alleged answer to that.
I love alleged answers.
Well, so the reason is because I brought up something earlier about what the hell is he doing here for the last 10 years, and so they pointed out he is training the clones, right? He is involved in their combat training. So arguably, you could say, in order to keep himself sharp and to learn new things, he has to continue to be active as a bounty hunter.
He has to go off planet and do his own missions.
Right. He's got to keep his skills
okay,
sharp.
that's fine. Why would you do something ridiculously high profile? Also, if that's the case, why are you hiring someone to do it for you?
Well, that's why. See, he couldn't do it directly because they're involved, right? So
yes, but then he's not training at all. He's not keeping sharp.
Look,
keeping sharp. His ability
interviewing
to go
people,
withdraw from
selecting the
ATM.
right people for the job. That's all part of the training.
Like,
I mean,
hey, look,
it's
my
more the HR
debit
side.
my debit card's right here. I'm going to make sure that it still works, and that's
Mhm.
that's my training. I'm going to make sure I can still withdraw money, and we're all good.
But
well, again, he has to do HR rules too.
Shadow brings up this point. So Dooku pays. This is actually one of the ways in which I think it completely falls down as a plan. So Jango is paid by Dooku to create the clone army. Dooku is Palpatine's apprentice. Palpatine needs Anakin, and so by extension needs Padme, because without Padme he can't get Anakin. And yet somehow I get the Viceroy of the Trade Federation pressures Dooku to pay Jango to go and kill the one person that Palpatine cannot allow to die, which is Padme.
Yes.
Which doesn't actually make any sense as a plan. It's like none of these separatists talk to each other.
And why use a dart that gets traced back to Camino by a guy who owns a diner?
Look, this was all part of Thrawn's plan. This is success. I don't know what you're talking about. This makes
You
perfect sense.
forget that bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Yeah.
Again, one of my favorite lines in the whole movie that we will not get to is later on with the Trade Federation Viceroy when he's like, "Hey, shoot her" or something. I don't. He's
She
just
can't do that.
Yeah, like
I don't like the way this is going.
But so Obi-Wan, being as gullible as everybody else, just accepts on face value that nothing is at all suspicious about any of this. So they are not related to the plan to assassinate Padme, even though the actual bounty hunter lives with them. Yoda says don't assume anything, but then proceeds to make a huge number of massive assumptions for the rest of the movie, which is...
I think Yoda's saying that Obi-Wan is not qualified to make assumptions. Yoda is, so...
yeah, well, he's been upgraded from weird-looking puppet to CGI, so he's very, very qualified at this point.
And it's also I think his focus is on slightly the wrong place, because in the end of the day, the assassination plot against one senator in a galactic senate with tens of thousands of members shouldn't be as big a priority in your mind as the discovery of a 1 million strong clone army made by someone you've never heard of.
Look, I have a very my CV is very specific. All I can do is investigate this assassination, this giant army of unknown origin that could be a threat. I can't be bothered with that.
It would have been great if it was all unconnected, eh? If like the person trying to kill Padme was like an ex-boyfriend who'd been blueballed too many times.
Yeah, the artist, that she met at the Legislative League summer camp.
Yep.
Even
She was up
earlier,
with purple hair or something.
Yeah.
Even earlier when Yoda sits with Palpatine and he doesn't recognize that Palpatine is bad, all of Palpatine's mannerisms are so sneaky, even when he just talks, that Yoda wouldn't be able to pick up that guy is bad.
That's the Red Letter Media skit, isn't it? I can't remember if it's the Attack of the Clones or the Revenge of the Sith breakdown, when every time it's Palpatine, Plinkett just goes, "Palpatine's behind it all," because he's like, he is so obviously evil, and all of the plans. Like, if you know that the dark side is clouding your vision, I think there is actually a bit in one of the novelizations for Attack of the Clones, even where Yoda is on an investigation subplot where he goes to try and uncover what and who is clouding their judgment, and I think he actually traces it to Palpatine's office. Which is why in this movie, he gives Palpatine the sort of weird little bug-eyed, side-eye, suspicious thing when they first have that exchange at the beginning of the movie. But like, there's no investigation going on in the movies at all as to where the origin of this dark side clouding your vision happens to be.
In one of the Clone Wars episodes, I'm not sure if it's a dream sequence or if it was an actual event with Yoda, he fights Palpatine. I think it was a dream sequence, but it's obviously Palpatine he's fighting. He's standing right in front of him. And it's like, have you not guessed it yet? At the end of this,
has anybody ever seen those like Batman's YouTube sketches where it's I think it's Batman, it's like college humor, and there's the one where Two-Face keeps turning, and every time he turns, Batman can't recognize him. He thinks it's Harvey Dent. He thinks it's Two-Face. It'd be like that. It's like oh, Sidious. I'm fighting him, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Senator Palpatine. How did you miss Sidious?
How did you get here? Where did Sidious go? My God.
At the end of this, when they capture Obi-Wan and what's it called? Where the arena is. What was the name of that planet? I can't remember.
Geonosis.
Geonosis, yeah.
Geonosis, yeah. So they capture Obi-Wan, and Dooku tells him that there is a Sith who has took over the Senate. And then at the end, they're sitting there and they're going, nah, they tell lies.
It's like literally my master. You know? My master is in charge of you guys.
If only there was some.
Who could it be? And
who could it possibly be? Yeah, even if you didn't know, it's like if only there was some really handy little pocket-sized device that you can use to test the midi-chlorian levels of people's blood. If only that were a thing that we could do, we could just test all of the senators just to be sure. But it never comes up again because Lucas finally realized it was a terrible idea.
Yeah, when you're looking for bad guys, I mean, why would you look into government? I mean,
I can't imagine why you'd look at politicians. That makes no sense at all. That's actually why they're clouded. They're so used to dealing with politicians and the evilness of them.
They bring cloning into this, and then even in the extended universe, cloning was a thing that happened in a bunch of different ways, and specifically. Sheev Palpatine was one of the ones that was getting cloned in a lot of that extended universe stuff. It would have made so much more sense that Sidious and the Chancellor were just a clone. One of them was a clone, and that way it would make sense that they wouldn't be able to figure out he was the Sith because he's not.
Yeah,
you know,
I think Dermot might be Palpatine in disguise and is now trying to misdirect us by telling us that we're wrong. But we see you there, Sheev. Cypher Diaz says, so this is the Cypher Diaz bit, which again, it ought to raise many more red flags than this, because it's not just that this dead Jedi ordered them after he died. It's also that he said that he was doing it on the orders of the Senate, which he doesn't do because the Senate never ordered it. Because if they did, you could just trace that. Surely they have a Hansard of the Senate. Just go back and look at the record. No, the Senate never asked these Kaminoans, whose existence we don't know of anyway, to make a massive army for us. All of the flags should be being raised here. But Windu's just like, nah, we didn't say yes, but we'll use them anyway.
We're just going to sit here on these chairs.
Yeah, meditating, even though we can't use the Force because Palpatine is, well, not Palpatine, but someone who's definitely Palpatine is clouding our vision.
Yes.
So now the plan is to go and kidnap the bounty hunter and bring him back. But Yoda's sort of onto something here. Says we might be a little bit blind if we didn't see this massive, huge army being made.
Yeah.
And
and if you don't do something about it now or investigate it, find out answers, bad shit could happen.
Yeah, I agree.
Yep.
And Windu suggests that they tell the Senate that they've basically been cucked by the dark side, and Yoda says no, it's a bad idea because they'll only get stronger if everyone knows that we're screwed, then we are screwed. But you're screwed anyway. So, okay, Yoda. I don't know. Would anybody have told the Senate? I can kind of see his point of view, I suppose. Maybe it's not a good idea to advertise that the one thing you're supposed to be good at is the thing that you now can't do. But given their adversaries are multiplying anyway, I don't think it makes much difference.
Well, given that line that Yoda just did, does this not already start to reveal that the Jedi have they've inserted themselves in political power that is not wanted? Because
Sort of.
they're talking about like they would have if we found out that we were actually weaker than we allege ourselves to be, our adversaries would multiply. So, I mean, they're already kind of establishing why the Jedi should go away, because they've usurped power that should belong in the political branches.
Yeah, but
it's also spread them thin as well, is what it does. It spreads because they're not as a concentrated like think tank as much as they were. They have people that are going all over the place. And one of the things in the extended universe, the reason why the rule of two even exists is because infighting and all that stuff used to weaken the Sith, which would allow the Jedi to defeat them always.
Right.
This is basically, since there's no, the old adage that soft men are created by good times, that they haven't really
peace, prepare for war.
Yeah, they haven't really had to up their game for a long time, so they're kind of plateauing, and because they're also putting themselves in other avenues, it's too many. Their hands are in too many cookie jars, basically.
Yeah, but the thing that they should be questioning also, at least by the end of the movie, it's like, okay, we got out of this situation, we were gifted this clone army, and it helped us fight this battle. Now, where did it come from? Seriously, the timing's kind of like,
It is one of the more like interesting things that it's annoying because you sort of have to do a lot of this work yourself. So I think the idea Lucas goes for with the Jedi is sort of like the Roman Praetorian Guard, in the sense that they are this sort of extra political faction which has its own political wants and motives, and it does take on too much power, and that does invite exactly the sort of cheap and underhanded tricks that itself employs from time to time against various different emperors. And so like it naturally builds suspicion of your weird sort of warrior priestly class if they are unaccountable to people and yet they seem to be wielding power. The problem is that very little of that, I think, actually comes through in any of these movies. I think it is definitely the idea. Enough of it comes through that you can say, I think that's what Lucas was going for. But because you don't really get to spend much time with the Jedi doing any of this stuff, it just becomes, why all of a sudden would people in the galaxy think, that's odd. We seem to have firebombed the Jedi temple and murdered all of the children, but this is a good thing. Absolutely, it's believable. They are the real traitors. I think that needs a bit more sort of substantiating evidence than the films can provide us.
Yeah, I think the politics the political system he's trying to mirror is clearly the Roman Republic, and then how it moves into the Caesars and the Praetorian Guard. The thing is that it's like a 14-year-old Red Gibbons, and then just emits whatever kind of matches his understanding of it, and his understanding is so surface level.
I'm 14 and this is deep.
Right.
Yeah. There's also too much going on, I think, in this movie. Like they're trying to do too many things at the same time, if that makes sense.
Well, that's what we said earlier.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I guess the only difference is like Rome didn't have an emperor that was also working with the Vandals and the Germanic tribes that were invading Rome.
Even the whole thing with Anakin and Padme and all these different side things, I feel like it's just kind of all over the place. There's an interesting story to be told here, but it just doesn't feel very focused.
Yeah, that's one of the things I think with the Phantom Menace having wasted so much of our time on irrelevant trade disputes and pod racing is that that's so much time that could have been used for useful things, and it wasn't. Which means that now the actual mainline A plot of the prequels has to kick off really with Attack of the Clones, and it has so much heavy lifting to do because Episode 1 wastes so much of its time. Because when Brown, we broke Episode 1 down, didn't we, on this show? Well, I was only there for a bit of it. I think I joined for the pod race scene, and we spent about 12 hours doing that. Don't think we need
Don't forget about Ben Quadranero, everybody. Do not forget about Ben Quadranero.
I don't know how much of that was us just trying to remember the names of the pod races as though that was at all relevant to anything.
Yeah.
Mars Woe.
Yeah, and I think again, this movie is it's George reacting to some of the criticisms of the Phantom Menace, where he tried to make it all kid-friendly toys. Oh, they'll love Jar Jar. Ooh, boy, did that not age well. And so this one he's trying to be more adult and get more in depth. The problem is that I don't think he's that good at thinking that deeply, and then there's such a time crunch that just exceeds his grasp.
Well, it's a shame because the Clone Wars was created to kind of like flesh out this story more, but with the 3 prequels, it was already some rock solid things that were established that just kind of painted him into a corner, and there's not much you could do with it. It's almost like it would have been better to like go movie then series, then movie then series, or something like that to flesh out stories that your movies can't contain if they're really that massive.
Well, and I think this also belies the whole retcon that George did, where I've written 6 stories and it's all interconnected, and I was like, stop that. You were still making it up as you went along. By the way, you were not the prime mover in Empire, which actually establishes a lot of the interesting tone that gets paid off. And then I think Phantom Menace, and as we've kind of pointed out, this is at best first draft scripting, and he seems to be doing it on the fly and isn't connecting things. There's no real story Bible that makes a coherent world.
On the plus side, though, we have established that when Anakin comes, the screaming stops. So, that's vital information that we absolutely need about his character. Moving on. He's been dreaming now about his mother being stuffed by Tusken Raiders. And this wakes him up on Naboo, and now he has decided that he's got more interesting things to do with his life now than simp after Padme. Now he has to go and rescue his mother. What do we think about the
clarity?
Yeah, post-nut clarity. Now he finally realized that my mum is in deep trouble. If I hadn't been simping after Padme, I would have dreamed about it earlier, and I might have saved her life. But oh well. What do we think about the use of Padme? Is Padme Shmi or Smee? Is she well utilized in this movie as a kind of I guess she's a morally clarifying event in a bad way for Anakin?
So I would say that this is George trying to have the transition of Anakin going from youthful idealism when he's young, and then sadly we skip like 10 years in his life, and so don't see a gradual change. He's mentioned already kind of his teenage level of wanting to skip ahead, right? That he has no patience for more nuanced solutions, and so that suggests that he's going to take shortcuts, which is a great way to go to the dark side. This thing is a setup that allows him to embrace that dark side violence, but I don't think that it's set up well at all. It's a real skip, and then here, mom has to be in trouble, things happen, and then he just goes, total mad ass, killer. I have problems with the setup on this. There's not enough gradual move in his personality that leads him to these.
Well, there's sort of the interesting tension, isn't there? Because he has, by implication, to have not spent much time thinking about her or dreaming about her or worrying about her at all while he's been at the Jedi Temple, and so something bad has to happen in order to give the excuse for the plot to have the vision sequence, which takes him over there. This line slightly confused me, and always has confused me. How does she know that he has lots of nightmares unless they're already boning?
I'm pretty sure they are. I think it's just not being told to us.
Told her he's been bitching about everything else, isn't he?
Yeah, but
he's been on Naboo for a while now.
Yeah,
he's been on Naboo for a while. It's not like he's it's not like this was all one day when he was there. He's been protecting her for a couple of weeks at this point.
He could just as easily have said, and on top of them being unfair to me, also I have bad dreams.
This does seem like a line that if it would have been placed earlier and probably from Obi-Wan instead, it could have done more. That it could have shown that he had been having them for an extremely extended amount of time, and it could have just been a quick conversation about him having nightmares again, and
the implication that Anakin and Obi-Wan are sleeping together.
Had he been having nightmares about his mother for a while, and it immediately on this one he took it as an omen of something happening to her. Yeah. Had he been doing that for a while, he would have went there sooner, surely.
Yeah,
but I think here's the thing: this is the first chance he's not with Obi-Wan now. he's on his own. It's the one chance he actually has to go do it. He has nobody restricting him other than the fact that he needs to be near Padme, who then decides to go with him. There is actually some logical reason why he wouldn't have pursued this up to this point.
Yeah, but he could have been having dreams earlier, so we get introduced to that part of him, and then it's like just not all of a sudden quickly just thrown at us here at this place.
Yeah, it's not well established.
Couch time, doing sessions with Yoda, Dream Doctor, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
There was ways to do it better. That would be a suggestion that he's susceptible to the dark side, because the idea of, well, you're having nightmares that and you keep dreaming back the same thing, and then now his opportunity to do it. That's the problem, is that this just comes out of nowhere, where post-nut clarity suddenly dreams about his mom and terribleness, and he just runs the fuck off and does some things.
It's a terrible post-nut clarity if your mind immediately turns to your mother. But
look, I don't judge kinks. I don't judge.
But yeah, so he's telling Padme that his mother is in pain. So he now has to run away all the way to Tatooine and go and rescue her. He can't possibly stay, but Padme's grand idea is that she will go as well, so Anakin doesn't have to change his mind and disobey orders. You kind of wonder whether or not sending them to Tatooine in the first place might have been a better plan than hiding the senator on her home planet in a palace.
Where an assassin's looking for her actively, Yeah.
He has no choice, so it's terrible. But now we get to action sequence. Number, have there been any? Well, is this action sequence number 2 in this movie? No, 3, because you've had 2. It is 2. You've had the opening bounty hunter chase.
Yeah.
There's nothing else now, is there, between that and this first fight with?
No, you just have video game, and then you have this.
Yeah.
But
vaguely remember playing
too far into the film, really. Going so slow.
And we have little Boba Fett, who is now going to go and use the ship and shoot at Obi-Wan, who runs out, which establishes fairly like starship blasters are a different proposition to normal blasters, and that lightsabers don't really protect you from them, which is something the Ahsoka show completely forgot. But at least there's no pirouetting through space in this.
Yeah,
are we fans?
I would go out on a limb and assume that they would be run off of stronger batteries.
Yeah, just a little bit stronger. They have the penetrate shields. Did anyone ever play Star Wars Bounty Hunter?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm glad you asked.
Yes,
I love that game.
Because
It has not aged particularly well, but
No, I actually downloaded it a few months ago and tried to play it, and I had forgotten how abysmal the camera controls in particular were on that.
Yeah, the controls are dreadful.
Really,
if you
really
grew up
terrible.
with those games, they're fine. It's going back and trying to do them again later in life. It's rough because you're so out of practice.
Oh god, yes, like going back and like trying to play the N64 now. Like, how did anyone ever use that controller to play a first-person shooter? It's impossible.
Why do I need 3 hands for this controller? I don't understand. Honestly, that was like the golden age of Star Wars games, though. Was from that point up through like Knights of the Old Republic. That was just such a good period of time.
Yeah, the original Battlefronts as well, sort of not this similar time period. It was a very good time. But that's sort of a lot of the backstory for Django. That's like when he meets Sam Wessel and things like that, filling in lots of gaps that the movies couldn't be bothered to include.
This is how you get through this film. Just go to the next slide and talk about video games.
Honestly, yeah. Yes, the inconsistent missile launcher from his jetpack that has 2 different types of missile that we are never explained what the differences are.
Yeah, one is a miss missile, and the other one is miss by miles missile.
Yeah, because he's not using, like, one of them is guided, isn't it? Like it's a guided missile when it comes to Mandalorian, but that you can clearly see on this little slide, he's not using his targeting thing. So this is an unguided missile that he's launching at Obi-Wan here.
Older model.
But of course, if it was the modern version of the Force, then Obi-Wan could have just used it to throw the missile away, because the Force can now be used to, pull down spaceships and do all of these incredibly useful, powerful things. Which
I think the problem is that Obi-Wan is not female, so he has limits on his Force powers.
True, and he drops his lightsaber.
I was going to say, there's actually before we move too far, Cynic has a fairly topical super chat from what we were just talking about. So
Oh shit! My mic stand completely blocks off chat. That's why I've been.
Yeah, we missed a
hold
few
on.
super chats in there.
yeah, some of them weren't like specific to the topic, but there's a couple here that are.
Okay, right.
Yeah, but that should still be covered anyway.
Yeah, why not? We're making such good time. Let's do super chats. While we have some of them. We have Garth Knight for $4.99. I wonder if Marsha Lucas was a tease like Padme. Marsha was a pretty gal in her day.
People write from experience.
I think Marcia Lewis probably made all the moves because George has got no game in the romance scenes in this movie at all.
Well, neither does Anakin.
Well, I mean, he's using George's pickup lines.
Oh yeah, there you go.
She would like walk up to him and be like, "Hey, what are you thinking about?" He'd be like, "Trade routes and stuff."
Are you an angel?
I'm in agony.
Yeah.
They're from some other planet.
Yeah, we have Old Cranky Gamer for $5. George Lucas was the original puberty blocker. I think
I actually think the pubert blocker was the best boy on this film. I think.
Yeah. Or he was a grip, maybe.
E-grip.
we have Name There's No Name for £1.99. Stop living in the past, you guys. Contemporize. We are living in the past. We're reviewing Attack of the Clones. There's only one way to do that, really.
Well, it is a long time ago, but it is in a galaxy far, far away. So.
It is. This is true. Z, this I think is your color. Do you want to take this one?
Yes. Ross Gillist 23 for $20 says, I'm several hours behind, but here's some dosh and a plug for Brune's second channel pinned at the top of the chat. Go sub and make shapes to Liquidar. Lots of characters left, so Mr. Brown Alliance, I'm doing my part.
Well done, sir.
If Mr. Brown could be bothered to be here on his own stream, he would thank you. But,
Yeah, but
he doesn't actually care about you.
We're doing Brown's
real
part.
quick. Is this other channel of Brown's like in Spanish?
No.
No, it's a
Senor
music channel,
Maron?
to my knowledge.
Senor.
It is in Spanish, isn't it? I think the description.
Yeah, it's Senor Moron.
Yes.
So
music is the international language.
We're massively helping him in terms of SEO to have a language that fewer people speak.
Yes.
But it's worth subbing to nonetheless.
Actually, I think this means Mr. Purple, if I'm not mistaken. Maron, I think is purple in Spanish.
Okay, it sounds cooler in Spanish. I think Brown was right. We have the movie Cynic for $4.99. Cheers to incestuous post-nut clarity. Yeah, it's great. Nothing like it, especially when you think of your mother, as Anakin has found out. And finally, for now, this round at least, we have Common People for £5. What's the point in going on now that Barb is gone? Unless Platoon wants to tell me I have a lovely big Irish head in a moist voice. Moist voice, yes, that's the one. You do have a lovely big Irish head. There you go. I hope it was worth it. Now I have to. Oh God,
It means brown. Oh, Maroon does mean brown, but it could also be cafe. It can also mean brown.
Oh,
I didn't know. So it's probably a certain shade of brown.
So what's the RGB color in hex for that?
Oh, jeez.
This is a great still right here. This is what happens when you eat too much Taco Bell.
He's got a little bit of an explosive shield on as old Obi-Wan here, hasn't he? Because I mean that's pretty close to him, and it's got enough power to throw him across the landing platform several times.
Historically, movies are terrible with convection coming off of explosions. So that's not.
We have established why Slave One can't really hit him properly. Though that's because Boba can't see out of the top window.
What a psychotic little maniac.
He does have a really good villain voice, like that laugh he does when they're pursuing down. We might even get there in about 5 hours' time when he's chasing Obi-Wan down, and Jango says, "I've got a little surprise for him," and little Boba's like, "Yeah, you're a good villain. Well done."
But Boba Fett remembers that he's got guns on his ship here, but doesn't seem to remember that in his own series.
No, but then I mean, he forgets that he crawls out of the Sarlacc pit wearing his armor in his own series. He forgets a lot of stuff in the Boba Fett show. Oh God, I don't want to remember now.
Yeah, if only we could forget the Boba Fett show.
I did until just now.
I'm so sorry.
Flying jump kick, Dark Hour. Is this good form?
It's okay form. I mean, I don't know. It's probably the bigger problem is that he's kicking somebody who's wearing metal armor, so that's the issue. Wouldn't really do that much damage.
But it does establish that he drops his blaster. If only he had two of them.
I'm not sure what the hell that's going on right there. Actually,
Or rockets in his knees.
Oh, knee rockets. So God.
Oh, he also has a flamethrower. Don't forget, he also has a flamethrower that he used.
Does have a
once.
flamethrower. Yep. He's got razors in his wrists as well, which we'll see him use in a completely irrelevant scene. Well, he uses them in the relevant scene because that's how he stops himself sliding down the edge of Camino. But you'd think in a fist fight they might be quite useful.
Also, he probably, considering the fact he's on Camino, probably has an infinite number of Camino saber darts.
I think he's got darts in his wrists as well.
Yeah.
But,
I will say this about Jango Fett. At least his everything is kind of practically within his armor. It's not on like a belt like with Batman where he has to reach back and be like, okay, I'm going to reach in here now and find this. It's like he actually has them active and like where he would be able to use them all the time. So that's pretty cool.
That was the cool thing about the Bounty Hunter game. It was just that you couldn't move the camera to use any of them properly.
Yeah.
But you had all of the stuff. It was a cool idea.
Yeah, you could customize in that game. It was really awesome.
And then, so now he's doing, he does the rope thing to stop Obi-Wan from grabbing his lightsaber back. He lassos his wrist and starts dragging him around. I think we've just listed some of the many ways in which Jango could more efficiently kill Obi-Wan Kenobi in this scene than dragging him around by a tow rope, but it is what he does. It's one of those sort of action movie tropes where like they just decide that they're going to have a punch up, even though the punch up is the least efficient thing that they have available to them. And then George Lucas decides to up the ante because there's jetpacks involved as well. It doesn't end well for Jango though, because obviously Obi-Wan uses it as a bit of leverage against a pole, and this destroys one of his jetpacks. He has several.
Everybody knows historically that jetpacks are anything that's jet propelled is really easy to stop with a simple pull of a cable. So,
and this is another bit of the sort of the humor scene, isn't it? Because he kicks him off the edge. He falls off, and Obi-Wan realizes.
Go back one screen. Doesn't it look like he's jumping rope?
A little bit, yeah.
But that's where the motion was weird. When he actually kicks him off, it's like the way the body moves is like kind of like out down in such a weird way. It's like physics doesn't work
match.
like
Well, is Jango even technically in this scene? Because like an awful lot of these are just CGI people, aren't they? Like even Obi-Wan in several scenes is just a CGI Obi-Wan.
And that's the problem again, that reality insists upon itself. So you don't have to mock up the physics when you're actually shooting things practically, but when you're rendering everything, if your physics are wrong or you just move something, people notice it. It hits an uncanny valley because we're evolved to understand how basic physics works.
Unless your name's George Lucas.
Well, yeah. But he pushed technology forward, so we can thank him for that. I suppose. Maybe. Because, the overuse of CGI now that has been developed by ILM is maybe not something to thank him for, but...
Yeah.
But Obi-Wan kicks him off the edge and then realizes that he's still attached. So, not good. And indeed not good, because now he flies off as well.
Yeah, I see what you're talking about right there. That doesn't make any sense the way he would have just been pulled straight forward, basically. Not done this ridiculous flip.
Yeah.
And the Django's fine though, because Django has these little nifty wrist razors, which look pretty.
The batarangs,
the batarangs, the bat wrists. So this saves him, just about. I assume that means that the outer shell of the Camino City is fairly weak, right? Because he must have penetrated it.
Well, it's made of fish, so...
It's made of fish, good point. Fish that sparks when metal goes through it. Sparking metal fish.
Yeah. It's electric eels were used in some parts of it.
For the welding.
Mm-hmm. And this is where Obi-Wan is incredibly lucky not to die, or at least get incredible rope burn on his palms, because he unravels part of it, doesn't he? So Jango at this point realizes that he's going to get pulled over the edge unless he can detach Obi-Wan.
Don't
which
worry,
he duly
Obi-Wan,
does.
we've all been there.
And then Obi-Wan is falling, but uses it to sew himself back onto another stanchion and instantly drops, and he's holding onto this, and he's falling down. His entire body weight is falling at something near terminal velocity, but he's grabbing the rope, which is fine.
That wire, that would have really cut right into his hands. He wouldn't have been able to.
Yeah, that's going to leave a mark.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
not to mention his shoulders are
Yeah, I
going
was
to be
gonna say I would have pulled
dislocated.
his shoulders right out.
The Force, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
Yes.
it cut him to the bone if it like holding
I was
on to a
expecting
wire.
somebody to go, that's not
I
how the
think-
Force works, but whatever.
Yeah, the Force would give way first.
Look, who the hell knows what the Force does anymore? It's
Well, there was the one guy in, I believe it was Knights of the Old Republic 2, whose body was essentially held together by the Force. Like he was no longer.
Oh yes, was that Darth? I want to say it's Darth Bane, but I could be wrong.
No, it was the Darth. It wasn't Darth Nihilus. It was Darth.
Yeah, the other one.
Yeah, and his body is essentially held together by the sheer, like him concentrating on holding it together with the Force.
He's like a Zack Snyder villain. He's held together by the power of edgy evilness. Chat, help us out. What is that? Which is the Sith in Old Republic? Which is like, yeah, his body is falling apart. We've got Darth Sion has been suggested. Is it Darth
I
Sion?
think that's it. I think that's it because Darth Nihilus is the one that has the white and black mask from. But the I can't remember off the top of my head.
What the hell happens to him when he goes to sleep?
He just
He just
very
disintegrates.
good.
He falls to pieces and then has to wake up and put himself.
So he
back
has
together.
an assistant. He has an apprentice that sits beside his bed, concentrating while he sleeps. That was a joke.
Apparently, it was Darth Goodwin. That you could have told us this, but okay.
I mean, he's really he's kind of a shit Sith. Actually, it's.
And then Darth Darthington, which sounds like a character from Pride and Prejudice that meets Star
I believe
Wars.
he's in the House of Lords now. Darth.
Probably is Lord Darthington of
Yes,
Stoke,
Lord
I think.
Darthington.
Yeah, it was Darth Sion. The chat is correct. It was.
Yes,
Mr. Darthy.
Mr. Darthy.
I think Smylex is right. Darthy McDarth face. Yeah.
Darth Marenghi.
So yeah, Django looking a little bit the worse for wear without his jetpack is now able to claw his way back up the outer shell of Kamino. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan is able to swing himself back in. He doesn't. Well, we assume he doesn't meet any Kaminoans because he just runs all the way through. And I can sort of imagine there's a scene that's cut where he's just sprinting through the inner halls of Kamino, and they're all wondering what the fuck he's doing there because didn't you just leave to get to your ship? Why are you downstairs now? What the hell is going on? Have they not been paying any attention to a massive fight out on their landing pad?
It's like that happens all the time too. When you're like at some place and you think somebody left, you see them still standing there. You're just like, wait a minute, what?
Yeah,
He just comes back up through the basement.
But I think the other thing is we've already seen on Camino that they have like a mile-long corridor where 5 people are there. So his chances of encountering an actual person is pretty low.
But don't they have cameras or something, or some kind of security in their secret facility?
Who
You
cares?
would think so, because they have poison darts that they give out to bounty hunters, so we know they have weaponry. It's just that we never see them use it any time, at any place, for any reason ever.
Well, how many people have you killed with a camera?
And
Why
plus
would they
they're-
have those? I mean, it's all about weaponry.
5.
5, okay, yeah.
And plus, they're not on any maps. You need a Jedi child to find them.
Yeah.
And
they've
there's
yet
a
to take
reference. There's an Easter egg in this scene, isn't there? Because Django bonks his head when he goes into Slave One.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So we've got to get that in there. It's the reason that all the bad guys can forevermore in all of Star Wars be stupid, is because a stormtrooper once bonked his head, so they've always been dumb, and that means the First Order is allowed to suck. But now we have so this is when we get the.
Didn't that happen
the
because
tracking
of the
device.
stuntman made a mistake?
Yeah, in New Hope.
So because of that mistake, they still do this thing.
Well,
Yeah.
it was basically the masks had poor vision because of the way the where the eyepieces were set and how dark the lenses were.
Mhm.
They couldn't really see particularly well, and he walked into the door because he was taller than the rest of the stormtroopers. He was the tallest one, and he was just following them, and he bumped his head. It's very obviously happens too.
I almost wish they would have just deleted that from the movie.
It would have saved
like,
a lot
hey.
of bad excuse making later on, because then you wouldn't
Right.
have all of those people saying, "Oh, but there was a blooper once, and so it's always allowed to do bloopers." George understands that it's it's an incredibly popular thing because everything about original Star Wars is so incredibly popular, and so even the bloopers are kind of these massive events, and so he does throw them in from time to time just as
I
references.
mean, it was funny in the original, but I didn't need a follow up that it's as if they always do that. I really would have preferred that it would have been an anomaly.
Well, I mean, so they would have found an excuse anyway, because the whole idea of the stormtroopers can't hit anything is due entirely to the first movie, where they are intentionally not shooting them because they want them to escape and track them back to the rebel base.
And that comes
then
up so
suddenly
often.
everywhere.
Yeah, because the Mandalorian does the skit with the two scout troopers who can't hit the little can on the ground. Several of the games, I think, if you listen to the AI VO in like Jedi Knight 2, I think it is, and also Jedi Academy, if you listen to the stormtroopers talking, like several times they will say, "I can't see a thing through this helmet," or like, "I can't hit anything since they gave me this new thing." And some of them will say like, "Oh, since they upgraded our blasters, we can't shoot for shit." It's like, no, like, I know what you're doing, and it was funny the first time, maybe. But there's a difference between it being a meme and it being an essential plot point, which it's now become in later Star Wars. Obi-Wan now throws his tracking device.
Yeah, the escape on the is it the fire stream starfighter?
Fire spray.
Is that fire spray? Fire spray starfighter.
Ooh, I had that once in the 80s. I had to do like 2 weeks of tetracycline to clear that up.
It's a handy little device. Kind of. Is it like implausibly lucky that Slave One doesn't have any devices on it to detect, outgoing messages and things like that, or is this just a forgivable technological lapse on the part?
In the EU, Slave One did have something in it to detect bugs and things and trackers.
Ah, okay.
On here it doesn't, but in the EU when it was Boba Fett, so maybe it was something Boba Fett added later.
Could be. Maybe this was a lesson they learned.
For a moment, you meant the European Union. Had these bugs to track us and stuff. I was like, yeah.
It's not GDPR compliant, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
The Sword in the Storm has another pertinent question, which is why is Obi-Wan just randomly carrying a ship tracking device in his pocket? I guess all Jedi carry them. You never know when you might need to be pursuing a bounty hunter.
Didn't Chopper have one in his spare parts box?
He does, doesn't he? Yeah, in Ahsoka, when they're chasing the hyperdrive ship, and it does a little flip, and he lobs one because you can't just shoot it out of a cannon. Apparently, you do actually have to throw it. It's a rule.
Yeah.
Well, the real answer is chicks dig tracking devices.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's certainly better than the pickup lines that Anakin's been using.
I've wrote them all down. Don't worry.
Yeah.
I'm going to put these to good use next time I'm drunk.
So he hits it with the equivalent of an intergalactic air tag.
Yeah, basically.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I mean, I've always just been impressed by the arm that he has in this. The prequel about Obi-Wan being scouted from a baseball team would have been
minor league pitcher.
He was like a minor league pitcher that wasn't going to be getting anywhere. So he was like, I might as well become a Jedi.
He was the star quarterback on the Jedi Temple team.
Yes.
That is the extent of my American sports knowledge. So there will be no more
That
references.
was I'll let it slide. Not a bad one.
But he flies off. So Obi-Wan is about to go and track him all the way to Geonosis on his own. Even though they got the tracking device, I always wondered whether or not, given how important he is, the Jedi should have sent more Jedi initially to help him out with this. But I guess you can sort of explain it away because they are so thin on the ground, at least for the moment, until they need thousands of them on Geonosis anyway. But whether or not they should have helped him out there. But meanwhile, of course, we get Anakin and Padme taking their sexy, sleek little Naboo ship off to Tatooine to land. That looks nice, doesn't it? Very shiny.
I've always loved the Naboo starfighters, the chrome look. I've always thought they were really cool.
Yeah, they do have a good aesthetic sense, the Naboo people. Even they're one of the very few people who can make yellow look good on a starship.
That mirrored finish always looks nice, but it really gathers fingerprints.
Yeah, yeah. It's a bitch to keep clean. You're always
that's why they have droids on the outside with no fingers that fix it.
One thing that I kind of always troubles me with this trip to Tatooine, that I feel like it's George just thinking, how do I tie everything to the original trilogy? And there's parts of it that even almost feel forced or something. The thing that he has to go to the original guy that he was the slave of, but then that guy released her and she married the other guy, and then he has to go there, and the other guy has to have his 2 kids. It just all feels like they had to bring it to make it sense in A New Hope. And I feel like there's a lot of work that goes into here to make that work, but it doesn't feel that great with the flow of the movie for me.
Yeah, there's a lot of fetch quests.
Right, and mainly they exist because something needs to happen here. Luke one day has to go to Baru and Owen Baru, and they have to set all of this up, and on Tatooine, and how do they do all of this?
Mm-hmm.
And this is George Lucas's solution. I just don't know how much I love the solution.
Yeah, but here it's the knowledge of Baru and Owen is in Anakin's head. That has to get transferred to Obi-Wan at some point, and I guess we're just left to assume they just talked about it at some point, and that's it.
Yeah, but at the same time, that he would never think that they would be an option for Obi-Wan, that he would never...
Exactly, yeah.
It opens a Pandora's box, this whole situation, because yes, they explained how they're there and how it all connects, but at the same time, the fact that he knows of their existence, and all these years he just sits around, and there's some guy called Luke Skywalker, and he's not even worried.
Well, I mean, it's worse than that. The droids that he owned somehow end up with them and all as well.
Right. A lot of stuff here happens that you really kind of have to suspend disbelief.
If you
want, right, this is again, it becomes so obvious that George is retconning all of this to try and make it fit with things that he kind of made in the moment.
Yeah, but he could have fixed some things so he didn't create discrepancies.
Well, he could, but he didn't, because nobody said, "No, George, this is shit. Stop this."
Yeah, he didn't have anyone set.
To be better thought out. I mean, in hindsight, with the knowledge of the prequels, then you definitely would have changed Luke's last name, right? You wouldn't have said, "Okay, we'll hide him from Vader, but we'll leave him with Vader's surname," because nobody will ever make the connection.
That's very weird indeed.
We'll call him Smith. We'll just call him Smith. We'll call him
Landflyer. Luke Landflyer is what we're going to go with.
Even Obi-Wan went by Ben,
Right.
Yeah, old Ben.
Did keep his surname as well, but yeah.
It's
a name I've not heard in a long time. Speaking of names I've not heard in a long time, actually, it's not been that long. It's only been a few days, but nevertheless, we are being joined by Reni. Hello.
Reni.
Hello, Ben. Hello, everyone. Sorry, my plans were changed from the day, and I'm like, ooh, I would love to join early if I can. And I wanted to get a chance to talk to you before you left your shift.
Yeah.
Are you talking? There's 8 of us here. I don't know which one you're talking to.
I was talking
all
to
of our shifts.
Platoon, but yes, no, because I was going to miss
So you
out
don't
on...
want to talk to the rest of us?
Yeah,
we're top liver, right?
No.
What's all that
Yeah,
about?
we know.
No, I didn't mean it like that.
I really don't care if anybody wants to talk to me. I'm going to talk anyway.
You know what, Joe Rogaine? Okay.
Yeah.
So thank you for letting me in early. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming early. We have to be Brown's made everybody. Yeah. Brown has done this with everybody else who's joined, so we shall do it to you as well. Where and when did you first watch this movie, and what were your initial thoughts when you first saw Attack of the Clones?
Okay, so unpopular opinion. So prepare to hate me, everyone who hates or hated the prequels. So I actually loved this movie. I watched it, I believe, in 2002 when it came out. Like, I saw it 5 times in the theater, including IMAX, as well as watched the hell out of it once it came out to DVD right before Blu-ray came out. So I absolutely enjoyed it. I know there's a lot that's wrong with it, but at the same time, there were a lot of things that were right with it. For me, it still felt like Star Wars. It had this, I was going to say steak, the sleek look of everything that Lucas tried to build, even when he didn't have the technology in the 70s. So it all felt like it was part of the same universe, and that's why I liked it. I liked the whole idea of the clone troopers becoming the stormtroopers. All of that stuff. I really enjoyed it, but it's just, like I said, it's going to be an unpopular opinion, but it was great for what it was at the time for me, and I really loved the incorporation of the Imperial march into everything, especially at the end when it showed like all the clone troopers. So I thoroughly enjoyed it, but of course, thanks to Rian Johnson, not one of my favorite movies anymore. So,
but the real question is, would Anakin's pickup lines have worked on you when you were single?
He was married, by the way.
I kind of had a thing for Hayden Christensen, so probably, but
So he could have just asked for like the address to a local shop, and that would have been a pickup line that would have worked for you.
Aside from his like bum eye or whatever, he was actually like decent looking. He had an accent, and that was probably enough for me at the time. So
he had an accent. What accent is Hayden Christensen's?
Like, I think it's like French Canadian or whatever, but he does actually have an accent, or he did. I saw him in quite a few interviews at the time when he was talking about this movie, and I was like, oh, where's he from? He sounds very exotic.
It's a Northwestern Pacific Canadian accent. He's from Vancouver.
Mm-hmm. So. But he had to
Vancouver. That's like mountain people of Canada up there.
That's why I always associate mountain people with like inbreds. Hayden Christensen doesn't look like an inbred mountain person.
No.
Yeah, that's more Alberta.
Yeah, Vancouver is a city.
Yeah. Isn't it like in the Cascadian Mountains or something like that?
It's mostly rainforest up there. Specific
maybe it's like the deep woods.
I was there once, but no, it looked like a pretty modern, regular city.
I was really surprised in the lack of flapping head, because South Park really showed them as having flapping heads. I'm just kidding.
Also, when you go up there, it becomes 8-bit. It becomes 8-bit when you get up.
It does come 8-bit. Yeah, that's true.
Well,
he's king of Canada.
He's got a flapping Irish head.
And there's no Saddam Hussein as their prime minister or whatever.
I think he does enjoy Terrence and Howard.
It's not much better. At least Saddam was competent. We will say
That's true.
What
we get is the Terrence and Phillip version of Saddam there.
Have some craft dinner.
Yeah, there was a related question, because it's reminded me now of the first time I went to see it, because I did go and see it with this friend's birthday. He had an older sister, and I remember all of us, like, we were kids and young boys, and we found the romance stuff tedious and boring and cringy.
Yeah.
Even back then. But his older sister, I think, quite liked it. Did the romance stuff broadly do anything for you, Reni? Is it more appealing to the what do we call you now, birthing people?
Yes.
Biological birth person, I guess, or birthing person. I didn't find them appealing. I found them very awkward. I'm like, oh, this is just very cringe to watch right now. What am I watching? Because it went from like awkward to creepy to like, okay, so what exactly is going on here? So I would not recommend hitting on a lady like that, or anyone. So depending on whoever's preference out there, but I just, definitely not a good game.
That's what I was asking you in the first place, and you said, hell yeah.
No, you said something about Hayden Christensen being appealing, and I said yes.
I said Anakin's pickup lines.
Okay. I misunderstood, so that's my fault. But no, I found Hayden Christensen appealing and did not find Anakin appealing until Revenge of the Sith. I was like, damn, he evil and confident. That's sexy.
Eye scars and longer hair. That's where it's at.
Oh, yeah.
It's the confidence and the fact that he beefed up a lot for that movie, too. So there was that. So
he did actually put up a lot of muscle for that.
Mm-hmm. He sure did.
He went and murdered children. There's nothing more sexy than that. Before we move on, is anybody out of time? I know some of you will have been here for a while. If anyone wants to bail at this juncture, please make yourself known, and we will kick you.
Yeah. You would like to bail Oregon?
I am going to be tapping out, but thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Brown, and thank you, chat. Great fun today. I'll still be hanging around in chat, but I am going to sign off for the day. So
great to voice with you, Artoo.
Yeah,
nice to see you for
nice
a second.
To see you, man. It's great to see you again.
Later, Artoo.
You can't see it, but I'll do a shot to Artoo.
All right.
Oh shit, we haven't got Ruin here, so we haven't got a drinking game going. That's a shame.
Oh man,
I don't think probably for the best plates.
Well, have fun
I have my own stream after this.
participate.
I don't think I could do the drinking game.
Have fun with all the terrible dialogue, guys.
I just
thank you
I'm
so much.
narrating that one too as well, so that's going to be.
So is there like a 5-year-old Pele motto down there somewhere?
Oh no! She'll be a teenager fucking Jowers at this point, won't she?
Oh God, yeah, she'll have the horny on for the Jowers.
Yeah, she's out in the desert experimenting with fauna.
I always wished that there was not so much anymore, but back when I first saw, I wish that there was like a scene where you saw Greedo, because they established Greedo was his childhood friend. And I always would have loved to see them like run into each other and been like, oh yeah, you're a Jedi now. I'm working for this new guy, you know, over here, Jabba. You know, he's the new Fett or something like that. You know, or the new the Hutt. I mean, the new Hutt.
He's a Hutt.
Yeah. Sorry, we were talking
Did
about Jango
you-
Fett so much, but I would have loved to have seen like, you know, just a crossover buddy moment between Greedo and Anakin, and going separate ways to be evil in different directions.
Did you see the deleted scenes in Phantom Menace where he and Greedo kind of got in a little scuffle?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
It was pretty cute. So I was like, oh damn, too bad they didn't expand on this. That would have actually been kind of cool. But
I've got good authority that is the time when Padme first thought, yes, when it's legal, I will shag him.
Mm-hmm.
He sticks up for himself.
But not until I've made sure that I do not want to. I want to establish I don't
Yeah.
want to first.
I have to play really hard to get, even though I'm the initiator on all this.
She wasn't that hard to get.
Also,
I was
also,
gonna
the
say,
whole-
I feel like it was pretty easy.
It was very much no. Okay.
Oh no, never. Okay.
Oh no! You
Also,
know how,
she only like kisses him on the cheek, and that's like this big moment in his life. Like, oh my god, she really wants me. Like, okay.
what is it that they said on this stupid Family Guy where they're doing a parody of James Bond? Like, I think it was like 50 no's and a yes mean yes or something.
50 no's.
Oh, yeah. Yes, Padme is a groomer, established. All those theories about Jar Jar being the true Sith, it might have even made more sense if Padme had been the original Sith, because she is the corrupting influence, more even than Palpatine is, really. If it weren't for Padme, Anakin would have been fine.
Jar Jar never would have been in the position to make the decisions he did.
It was Palpatine who sort of maneuvered them together, I guess. That's what you've been discovering. So
Maybe that clunge was so addicting he just couldn't think straight.
Mm-hmm.
No post-nut clarity quite yet. Pre-nut cloudiness.
That's right.
although he could have, oh no, the timing would have been wrong, but you know, he did have a granddaughter, you know, that was a bit of trouble too.
Oh god, yeah, I don't even want to think about how that came to be. But we rejoin the original. I can't do the racist joke. Damn it. We rejoin Watto, who is reduced in
stereotypical
station.
Italian. Yeah.
Yes, that's the one. I definitely look at Watto and think, yes, that's an Italian.
Yeah.
He's been reduced in station, having lost all of his money in an incomprehensible bet with Qui-Gon on a pod race. But that's a nice little piece of continuity, I suppose, because he's gone from owning a shop to just living under a tent, basically, and just fixing bits and pieces. But he recognizes Anakin because Annie knows how to fix things, and he asks for Shmi, who Watto has freed. It's that easy to do. I guess this means that he deactivated the explosive device that he planted in her head, which is a thing in the Phantom Menace. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it comes with the manumission papers that you have to fill out. I don't know.
Well, didn't Owen buy her freedom? So essentially, she's a Thai bride.
Yes.
Oh, it's Owen's
He freed her and married her.
father, I think.
Also, I don't think it's particularly, hard to believe that he would be able to recognize Anakin after several things in a row, like watching him fix the thing, then realizing he speaks Huttese, then realizing, oh, it's a Jedi. Wait a minute, I think it's actually a pretty logical progression that he makes, because he doesn't immediately it's not like he immediately recognizes. It's not like he sees him walking down the street and he's like, hey, Anakin, I see you over there. Like it takes him a minute.
So just out of curiosity, not to stick too hard to this, but I didn't see any Italian Americans be offended by Watto's character in either the Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones.
That's because that's not the race that he's actually a caricature
Really?
of.
Because he sounds like he's trying to be like he kind of has that Italian
He's
accent.
Italian private, yeah.
He's a Ferengi.
Yeah.
It's Ferengi. No, it's one of the things that people, after the fact, many, many years after the fact, when everybody became much more obsessed with race than they used to be, people decided to try and look back into this era of Star Wars and say that Watto is basically a Jew.
Definitely doesn't
Don't need to
Mum,
worry
they're
about
everything-
private
he wears
chat
the little
anymore.
hat
Yeah.
and he's got the nose, and so it's the same as those people who say that the goblins in Harry Potter are Jews. So I think the people who
That's
are
so
really making
silly.
the anti-Semitic connection there are
But
you.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
I,
but what about
Yeah.
Jawas? I mean, the
I
Jawas
think
even
for one
almost
thing,
have the name.
yeah, it doesn't. So it's not a recency thing. At the time, you already had Jar Jar, which was a ridiculous character. That was a caricature of like Jamaican Caribbean origin, and
Yes.
he was also very much an obvious caricature like Shylock.
And the non-Moidians as well, the Trade Federation guys with their slightly weird accents. But that was actually asked of them, I think. I don't remember how close to the event it was, but the guy who played Newt Gunray was asked about the accent. He said, no, it's just the prosthetics that we were wearing. We had to put on the accent because otherwise the mouth movement wouldn't register. So that's why we sound like Chinese tradesmen.
Yeah, I think that what sets it off, even at the time. So when these movies came out, there were people seriously spock-browing some of this stuff, and it was
so
very
silly.
much initiated by Jar Jar.
Oh.
I've never really gotten a Chinese merchant feel off of the Trade Federation. I always got more of like a Middle Ages Venetian kind of.
Yeah,
like
no,
that kind
they're very Asian style in speed.
Yeah,
put
if
them down
you
as
watch the
Japanese
stuff
at
that
the
was on
time.
the television in the UK in the 70s, like the water margin, which was badly dubbed over with English, it's very similar to that.
Yeah.
Where the
And
lips would
Brown is
move.
crying.
Well, I
in the
meant their
background,
society.
I'm sure.
I was more saying their like the way they did their society for the Trade Federation.
No,
So-
it doesn't have anything to do with the social setup or anything like that. It's purely the speech patterns and kind of the way that they're portrayed physically.
Yeah, right now Brown is in the backstage just tearing his hair out. Just like, oh my God.
Yeah, going, I'll write the check to
It's fine,
YouTube,
'cause,
I guess.
George Lucas then went on and made, is it Red Tails,
Red
which is an
Tails, yeah.
all-black film, so he
Yes.
proves that he's not a racist. Honest.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got
I
black
made an
friends.
all-black fighter, but I have loads
Yeah.
of black friends. Like one of them's even a Jedi. There's one in every Star Wars era.
We won't put we won't, now they won't put him on the Chinese posters, so that brings us full circle to what we were just talking about.
Speaking of irredeemable racists, we are joined by Darth Kipling. Hello, sir.
Yeah, it's sorry I'm late, everybody. Good to see you all. And what film are we talking about this evening?
Welcome to Attack of the Clones. Yeah, it's one where,
Oh, Kippers.
I think I'll skip out.
Yes.
just
Well-
logs off.
I was gonna say-
In fairness, Palpatine skipped out on most of this movie too, so he was only in like 3 scenes.
That's why Swappers isn't watching. He doesn't feel seen in this movie.
Yeah,
That's fair.
he's underrepresented.
Yeah, you have joined us as Watto is attempting to get Anakin to go and beat up some people who owe him money, but Anakin is having none of that because he's very keen on finding his mother, who he's having bad dreams about.
There's so much of this film I've completely forgotten about. And just listening back on this stream earlier on today, it's almost like seeing the film again for the first time, because obviously it's not the greatest and you do forget about a lot of it and you kind of put it out of your mind. And it's a good refresh because we're seeing kind of, we're skipping through commenting on it all, but we're not really experiencing how bad everything is, other than the odd terrible line here, like Anakin's opinion on sand, for instance. But
Well, this is the segue into asking you the question that everybody has to answer, which is, where were you, when did you first see it, and did you like it or hate it at the time?
I think I was at university actually, but I was getting so hyped for it because the hype for the first film was huge, it was beyond anything, and everyone was so let down by the Phantom Menace. We thought surely he can't fuck up twice. Surely Lucas can't make another duff film after the first one, especially after all the criticism. He's got to take it on board surely. And it looked darker, it looked a bit more mature. We got the clone troopers and Dooku was in it and things like this, and all the movie posters were all very evocative of a film that was going to be potentially a lot better. And then we saw it, just walked out of the cinema thinking, oh no, I think this trilogy's a bust. We're not going to get any improvement from these 3 films whatsoever. And the action figures that I'd bought before the film came out as well, I think it was a Jango Fett preview figure, things like that. In my excitement, in my hypnosis for the release of the film, I kind of quietly put away back in its packet, boxed it up again. So it was a bit of a letdown, I got to admit.
I thought the toys were the best bit. I had loads of them. It was so
Probably
easy
were,
to
yeah.
tell a better Star Wars story with all of your toys than George
I
Lucas
didn't buy
managed
any
with all
more.
of his money.
after that figure, that was it. I didn't buy any more figures from this film. But they did look good on the shelves. It's just that I knew what they were. If
You took them out of the box?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
No,
yeah.
mine are still in the boxes in storage.
Ooh, get you. I don't know how much they're worth, but I wanted to play with that Jango Fett figure.
Had this been had this been a few years ago, they probably would have been worth a lot. Once all of the Star Wars memorabilia, and action figure market has tanked in the last few years.
Oh yeah, yes.
I can't imagine why.
No idea.
You're right about the toys all looking great. You know, if you hadn't seen the film, you'd probably look at them on the shelf and think, "Whoa, these look amazing! I've got to see this film." You know, but when you know how they're actually implemented on screen, they kind of lose their shine a little bit.
See, so
Star Wars toy value has dropped just like Disney's stock price. So,
so not to take away
Sorry.
from. No, I apologize. It's hard when we can't see each other's faces and take the cues. So, like looking at this dialogue, right, with Watto with his, if she's not a mine no more, I sold her. That's literally how he talked. So I thought it was a parody of Italian Americans, and I was like, that doesn't offend me. I don't give a shit. I'm Italian American. So, you know.
It could be an Italian Jew.
It's possible. They do exist.
I have a friend who is that, yeah.
We actually
there are some penny pinching Italian Americans out there. That's all I'm going to say. Anyhow.
Speaking of the lines of dialogue, we do have a request from Nameless No Name, which is for Kippers to read the line. I'm going to invite you to be as racist as you want to be in the accent you choose to read it in, Kippers, but go ahead.
This very line right here. She's not a mine no more. I sold her.
That is a very good impression.
That was a good impression.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
What
I have to
stays in
say,
your area?
doesn't he act a little different in this one than he did in The Phantom Menace?
Well, he's more like run down, and
He's
feels
older and more
like
run
beat
down.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so, but I don't know.
Like he lost his confidence because he lost his shop.
Yeah, he lost his money, he lost his shop, and like so he's no longer like a flourishing small tradesman. He's now very much sort of on the bottom
like
end
a
of
bum.
society.
He's a bum, kind of.
Yeah.
Like a garage sale kind of person rather than
I
actually
see.
having a shop.
Yeah, he lacks social power.
Yeah. So I get that.
So his ego has been deflated, so he's a little more humbled, I guess.
Yeah, he's more like it's like almost like he's at a swap meet all the time or a flea market. That's essentially what he's at now, versus being one of the more prominent merchants of the area. Because you have to remember, in the first movie, he has all that power, being like, I'm the only one that you could possibly get this part from, and he's pretty accurate about that because they do check other
we have to assume that he's pretty accurate about that because Qui-Gon never ever thinks it might be worth going to a different shop and checking.
Correct.
Like, he also deliberately chooses one of the smallest shops there. And I think the only explanation I've ever been able to find for as to why that part of Phantom Menace goes the way it has is that the Force is guiding him to meet Anakin. And once you get to that level of defense, it's just, well, okay, so anything goes at this point. Any character can do any stupid thing because the Force tells them to. There is a little thing, sort of the undercurrent going on here is that, so I like, obviously Watto is now run down. He's got no money left. He's sold his shop. He's also sold Shmi. And this is all because that he loses all of his money to Qui-Gon to free Anakin. So I think like the vague idea that Lucas has here is that it's a result of Anakin being free that his mother is put in the position that he now has to try and rescue her from. It's just that the script never does anything with that idea, that there's no the blame thing that Anakin takes on is just that he's not powerful enough to save her.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm pretty sure looking at it back, that's what he was trying to do up until the point he forgot about it, is that Anakin sort of feels some sort of responsibility for his mother having been put in that situation. It's just that it doesn't ever come up again.
Don't you think he would have went back for her at some point before now?
Well, yeah.
Well, again, that's the problem, is that George is skipping steps, and either because of the time compression between Phantom Menace and this one, or because he's just not all that good at writing plot, that this is what you're stuck with is suddenly at 19 he decides, maybe I should go save my mother who's in slavery.
What we're hearing here is that he's had no contact with her since he left. So she's been sold to somebody and then been set free and married the guy who bought her, and she lives on a little farm in the desert somewhere, and she knows where he is. She could have wrote to him or sent him a message at any time and updated
Or
him.
invited him to the wedding.
Or invited him to the wedding.
So-
Here's some photographs of your new relatives. This is your new dad.
how would you guys have solved that whole time gap of 10 years, right? What would you have recommended to Lucas? Because he only had 3 movies he could do.
I
if he started with episode 4.
Some dialogue between like some of the Jedi and Anakin, where he really wants to reconnect with his mother again, but they just won't let him.
Yeah,
and
also
it
doesn't
says
need
you
to
have
be
to
9.
choose. You leave your family to be a Jedi, or if you want to be with your family, you got to leave the Order.
Yeah,
See, I
and
would've
also
started,
make him a little older in the first movie.
That's
and
what I was
it-
gonna
and it
say.
compresses the time. It
Yeah.
makes the time not feel as
That's
long.
what I was going to say. I would have started with an older Anakin because honestly, what happened in his life before that, you can actually talk about and have kind of the whole origin story and be like, this is what happened until you guys got here, instead of kind of pacing the journey from the light side to the dark side the way that they did. That's just my personal opinion.
Yeah, you have a time
So-
compression, but also that if you make him older in the Phantom Menace, that it matches up better with Empire, where
Absolutely.
Yoda's refusing to teach Luke because he's too old.
That's
and you probably
exactly.
would have gotten a better actor at that age.
Yeah.
Yep.
It does, and you'd also have a lot more time to flesh out the relationship between he and Obi-Wan, which is one of the things that's really, I think, underserved by all of the prequel movies, because Episode 1 wastes so much of its time on so much that goes nowhere, and because Anakin is too young. The beginning of this movie, you have them talking in the lift about adventures they've been on, and that's basically as much as you get. At some point, you have to get to the point where Obi-Wan in A New Hope is mournfully remembering Anakin as a dear friend. But the prequels
Yes.
only ever really show them arguing with each other, and they don't really get much friendship. There's a couple of scenes in Revenge of the Sith in particular where they are kind of jokey with each other, but it's still all referring to things that would have been much better had we seen them rather than spending 3 hours on a pod race.
Right, and that's
Absolutely.
the mistake that so George tries to cover up these very obvious gaps by just washing it with dialogue instead of having it actually occur. Right, the relationships gets built or whatever. Instead, this starts out with, "Oh yeah, we've been good friends." Really? What the hell are you talking about? This was 9 years old last time I saw him. Why is
Yeah.
he suddenly in this situation?
Plus, you guys don't act like good friends. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that was
it's all
that
Obi-Wan.
is a
Bitching
under...
and snipe at each other like children. It's like watching Tiny Toon Adventures, which was a real shit cartoon, by the way. They don't talk like adults. They just it's all just little snips. They just kind of like pecking for an argument.
Yeah,
okay,
it
you're
was
gonna hate
definitely
me, but
under-
I actually like Tiny Toons. So
That's
But I
okay.
was a
We
kid at
already
the
hated you.
time.
Well, no, I think the so it would be one thing if he was a bit older in Phantom Menace, then you can start to establish like an older brother, younger brother kind of relationship. By the time you get to this one, okay, he's angsty teen. Well, they all suck, right? So there's going to be the pushing of boundaries and things like that. But you would have already established that there was a good relationship to begin with that then starts to get pushed because of him kind of hitting this time in his life.
And it sort of conflicts as well, because like the vague pieces that are in play are that, Qui-Gon is supposed to be Anakin's master, and the reason the fight between Qui-Gon and Maul is called Duel of the Fates is because it is a duel over the fate of this character, and Qui-Gon's death is the thing that effectively preordains Anakin's turn to the dark side, because Obi-Wan is the reluctant master who's only training him because his own master told him he had to in his dying breath, because he's one of the few people ever who dies of a lightsaber wound.
Yeah.
You can't really have both of those things very easily. On the one hand, they're supposed to be really good friends, and on the other hand, Obi-Wan is the reluctant master who never wanted to train him, which is much more the vibe you get, certainly in this movie, less so in Revenge of the Sith.
Right.
I don't know why George tried to have it both ways, but it doesn't really work.
No,
Well, I think
in
George
third
in the
film
first
where he
one is
says-
just have kid, and so kids will come see it, right? He's in like maximum merchandising mode in the first movie.
that could be correct. That's a good point.
Which is dumb, because the kids love the original Star Wars, and there's no kids in that. I loved it
when
because
I was
there's
a
no
kid,
kids
I
in
loved.
it.
I loved those movies when I was a kid. My dad raised me on the OGs, and I didn't give a shit that there were no kids in it. I just thought they were cool adults that were kicking ass in space and stuff. So
Thinking back to when I was a kid, I can't recall a single action figure I had that was a kid.
No.
Right.
Except for
that's
maybe if you count Mighty Max, the like little things like that. But that's not really an action figure. But yeah, I can't recall a single time I had a kid for an action figures. That's a pretty bad move, even from a merchandising standpoint.
Yeah. Just to update Mr. Ian's example here, though, these as the Phantom Menace could have been an email. For the modern day, though, the Phantom Menace could have been a cutscene in Fortnite, because apparently that's how we do substantial Star Wars related plot content these days.
Oh my God,
Just have
no, you
the Phantom Menace is just like something happens in Fortnite and no one else has to pay attention. Somehow Anakin returned.
Yeah, we reference it in the crawl, and then we say somehow Palpatine returned. Okay, all right, thanks.
Fleshed out.
Just before we move on, because we're about to jump away to Geonosis, we'll do a couple of super chats that are left over from the previous bunch. We have Hooligan S3 for $20. Mr. Brown Alliance, EFAB, every frame a bog. I'm here for it. It is true. Yes.
Very true. Thank you.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Wait till the Geonosians come up.
It's weird in
Oh,
Revenge
God.
of the Sith where Obi-Wan says, "You were my brother, Anakin," when the three movies that we see them in, they're more like work colleagues.
Yeah.
You're my brother.
I
I love
you
call
were
a
my
lot of my
retarded intern. That's what you've been in the last two movies. And so,
I call a lot of the people I worked with brother, and I've never actually, had that kind of relationship with them. I'm just like, thanks, brother. It's like,
Do you do
yeah,
it
there you
like
go.
Hulk Hogan though? Like, brother.
Yeah, brother.
I tell you, brother.
That would be amazing.
Let me tell you, brother. You gotta hand me that screwdriver, brother.
I love it.
Give me that screwdriver. These pythons are going to be on you.
Then I would find some random ropes and I would start shaking the shit out of them.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then you tear your shirt off if they give
tear
you the
my
back
shirt.
tuck. Yeah.
But I always forget to gimmick it first, so I just really stretch out the neckline a lot.
Yeah. You're like, oh, I forgot to slice this first. Damn it.
I'm sorry, Platoon.
No, not at all. It's
It's
quite
like, what
all
the
right.
hell is anybody even talking about?
Yippers, do you want to take this one for us?
Yes, common people in the chat for £5 I'm going out tonight, and I'm bringing Anakin's chatter blinds with me. I'll report back. Wish me luck.
Dude, take good care of your hands and keep them nice and smooth. You're gonna need them.
So, do you want to come back to my place?
Come-
I don't like sand.
Yeah.
Common people
I'm in
have been
agony.
Generous today.
Oh, he's
he is.
amazing. He's a very sweet, sweet person. For how he likes Brown so much, I don't know, but he's very kind. So,
I think it's his old dad that likes him. Really, he's
old man Brown.
yeah.
Yep.
We now we hop away. We rejoin Slave One. Oh, sorry, no, the Fire Spray Attack gunship. As it flies towards Geonosis, and it's being trailed by Obi-Wan and his little hyperspace cock ring. So now they finally detect that they're being followed. They haven't got any sensors to detect the homing device itself, but they do have reverse cameras, which is good.
Yeah.
And this is action sequence number 3 ? I think it's number 3. The first big spaceship battle in this entire movie. I've completely lost all sense of time. I don't even know where we are in the movie in terms of the overall runtime. I'm guessing it's
maybe an hour.
Okay, yeah. Which you can kind of see why people felt that this one was the slowest and the most tediously, boringly paced one.
Especially the way we do it.
Yeah.
I mean, the dialogue definitely didn't help move things
Coming up for 10 hours, and we're only an hour into the movie. So yeah, we get an asteroid chase, which is always fun. Star Wars always does get asteroid chases. I remember being quite entertained by this one. The thing that always bugged me is that this seismic charge thing is so powerful, and it never ever gets used anywhere else at any point ever, except in a video game. And then in the Boba Fett show, when they decide to drop one into the Sarlacc and only accidentally don't kill themselves. But what did everybody else think? Was this one of the highlights of the movie, or was this kind of a bit too much like CGI key jangly stuff?
No, I loved it. I was kind of on the same page as you, where I was like, why don't we see these things more often? Did they not make them anymore in the future when Luke was older or when Luke existed? So I thought they were cool.
They're Camino seismic charges. So
I think it's like Doctor Strange's magic that he uses the super spell once and then he forgets it and has to use something else the next time.
I didn't really understand why they stay on a 2-dimensional plane though, and they don't go all directions. If it's seismic sound, it should be going everywhere, shouldn't it? It should be going in a 360.
You would think, but no. In Star Wars, sound is 2D. It's just one of the rules.
In space, it becomes 2D. We'll just say that. There we go.
It does make an incredibly beautiful sound, though. It's one of my favorite ever bomb sounds. Is the seismic charge, which
with loads of people on it.
It's pretty cool.
It even looks cool. But it's one of the technology point. It's one of the things that always you kind of look at all the tech that they use in the prequels and you think, I'm pretty sure if you put the Republic forces against the Empire, the Republic would win because their tech is actually better. which is an awkward thing that you always have to juggle when you're doing prequels, certainly in a science fiction realm, is that you do also have to make sure that we're back in time and that things are worse than we see them later. I guess the big difference is the Death Star. The Republic doesn't have one of those yet. But then this thing could have blown up a Death Star.
I do think that Jim Dowell gives a good explanation in chat for the two-dimensional explosion. It has everything to do with the special editions, with the Death Star blowing up with that two-dimensional ring that blows
That's a good
out.
point. I didn't really think about that.
Well, republics in general tend to have a more productive workforce than tyrannical empires.
What I liked here is that obviously George Lucas was going for asteroids like we've seen in the original trilogy, but he wanted to make it more interesting, or he wanted to add something that adds another angle to it with these explosions. And I mean, I understand that the CGI and everything is very different than what we see in the original trilogy, but I still think it's cool. This isn't the part that bothered me about the movie at all.
I mean, I think this is very much Empire plus because I can copy pasta things. Because in Empire you have, when they're hiding in the asteroids, the TIE bombers are dropping charges to try and flush them out.
Oh God, imagine if they'd had some of these bombs instead. They would have actually succeeded.
They wouldn't have flushed anything out. The whole asteroid belt would have just been erased.
There is a lot of very deliberate moments of parallel to Empire. Even when you go, obviously this is a jump way forward, but in the lightsaber battle later, when they make it dark, when he slices the power line, it's supposed to mimic the fight at Cloud City where it's dark in there. So
and then
there is a
the
lot
losing
of
of the hand as well. Well, as George Lucas himself said, it's like poetry. It rhymes. Each stanza reflects the first one. I think it's always a question, I think, of how much charity you want to give him as to how much of it is a deliberate artistic sort of poetic choice to make similarities. And like, you can definitely say something like Anakin losing his arm is absolutely designed to be poetic and to rhyme. And then how much of it is just there because it's lazy repetition. It's like, with Lucas, certainly since the Disney era has taken off, people want to see either Lucas as being the one great thing about Star Wars, who's the only person who could possibly save Star Wars, or they say, no, George Lucas can never do anything right because the prequels were complete arse cancer. And the truth is usually somewhere in the middle, I think. Like, George Lucas has brilliant ideas, but he tells terrible stories and he needs other people to write them for him. But so I think there's a lot of definite key jangling stuff in the prequels, but there are these moments which are designed to be deliberately reflective.
Yeah, I think the problem is that he's trying to reflect a movie he had very little involvement in, which was Empire.
Yes.
Right.
Not
and
coincidentally, it's the best one.
Right, exactly. And so he again, there's I mean, I hate to equate the two, but there's a certain like actual functional human being version of Zack Snyder in that he's copying things. He doesn't understand why Empire works so well. Because he wasn't involved in it. He didn't work out the details. And so there's kind of a surface copy of it, but it's very clearly a copy and it lacks the emotional depth and plot.
It's a good point you make about Lucas's involvement, actually, because the Old Republic games were objectively had an amazing story and were highly original and didn't rely at all on any Star Wars material that had come before. And Lucas had absolutely zero to do with those. So, I think...
Didn't they rely on the EU though, partially?
Somewhat, but they were a lot of the KOTOR games were written directly for it, and then people broke branches off of it and wrote their own stuff.
I was going to say
it had very little influence from the existing. Most of the existing books up to a certain point were continuations of the existing movies, not going back as far. KOTOR is really at the time was about as far back as it went.
I'd say yes and no to that, but yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
At the time, I mean, now they've expanded it further, but at the time they hadn't gone back that far as much.
Yeah, I want to say that's right. It's been so long. I used to be like heavily into the EU. I had the comics, not the Disney comics, the stuff that is known now as Legends and the books and stuff like that. So it was nice to see some of that stuff hit the prequels. So especially, I want to say Revenge of the Sith had quite a few nods to the EU in it. But, my brain has blocked a lot of it since because I've kind of separated myself from a lot of this material. Thank you, Rian Johnson. But, you know, there was a lot of really cool world building that happened. And like you said, Dark Hour, it was a lot of basically adding on to the story. And it was a lot of adding on to the story and just basically continuing on. So yeah, you're indeed correct.
Yeah, there wasn't much. There was a little bit, but there wasn't like a shit ton for them to pull from.
No, it wasn't a ton, but there was a little bit in there. So
there was one slide back there where I love the backseat driving from Boba Fett. It's like, watch out! Like, yeah, no shit, we're in an asteroid field.
He's bloodthirsty.
Yeah. Well, because they fly through the center of the asteroid, and then Slave One sort of bunks itself on an asteroid, almost bunks itself on an asteroid. Yeah, Boba is sort of taking over. This is we've decided in this movie that Obi-Wan really hates flying. And he does hate flying in this movie, and he briefly hates it in Revenge of the Sith as well. Then he forgets that he hates flying because it never comes up again in any of the OT. But at least it gives him a little bit of like humorous characterization, I guess. And Slave One is at this point.
And it establishes in the next movie that he hates blasters. They just, as long as you establish these things, you're fine.
Yeah, that one's fine though, because like that's so uncivilized. Obviously, that's just such an obvious. Well, because in A New Hope he says that the lightsaber is an elegant weapon from a more civilized age, so we can definitely do that call forward. But Slave.
I mean, the good news is he doesn't hate sand, so he's able to go to Tatooine and
yeah. I think I hate flying and I hate blasters is way better than I hate sand. Even if you do the charitable thing and say, well, Anakin grew up on a desert planet, so of course he's got plenty of experience with sand getting in all the places it shouldn't, but still, of all the things.
I used to actually make that argument, sadly.
You got sand in your ass?
No wonder he was always walking around with sand up his butt crack. I used to literally say that. So. Anywho.
I mean, that would turn me to the dark side in a hurry.
Right?
And so Slave One has been pelting the Jedi Starfighter with lasers, and it's not the shields out, which is why it's now actually able to hit it. But having just used this incredibly successful tactic of using lasers to do it, now they've knocked the shields out, they decide the missile is absolutely the best thing to do. Needs to be fair, they're pretty good missiles. They do a lot of complicated tracking, going all the way weaving through all of these asteroids here. I still think the lasers would have done the job if you just carried on using them, but never mind.
That wouldn't have been as cool of an effect, though.
True, yes, it would. The tension isn't yet ramped up enough. We need more going on in this scene. So then, they decide the clever little device of jettisoning your junk cabinet that you have in the back of your Starfighter.
Get the junk out of the trunk, damn it.
That's right.
Yeah. Eject the knickknacks.
Does it not have flares or any kind of countermeasure at all? Because I'm pretty sure those missiles are like heat-seeking things.
No, they just use second-hand Jedi underwear, probably.
Yeah.
So like poop-seeking? Like stain-seeking missiles?
It's just the ones with sand in them.
So how come Vader then can pull a ship down with the Force, but Obi-Wan can't push a missile off its trajectory?
Well, fortunately, he had some stuff in the glove compartment that he could just let go of.
Ejecting the tissues, the map of London,
and
a half-eaten pack of opal fruits.
Lord.
And this highly trained, highly competent, ruthless bounty hunter doesn't think it worth double tapping. So he just assumes that he saw an explosion. He must be dead. This, I think, is just one of those, it happened in Empire, so we are doing it here things. Because in Empire, they hide on the back of the Star Destroyer, and here, they hide on the back of the asteroid. And I don't think that's so clever, it's poetry, it rhymes thing. I think that is just, we did it once, remember? So people will say, hey, how clever it is. We're doing it again.
Well, and I
more member berry callback.
It's a reverse member berry though, because in Empire, Boba follows them after they do it, so it's the
being ejected in the trash.
And don't you guys notice it's a common trope, and this is not just in Star Wars, where the villain is overconfident and it's like, it's fine, all right, I'll go on with my life. That's kind of a trope, and it's not just completely a Star Wars thing.
When you put the two together, it's not as bad. the fact that Boba Fett kind of learns from this instance, but it doesn't make sense when you think about it. How would he have known that was how he did it? So
he wouldn't have.
Look visually, it's cool. Oh, look, he's doing the opposite of what got them years ago. So on a very surface level, this is cool. Then when you think about it for about 10 seconds, you're like, but wait a minute, how would he even know that was what they did or what Obi-Wan did? Because he didn't look. So. Well, I think it's worse than that. So the idea is that in order to have your villain be clever, they have to do certain things, but or your hero to survive the villain attacking them, right? They have to be more clever. Mm-hmm. Your hero survives here because your villain is an idiot who is basically like, well, the good thing is I didn't press the big red self-destruct like a Bond villain, but I just assumed all is well and move on. That kind of steals some of the cleverness from your hero.
I guess
it's very much Doctor. It's very much Dr. Evil. No, I'll just assume that they die in the other room and check.
The only other option for escape would have been going to the planet and trying to escape that way. And that would just pose a lot more problems, I guess. But at least maybe they could have come up with a better solution. Hide in a canyon with a big snake coming out of it.
Speaking of the planet, we are about to land on the planet, but I believe we may be losing a couple of people. So whoever needs to leave, please tell us who you are and what you're doing and where we can find you.
Melvin, you're going. You want to go first?
You go. I'm nobody.
So later on in about an hour and a half, so a little bit before this ends, if anyone wants to come over on my channel, we're going to be doing our late night show for Boogie Nights, one of my all-time favorite films, and that's going to be me, Lance from the Outcast Creative, Stupenzo, and we have a former adult film star that's going to be doing that one as well. So since the movie is about that industry, I figured it was good to bring in someone with some expertise on that.
And you just looked up in your massive contact list of former porn stars and just thought, yes, I know who. Okay.
The amount of emails that were sent, I can't even begin to tell you.
I'm just happy it wasn't uninspired. That's all I'm saying.
Uninspired, I have to hit him a lot. I'm usually the one hitting him with the horny stick. Like, hey, stop being go to horny jail. But but in all honesty, it's one of my all-time favorite movies. I had done a stream about it a while back, and I wasn't satisfied with the way that stream went, so I wanted to redo it. I wanted to do it with more similar to this, with slides and such. So we're going to be doing that in a few hours. So after this is over, we'll still be going. I'll just pop over and take a look.
You silly person, this will never be over.
Well, when this is over for tonight, at least, we'll be over there. So
good stuff. That sounds great. Well, yeah, everybody go and check out Dark Hour. If you're not already subbed, please make sure you go and sub. And I think we're also losing Supermod Melvin. Do you have to go as well, I believe?
I have been asked to remain.
Oh, you've been asked to stay, and you have no choice.
I guess I'm the only one leaving then, so I'll see you guys later.
Fair enough. See you later, Dark Hour.
Don't let Brown con you into falling asleep on a stream, Melvin. If you're tired, it's okay. Because
it doesn't need to con me into it. I've been asleep for the last 20 minutes.
Oh, you lucky bastard!
Oh, wow. I can leave if someone needs me to, but I'll hang around until
No, stick about. As far as I'm concerned, nobody is being told they have to leave. Brown will be a dick to you. I'm going to be nice and say you can stay as long as you want to, but also you can leave if you want to. You don't have to stay.
It's been very, very kind to me today. It was great meeting him and everything, finally via voice. And no, I'm just saying that if there needs to be some room, I've had about 5 hours now, so someone else can come in.
I think we are good. So yeah, you're locked in for the long haul. Melvin, if you want to stay, you can stay. If you don't want to stay, you don't have to stay, because I'm in charge now and I'm not a slave driver. So it's entirely up to you. But otherwise I guess we continue, because we're now landing on Geonosis, where we see lots of the core ships, the droid control ships that come from the middle of the Trade Federation battleships, the Lucrehulks from episode 1. I always thought this was quite a nice touch, because you didn't really get the impression from episode 1 that the little center orb thing detaches, but apparently it does. This is how they land.
Mm-hmm.
And this all looks cool. I think this is like a good looking part of the movie.
Yeah. Well, again, it's dark, so it hides a lot of the sins of the CG.
And yeah, he decides that's probably long enough. I don't know how he's figured this out, but it is long enough. So he also flies down. And is there maybe a slight issue there in the fact that, that they would presumably have scanners on them that might, I mean, Slave 1 does. Can they not detect Jedi starfighters flying into orbit? And this might alarm them, given that they're evil Trade Federation people?
I'm just thinking at the end too, when the clones show up, it's like, don't they have radar or something? Don't they have anything?
Oh, they're in the
Don't they
middle
have
of the
any
battle, and
early
Padme just
warning?
goes, "Oh, by the way, look!" And then above them, it's just an entire Starfleet. How did
Yeah,
you
I
go?
mean, it's problematic because you have this essentially a fighter that has the sensor capability to detect all those Federation ships. Yet giant alien eggs can't detect the fighter coming in. It's a bit sus.
Yeah, it's always been an issue with me. Well, I've always wondered that with certain planets, when spaceships just like fly backwards and forwards with impunity. No one checks anything about what ship is coming in and what ship is leaving or anything like that. Everyone's just free, carte blanche to go into any planet they want without detection. So it's never really addressed, other than in Rogue One with the planet Shield. But I guess Lucas just thinks, there's too much to worry about. Don't worry about it. Just forget about it.
But he gets like partial credit because he has the like separate light speed, cock ring for this fighter. But and so you separate because it doesn't make as much sense to have this fighter somehow have the energy budget to be able to travel in hyperspace on its own. But then it has like a radar dome that can pick up things that these giant ships don't have for some reason. He gets like halfway there. I give him partial credit.
Yeah, partial credit's fair, I think. Octodevil makes a good point that all of the droids in the ships are sleeping. That's probably why they didn't pick them up. Yeah, their scanning is always, it's one of those things. It's the same thing with like taking control of ships remotely, which is not really a thing in old Star Wars, which sort of becomes more of a thing as you go on. Like in Mando, there's a planet that can take control of ships remotely, and you kind of think, well, if that tech exists, then there's no reason that they shouldn't already have been grabbed before that in many, many situations. We leave. I actually thought there was another scene before we left. Does Obi-Wan not send? No, it comes later, doesn't it?
No,
but we
he
jump away
walks up
to-
the mountain. But if you just go back
Yeah.
one slide, this is exactly halfway through the movie.
Oh, good. It's only taken 9.5 hours to get halfway there. So we're now on track for...
Dude, Brown bogged so hard.
like an
Oh, we'll
18
definitely be able to finish this movie. I feel confident.
It's a 19-hour stream is what we're looking at if we continue at the current pace. Yeah, Obi-Wan, because does he do it later? He contacts them on Tatooine after this, doesn't he? So
Right,
we do
it's
jump
after
away
the-
to Tatooine. And they say to Artoo, no, you can't come. Go Rose Tico yourself. Hide on the ship. You're not allowed on this adventure. Because if they hadn't done that, he wouldn't have picked up the message. So that's
Yeah,
one of
we gotta love
those things that has to happen. This is nice. This is one of the things. This is all. They're actually on set for this one, aren't they? They didn't green screen this bit of Tatooine.
Yes, that's
Or did they?
the set in Tunisia.
Yeah, the
Yes.
original.
Right. I want to call bullshit on this scene. This has been annoying me since 1977. That fucking igloo would have melted. They're in the desert.
It's funny how, ultimately all of this is going to end up belonging to Rey.
Somewhere in that crater are buried two, very important lightsabers. Z, it's you though. You're in the movie now. Your
I am.
reintroduction.
I am. I've been stuck with Lars' family for 10 years now.
You really let yourself go.
Wow. Look at those dull, unpolished parts.
Yeah.
Well, Owen's not
Have
had
some
his
pride
way
in
with you
yourself,
at this
man.
point, has he?
Yeah, Owen still has a girlfriend at this point.
Oh, okay.
It's before they got married and the
Yeah.
romance went away.
Yeah.
The love dies. Yeah, the honeymoon period ends. And I assume Z had some new bits and pieces installed over time as well, which just made him altogether better. Anakin recognizes 3PO in this scene, which I mentioned
Even
because
though all 3POs look alike.
yes,
Why you
and
gotta
even
be
though
racist
later
like
on he will never recognize him again after the prequels.
They should have never made that connection. I really, really didn't need 3PO to be connected to Anakin. That's one thing that really annoyed me with the prequels. It was totally unnecessary.
Because it does throw up that slightly awkward question as to, when Vader and 3PO are in the same room on the same ship, There's no connection that's been made there. You can sort of make the similar point with Artoo, and Obi-Wan says he doesn't remember ever owning a droid, which is sort of on a technical linguistic level true. He never owned Artoo, but given that we establish all across Star Wars that people have these personal connections with their droids, it's slightly odd that nobody ever recognizes them when they really should.
They should have. They only did this for merchandising reasons and whatever George was thinking, but I don't think it was worth it. I think they shouldn't have put R2 or C-3PO in the prequels. Certainly not in the way that they did.
Well,
and also he flies. Doesn't R2 in this one flies,
that's
right?
in the next movie, I believe.
No, I think in this one he flies.
Yes, in this one. Yeah.
Does he?
Yeah, in the factory. You're right.
The droid factory. Yeah, he flies around.
If he can fly, why didn't he fly later? It could have been helpful,
Yeah.
This is a big deal that they added that he can fly. That's
right. It's like Doctor Strange, where they suddenly have powers when it's convenient, and then they forget him the next time around. But I think the mistake that George makes here is because he always viewed 3PO and R2D2 as kind of the necessary thread that ran through everything in the original trilogy, right?
Yeah.
He then falls back to that for this one when it breaks a lot of story in the original trilogy if they have these relationships with Anakin.
Yeah, well, especially.
Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, go on.
How can someone go?
Take a number, for God's sake.
Well, the case with 3PO is special because he was built by Anakin. It's not like you can say with R2, okay, there's other R2 units and they may look similar and stuff, and so you don't recognize them as an individual. But C-3PO, you got to recognize as an individual because he built him.
He does, but also, I mean, all throughout the prequels, Anakin has a pretty close relationship with R2. Like, he's the one who defends R2 against Obi-Wan. He's the one who can speak to R2. So, like, they build a fairly close relationship even between Anakin and R2 in the prequels.
But is there only one R2? Because Luke calls him R2 unit. Like, there could be other R2 units.
There are other R2 units.
Yeah. Do they look similar?
Are they all called R2D2?
No.
There was a lot in the prequel, in the previous movie, wasn't there? And a lot of them got exterminated off the back of the Queen's ship, and R2 was probably the only one that survived.
There's a few R5s in there as well.
There's another small inconsistency with C-3PO here. Later on, he gets his head knocked off, and his head is still him. It functions. It has his voice, and I assume his memories. But in Return of the Jedi, the head on its own doesn't function. Chewbacca had to put it back on the body in order for it to come back to life again.
Oh, good spot. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah. Or at the very least, maybe the body was just powering the head, maybe. But yeah, it's a bit of an awkward one. I'd have been honestly tempted to say that you just don't have them in this movie until the final scene of Revenge of the Sith on the Tantive 4, because that's when they're introduced in Episode 4 anyway, and they are just two droids who are assigned to that ship.
Right.
And so it could be the final little callback Easter egg thing that connects the two films together, but you don't need them as important pivotal characters throughout the prequels.
Right, but I think George had a formula because of the original trilogy where the droids are kind of the connection through. I think he tries to do that again. He also tried to insert Jar Jar as a similar role that failed spectacularly in Phantom Menace, and so he just reverts back to form.
Yeah, because you can make the argument that the droids are actually the POV characters for most of the OT.
Right.
Like, Luke sort of fulfills that role, but actually in almost every scene has the droids, and you're sort of looking at things through them more than even you're looking at it through Luke. I think that they serve a dual role because Luke also serves that important sort of novice protagonist function, but the droids are kind of the audience surrogate. They're just there and they're watched and they don't really get involved too much. But whereas they are missing for several important scenes in this. So like, even if that's Lucas's vague formula, he doesn't deploy it as well in the prequels.
Right.
It makes me wonder, though, with that ill-fated Obi-Wan series that we were going to get, but of course we're now not going to get, if they were going to address the issue of Obi-Wan not remembering that he owned droids or knew droids beforehand, like some kind of like a Tatooine rock fell on his head and suddenly he had amnesia for the rest of the story until Episode 4 or something. I can just see them trying to haphazardly plug that gap at some point, with that series, but obviously we'll never get to see it now.
Yeah, if Leia would have owned them, then he would remember them. Clearly,
Obi-Wan could have had a titanium plate in his head from a battle and just doesn't remember things.
Yeah.
Or they could have set up. They could have set up in the prequel trilogy that Obi-Wan was just a compulsive liar and just couldn't tell the truth.
Exactly.
So everything he says in A New Hope was a lie.
I mean, that makes sense because he says, that Anakin was a dear friend of his. Clearly, we've seen that not happen in this.
That's not true.
Exactly. Yeah.
At least set him up as crazy or delusional. That would have been something.
Yeah, he's a compulsive liar. Yeah.
It just gets out of every single accusation by just saying from a certain point of view.
Yeah, from a certain point of view. Yeah.
It would give because Uncle Owen has the line in A New Hope saying that wizard's just a crazy old man.
Yeah.
So yeah, it would actually make sense. Obi-Wan secretly is just mental.
Yes.
But
He's
it's not
totally misremembered all of this.
You could have had his Force Ghost sitting at the end of Return of the Jedi talking to Anakin and Yoda and saying, from a certain point of view, the Ewoks are actually Wookiees.
Yeah. And Anakin is like, I don't even know who you are. Who are you? Why am I here with you?
Well, you'd have to make Owen forgetful too because he doesn't recognize Zee-ThreePIO when he buys him again.
Well, he should do, considering Zee-ThreePIO's wearing one of the OT costumes. It was just weathered and resprayed. So they didn't make a new costume for this film. They just repurposed the old one.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Is Brown saying in the chat that he'd give Uncle Owen one? Z, that's kind of rude on his part towards you.
Did you give permission for this? Two timing?
Yeah.
Three timing you.
So is this the only point where Owen meets Anakin?
I want to say yes. I'm
Believe
trying to think
so.
if they meet again.
Yeah.
Well, afterwards, when he brings her back.
Yeah, he brings his mother back, doesn't he? Yeah.
Right. Yeah, these scenes.
But it could be counted as the same meeting overall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Was Owen aware that Anakin had slain all the Sand People?
I don't know if he mentions it to Owen.
I don't think he mentions it, but I don't think Owen would care because they killed that lady. I mean,
yeah.
I mean the Tusken Raiders for the farmers and stuff like that. They're a pain in the ass.
I'm just looking for a reason why Owen in episode 4 says to Beru when she says, "Oh, Owen, he has too much of his father in him," and that's what I'm afraid of. It's like, oh, well, it doesn't seem that bad to me.
Well, I wonder if the news goes out after Sith that
maybe. Hey, look, it's Mark Hamill now.
Well, I mean, it could. It could be that. It could be that Owen finds out about the Sand People getting massacred after Anakin leaves here. Like maybe a week later, some reports come in and he puts two and two together.
Maybe.
But you'd think he would think that was a good thing,
Right,
given
I
the
think-
Sand People just murdered his stepmother.
Yeah, I think that again, if you're a moisture farmer there on Tatooine, the Tusken Raiders are a pain in the ass, and so having the bandits who are constantly threatening you and will burn your shit down. Oh no, a bunch of them died. How sad. Anyway,
but
also this guy. Let's be honest here. These guys took his wife. You think that he's not going to be happy that Anakin comes back, even if Anakin says, "Listen, there was a whole village of people that kidnapped her. I killed them all." He'd probably be like, "Okay, good work, son." What else would he say?
Yeah, he'd been like, "Why didn't you bring me along?"
But the big difference is he also killed the women and children.
Yeah, I don't think that these little nuances really interested this guy here and his family. I think that the second they kidnapped her, I don't think they're not worried about that.
He didn't seem worried about doing anything about it himself. Uncle Owen just seemed to be like, "Huh."
Well, that's because he hasn't married Beru, who then stashes guns everywhere to deal with Reba. She's really the combatant.
There's another thing. Why didn't they do anything to try and get his wife back? I mean, they're just
That was
sitting there.
weird. They were waiting for Anakin. That's the script needed
They
the plot to
some
happen.
some kind of militia or something for defending against the Sand People.
I think they said they did, didn't they? This will be because we've actually just come to the end of this group of slides. I think one of the reason he lost his leg is that he did try. He lent a group of men. They went out to try and get Shmi back, and the Tuskens beat the shit out of them, and he lost the leg, and now he can't go out with them. Or it's something like that, anyway.
Yeah, but Owen's able-bodied.
Owen was lazy here.
Yeah, and it's not like they'll be hard to follow because it's sand everywhere. Just follow the footprints, right?
Except there's wind that also blows
Well, but
it
what
away.
if there's a windstorm? Yeah, you wouldn't be able to track. So
Well, Anakin found them pretty quick.
Now, wind isn't canon.
He was until this, until the whole, what is it, 2015, 2016 era, he was the chosen one until then. So I truly believe it was the Force that led him to find them, not tracking so much. That's just me. That's how I always found that.
Padme being a little bit evocative again here by getting a midriff out. Is that what
Again.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Foul
This time she's trying to impress Uncle Owen this time, though. She wants to get a little bit of rivalry going on there, just
Like
to egg
the whole
Anakin on
family.
that little bit more.
Oh no, stepbrother.
Is it slightly odd that Aunt Beru has moved in with Uncle Owen before they're married to live with Owen's parents? Is it that difficult to move out and find your own place on Tatooine?
Yeah, that is a bit strange.
Apparently.
Well, they probably didn't have the same religious, restrictions or anything. It just kind of makes sense,
Remind me again, why did they actually kidnap Shmi? Why did they need her? Like, let's say, okay, they needed to kidnap her, but why?
I think it's just a target of opportunity.
To do some raping. That's what they do
Yeah, I
occasionally.
just thought they were assholes.
But is that what they're...
I mean,
do they explain anything beyond the fact that they took her, or they just took her and that's it?
No,
But
they
did they
just took her and they beat her up and they whipped her and they implied did other things to her as well. But it's never actually given as to why they do it, because at this point in Star Wars history, the Tuskens are still just dicks. And that's kind of the thing that they are. It's not until we get to the Boba Fett show where we're expected and asked to humanize Tusken Raiders who beat Shmi Skywalker to death and take slaves of people. But no, these are actually now really nice tribal people.
Tusken lives matter.
That's not canon
Well-
for me, that Boba Fett show, to be honest.
So my thing is, do we need an explanation as to why there's sickos all over the world that kidnap and murder people all the time?
I guess we don't need an explanation, but
Yeah.
I just feel like because everything comes out of left field in this movie, that this is another left field thing that is just kind of there because it needs to happen. But there's a lot of things that I feel aren't given the best explanation in the movie, and it doesn't help that we don't get more context as to why.
Yeah, it would have been
even
good. It
going
would have been
on.
good if they'd mentioned something about, of course, these guys were moisture farmers, and certain farmers. It was said, I think, in other stories that farmers have altercations with some people because some people think that they're encroaching on their territory.
Well,
so
but
they could have
okay.
folded that into the story.
Well, but at the same time, they could have done that in the first Star Wars movie, aka Episode 4, right? So they didn't do that when Obi-Wan and Luke were trying to get away from them, and they knocked him out or whatnot, or knocked Luke out. So
Anakin scared the shit out of them and massacred them all, so they know not to spend too long fucking with people. They only do it
There
if
you
they
go.
sort of come across the back.
Well, they only get scared
So-
shitless because Obi-Wan makes a noise like some great beast that's going to mess with them. But the thing is that I think from the original movie, there's again it's of its era and culturally you would assume that the Tuskens are essentially like Bedouin, and so given that assumption, I don't need to explain it the next time. They're Bedouin, right?
Well, that means that the Mr. Lar Senior here is being Islamophobic, doesn't it?
Yes.
Well, I always thought they were from Tuscany.
Oh, under a Tuscan moon takes on an entirely different.
well, how come they didn't have any wine or anything then at their camp?
Yeah, I've been to Tuscany. Like the people in Tuscany are much better put together than the Tusken Raiders are.
Well, that's post Anakin. See, you weren't there before Anakin visited them.
I didn't see beautiful vineyards.
When I was little, I always honestly thought they were called Tusken Raiders because underneath the masks they somehow had tusks or something. That's the only reason I thought they had that name.
I kind of thought something
That's
of
what
the
I thought
fact
as well.
where they were some sort of tusk monster as well. So
Mhm.
yeah, I can see that.
But here is the explanation that they did try and get her back, but they failed because they are incompetent and useless people, and he lost his leg in the endeavor, which is a little bit incompetent. But on the point of this coming out of left field, I think that probably deserves to be stressed as well, because there are other aspects of this where you can say, okay, Palpatine is manipulating all of this to happen. And that just, it's if you don't pay too much attention, the plan makes some sort of sense. But unless you're saying Palpatine bribed the Tuskens to steal Anakin's mother and murder her to turn him to the dark side, I don't
That would be
think
one hell
holds
of a
up.
reach.
It would, wouldn't it? But that means that his entire plan is here hinged on complete random luck. Like, if the Tuskens hadn't done it, or if they'd stolen somebody else's mother, or if they'd
But
failed,
mistaken
or if Lars had
identity,
got it back, then Anakin wouldn't have been pissed off in this way, and he wouldn't have been amenable to the dark side.
Look,
So
I think
Palpatine's
it's
plan
very
failed.
clear. It's very clear that Palpatine deployed Thrawn to set up this particular setup, and he understood the local cultures. and
Well,
was
I
able to
think
make it all work.
Palpatine knew that if this didn't happen, something else would happen because he's agonizing over this Padme.
Yeah.
It's absolute torture. I mean, she's blue balling him to death.
Yeah, when
She's
you
not
have
making
that
it
kind of
easy for
ache,
her,
you're
is
going to
she?
find a reason.
Well, it's a combination of blue balls and easy street. Back and forth. You don't know whether you're on or off.
I can just imagine Palpatine in his throne room going, everything's happening according to my exceedingly elaborate plan.
Yes. All is proceeding as I have foreseen.
And Lars has given up on her. Your mother's dead. Just move on. I already have. I've got my eyes on another slave woman just down the road.
Yeah.
He seemed like he seemed like he was really broken up about it, right? So as much as he loved his wife, it's like, damn, dude, you're pretty cold-hearted for someone who loved Shmi, so to speak. I don't know. I didn't really care for that either.
Well, I think he said at one point that he was going to try to do something about it when he, healed, but then he comes back later and just says, "Oh, just give up on it, kid."
Well, no, I feel like it was just disingenuous. Oh, yeah, I was going to try to find your mom. And then he was like, oh, just accept that she's dead. So basically he gave up, but he was just trying to be kind to Anakin. I just felt like it wasn't genuine. So
this is another one of those cases where I guess the Lucas wanted things to go from A to B, but somehow the flip-flopping of the character doesn't quite make sense.
See, this is a situation when it would have been better if they'd all gone out together in like a party to try and
Right.
get Shmi back.
Yes.
And then Owen would have seen Anakin like lose his shit.
Right.
And see him like kill all the Tuscans.
I love it.
And then,
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, if he goes out with the original 30.
Yeah,
And-
or even just as they are here, he could have said, you guys went out before, but you didn't have me with you.
Yeah, you don't have a Jedi.
Yeah, so then they all go out together, and Padme sees what he does, and Owen sees what he does, and it's like seriously dramatic. It could be a great action sequence with them all involved with blasters and stuff going on, but instead it's just a solo mission, and I think you miss a big opportunity there.
Well, I think there's a problem though, because if Padme actually sees him do that, she's going to get even hotter. Because she already gets thirsty when he describes what he did, right? So
just stand up next to one of the moisture evaporators.
Yeah,
She'll fill up in no time at all.
Oh my God.
Somebody's getting a bumper harvest this year.
You could have her sat on the side of the speeder or something like that, watching Anakin go to work with a lightsaber. She's sort of rubbing herself and going, "Oh my God!"
Oh yeah.
That's
all
one
of
thing
these
I was
problems
thinking.
here. Everything we have here so far goes back to what somebody said at the beginning. It's a first draft. None of these ideas are particularly terrible. They just needed hammered out a bit.
Yes, exactly. And some of them needed throwing out.
It wouldn't take much at all to have made this. It wouldn't have cost more money to have made it good.
No.
No,
Because you could have lost
it's a
all
little
that stuff as well.
time.
Yeah,
that's one thing I was curious about. And maybe swappers, this, or Z, moisture evaporators. If you're farming moisture, why do you want it to evaporate? Is it?
No, you're farming the moisture in the air, and so the vapor is what you're farming in it too.
No, actually, again, Boba Fett has established that you're farming little weird egg things that live under the sand
Well,
that
I
have
mean
water in them.
yeah.
The black carrot, I think it's called. Just before we move on, we are joined
Okay, never
by not Brian, who is now with us. Hello.
Hey.
Hola.
Good
How are
evening,
you?
good evening, chat. Evening, fellow kids. How are we all?
Well, we're still
looking
here.
forward to interrupting you.
Fine and dandy.
That's good. How's the sound? I've had some small Logitech issues of late.
Sounds
You
good to
sound-
me.
Sounds good.
Coming
You
through.
sound a bit foreign.
I'm foreign, but not to you.
You got one of them weird accents I can't place.
Oh, stop.
He must be from a different city in Scotland.
I think
No,
Ian, Mega
he's
Geek
about
Ian was
from-
supposed to join as well, but I don't know. But
Well, we can just say it's shit, and that will do for now. And, he
Can I
can
just say-
himself?
3 people in the chat have said they're evaporators, not evaporators.
Right.
Yeah.
They're moisture
Evaporators. It's
There
basically
we go.
it's
yeah.
a condenser. So
Yeah,
basically,
that's what I was
Just-
thinking. It would need to condense it from the atmosphere.
yeah.
Yeah. So evaporators.
Right.
not evap.
Brian, it is the time to do the question thing that we pose to new people on the panel. Where were you when you first saw it? When did you first see it? And what did you think of Attack of the Clones when you first saw it?
Oh, I was just started shaving. No, I was a bit older than that. Early 20s, I was. Saw it in the cinema at the time. I really, really enjoyed it. But I think my enjoyment doesn't mean that it was a particularly good movie. You know, there are, without doubt, numerous flaws, cringeworthy moments, plot problems, etc. But, you know, I think for all the things it gets wrong, it gets a fair few others correct. I think the aesthetics, for example, it's a really beautiful looking movie, especially if you get it in Ultra HD. The lighting, cinematography, use and quality of the music, sound effects, I think even the costumes are really pretty decent. The visual effects, I think these days is probably judged a bit too harshly, in my opinion. Thinking back, this was like pioneering tech in the early 2000s, you know, and without it, CGI probably wouldn't look as authentic as it is today for most films. There's always the occasional shiter out there, as we all know. But funnily enough, Melvin has said almost the exact same point I was going to make, and that's that I think that some of the flaws in this movie, especially in the dialogue department, could have been relatively easy fixed with a bit of tinkering or script doctoring or editing. You know, because I think even in its most cringeworthy moments, there is some good stuff in there, a bit like a diamond in a field of manure. But my lasting memory of seeing it in the cinema was during the horrendously awkward Anakin Padme nighttime scene.
Yeah.
Creepy.
When my friend turned to me and he said, "I hope his lightsaber doesn't go off in his pocket." And we sat there giggling for about 10 minutes like a pair of little schoolgirls, and much to the chagrin of the audience round about us.
It is a very funny scene. Sadly, we passed that scene, which is about 15 minutes ago in the movie, 3.5 hours ago. So I'll really go back. Also, for the VFX, am I right in thinking, didn't Weta Digital, when they were doing Lord of the Rings, they went to ILM because of the work that ILM had done on the Star Wars prequels? So the work that ILM did making these films look the way they do is responsible for the Lord of the Rings looking as good as it is in large scenes. Certainly like the big battle scenes and any use of CGI, ILM were giving advice to Jackson and co. So we can thank the prequels for giving us better films than the Lord of the Rings.
When they came out, these visuals weren't bad. It's just, you know, maybe they haven't aged as well. But when this movie came out, I think that people thought those effects looked pretty good.
Yeah.
So, again, I was more than an adult when this came out, so I remember kind of the reactions. And I think I brought this up in the stream before. There was a certain awe. Man, computer graphics have really gone, you know, so far, and isn't this impressive from a tech standpoint? It's not so impressive from a visual standpoint as a whole. That you knew this was computer generated. You could tell, and that's already a fail from a special effect, right? That you should not be able to notice the effects, and you do in this movie, and you did at the time it came out.
I think that's a Plinker line, isn't it? It uses a story to tell special effects rather than using special effects.
Right, this is like a demo reel with a loose plot thrown together.
It's like Avatar before Avatar. Same thing happens. I'd paused on this scene just because it's actually one of the only scenes in all of the prequels where a dialogue happens that isn't reverse shot over the shoulder. So it's visually creative from George Lucas in this one very brief scene.
There's a little bit of a debate on this one. It's even mentioned in the director's commentary of all places, whether or not they touched up the shot of Anakin there to make him look slightly more like the Darth Vader silhouette. And apparently they claimed that it was just accidental. In fact, there's a shot possibly just before this. It's even more.
This one
definitely
looks slightly helmet.
I think this one before it, when you still have Anakin and Padme in the foreground and it's the background. Maybe you don't have it.
Also, I don't know.
It just kind of zooms in just after this, but I think the embrace.
Yeah, we didn't have that one.
If you look at the shadow, it's like he has a page boy haircut, which he very clearly does not have. Where is that role coming from?
They actually pulled that trick in the promo material for the Phantom Menace. There is
Phantom Menace.
like one of the posters is little Anakin
Right.
with the shadow of Vader
That's
behind him,
right.
isn't there?
Mm-hmm.
That's
Yeah,
exactly what
it
I was
was
going to say.
actually. It actually was part of what drew me into the Phantom Menace. Is like, oh, we get to see Vader before he was Vader. That's so exciting. So
They claim not to have tweaked that, but you see it probably more prominently when the shadow goes from just the side of the Mos Eisley. The little you've just taken off there, but never mind.
Oh, sorry.
You see the kind of front bit of the
Mhm.
Mos Eisley thing just to the left. Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know where the speeder bike came from. That spawns for this scene. It's very conveniently there. I guess they have a shed, which we just don't ever see in any wide shot at any point. And then we're off. I always thought this was probably one of the worst looking scenes in the movie, though. For all I love some of the VFX in other parts of the film, this always looked to me so cartoony. I don't really know what
These
thinking was.
scenes, I think, I suspect that they're trying to look like some of the scenes in The Searchers. Because it's a similar theme. He's rescuing the female from the Apaches.
I do like this shot, I must admit. I know it's not perfect. They didn't quite have the tech at the time, I don't think. And they certainly didn't match up the scenes quite as well as they could have done with some of the lighting. I think you see it quite bad, particularly in the Naboo scene where C.O. Bibble isn't actually there. They filmed his scenes separately. So you can just see the difference in lighting colours between... I'm not going to ask you to put it back, for God's sake, because it's about fucking 7 hours ago. But there's a definite difference between... Once you see it, it's one of these things that once you see it, you'll never unsee it.
Yeah, the failure is in compositing and matching light sources. And so that's, again, the background and the fact that everything is CG generated, that's a great technical achievement. But the integration to make it look believable, that's where it falls down a bit. And it did at the time.
But I think that's more of a practical problem. I think if you're able to replicate the exact lighting conditions and possibly the what's the thing they use for the volume that they use does that and helps them out with it. But I don't think at this time they could really... It's more of a practical thing. It's more of people who are experts in this field would be able to do it. If anyone who's tinkered with Photoshop, they'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, I think the other thing is that you have to have either pre-rendered the scenes to understand where the light is going to be in the scene, or you have to be religious about what camera did we use to shoot this, and then where were the lights, so that everything matches up. And that's where they kind of mess up. And then the other thing is the green screen, as we saw like with an earlier shot with Obi-Wan, where
The
you can see the
reflection.
green screen reflecting in his eyes, right? And so it's a hard
To
matchup.
use the chrome orb. They take photographs of that. The guy holds up a stick with this chrome orb to get all the lighting. Very low tech back then, compared to what we've got these days. And also like a kind of color. It's like a color chart that they hold up at the same time.
Right, because you have to figure out the white balances based on the colors and all that. Yeah. Again, this is you're like 80% of the way to having this tech, and he is in a rush to make sure that he does it, and so this one falls down. It's better in Sith.
The only problem I had with the search montage was reprising Jewel of the Fates as the music, whereas I thought they'd be much better suited with its own independent theme.
I guess the thinking is probably that it is one of those hinge moments, isn't it? Like, if she lives, then he doesn't turn to the dark side, and if she dies, then he does. So, I think I know why they put it back in there, but I agree it would have been better to have its own unique thing.
One thing that disappointed me about this movie was not seeing Watto being sliced in half. There's one Jewish stereotype.
I was more disappointed that we don't see Jar Jar die at any point across the entire War trilogy.
Or at least one of his eyes sliced off. That would have been cool, right?
Christ, that's dark, Reni.
What? I like it. I think it would have been cool. He could have been like,
Captain Typho with a patch.
Yeah.
They made Jar Jar responsible for the downfall of the entire Republic, I think, in this one, didn't they?
Yeah, Darth Jar Jar delivers.
Hence, take an eye.
Yeah.
He
Fuck
passes
him. He
the
deserves
bill.
it.
He does that thing that he helps Palpatine unwittingly, I think, right?
Yeah, but Padme
Yeah.
is actually the one that enables all of that to happen. So she's really the evil menace.
Isn't that the strange juxtaposition there? Because we're now right back at the beginning of the movie. Yay! So Padme says she's fought against the War Powers Creation Act thing for all of her time in the Senate, however long that's been.
Right.
But then Jar Jar is guilt tripped into it because apparently Jar Jar, despite being her effectively adjutant or her underling in the Senate, hasn't paid any attention to her saying, "I don't like the War Powers Act." So when the Chancellor's little bureaucrat friend says, "Oh, if only Senator Amidala were here, nudge, nudge, Jar Jar, back the Army Creation Act, please." Jar Jar's like, "Yeah, we'll do it. That's a good idea. This is absolutely in line with what my boss would want to happen." Yeah,
well,
great.
In his defense, he is amphibian, so he's probably got a memory of a goldfish. So
Yeah.
Also-
and he's not exactly shown that he's a brilliant character in any of the.
So
the
why
He's
is
a no spot.
well, actually, I was going to say, so why is he a senator? But actually, then I look at the caliber of most U.S. senators.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
No, he's not a senator. He's a representative. So he's like the House of Representatives instead of, how the U.S. has a House of Representatives in Congress, but they also have a Senate. He is part of the House of Representatives.
He deputizes for her as a senator.
That's right. He steps
She
in.
says, "I'm counting on you."
She gives
and
him her proxy.
He had one job. He had one job.
Don't accidentally create a clone army while I'm away, Jar Jar.
That's the whole reason why, at the start of the movie, she's coming to Coruscant because it's a really important vote. And her vote was no, don't create an army. And then he goes ahead and does it.
But he's a stoned Rastafarian that can't speak, He's like he's had a stroke. It's like a Rastafarian that's had a stroke and then just spends all his time stoned. And you go, "You know what? I need to go away, but you can be a senator for a few weeks while I'm gone."
It's
the
John
most ridiculous
Fetterman,
thing.
basically.
Jar Jar has essentially failed upwards. He's like the Hamza Yusuf of Star Wars.
Yes.
The J.J. Abrams of Star Wars.
Well, and again, she says, I'm counting on you. And I was like, well, joke's on you. He can't count. So there you go. Enjoy that.
I will just mention that previous shot with the sandcrawlers in a film that's not necessarily visually that memorable for the entire saga. I do love this image. It's very evocative of Macquarie's concept art from the original movies. It's just a beautifully colored shot, and the twilight as well adds to it, and we get to see the inner workings of the sandcrawlers, and there's no dialogue at all. It's just a very still scene, but it's just a beautiful image that you'd love to have on the wall of your house or something. It's great.
Yeah, I will give it that. That's a good point, Swappers. So.
Anakin is here saying to the Jawas, "Have you seen the Tuscans raping a woman around here someplace recently?" And they say,
"Have you
"Yep,
seen this
over
woman?"
in that direction. But before we get there, of course, we jump back to Geonosis, where Obi-Wan has somehow managed to infiltrate the Citadel of the Bugs without being spotted, and he's now creeping his way around, overhearing very plot convenient pieces of exposition. He's arrived at just the right time for Dooku to give the game away.
Can you
I
rewind
can't.
2 slides
Citadel
to
of
the
the Bugs.
Sandcrawler scene?
Are we going back again? Okay.
This is what's happening
Oh
here.
man, yeah.
Anakin's saying to that Jawa, and Obi-Wan was really unfair.
Yeah. I'm in agony.
It's all Obi-Wan's fault. And he just fucks off again. Yeah, but we are about to get our first sight of Count Dooku, are we not? It's one of my favorite parts of this movie. Any scene that he's in. I really find it really annoying that they killed him off so quickly in Revenge of the Sith, but there we are. He is doing
Sorry, Plutz. I was going to say that I loved Christopher Lee in this, but it made me think of Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. The trope of bringing who was a classic movie villain in and killing him off to make the new guy look badder than he actually is.
Oh god, because we replaced him with Grievous, and that was just, such a complete waste of time and space Grievous was in that movie. It would have been more you have 3 villains across the 3 prequels, which is already starting to lose coherence, I think, a little bit. Lots of people would have preferred it, I think, if they just kept Maul around, and I can kind of see that. But if you're not going to do that, then keep Dooku around, but don't start jumping around between Maul, then Dooku, and then also Grievous, and then Grievous is shit, and dies in his first major fight scene, and then it's Palpatine all the rest of the way.
Well, yeah, there's a certain theme to that, because Darth Maul slips on a banana peel and dies, and then Grievous actually has a fight with the Jedi and loses. Somehow he's collected all these lightsabers. I don't know if he's been buying them on eBay, because he definitely hasn't been winning them in battle. Dooku's the only one that's actually like a real threat, and then sadly he's taken out too early.
Well, I was having some ponderings last night, and I thought, wouldn't it have been better if Dooku was around in the Phantom Menace, and in there they worked in his fall, to the dark side.
That would have been cool.
Maul survives the combat with. Well, I know he did survive, according to
Well, now we have two of them, because you have two halves. You can just
in the movies he survives. Okay, in the movies he survives, and then in this movie, instead of it being like a Jedi that kills Darth Maul, it be Darth Tyrannus or Dooku when he takes the new second position and turns to the dark side. I don't know, but then you don't get the death of Qui-Gon Jinn, unless Maul did kill him.
Given Dooku was Qui-Gon's master, I mean, it might have been more powerful if Dooku had been the villain in the first film and Dooku had been the one to kill Qui-Gon.
That's what I was going to say.
Then you've got the connection there. I mean, he's the most conceptually interesting of the prequel Star Wars villains, because you have this first really sort of film depiction of a fallen Jedi who is also an idealist, who has fairly safe and sane and well-grounded critiques of the Republic, because hashtag Dooku was right about pretty much everything. The Republic was corrupt, it was led by a Sith, and he left it because he believed that it was undermining democracy. So he's the original Brexit voter, I guess, if you want to go that far.
They kind of ruined Dooku's character in the cartoons, though.
Did they? I'm not that familiar with the cartoons.
Tales of the Jedi? Was it that one when it shows you him actually turning? So he is aware that the Jedi Order has become corrupt and lackadaisical and whatever, and he wants things to get better, and he just sees things getting worse and worse. But he actually sides with a Sith, and it's like it's like you want things to get better, but you side with a Sith.
Well, but isn't that also the common trope of most of the enemies, right? Like even Magneto in the X-Men comics. A lot of villains, or most villains anyways, I won't say all because they do have some crazy ones out there, but they believe that they are on the right side, and they believe that they are doing the right thing, and they're fighting the good fight.
Yeah,
and that's how
villain,
Dooku believes.
Yeah, every good villain should be like, in their internal monologue, they believe that they are doing the right thing, that they are in the right, and it is either objectively, externally, you look at it and go, "What the hell are you doing?" But nobody in their internal monologue thinks that I'm the villain.
That's a good point. I mean, obviously, if he thought he was doing the right thing, it was taking a kind of principled stand, right? But remember Yaddle, the female version of Yoda?
Oh, God. Going to talk about flashlights in a minute, aren't we?
Oh, my God, yeah.
Dooku kills her defending Darth Sidious. And it's like, so where's all the principles are suddenly gone? He just suddenly goes like in a flip of a coin from being a good guy to being a bad guy. And you can't explain it, because everything you know about him tells you that he's trying to do the right thing until that moment, and then it just goes from being good to being bad. And
it's a good point that Reni makes there, but I hate to say this because I'm too scared to disagree with Reni. But
what the fuck does that even mean, man?
Reni, you're from Texas, come on now,
Oh, because I'm packing heat.
Exactly.
24/7.
Yes.
Okay, I get it. All right.
Yeah.
I think Dooku might be the exception to this, because he knows that he's his master. Well, he's dark side for a start. He knows that's bad news. But I mean, apparently, seemingly Qui-Gon's death is instrumental in Dooku's turn. That's before Disney, obviously. But there was one fan theory that I really liked, and that was the idea of there being a kind of aggressive flaw running between Dooku to Qui-Gon to Kenobi, which has had some kind of measure in Anakin's turn as well, although it's not explicitly said.
There is a deleted scene, isn't there, when I think it's the beginning of Attack of the Clones, when they're in the Jedi library, and you have, I want to say it's Jocasta No, or whatever the librarian's name is. That's the one, yeah.
As an Okai.
She's Obi-Wan is looking at a statue of Dooku, which is in the library. And it's like, you can see why they cut it, because even by the standards of Lucas dialogue, it is on the nose exposition. And it's bad on the nose exposition, because she's like, oh, Count Dooku was this person, and he did this and this and this, and then he left, and then he turned up a few years later. Somehow Dooku returned leading the Separatists. I don't know what happened. But she draws the connection between Dooku and Qui-Gon in terms of their like anti-authoritarian, but also quite like anti-establishment bent. They're both unconventional Jedi. I think she draws the connection with Obi-Wan as well. So like, you're right, there is this underpinning sort of line of like unorthodox or heterodox Jedi that begins with Yoda, you could argue, because Yoda trains Dooku. It really begins with Dooku, and then through Qui-Gon into Obi-Wan, into Anakin, which is, again, one of the many reasons that Dooku is one of the most interesting Star Wars villains, despite the fact they don't do anything with him.
Yeah. Back in the good old days of the internet, someone on the forums had said that the bust of Dooku was actually of George Lucas, but personally I thought it was a bit more Rolf Harris myself.
Didn't look like George Lucas to me, because at that point in time he was a big fat ass. So I'm sorry, not trying to fat shame, but
didn't have
he
the
was not
bullfrog
slim.
throat.
Yeah.
But I also think wardrobe could have done a better job with his costume.
I like that. I'm not trying to fat shame, but them elephants need put in a place.
Here's the thing, like, you can't ask the guy that played Dracula to not wear a cape, okay? So I think his outfit is fitting. I love Christopher Lee's, and he was also Saruman the Wise.
I know,
So it's
they
very
could have
fitting.
Saramoned him. I dig him more in, like the robe type of getup. This looks more like a sport jacket.
It's almost a similar sort of role he plays in the plot to Saruman.
Yeah, that's when you were talking about kind of Saruman's journey, or Dooku's journey. There's very much. I mean, there's a mirror of Saruman that he starts on the good side, then he realizes kind of the inevitability of certain things, and so what he's trying to do is switch sides to minimize destruction and get the outcome he wants, right? But he consciously knows that he's choosing the wrong side, right? But it's like a utilitarian kind of view.
I have a controversial theory.
How unusual for this stream.
I think that what happened was, and I've said it on one stream a long time ago when we were watching Lord of the Rings, I think that Peter Jackson, he used Christopher Lee in his movie as Saruman, and then George Lucas suddenly saw that and introduced him in Attack of the Clones. And my feeling is that Peter Jackson didn't like that, and that's the reason why in the third Lord of the Rings movie, you never see him. You don't see. There's a whole scene with him that was deleted from that movie, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, he was killed incorrectly there, because he was actually killed in the battle to retake the Shire, not at Isengard.
Yeah, but in terms of the cutscene specifically, though, from the movie's telling, you're right. The cutscene is his death is entirely removed from the film version of Return of the King, the theatrical cut, anyway,
And
which
I
actually
think it was
does do
personal.
damage to the plot, because you have a problem then as to how Pippin gets hold of the Palantir, which the actual scene, when they add it back into the extended edition, makes sense of, because Saruman has it on top of Orthanc and drops it when he dies, and that's how Pippin picks it up. But the theatrical version, Pippin just has it. And so it's a pretty jarring cut content example.
I feel like it was personal. Like, I think that Peter Jackson, even though nobody has ever admitted this, I think that he saw this and he got annoyed, because he kind of, for a while, you didn't see Christopher Lee in movies like such high profile roles. And I feel like he took him, and then George Lucas wanted him for his trilogy. And for some reason, I feel like this annoyed him. Although I don't have evidence for a court of law, but if I had to say what my instinct tells me, I think that that's the reason why he doesn't appear in the third movie.
But he was a very profitable actor for those years, and some of the highest grossing movies between Star Wars and The Lord of the Rings. Speaking of Star Wars, the plot stuff that we are on, nominally at least, is
Sorry.
No worries at all. So yeah, Dooku is talking about the droid army that he is building together with all of the evil money grabbing factions in the galaxy, because Lucas doesn't like big evil money grabbing corporations. It's why he sold Star Wars to Disney. Guild, Banking Clan, there's a couple of others, Trade Federation as well. So they're all combining their forces, combining their armies, and with their money and their armies, they are planning on seducing 10,000 more systems to join the cause of the Separatists. And at this point in the movie, I'm thinking, yes, that's a really good idea, and you should definitely do that. They've not bothered giving this guy any actual words to speak. He just says alien language. And then it's this the guy who can't get his mic tuned correctly.
Your average YouTube streamer.
And they're all pledging their forces to Dooku's cause, and the banking clan is fully on board, signing the treaty of confederation, I suppose it would be. And the Trade Federation's ask of Dooku is only that they be allowed to assassinate Padme in the most convoluted way possible.
But the representative from the banking clan is the same species as Darth Plagueis, which makes me think Darth Plagueis might have been a bit of a shit villain.
Is he really?
Weighing about 7.5 stone with his t-shirt wet.
And yeah, Obi-Wan has arrived just in time to hear all of this very, very important establishing world setting stuff.
How convenient.
This
he hit the trigger, and then the QuickTime event happened, and so he's able to listen to it.
And yeah, the Jedi will be overwhelmed, and that they plan to hold it over the head of the Republic. Obi-Wan now gets to go back and send this information not to the Jedi Council because they're out of range, because that's what the plot needs, but to send it to Anakin, who is in the meantime off about to do a little bit of genociding. What do we think of the Tusken genocide that we see here? I mean, because again, by this point, the Tuskens are just evil. It's only after Boba Fett. Well, you could argue the Old Republic stuff tries to humanize them beforehand, but it's Boba Fett that tries to make them seem like people. Are we on board with killing them all?
And in doing so, yes, and in doing so, it makes Anakin look like an absolute monster at this very part, which totally fucks it up. Probably like everyone else, after he beheads one of them, I'm waiting for him to go toe and take out the entire camp, and to see him taking out the entire camp, but I was so disappointed that we didn't see it.
It would have been more impactful.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still like,
notice the sound of the lightsaber.
I have a problem with the escalation in this. That
go ahead.
He goes from simping to murder everybody all at once. This is a failure again of the plot in Lucas's writing, that there should have been a gradual slide that leads him to this kind of just wanton violence.
I mean, I'd be tempted to argue actually that this entire thing is unnecessary, because it's a hat on a hat. What are we doing here? It's hinging Anakin's light side, dark side fate on the death or potential death of a loved female character. It happens in this movie, and he gets angry, and then it happens again in Revenge of the Sith with the whole shtick about Padme. But that would have happened regardless. You would have thought. I don't think it really ties in Shmi's death to his fear of Padme dying that well. I mean, you could, I guess, he comes back from this, doesn't he, and say, "I wasn't powerful enough to save you, Mum," and so. Yes, maybe you could say that he's trying to get the power to save Padme, so it does tie one together. But I think it's repeating a beat more than it's adding to it, really.
Yeah, and it undermines it to a certain degree, right?
Do you think
the impact isn't as much? Now, you can argue from a characterization standpoint. Okay, he's a teenager, and the world revolves around him, so he thinks that anything that happens is, he has some role in it, even though it's entirely separate, because the Tusken Raiders didn't consult him before kidnapping his mom. But the go to extreme violence, there's just not enough lead up to make you start to think he's teetering on the edge, and this kind of pushes him over. This is a Evel Knievel trying to jump Snape Canyon kind of choice, where no, it's fine. Okay, now I'm going to jump a canyon. You're going to what? No, don't do that. Stop that.
You could argue that about both of the films, this and Revenge of the Sith, although Revenge of the Sith has a crucial scene that was deleted where he kills Shaq T in cold blood. I actually think this works pretty well, for me at least. I think it links them both together pretty well. I know what you mean, there is a kind of slight clumsiness about it and repetition, but for him to be immediately killing kids still struggles to work. But I think the fact that he has form for doing it when he loses the plot or taps into the dark side, it takes the edge off here. And this, like the big girl's blouse / Jordan Peterson-esque person that I am, this always gets me in the feels when his voice breaks here. It just kind of...
it's a really powerful scene, right? Yeah, it's a bit, that's slightly comical. And the scene itself is really powerful, but I can't ever reason myself, I don't think, or see a way for him to reason himself into killing all the kids in Revenge of the Sith, even after this. I mean, you can say there's one thing killing Tusken women and children, but they have just beaten possibly raped and certainly murdered your mother.
Right,
So
it's a
like,
crime of
and they're
passion.
Tusken Raiders, which is they're basically not human. I'm sorry to be a racist about it, but they're not.
How
Whereas,
dare you?
like Revenge of the Sith, it's like
They're like animals.
yeah, Revenge of the Sith. It's turn against the Jedi, and we can discover the power to save Padme, who hasn't died yet. Oh, and by the way, you also have to kill all the younglings that you were sort of growing up with in the temple. And Anakin at no point is like, whoa, wait, how does this help save Padme?
Look, those Imperial healthcare premiums are a bitch, and so sometimes you have to kill younglings.
Why didn't they just? I'm going to annoy Reni by backtracking big time here, but
Damn it!
The injury. Someone's probably already said. Someone's probably already said this in the stream, but the injuries that Vader was inflicted on Vader, he could just have cloned himself from maybe one of the scrapings from his scrotum or something, and put all those bits back on him. No,
yeah, we brought up the problematic cloning issue, and that it really
and
undermines
Moff Gideon
a lot of
can
the
do
stakes.
it on his own back, like years later, with way fewer resources than the Kaminoans have. And yeah, the Kaminoans have. I guess if you'd have the problem of transferring Anakin's consciousness to a new body, maybe it would be a technological leap
No,
too far.
I was meaning simply stripping skin off and sticking bits on rather than moving.
Yeah,
Oh, that is pretty graphic.
I've got kind of sick mind, Reni. You know, I'm like,
Well, I
Did
think
they
so.
explain in the expanded universe that Vader's suit is deliberately designed to keep him in pain. Am I right in thinking
Yes.
that?
So Palpatine had his suit designed to keep him in pain because it kept him stronger with the dark side, air quote, a stronger Sith Lord. So yes, that was intentional. Now that is in Legends, not in the Disney one.
So there's a tube going directly from his backside up to his face mask. Whenever he farts, he goes off his head. Is that what you're saying, Reni?
Yeah, it's basically a colostomy that goes from ass to mouth. No, just kidding.
Yeah, I'm not sure why they gave him asthma though. That was always the thing that affected me. But the idea of the clones, and that breaks a lot of things. Now, as was brought up in the chat when we were talking about the clones earlier, there is a question about whether clones include midichlorians. That's a different thing, and so it's why Palps has to pursue a different path to try and
But
clone
not
himself,
anymore,
right?
because Moff Gideon can do it, and he can clone himself with the force of baby Grogu. Oh god, it breaks so many things.
Well, if he just believes in himself like Sabine, then it's fine anyway, right? You know?
Rise of Skywalker set that off with the clones
Snoke.
of Snoke.
Oh, it's so broken now. It's hilarious. But technically, you could argue that the origin of the breaking is just the cloning issue generally. Like, I always wondered whether it would have been better to have the clones as like the threats. Like, the Clone Wars is a war against clones, and the reason that the clones are not in anything in the OT is that they beat this clone army. And
Right, it's kind of like Butlerian jihad.
yeah, that sort of thing. So the clones aren't their troopers. The clones aren't the original stormtroopers. The original stormtroopers are created as the army of the Republic to fight against whatever this extra galactic clone threat might happen to be. And then like it just, because then you solve the problem of the battle droids just being so pathetic as villains, and that there's no tension in any scene in which they feature.
The heads fall off if you touch them. I mean, they're not made for battle or anything. You know, you couldn't even have them walking in the fields in Rebel Moon. The heads are going to fall off.
Something about the term Butlerian jihad that conjures images of some kind of Muslim porno for me.
Well, I mean, no, it's a Dune reference, but the idea is that Dune and it's a brilliant move on Herbert's part to avoid the complexities of technology and trying to forecast that, and instead say it's all about humans, because at some point we go, no computer can have the mind of a person.
Which is a clever little device. Sorry, Melvin, after you.
No, the other way around.
More terrible dialogue here. She's been held captive for how long, and tortured and beaten and sliced and what have you. And he comes in and says hello, and she goes, "Oh, you look so handsome," like he's just come home from school or something. You know, it's like,
I think that was I think that might have been the intent. I didn't mind it so much. Because I mean, it's the sort of thing that you would expect the mother to say, and like she is in that role for the final time. It is the first time she's seen him since he went off to school, because the Jedi border, they are borders. So I didn't mind the dialogue in the scene. I think the only bad thing about it is the sort of the head flop that happens, because that is a bit silly. But also, at no point does he bitch about Obi-Wan in this scene. His final words to his mother.
She died too soon. She predicted it was coming and took the coward's way out.
Another thing is that she seems rather composed and speaks rather clearly, considering that 1 second later she dies.
Yeah, she only breaks down when she tries to say "I love you," but that's like until that point. Yeah, she is speaking.
She sounds totally laser focused, like she just, she just got out of the shower or something. She's telling him he looks handsome, and then she suddenly chokes and dies. It's just kind of
a general problem. Like, Lucas does have, I think, a whole drawer full of basically stock dialogue for character types, and so this is from the mother dialogue. So like, I'm so proud of you is exactly the kind of thing a mother would say in any given scene. The fact that she hasn't seen him since he left Tatooine and has no idea what he's done with his life, is neither here nor there, I suppose.
That is true, but if it was going to reflect real life, it would be incredibly incoherent and all the stuff that happened 20 years ago and hallucinating and all sorts.
Oh, it looks like Zee's done with his oil bath.
Yay!
Welcome back.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, just had to step out. Needed an
Hashtag-
extra bit of lube.
Hashtag justice for droids.
I thought he was actually dealing with some Tusken Raiders in his yard.
Then Brown just had to step out about 3 hours ago, and he's still not back. So,
Well, Brown's an old man. It takes him a while to take a dump, just in case you didn't know.
Maybe he went to see his.
He needs
Perhaps he went to see his
fiber.
deal. He went to see his dealer, possibly, and it'll be like renting from Train Spotting the minute he sits down, and the lads, if it's ends up on the couch and under the carpet, Brown.
Once he gets on the platonic water, he's done.
I was gonna say his dealer's selling him bunk drugs. They're like, this is acid, and it's probably like aspirin with like all the letters like scraped off and shit.
Power of suggestion. Samuel L. Jackson,
right.
51st State, etc.
Sorry, Brown. Those blue pills aren't ecstasy. Sorry, moving
Well,
on.
certainly not for his partner.
That's harsh. Poor Brown.
But fair.
yeah, so Anakin is the voice crack, yeah, and she can't quite say "you," which is I always thought it was a reasonably powerful scene, notwithstanding the fun being poked at it. And also, I don't think groaning is necessarily the best subtitle to be having here either. But there we are. And then she just flops, and Anakin snaps. Tries acting. It sort of works.
It doesn't work out for him.
Nice try, Hayden.
Yeah.
I feel
Every
bad for
time.
Hayden. If some of this acting thing is not completely his fault.
No,
I mean, he's very much getting poor direction because George can't direct humans.
I think most of it isn't his fault. If you watch him in Life as a House, that's made around about the similar time, maybe a couple of years afterwards, and he's really good in that.
Yeah, or Broken Glass.
Broken Glass
is
was,
that-
or no, Shattered Glass.
Shattered
it was
Glass.
really
that's
good.
That he's the fake reporter. I actually thought he
Yes.
was
Glass,
very
yeah.
decent in that one, and when I saw it, I especially felt bad for him because you could tell
Yeah.
in this movie he doesn't know what he's supposed to do, and nobody is explaining it to him.
Right.
And he's very inexperienced here.
Right,
He
he's
looks
a young
like
actor.
super lost, but at the same time, that's what that person was. This was based on a real reporter that got busted for not fact checking and making his own stories. So
No, in that movie he looks good. I'm saying in Attack
Yeah.
of the Clones he looks like he doesn't know what
Oh.
to do. And in Shattered
Yeah.
Glass he was excellent, actually.
Right. Right, because again, he had
I-
a director who had actually directed people and knew how to direct them, which is not what George is good at.
George is good at like writing like a basic like outline of a story, right? But whenever like in the past when you had somebody direct Empire, that could kind of help, tweak some stuff and or move stuff in a little slight bit of a different direction or direct people better, then that's when you get gold.
Well, it
Yeah.
also helps when they write it.
Well, but he actually wrote the outline for Empire and the bulk of the story. It's just that Kirshner made some changes. He didn't change the whole story.
Right,
But
he just
also
made
you
it
had-
so that humans were actually involved in the story.
But you had Lee Brackett, and who was the other person that wrote Empire? There were actually people that knew how to write that were involved in helping
Right.
him write the actual screenplay. That becomes, and Kirshner added his touch. That becomes super important because, when George, he understands the story, he has the vision, and a lot of the times it's good ideas, but without those people to flesh it out, we get this kind of whatever we're looking at now.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. George Lucas has never had a problem with the basic outline of a story structure. In fact, he's very good at like basic story structure, and design work, and taking all of these very, very different inspirations and combining them into this sort of visual aesthetic, that nebulous sort of feels like Star Wars quality that everyone says that all Lucas's stuff has, which it does have. What he doesn't do and has never been very good at is actually doing the nitty-gritty work of taking a character from scene to scene, or having a relationship in a scene, or actually populating his story structure with people that are believable and speak in believable ways. I know, like, some people will say, and I think it's probably true, that he did deliberately have his characters affect this very sort of high dramatic style in the prequels because he wanted it to be more like a Greek tragedy. I think that's slightly deliberate, but an explanation isn't an excuse, really.
No, and
that might have been his idea, but it's a bad idea.
And his execution of it wasn't good because he didn't direct the actors in a way that they understood exactly what he wanted, obviously, and he didn't correct them when they were doing anything wrong. And I think he was too focused on the green screen and the visual effects that he didn't pay attention to their actual performances.
But
the use of the technical director from the effects and visual standpoint, he's not good again with directing humans. That's his downfall.
But the use of a green screen requires that you then up your game in directing because they need that then.
Yeah. Just agreeing with Price's first point in raising him, Rick McCallum. I think Rick McCallum was not a particularly great influence, thinking that basically being a yes man through this whole thing. But just what Pricey was talking about, I would highly recommend the book The Secret History of Star Wars by Michael Kaminsky if you're interested in how Lucas's ideas developed and some of the, I wouldn't exactly go as far as to say pork pies that he told, but how he's changing narrative compares to the actual facts of the season of the.
I want to say something else about this scene here.
Oh, go on.
They've got guard dogs, and they're shit. But the one thing in my experience that always made good guard dogs was dogs. And they went to the trouble to CGI in these weird dogs all over the place. And they couldn't do their job. They should have just left them out. It's kind of pointless. Like, if it was a real dog, it would have smelled you half a mile away and barked, you know?
May smell you, Melvin. Don't know about the rest of you. I'm only kidding.
I bet it would smell your breath, Brian.
It certainly would after what I've been drinking this evening in the last couple of days, Melvin. Moving on,
yes. Anakin is doing his genociding, and Yoda is having his little meditation so he can sort of tune into it. I hadn't actually realized, I don't think, until I saw this, that it's Qui-Gon Jinn's voice saying Anakin no. I didn't think I knew that.
Possibly.
I thought it was
You didn't know
that? Symbolic voice.
Possibly
because
it's actually kind of not Qui-Gon Jinn's voice.
Oh.
It's Ben Burt. Liam Neeson. I'm not going to make a dong joke. Liam Neeson didn't want to come back for any of this until Disney. And it's not actually Liam Neeson's voice. Part of it's taken from Phantom Menace. And
I was going to say, because George Lucas made it sound like it was him, because I saw him interviewed about it, and he's made it seem like it was him. So
it's if anything that's used in it, it's archive rather than new stuff recorded for it.
Mm.
So, like when they go back through the annals of Star Wars past and just like unearth Alec Guinness's voice to say Rey, for example, it's like similar.
Yeah, exactly. Because I think it's the "Don't be afraid," and they took the Rey bit out. So the Anakin is from the Phantom Menace, and the "No," which sounds nothing like the Anakin. If you listen to it, is actually Ben Burt.
Ah, well, there you go.
Welcome to Mindless Trivia on the Mr. Brown Alliance channel.
Yeah, Yoda can detect all of this. Mace is not, but Yoda is being. He's not the most forthcoming guy when he's asked direct questions, because he could be saying something, a bit more revealing than that, than just pain and suffering, death. I feel, but I suppose he doesn't necessarily know exactly what is going on Tatooine at the moment. But you probably should have foreseen this, right? Because why on earth would you have sent Anakin away one-on-one with Padme in the first place, as opposed to putting him under the domain of somebody else who will keep him in check?
Well, that's the thing, right?
The future is by the dark side.
Did they not sense, like, because these are the most powerful Jedi in the world, supposedly, or in the universe, supposedly, right? Did they not sense there was some sexual tension there and go like, yeah, this might not be appropriate? Or am I crazy for thinking
Well-
that? I always thought that.
Yeah,
Maybe they
so-
just assumed, like most Jedi, he's secretly getting a bit on the side. They all actually are just really promiscuous.
Yeah, they're like 13th century monks. They got a lot of
Yeah.
kids on the side. But so there's the suggestion again of their abilities are being clouded by a dark force. But the other thing is that I'm still convinced Mace Windu set all this shit up, because he's the one that starts out. Why don't you be refugees really in public and go back to Naboo so the senator can be set up for the assassin? All of the bad ideas are following from Mace's plan to allegedly protect Padme. This again is it's bad writing. It makes mistake after mistake, and it's because George was just there. I wrote it. Oh, it must be good, and nobody is reviewing it and going, George, this is a bit shit. You've got a problem here. That it leads.
This
from
is why we
decision.
need Ian, so he could say it's shit.
Right.
Right, before we jump back to Geonosis, Backseat Driver is telling us to do super chats. So we have Romeo. Actually, no, it's yellow. Z, you can do this one.
RRTNZ for 10 New Zealand dollars said, just woke up and discovered that this stream was real and not just a whiskey dream. Congratulations, Brown, on the marathon stream and not getting bogged down. Well, not more than usual. Cheers. Cheers, everybody.
What do you mean, congratulations? Don't mean this is 4:30, for God's sake.
Yeah, I was going to say Brown bogged hard during his shift. Sorry, moving
I don't
on.
think he's doing whiskey dreams right. Whiskey dreams involve bruises. It's like you wake up a bit swollen, and your hand's a bit sore and your face a bit sore, and you think, nope, didn't happen.
Just for the chat, we are kidding. Brown is in the background doing his micromanaging. Just
Yes.
so you know, hasn't just disappeared. Keeping his
In the private chat, he's like,
Randomly
barking orders.
adjusting our mic volumes.
Yeah.
Can I just I love how they have the Venetian blinds in this galaxy far, far away a long time ago.
That's a good
Only
point.
in some windows.
Only in some, indeed. Kip, as well, we've got you. Do you want to take this one?
Mega Spidey Man for €5 says,
Lot of great stream, lads. Thanks for this. Which was the better lightsaber duel and why? Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones?
Menace.
Phantom Menace.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maul
Phantom
trumps
Menace.
this shit. Phantom Menace for sure.
I agree.
I disagree.
When Yoda came out with this lightsaber, the entire theatre stood up and roared.
Yeah.
It was ridiculous. The most ridiculous thing I'd ever seen in my life. I hate Americans in cinema.
So do I. We can agree there. Americans shouldn't be allowed to go to the cinema.
Wait till you get to the Revenge of the Sith. I have a story for the beginning of that movie.
It's like, I paid money, you stay quiet until the film's finished.
They don't go to the
In the bin,
cinema.
Melvin.
We go to the movies, not the cinema.
No, I
Phantom,
agree
the
with
Phantom
that.
Menace fight looked spectacular, but if you watch it again, then just look how silly it is and how they're aiming for the blade rather than each other when they're swinging. And all that kind of thing.
Yeah, there is that.
It's nowhere near as good as the one in Revenge of the Sith.
Really? I can
Well-
see partially, but Ray Park is like an awesome stuntman and martial artist, and I
Yeah.
think he did a great job. Like
It made it look
just-
good, and the
Yeah.
somersaults, and it made it look spectacular the way he was swinging around the double-ended lightsaber and things. It did look good. It looked spectacular.
Yeah.
But if you look at what they were actually, the one in Revenge of the Sith was a lot better.
Yeah, he's working around Liam Neeson's lack of ability. Well, that too, but
like
his
the-
lack of swordplay ability.
The idea is they're supposed to be hitting each other with the lightsabers.
Right.
That's the ultimate goal. But in Phantom Menace, they were aiming for the blades rather than each other. That's
right.
Well, the
like
options
Aaron's
were Phantom Menace or Attack of the Clones, I think, not Revenge of the Sith.
That is true.
Yeah, Sith is out.
See, Melvin gets in the bin.
Also, the Revenge of the Sith one gets really irritating. Like the beginning of that fight is incredible. I would agree.
10 minutes
but
later, it's a bit tiresome.
It's stupid. Yeah, when you get to the second act of the actual fight scene, and it becomes way more about environmental hazards than it does about the characters actually fighting. And
Yeah.
It's just, I think you've maybe missed the point of this fight, George, just a little bit.
When you get to the parkour section of the fight, it's a
That's
bit
like the
problematic.
part we have coming up here when they get to the battle droid factory. But it's a video game.
Yeah, it really is. In fact, it's been in several video games, I'm sure. I think I've played a few of them. We have MJ UK 84 for 2 communist dollars, I think those are. John Williams' music pushes Anakin over the edge. Yeah, pushes lots of people over the edge, but it's a very good score. All the way through, music is probably the best, most consistently brilliant part of all the prequels, I would say. Brian, do you want to take this one?
Larry for $20 says, I made Joe looky.
Wasn't much meat in that fucking super chat there to get into.
He only wanted to make us look, and we did. Now he's got his money's worth.
Don't try to explain the fact that Larry
It's
got you
Larry's
again.
shtick.
Yeah.
We like Larry.
Yeah.
Larry's cool.
Melvin, do you want this one, please?
Smylex for 2 real monies. Do the cackle, Kippers, you absolute monster.
Here I am earning ground, extra pounds every time. Grief. £2? £2, I'm worth more than that, at least. Anyway.
May I request now that Kippers is up? Sorry, Kippers, I fucked up.
Power.
Sorry, what was that, Brian?
I fucked that up, Kippers. Well, young Kippers is up. Can we get him to do a Yoda for this line so we can move on to the next slide, possibly?
Yes, Kippers, do it now quickly so we can move on.
Thank you.
Young Skywalker is in pain. Terrible pain.
Oh, that was fantastic. Slightly Irish, but fantastic.
Yeah, I was going to say.
So he can sense Anakin's pain all the way on Tatooine, but he can't sense Palpatine
Anakin's,
right next door.
in the next room.
Yeah. The dark side of the
Anakin's in love
Force
with
is clouding
Padme.
our vision, except where it's not doing that because we
That's
need it
right.
not to be.
Oh, that's insane. You got 10,000 Jedi coming and going at the Jedi Temple for years, and not one of them has sensed the most powerful Sith Lord ever lived sitting right next to them. Not once. Not once. Not even. They've not even thought. You know what? I'm getting a funny vibe for that guy. Nothing. Not ever. You know?
Apart from that little sly look he gives him. R4 here was actually supposed to be in the original script torn to pieces by some either Genosians or well, they would be Genosians because they're from Genosia. But George Lucas decided we can't have that. It will upset too many people. We don't mind human beings being killed. We can't have R4 being destroyed. And then, if you remember the early stages of Revenge of the Sith, R4
Yes.
is indeed destroyed by the buzz droids.
Like, how much of these films is just George Lucas correcting the mistakes that he made in the previous movies? Like every time, oh, people will love Jar Jar. Oh, fuck, let's write him out of the next one.
Yep.
Hang on a minute, right? R4 here, is he like permanently stuck in the ship or is his body underneath somewhere?
Well, that's for you to tell us, Swappers. You're the expert in this droid insertion
Well, I haven't seen any blueprints or anything of the ship.
His body's underneath. He looks like
Yeah.
R2-D2. You can get the action figure for this, or you could back in the day.
That's what I was going to say.
There's no
I think he
slots for his
drops
legs.
down to get out instead of coming up.
Yeah.
Maybe
Although
it
on the
folds-
Lego
maybe
version,
it's
you just get
like-
the head.
Like a dick chair. It folds like a dick chair.
Yeah,
There's
let's
an
really put
interview
it
with
down.
Brian Blessed where he actually says that he told George Lucas that Jar Jar was a bad idea and people couldn't understand what he was saying.
Really?
Yeah.
What, people couldn't understand what Brian Blessed was saying? Or,
That seems unlikely. He knows how to get his message across, does Brian Blessed.
He does
But
indeed.
He done a Jar Jar impression about all this Misa Yusa stuff. And it's stupid. People don't know what you're saying. People don't understand him. But George Lucas evidently didn't listen.
I like this little satellite dish he's got here. That'd have been good for getting to Sky Sports back in the early 1990s.
Red Hot Dutch.
Looks like a fold-out salad dish my mother used to have.
Oh my god.
Or a solar oven.
Yeah.
Hi.
Oh, do.
Yeah.
Hi, everybody.
There goes the stream.
Yeah, who let this guy?
Oh,
There goes the energy. There goes the energy. You guys are doing fantastic. I've come to fuck it up.
Damn it, Brown. No.
We left you in charge of the chat, and they had a riot in there on your watch. I couldn't
Yeah, what the fuck? You do better.
Don't worry, I'll sort them out later. Okay.
Well, at least sees what happens to the panel.
Lord, do you want to break then, or?
I will go and I'm just going to go grab like a lemsip and or whiskey,
Okay,
maybe
you
both
can-
at the same
you
time.
can
But I'll
fantastic
stick around. I'll just be back in a few
yay.
minutes.
You coming back? That's exciting.
I will definitely come back, but if Brown wants to drive and not crash the car, he's more than welcome to do so.
Okay, so
Pick
where did
one.
we get to? Remind me.
R4.
Obi-Wan is
Yeah.
about to try and send, because Obi-Wan's just heard Dooku giving all the plot relevant
Oh,
information away, and now Obi-Wan wants to send it to the Jedi, but they're out of range because reasons, and so he's going to try and send it to Anakin instead.
Do we know how far we are into the movie?
Fuck,
1
no, it's
hour and
not far
22
enough.
minutes.
Oh, shit.
You know, I think, and I will give Platoon this, he has helped to advance this stream further.
Oh, it's been incredible.
Yeah,
Absolutely
he has
has.
kept it
Joy
going
to
in
sit
a.
watching it. Yes.
We're
Yeah.
like 10 minutes forward in the movie. That's
Yeah, we're
got
just
it.
past the halfway point.
Okay,
I
I'll
gotta
slow
say,
it down.
like-
then.
moving along.
You don't
He's
see
been
that guy enough.
keeping or running a tight ship here, friends. Just saying.
Yeah.
Z, are
And
you
then-
available, my friend?
I most certainly am. Max Roomfondle in the chat for $10 says, okay, here's 5 fake monies for Kipper's cackle and 5 for Wayfarer to say 1 billion.
Oh, I can't. That's copyrighted. That's Z through and through, man.
I was gonna say your mic sounds partially blown out.
I-
You
Yeah,
want to take it
yeah,
all the way?
Yeah.
Wayfarer, I keep turning your mic down and it just keeps
Really?
getting louder and louder.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's.
I'm not changing gain. I guess I'm just getting closer. And, you know.
Yeah,
Is
you're
your
clipping pretty
microphone
hard.
in your mouth. Are you eating?
Yeah, licking it.
Okay.
as you
Because he's
talk.
excited.
better?
Bless him. He's too
So
excited.
let's get a cackle off Kippers then.
Yeah, go on, Kipper.
Oh, Max Broomfondle in the chat for $10.
Okay, here's 5 fake monies for Kipper's cackle and 5 for Wayfarer to say 1 billion. Oh, I put that out.
What the fuck, bro?
Okay.
Bro.
Okay, for like the future, is this a good distance now?
It's a
Sounds
little bit,
perfect, mate.
a little bit better.
Okay.
Oh, somebody
Okay.
just cracked
Oh,
one open.
Cheers,
right.
everybody.
Oh, that was me. That was me.
Salute.
Yes, cheers.
I didn't know you could hear it. I tried to do it far away.
It sounded like it was
Cheers.
almost right in the mic.
Maybe you shouldn't have opened it near Wayfarer's mic. That was the problem.
yeah.
Oh,
Test
man,
it
I feel
out.
horrible.
No, you're fine.
Well, I'm an audio guy. I shouldn't be doing this.
Too
All right.
hot, mate.
So should I still do it?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Should I
Might as well kill
steal Z Thunder?
No, I stole that from Tonal Cloak. Go for it.
It's
Okay.
stolen already, mate.
All right.
Careful.
But
folks.
it has to be a billion something. It can't
1
just be
billion.
1
That's
billion.
there.
1
The
billion
new written has
exclamation
been
points.
given.
1 billion what?
Exclamation points right there.
1
Oh,
billion
exclamation-
exclamation marks.
All right. So here we go. With no lead up, with nothing else, just going right into it. Just
Not a net.
Just one.
I'm so glad I took my
Same here.
earphones away from my ears.
That sounded really good from 5 feet away from my headphones. Yeah.
I was gonna say, yeah. Fucking
I
hell if
walked
I'd had
back
them in.
into the room.
The neighbors are calling the landlord on Plutes.
Headphones are the other side of the room.
Z, are you available, my friend?
Oh no.
I am Larry for $10. Time for some haiku. Give us your best shot, panel. We can all judge you.
Oh God.
Oh shit. How many syllables?
Yeah, I gotta remember my syllable count again. 575, right?
575.
That is actually a haiku that Larry has just written there.
Yep. I was going to say, I think he wrote a haiku, you guys.
Oh, it's Inception. It's haiku Inception.
That's right. Larry's good value, man.
Amazing.
Yeah.
We love our Larry.
Is somebody going to give him some?
You are.
Apparently, the whole panel has to.
Yes. Somebody's going critical mass.
Oh God, there's gonna be a lot of dead
There's
air
somebody.
on this one.
Do you hear the keys there? That's somebody googling haikus.
So is somebody gonna go on? Who's the best?
Well, we know who the best is, right at the top of the lineup.
Well, there is that.
George Lucas is shit. He will not save Star Wars. I am afraid it is quite doomed. There we go. That's 5. No, that was 577. What was it doing? No. George Lucas is shit. He will not save Star Wars. It is quite probably no. Fuck. It is probably no. It's
is fucking
I'm
shit.
getting there. It's the last 5 I'm struggling with. Someone else do it. I got half.
It is very dead.
It is very dead. Why not?
Much like this. See, I've killed the flow of this stream. Sorry, folks.
No, I think
well, you've done your work in chat. Now you're here for the panel.
Yeah, I'm killing the stream, folks. Sorry. Hello, Reni.
Hey, sorry. Internet cut out for 2 seconds.
No shit. Okay, let's proceed.
I know a haiku. I know a
Go on,
haiku.
then.
It was from Beavis and Butthead. But I
Oh,
remember
no.
it because it had a great impact on my life. It goes, "That was cool, haha, when we killed that frog. Ha, it won't croak again." All from memory. All from memory.
Did you get writing credit for Attack of the Clones?
I asked this question earlier. How do we feel about the? These are supposed to be older technology than Star Wars. You know, the 77.
Well,
but it all looks amazing there.
But think of it this way, okay? That's where my brain initially went to when I first saw these movies. However, if you think about it this way, by the time you get to like, quote unquote, A New Hope and all of that, the old Republic has been destroyed both physically and like mentally, right? Because they've diffused all the old government, but they also physically destroyed a lot. So if you look at it that way, technology probably isn't what it could be, especially for the Rebel Alliance, since they're having to have a lot of janky shit, since they're basically on the run, so to speak. I don't know. That's how I always looked at it. My take on it.
Yeah, the problem with that is that the Empire would have inherited a lot of that technology, and yet they're using a fader for a camera, a TV camera to fire the Death Star's weapon.
But what if in destroying all the old technology, they couldn't get any of it back? So, for instance, if Palpatine had destroyed the old technology and the people that were used to working on it or creating it were dead as well, how do you create or recreate that technology? Or what if he was so up his own ass that he's like, no, my way's better? I mean, I don't know. Those are just ways you can suspend disbelief on that.
If you look at things like Rebels, when the Empire was, had their TIE interceptor factory and the factories on the planet that they were manufacturing all their gear, a lot of the people, the workers there, didn't want to be oppressed, didn't want to work there, didn't want to be working for the Empire, and they did a poor job pretty much in a lot of cases, and quality control was hard. So that was kind of an explanation.
That's a good one as well.
Yeah, maybe not complete retro technology, as far as historically speaking, but the clone troopers that then got in touch with like stormtrooper armor, they said it sucked, and stuff like that. I think that was in Clone Wars, or no, that was Rebels too. You know, when they were having to use stormtrooper armor, they're like, "This is worse than the armor we had."
We've got a super chat from Johnny Lawrence's mum. Hello, Barbara, for $5. Thanks for having me today, Brownie. I had a blast. We had a blast having you on. It was great to speak to you, Babs.
No, she was magnificent.
Amazing. Amazing.
Yep.
Okay, let's
I
move
think I
on.
can summarize this movie in a haiku.
Go on.
Do we still need to do the haikus?
No, but I'm going to do one anyway.
I think I have one, but
It's
do
my
it. Do yours first.
I'm going to do a movie summary of this movie in a haiku format. Padme, thirsty wench. Anakin the Padawan. Creamy Sheev plan shit.
Very good. Let's move on then. I feel like I've bogged this down. It was flowing
Don't you have
nicely.
one, Price?
Yeah, Price
What'd you
has
say?
one. Price, your haiku.
Oh, Attack of the Clones. It has clunky dialogue. I don't hate it though. That is technically a haiku.
I think I'm going to have to give Price the prize on this one.
Excellent.
You guys are far too intelligent for me.
I'm counting syllables and coming up blank.
I'm like Jar Jar. I can't count, so I'm fine.
I choose not to haiku. I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
So, somebody remind me what's going on here. It's trying to establish
We haven't
some
moved.
communication, isn't it? We haven't now.
Yeah.
I've been here for a very long time.
See, I told you I'd spoil it.
What happened is Brown came back and he started bogging again.
So Obi-Wan has overheard Dooku giving away all of the most important information. Now Obi-Wan is trying
Convenient.
to send the information to the Jedi Council, but they're out of range. So now he's trying to find where Anakin is to send it to him instead.
Yeah, because he tried to send it to Naboo, and there was no answer.
Is it still shite dialogue, though? Remind me.
Pretty much. Oh no. He's been spotted.
Bug spotting.
Eat the bugs.
That does look very fantastic, that display. But anyway.
I do love this scene. That makes me laugh whenever Obi-Wan gets all salty. What is he doing over there? I love
He was a good friend.
I know.
What is he doing again? Why is he fucking around? Oh.
You about to find out? No, just kidding.
That line could have been one of those games where you're allowed to have one F-bomb in a... Is it one F-bomb in a PG film?
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is he doing there as opposed to what in the Blazers?
Sake, Anakin.
Yeah.
What
Well,
the
do they have,
yeah.
do they have that in the language F?
He almost has one in Revenge of the Sith when they're flying towards Grievous's ship. And the name of... And it kind of cuts off.
In the name of Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes.
Brian, are you available to do a super chat, please?
I've just stuck a quaver in my mouth.
Perfect timing.
MJ UK 84 for 5 pretendy Canadian dollars says Attack of the Colons. It really, really blows like Liam Neeson's dong.
Is this film sadly lacking Liam Neeson?
No. It is. It absolutely is. I think that The Phantom Menace really benefits from Liam Neeson's presence there. Him together with Ewan McGregor, the acting is great in Phantom Menace, even if the plot is very slow. Whereas here the plot is fast, but his absence is felt, and nobody is here to fill that void.
Why did he not come back until the end of Obi-Wank?
Because he was disgusted with his reception.
It was dead.
I mean, I don't know that it needs Liam Neeson, but it does need an actor that can actually carry a scene and really the only time that happens is when you encounter Christopher Lee.
Christopher Lee is a high quality actor, but we don't see too much of him.
Right.
Yeah.
I think that you needed somebody on screen that's of Liam Neeson's caliber that you see for more parts in the movie.
Right, because we only have like a light taste of Ian McDermott and a light tast of Christopher Lee. We need
Which are
somebody who
great.
can carry
Anytime
it.
you see them, they're great.
Right.
But we
I
just
think
don't
it's-
see enough of them.
It's not coincidental either. I think that the Revenge of the Sith allows Ian McDiarmid to really unleash, and also it allows Ewan McGregor to do the same. Like both of them are actually allowed to lighten up, particularly Ewan McGregor, because in this movie he is very, very sort of. He's almost trying to do a Qui-Gon tribute act in Attack of the Clones. So there's very little lightness to him. He's very reserved. Whereas at least in Revenge of the Sith, he's allowed to have a bit more fun with the lines. He's allowed to do a bit more acting, and then of course you've got Ian McDiarmid as well, who's just. It's so enjoying being comically evil that it's brilliant to watch.
Yeah.
So
I think the problem partly is because the Jedi performed a very specific function in the first Star Wars movie, but in this, they're not really fully rounded characters. They're all very stoic and reserved. And I don't think it really makes for an interesting film if these guys are going to be your protagonists.
yeah, especially
seem
you think
incompetent.
Samuel L. Jackson as well. Samuel L. Jackson, and your acting instructions are be as boring as you possibly can.
Yeah,
It's
motherfucker.
not. It's really not the best use of his character.
No, not at all. He is
Brown,
a good
keep
actor.
the motherfuckers to Samuel Jackson, please.
Sorry. And Romeo, Tango, November.
Samuel
Who's
L.
a-
Jackson, there was more that he could have done here, but he just reads the line like from a teleprompter and leaves.
And get paid. Who would like to read a super chat, please?
I can do it. Professor Artoo for $5. Clones and love entwine. Jedi unravel a plot. It's still kind of shit.
Very good.
That's a good
True.
Let's proceed because I'm really stinking this up.
I've got
Yes,
a homophobic.
Bobby.
I've got a homophobic haiku. Do you want to hear?
Oh, please.
No.
No.
Let's get 11 hours, 5 minutes into the stream and demonetize it at the death. Courtesy of
I didn't say it, but it was. funny.
courtesy of a little tease motherfucker. Moving on. So what's happening now? Receiving the conversation.
Yeah, R2 is on the ship, and R2 picks up bits and pieces of the thing and then tunes it in, and then he relays the message to Anakin, who is a bit too distracted by the fact that Tusken's just raped and murdered his mother.
Grape.
But it's a movie intended for children, remember?
Grape.
So
Yeah, I was going to answer the phone, but I was
Grape.
too busy committing
Grapey.
genocide, so it was all fine.
Grape, like with a G, you meant. I'm trying to save the stream.
It's dead.
Too late.
Alright.
Too late.
When's
Okay.
I know Prof played a blinder today, but when we need him, he's not here.
Well, it was
Well, we
a-
haven't any
He's in the
beeps yet,
chat.
so he's good.
We
Yeah,
have
put a beep
just
in the chat. Put a beep in the chat.
we have an hour on this stream to cover the last hour of the film. Can we do it?
no.
No.
Not a chance in hell.
We
I was
could
gonna
if
say,
nobody
if we
talks.
didn't bog so much, maybe, but I do know.
I don't think Brown can click that fast to get through all the slides.
No, he's got arthritis.
Yeah.
No, to be fair, it was. I think Ruin had something to do with it. He did about 10 slides in 2 hours.
You can't blame Ruin for the first couple of hours, for God's sake. They've plenty of time to make up for it, Brown. But anyway, moving on.
Let's just press these as quickly as we can then.
No. We'll be fine. Just do another 12-hour stream tomorrow, and it'll be good. It'll be a 24-hour breakdown.
Just reset the StreamYard and keep on going till noon.
It could be Revenge of the Fifth. though.
Revenge of the Fifth.
Yeah, we could carry on after this.
It
We
would
could
probably just be you and Brian that stuck around for that long.
I've got work to do. I'm not
I could think
sticking
of
around for
worse
another
things.
12 hours.
I could think
Yeah, I'm
of
gonna have
worse
to call my
things.
dealer if you want me to be on another 12 hours. Jesus,
To be
sorry.
fair, like the Phantom Menace breakdown did take, wasn't it like 17 hours? So
It did.
really, I don't
was.
think it's too much to ask that this one goes longer.
I think if we can clear the remaining 100 of this section, that's a result.
Admire your optimism, sir.
Yeah. Who's going to do the beeping?
Beep.
Is that CGI or real?
Next slide.
Nothing happening.
Yeah.
I think we concluded this was all real. But am I right in thinking the final shot in Revenge of the Sith when Obi-Wan takes baby Luke there is actually CG? Or is that or like
Yes.
because like Ewan McGregor gave that interview on Top Gear, didn't he? When he said like he invited his friends and family to see like the final scene in the Star Wars prequels, and it turned out he was just sitting on a green box in a green room, and it was the most unimpressive thing.
He did it on Jonathan Ross's show as well.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
I love how someone's just left a random table lamp at the bottom right of the screen.
Advance.
Is this the first time that Anakin's come back from the slaughter?
No, he was here earlier. Oh, this is the first time back from the slaughter. Yeah.
So nobody knows that he's done the slaughter because
Not yet.
the
No.
body is on the bike, isn't it?
Well, he's brought his mother's body back, but it's in a couple of scenes' time when he unloads on Padme. Not in the way that he wants to, but nevertheless, he unloads on Padme about killing the women and the children, and that just turns her on even more.
Yeah,
obviously.
yeah. Then she gets very moist. The moisture evaporators have to go into overdrive.
Klieg-Lars, leave her in the sun. Give me one last shot.
Well, somehow
Oh
going
my
to try and
God,
make this.
She
make
would
this
still
a prequel to
technically
the
be
Mummy
a
or
warm
something.
body if she was.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
sun.
If you leave it out in the Tatooine sun.
Yeah.
Trust Reni to bring that up, that it's still warm.
Just trying to help somebody out, Brown, who's always complaining they need companionship.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Look, we don't judge.
Just saying.
Brutal.
Welcome to Putting Brown Down in His Place, courtesy of Reni L. But she does it so well. Moving on.
Can't help it.
Is this... No,
that's good.
sometimes. Is this very depressing, this scene?
Yes, let's move to the next one.
Don't suppose she has my leg in there, does she?
Nobody likes this actor, do they?
Who is he?
I don't know. The chat was saying this guy's crap earlier
I
on.
liked him. Klieg-Lars.
Klieg-Lars?
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, what's the actor's name?
I don't know.
Past.
Let's find
Ask Brown. He did the slides. He should know.
I thought he
It
did
just
all
seemed-
right for the role he was given. It's just that the role is sort of muted, I suppose.
Yeah.
Small.
Played by Jack Thompson.
That's not helping me at all.
No.
Aussie actor.
It's fucking Jack Thompson, is it?
What's he been in?
Fuck all.
Yeah, fuck all.
Do you know? Wait, do you know what he's been in? He's
Yeah,
been in a show called High Ground. Oh.
Mm-hmm.
High ground.
Foreshadowing.
All right. Okay. I get it. High ground.
What do you think Aunt Beru's thought process is going on here? Because like presumably
what's going
she's recently moved in with Uncle Owen and she lives with his dad. And in the short time that they've been together, stepmother's been carted off by Tusken Raiders. Dad has lost a leg. Strangers have turned up from off world and brought corpses home to bury. Then one of them starts banging on about genocide. Like, she's got to be pretty loyally committed to him to stick around through all of this.
I think she's thinking I need to collect a lot of guns because Reba's going to show up at some
fucking
point.
yes.
And, yeah, there we go.
See, I always
That's
wondered
this
if she was
incident
like,
that incites her to get armed.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's
I always
typical of
wondered-
life on Tatooine, though.
Mm.
You know,
Doggy
I've never
dog
seen
friend.
like a nice, happy life on Tatooine.
I just thought like she was like, who the fuck is this hoe and this asshole coming into our household like wrecking shit? I mean, like that's the kind of look she gave when she was like, what? Yeah, I don't know. Anyways,
Remember, Owen, forget all about the droid called C-3PO.
Yeah.
1977.
Beru knows that that Anakin killed all those guys, or she doesn't know.
No one knows yet, apart from
Yeah, no one knows yet.
Anakin.
I think he only tells Padme, no?
There's a
Well, actually,
chat for me. Here you go. Jim
Yoda
Dowell.
has. Sorry, Brian. I was
No,
going
no.
to say Yoda
Talking!
has. I thought you just gave me the green light to talk there, but I don't know. You don't like to interrupt anyway.
That was called humour. Go on, Brian.
bad humor.
I just fucking said it. Surely Yoda has a fucking bit of an inkling because he knows something's wrong, doesn't he? The Yoda lad. Jim Dowell in chat says, Mr. Brown, how would you describe all that sand in background, lad?
very beige, is it? I killed it. Sorry, folks. Oh, Platoon, you was doing so well, and I'm just.
All I'll say is that I now see why I joined at 7 hours and 30 minutes in, and we made no progress at all.
If you're going to do it, you're going to do it right. Yeah. Take your time. Do it right. Yeah. Okay. Oh,
I do like this. Though. I like that they actually went back on set in Tunisia. It looks just so much better than if you green screen the whole thing.
Isn't that better?
That's true.
It still exists, doesn't it, as well? Because they keep the last
Yeah.
homestead as a kind of tourist attraction. So I'm
Really?
assuming they can just
We
go
should
back
go
and
there.
we should do a Mr. Brown outing to Tunisia using the super chat money.
Are you?
That would be
Chat,
amazing.
donate to a
Totally.
Brown outing to Tunisia. We'll do a
Yeah.
live stream from the last homestead.
Yeah, chat. If you do some, how many $1,000 super chats will it take, Platoon? You're good at math.
I don't know because how many of us are on the panel? 1, 2, 3,
10
4, 5,
plus
10.
Mega Geek 11.
And then they have to cover flights and accommodate. You know, we can sleep there, I guess.
Sure.
But yeah, drugs.
What if we do
probably.
like a scavenger hunt or see who can get out of that area the fastest? Like spin someone around and make them lost? No?
Just walk off at 10 different directions into the desert.
I'm going to
How-
be praying for the Tuscan Raiders to show up at some point.
How cool would it be to do a meetup right there?
Very cool.
Didn't this
I lost my leg.
didn't these original sets get damaged because there was like a rainstorm that did a lot of flooding damage to it, and
I think so, but that wasn't that before the prequels hit? I could be wrong. It's been a while since I've seen the interview.
Yeah, I was
or
thinking it was
what they-
post prequels. It was when Lucas brought in their kind of lore specialist who went and found the original sites and all that and did a bunch of research. But I think I can't remember if it was like the Tunisian government helped rebuild it because it was a tourist attraction.
You know, it's been a long day when you're looking at this picture and you say, "Let's go there."
It'd be really amazing.
Anywhere but here.
Doing a meetup. Yeah, a meetup. Oh, it'd be amazing.
Let's go to the
Did
desert.
they-
Desert.
Brian, let's go to the desert.
This is probably a really stupid question, right? But see, in what was the last one? Rise of Skywalker. Did they film the Tatooine scene here, or did they just do it as a one-off in the studio or whatever?
I don't
When
think
Rey
they
went
traveled
home.
anywhere.
It looked pretty authentic. Do you know
Yeah.
what? It would have been a nice, well, her returning to the homestead might have been a really nice little moment had they.
I don't think they've
not been shite.
Didn't Kevin Smith say that he saw the ending of Rise of Skywalker being filmed? So that means he didn't go to Tunisia, so they didn't film it there. It must have been a green screen type
It's
of
not even
thing.
authentic. It's a cheap bastards.
And then he said that he was so excited about the final shot of Rise of Skywalker that it blew his mind.
To be
It
fair,
does
it's a
seem-
small mind. It doesn't take much to blow.
Very good.
It seems like a long way to go just for one shot.
Yeah, but what a shot.
Yeah.
Rogue One director Gareth Edwards actually visited there as part of his Star Wars sabbatical.
Life seems so much simpler when you're fixing things. I'm good.
He went all Forrest
fixing
Gump here with the dialogue.
things. Always was.
The
Like,
background, the background
like
looks the movie
Lego.
cynics. Oh, sorry, Melvin. There you go.
No, I'm done.
The background looks like movie cynics background, doesn't it? Those
The lights.
blockbuster lights.
Yes. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Look, she's drinking blue milk.
Oh,
Oh yeah.
Oh my
Wait, it's
God,
not
Ryan
green.
Johnson was right. It was all callbacks. He was actually
came
correct.
straight in green titty milk.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
Lars,
that's,
the Lars is
No,
actually
that's
keep
blue.
one of the aliens in their basement.
Yeah.
It's a bubblegum flavored slush puppy.
Mm.
I'm kind of thinking that this is the location of where we need to go for the meetup.
Apparently, it is actually a hotel.
Oh,
Yes,
well, we need
yes,
to do
it
it
is.
then.
Yep.
It's called
But-
Galaxy's Edge.
But the article says that you get what you pay for, which is not encouraging, really. But you know, sod it. It's Star Wars.
But actually, head up Galaxy's Edge as far as you get what you pay for. Yeah.
Brian, are you available to do Anakin's voice over.
In which voice would you like, bro?
No, how Professor Artoo was doing it. I'm good at fixing things, always was.
Oh, you've just done it twice, Brown. So shall we move on to the next slide?
I'm good at
Yeah, let's
fixing
move on.
things, always was. Come on, Brian.
Is there a dialogue thing? Is there a slide that we've like not picked up, or does he really jump? Because it's been ages since I've seen this film. Does he actually jump from I was good at fixing things? Why did she have to die?
Pretty much so.
Yes, he does.
Who wants to do the line? Brian? Dog shit, yeah.
Why'd she have to die? Should I continue?
Yes.
Yes. Why not?
Why
Keep rolling,
couldn't I
Brown.
save her? I know I could have. Sometimes there are things that no one can fix.
Disney Star Wars, for
Like
example.
this stream.
You're not all powerful, Annie. Well, I should be. Someday
That
I
makes her
will
sound
be.
like a trans. That makes me sad.
Reni, is your microphone in the other room, by the way?
No, it's not.
Oh, okay, good to know.
I will be the most powerful Jedi ever.
Oh, I've got news for you, you sweet summer child. Ray is the bestest ever.
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
No, you won't, dipshit.
Yeah,
I
no
will
shit.
even learn to stop people from dying.
It is hilarious. that Some people will still try and make the case that Anakin is a Mary Sue just like Rey, because because he says this. It's like,
Are you
okay, but
fucking
he
kidding?
just committed a genocide. He failed to save his mother. He gets himself repeatedly dismembered and then cooked, and then he turns into a villain who commits more genocides and then has to be redeemed by his son. Like, they're not really comparable, are they?
Not at all.
And Rey actually does get the power that he only wishes he could, because he never actually gets the power to bring anybody back from death, but she does. So great for Rey.
He loses Padme. He doesn't learn this.
No.
He aspires to it, or whatever. Meanwhile,
He's
Rey
like
can just
the-
revive everybody.
He's like the king of self-fulfilling prophecy.
Mhm.
So yeah, in order to stop people from dying, instead of doing so, he winds up causing their deaths. That's just me. I mean, not his mom, of course, but like with Padme and all that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, again, going back to earlier, you could still make the argument that his mother wouldn't have ended up here, and so she wouldn't have died had he not been freed. So arguably, it is still kind of his fault, because Walter had to sell her because he ran out of money. So, like, I think that would have been nicer for the film to actually bring more to the surface, but it doesn't bother.
Rey bypassed the hero's journey. She stole it.
If only Anakin had seen the Future Echoes episode of Red Dwarf where the solicitor tries to stop the cat from breaking his tooth, then possibly he may have avoided all this.
Yeah. Stupid son of a bitch.
But these are the lines of an 8-year-old.
Yeah.
I want to stop people from dying, you know.
It's all your fault.
Go on, Price, do the line.
It's all Obi-Wan's fault. He's jealous. He's holding me back.
What the?
Where did you come from?
Yeah.
Well,
What's wrong, Annie?
What do you mean, what's wrong? My mother just got killed by Tusken Raiders. What?
Yeah, I hate to be an apologia for George Lucas, but at least he is writing like teenage dialogue. The problem is it's off by like 5 years. These are the lines of 14-year-olds, not 19-year-olds.
I killed them.
You know something? This is so bad. George Lucas couldn't have been right in the head when he wrote this. He must have been having some kind of like mental breakdown or something and got all medicated up. And this is somebody on drugs wrote this. This isn't a rational person writes lines like this. It can't be. Not an adult. An adult couldn't have written that. Not even a stupid adult.
When you were a teenager, though, like, I don't know about you guys, but when I was 18, 19, I wasn't super mature. I mean, I was very, the world revolves around me and everything should be my way. And if it goes wrong, then the world's over.
Still like that now.
Just exactly the same.
Life is over.
It's exactly the same.
You've not delivered lines.
Haven't aged today. It's very impressive. So I think the again, it's correct from a teenage mindset, correct, but he's in the wrong era. So like 14, 15, this makes sense. where everything is all about me or whatever.
Well,
By
I
the time you're
think,
19,
like-
you've had some experience.
I
that
think
has
at
disabused
19 you could have that mentality. It's just you would word it differently.
Right.
You know what
Yeah.
I mean? So
Yeah.
you could still have that mentality. It's just
not
you
just
wouldn't say
that,
it the
it's-
same way.
Right. There's more subtlety that has been introduced by the time you're
When-
19 to understand that.
When people talk like they're a spoiled brat, like it's so unfair and everybody hates me, that is somebody who has been spoiled. That's
Mm-hmm.
not somebody who has had a hard life. He's a slave, you know, and then has had to fight for a living to stay alive since he was a child. That's not somebody who's got any experience being a spoiled brat. You know, there's no spoiled brat in his past that this should come up here going, oh, it's so unfair.
But don't you feel like the children
Somebody
in the
took my chair.
some of the children in the Jedi Temple seemed like they were a little bit uppity and spoiled? Was that just me that saw that?
I didn't
Well,
notice
today's
any of them
generation,
having
to be
any
fair.
character at all.
Yeah, I mean, they
They're-
dropped acid and made a map and found a hidden planet.
They
That's what I
had
saw.
walks on their head.
If it's not in our archives, then it doesn't exist. I hated that old bitch. But anyways.
I'm glad that she dies in the Revenge of the Sith game. You get to kill her as Anakin.
Oh, that's amazing. I didn't know
Use the
that.
you force choke her and then throw a lightsaber through her chest. It's
In one of the
graphic.
in one of the EU stories, Vader kills her. He goes back as Vader because he wants the database of all the force sensitive children, and he goes back in with clone troopers and such, and he captures her, and he's got this little chip with all the information on it, and he throws it out of the spaceship because he doesn't want to give it to Palpatine. But then he
Oh.
kills her, and he kills all the witnesses as well.
It's a bit like Jimmy Savile getting access to Child Line back in the day.
Who is available for a super chat, please?
I'll do it.
I can do that.
Who?
Me.
I
Oh, go ahead, Reni.
somebody-
Reni is the
somebody
queen.
spoke
You
up
go ahead,
after I
get him,
did.
Queen Bee.
Oh, that's so unfair.
Oh my God!
Jealous of me.
This is Obi-Wan's fault.
Flopmeister, is that how you say that? For
Yes,
$4.99 American money, which in my opinion is real money. Quote, I've got news for you, you sweet summer child, unquote. The line of the day for me.
It identifies as real money, but dollar is a pronoun.
Pronoun?
I don't
Nice.
know.
What
I'm
the
sorry,
fuck?
you're still using pounds, but you switched to the metric system.
So
shut up.
your pronouns are pounds, Melvin?
Yeah, I know. That's amazing.
I just thought of something disgusting.
I think it was a haiku.
Moving on. Moving on.
Yes, move on. You've actually stalled on my favourite comedy bit.
Oh, sorry. This is supposed to be serious, though.
Should
Move
I?
on, Brown.
Should I
You
read
stalled
it?
the stream.
I killed them all. They're dead.
That is kind of inferred with killing. Yes, the
Every
people
single
died.
one of them, and not just the men.
Oh,
but the women.
Oh,
and the children too.
Especially the children too.
Yeah.
What about the dogs?
Well, I mean, they weren't
They're like
really
animals.
a threat. I mean, we saw that.
Look
What about
how
the dogs?
thirsty
Like
she
animals?
is.
Oh.
We
She
kept
is
the
Like
dogs.
animals. So
dripping
I slaughtered
right
them
now.
like animals.
The dogs are okay though. Don't worry, didn't kill them.
And I slaughtered them like animals. I hate them.
Oh,
You know, your voice needs to break when you say, I hate them, like his did.
I hate them.
and your
That's better.
bottom lip be downturned
Yeah.
as well.
And then you get the little Imperial March motif in the background, just in case people weren't sure what was going on in this scene.
It's all about the subtlety with a hard B.
And she's standing there thinking, this is going to be the father of my children.
Oh yeah.
Got some Nobel Prize winners coming.
But she loves the bad boys. What are you gonna do?
To be angry is to be human, Annie.
Uh-huh.
I'm a
This was-
Jedi. It's not the
Right.
Jedi way, or something like that. I know I'm
Dude.
better than this.
Oh,
Well, that makes one of us
Obviously
that
not.
knows that.
This wee snippet was one of the scenes that was stuck in after the cinematic release. This little bit.
did
Was it?
anybody actually enjoy this when they originally watched?
Yes.
this back in.
Yes.
Yeah.
No.
This
Oh,
scene,
No, this
Like the
scene
scene
even in the
itself,
theater.
no, but the movie.
This scene,
No.
even in the theater, I thought this scene wasn't good.
This is leave Brittany alone. That's what this is.
It's one of those scenes like enjoying the film as a whole, but there's a lot of scenes in it like this, and I think I remember thinking this pretty much at the time, that this is one of the scenes that you sort of have to sit through waiting for a good thing to happen. And the older you get, the more of those you spot, and like the less overall the film becomes enjoyable. Though I still think there are good things in it, but it's like sitting in a writer's room. Like quite often, what we'll do is we'll be sketching out in broad terms what a scene is supposed to be. And that you can ad-lib filler dialogue, but someone will always say, so they'll say something like this, but not shit, and then we'll give the line of dialogue, and we'll stick it in the script just to remind us of what the vague idea we're going for is. But the idea is you then take that away, and then you write the actual scene in a way that doesn't sound shit. But I don't think George did that. I think he just did the sort of, they'll say something like that, I'll fit it in later, something like this, but not shit, but then he never actually changed it. So the dialogue is just his draft dialogue, and that's what we've got.
It's like the right pissed edit sober that's the quote that's often wrongly attributed to Hemingway.
Well, then after writing, he came out of his office, didn't he? And he sort of walked into the room where everyone was sat around and dumped his book on the table. And he said, "There's this, there's the story. I've done it. There's a lot of scenes where I just written they fight. So imagine if they'd applied that much effort to the fight scenes as well as the dialogue in these movies, then we'd absolutely nothing to take away from it.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of "dare I fixed it" going on throughout this movie, and nothing was fixed. I don't know what you're doing.
It's almost like too much power by that point, and no one really wanted to question his insanity.
Brian, you available for a super chat, please?
Black lives, or black knives, wrenched in the chat for $1.99 says, Anakin, I killed kids, Padme. Hot. Have my kids, Annie.
While you're up, Brian.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
MJ UK is asking me to
Stop
read it.
derailing.
No, MJ UK is asking me to read it. He said, read mine, would you?
Yeah, it does need to be in the female voice.
Okay. Moving
Yeah.
on. Go
All
for
right.
it.
MJ UK 84 wrenched for $2 Canadian
Woke
/pounds.
dollars. Communist.
You be nice to him.
I'm
quote
always
unquote.
nice.
Take me, Annie. Ravage me like a Tuscan orgy.
I don't think you put enough into that. I think you need to do that from the top. Again, put more feeling into that. Come on, give the man his money's worth.
I think it had exactly as much feeling as it needs.
Quote, take me, Annie.
Quote.
Ravage me like a Tuscan orgy. Unquote.
No, let me get my wine.
Let me get my tissues.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not real money. CAA stands for Canadian Atrocities.
God. Shall we
Yeah,
move
man,
on?
I've been sitting
Brown,
here.
write that check to YouTube, please.
It's written, don't worry. It went off 10 hours ago, don't worry.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's. We're on the homeward leg now. Look at that, everybody. Isn't practical the best?
Yes.
Usually.
Well, I mean, it's great for the scenery for this film, but I certainly wouldn't want to live there.
Platoon, I think you've got a fan in the chats.
Yeah.
The Ace 2. I want Platoon to ravage me.
Woo.
You're doing something right, Lord.
Charming.
There are so many things that I want to say to that, and I'm just not going to do it. So
Well, it's unlike you two hold back, Reni.
I know I'm doing it out of respect for Platoon.
It's unlike you to hold back.
I know, like I said.
Look, you know when you have the number 3 or 4, depending on Ruin's ranking ASMR on stream, you have to step
Twink.
aside.
Okay, are we going into cringe dialogue again?
Not so much in this scene. It's not like it's not like
not
the
as
best in
bad.
the world, but it's not as bad. No.
If you want me to read, I can, but I'm not
Yeah.
trying to hog this. If somebody
No,
else,
you're amazing.
This is Clegg Lars speaking at the moment.
okay.
I don't know what he sounds like. I've forgotten.
Really gruff.
You were the most loving partner a man could ever have. Goodbye, my darling wife.
Doesn't he have a very gruff voice where he speaks very
Yes, he
gravelly?
does.
I thought he did. Yeah.
I wasn't
Yeah, he
strong
talks
enough
like
to save you,
this.
Mom.
Yeah, this is quite cringe.
Yes, this.
I wasn't. Okay.
Oh. Oh.
No, it's okay. I wasn't strong enough to save you, Mom.
It may be cringe, but it's quite important for the next film.
Yes,
I
it
guess.
is relevant. Mm-hmm.
Where's Padme wearing a towel?
Again, she was very moist after he talked about the killing of everybody.
What, yeah.
Well, it must have been, 130 degrees?
Maybe
What's
a
that
little
real
warmer
one?
in some of her lower
Oh
regions.
wait, did that guy have an American accent?
Yes.
I made him British. I think he had an American one, right?
I think
sound
so.
a bit like a New York
sorry,
carry.
sorry about that guy.
You talking about Anakin? Anakin had a
No,
No,
Plague,
the
I
other
think.
guy, the old guy. I
Plague,
think
he
I
had
gave
an
him the wrong
American
voice.
accent.
Oh, I should have done that differently, but hopefully everybody will forgive me. But let's do this. But I promise I won't fall again.
Or pale.
I miss you.
I think he said
so
fail.
much. I think he says after this.
That's
So
all
much.
We're splitting hairs.
And then her Force Ghost says, "Well, you didn't miss me enough to come and visit, did you?"
Yeah, busted.
10 years.
10 years it's been.
Ten
Not
fucking
one
years.
shot. Didn't
Not even a
even
birthday
write.
card.
Shitty ass son. No.
And then the moment that he actually decides to go, she'd been kidnapped the month before, and literally just as he's walking in the door, amazing,
You're going without me.
He was going to email her some photographs, but apparently attachments are forbidden.
It exceeded her
Oh,
email
no.
limit. Yeah, they were too big.
See, this could have been used. They could have made this better had Anakin been forbidden to visit his mother or been forbidden to contact his
yeah,
mother
just simple little things, yeah.
by the
Yeah.
Jedi, and
It's
then
sort
he
of the
could have had
implication-
a grudge, something that would make him want to get some kind of revenge against them.
It's the implication because the Jedi are forbidden to have attachments, and when he leaves in Episode 1 and she says, "Don't look back," and so they're trying to very strongly imply that he's not ever going to come back and is not allowed to come back. But again, because the Phantom Menace wastes our time with irrelevant crap, we don't really get this playing out in a useful way later, so that we don't see his resentment building where we could have done had we joined him later on.
Yes.
Who is available for a super chats?
Oh my God, I'll do it. Jim Dell for $2. 12-hour stream in Cambodian. Is that legal?
Is that legal?
We'll find out in 24 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if
Yeah, will we
StreamYard
just get
does
booted
boot us off. I don't know.
I think YouTube ends it, so StreamYards doesn't, but YouTube has a 12-hour.
Oh,
I think
okay.
Yeah.
YouTube has a 12-hour stream limit, but videos can be longer.
Okay.
You could actually do that if you wanted to build your hours, couldn't you? You could just put on like a 12-hour stream and just let it play.
Yes.
They'd probably suspect it, unless there was enough of an audience. With
What
different
Brown
ideas
gets a
going there.
strike for trying to work the system
To
or some
entertain
shit.
people.
Yeah, it'd be just as easy replaying your old videos, to be fair. Probably easier.
Oh, don't. Brown's so much of a boomer, he'd copyright strike himself.
Legit.
Somebody's got to.
You can always do what Ruin suggested and start
Okay.
another stream and finish on Monday morning.
Okay, I'm not going to read that, but I'll leave it on for a few seconds.
Well, it does
You want
get
me to
everywhere.
read it? I'll read it.
No. No.
Why, do you have some in yours? Why are you so cranky about it?
It's the word.
We can offer
vagina.
a PG version, like a censored
Vagina.
one.
You can't say
Vagina.
Virginer on
Vagina.
live streams?
Go on, say it then.
You got to
Vagina.
disguise the word like
Shmee's
Schmea.
privates are very sandy.
Just like Brown's.
Very good. Very good.
Brown's got sand in his vagina.
I miss you. da, da, da.
I hate to be a fucking stickler, but can we move this fucking slide?
Yeah, we've been
Yes,
on that
please.
ellipsis for about 5
Yeah.
minutes.
Foggy.
Oh, thank God we got to so much.
Yeah, I said so much.
So, did we see these gravestones in a new Bob Hope, no hope.
Well, we would have done, but the sandcrawler crushed them in the way back.
That's right. See, we wouldn't have known if they were there or not.
Okay.
All the
Yeah.
shots would have been too close.
That's right. Come on, Brown,
Artoo's-
think.
Artoo's timing is shocking here, isn't it? In the middle of the fucking eulogy.
Beep, beep,
Did they
beep,
not
beep.
see the
What are you
ship
doing
landing?
here?
Oops.
Did they not see the ship landing? The senator's ship in the background of the
Oh, there you
last
go, look.
slide,
There you go, look,
just
there you go.
over there.
No, it's very camouflaged as a giant chrome ship that would
But
definitely
the
not
ship
reflect
arrives during
They
the
thought
course
it was
of the
just a new
funeral.
mirror.
No, the ship's been there the whole time.
Yeah.
Isn't it? Like, they land it
Yeah,
when they
it's just
arrive.
My
R2
bad.
has been hanging
They
out
leave
there, I
R2 on it,
thought.
yeah.
I mean-
R2 just like rolls his ass in there to interrupt the eulogy, but that's because it's time for the plot to move along, much like the slide.
It
So we
seems
did
that he
everything.
has a. It seems that he is carrying a message from an Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Wait, shouldn't Z be doing
Oh,
that?
you're stealing
C-3PO
Z's
stuff?
thunder.
Sorry, I apologize. I apologize. You do it. I didn't realize. You do it.
Defiler.
It seems that he is carrying a message from an Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Oh, much better.
Master Annie, does that name mean anything to you?
Nice.
Anakin, my long-range transmitter has been knocked out.
But it has.
Wait a second. Was that the message from Obi-Wan?
Yeah, it's Obi-Wan.
Anakin, my long-range transmitter has been knocked out. Retransmit this message to Coruscant.
I like the buttons. I like that.
Do you guys notice how all these characters sound the same? I'm just kidding.
I'm like the worst.
Except for C-3PO.
I'm doing the worst.
Sorry, I'm just kidding.
I'm like the worst overdubber of dialogue.
What was that, Brian?
Do those buttons do it for you, Brian?
They do. I'd like some kind of device in the house that's got them. That's very, very, very nice.
Brian's like, quick, hit the button, hit the button.
Press
Like
my
a-
button, baby.
A
Press
touch
my button.
screen that could
Press it
order
off.
Indian takeaway in or something.
Give it a right good press, love. Go on. I've tracked the bounty hunter, Jango Fett, to the destroyed foundries on Geonosis.
Is that Genesis, the band?
Yes.
Get the fuck out.
Yay! Trade Federation.
Oh, thank God.
Yay! Who's saying that line?
Brian.
Obi.
Who's that with a massive bonnet that looks like Angry Kid at the front left?
I would do it, but I think I'm not doing good. All these voices. Maybe somebody else should do it.
I'll do it.
I was going to
The
say,
trade-
I'll only do it if it's a female voice. I'm not good at
The
doing
Trade
male voices.
Federation is to take delivery of a droid army here.
And it is clear that Viceroy Gunray is behind the ass attempts on Senator Amidala.
Who could possibly have predicted that?
Oh my God.
The commerce skills and the corporate alliance have both pledged the armies to countergo and they're forming a
Dash.
Wait, did you just change Obi-Wan's voice to that?
It was involuntary. It was the Bacardi talking.
I loved Nelson Mandela in this movie.
Well, I can do this one real quick. Wait.
This is one for Brown. A double Brown coming up.
Obi-Wan grunting.
Arise and peace. Bumbleclot.
Droidicas.
Marks out of 10 for the outfit, folks.
Whose outfit?
Pad
Amidala's. This is her 10th costume change during the course of this movie.
Yeah.
I think it's a very popular outfit because of the fact that it gets ripped and like she shows off more skin.
Uh-huh. She does have the handcuffs in the wrong place, though.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's been a long day.
Please, can we move on this slide?
I'm just pressing people.
Before Anakin showed up, she was wearing all these layers, and then the second he's there, she's always wearing this naughty stuff.
Yeah.
showing off her
until they
femininity.
get married, because then all the way through Revenge of the Sith, she dresses like a frumpy housewife again. So
Yeah.
Well, that's what marriage is all about.
Yeah, I was saying again, this is the one time again that George Lucas gets things accurate to humans.
Kippers, you still there, pal?
But happening on Geonosis, I feel. That has been revealed.
Nice.
Who's saying this?
this is Mace Windu.
Oh wait, okay.
Right.
Who can do a good Mace Windu?
I'm not good at any of them. I can do them if nobody else will do.
Fucking Anakin will deal with motherfucking Count Dooku.
I quite like the idea that actually Mace Windu is played by Nelson Mandela. So
Anakin, we will deal with the Count-Dooku. The most important thing.
That was almost Jar Jar there.
The most important thing for you to is to stay where you are and do not move. Protect the senator at all costs and do not, under any circumstances, inseminate her.
Inseminate what?
Understood, Master.
Yeah. Understood, Master.
Look
They'll
at those
never get there in
subtitles.
time to save him.
That was good.
You go, look. That's amazing, that. Look at that.
Those subtitles are amazing, yeah.
I can't believe there's only 15 minutes to go before this cuts off and we're just peeking.
They have to
They have to come They have to come halfway across the galaxy. Geonosis is less than a parsec away.
Brian, buttons.
Oh, buttons. Lovely, lovely buttons.
USB ports.
If he's still alive. Do you know, there's almost a little, I always felt there was almost a little edge of, I don't really care if he's dead at that point.
Let him die.
Yeah, I mean, there's a certain amount of freedom because he's already complained about, you know, that Annie's the white man keeping him down, and so it's kind of a, you know, just opportunity to be free.
Can I just say, Melvin, you've done magnificent work on the modding front over the last year, at least the last year or so. But you have a night off, for the love of Christ, have a night off.
It's just in the blood, isn't it? It's in the blood.
Melvin is always great.
Yeah.
Can't keep a good man down.
I get OCD. Can't stop self.
I will just say the peeps who we didn't manage to get on tonight, we'll get them on next time when we do the part 2. Yeah. Who's available for a super chat, please?
Larry for $5. Elderly Jar Jar should do the frame narrative for a TV series based on Naboo.
They should have. They should have
Cheers,
like a cop show with Jar Jar and Babu Frick, and they should call it Naboo Frick.
Wah wah wah.
Babu Frick was the best thing in the entire sequel trilogy.
Hey.
Sadly, yes.
Here you go, Akira. Get RK Outpost on as well. I reached out to RK Outpost a while ago on the Twitwats. Never heard anything back.
Is that Ryan of House Canal?
Yeah.
Yes.
Canal.
railroad
Dark
himself.
Hour. Yeah, Dark Hour's doing his stream after, folks, with the ornographic, real life ornographic.
Boogie Nights.
Mm-hmm. I think she's Australian too.
A lot of people don't check their Twitter DMs, I've learned.
No. I do.
A lot of people I find don't have the notifications turned on when they get when the channel gets beyond a certain size. They turn the notifications off.
I can confirm I do this. I did this a long time ago. Yes.
Yeah, I do that
get too
sometimes.
busy.
I don't
You
want
get
to
too
get.
busy.
I don't want to get
take it
pinged every
personal.
5 seconds. Yeah.
I don't take it personal when people don't reply. I just assume that they get a lot of traffic and they just need some peace.
I was Platoon. I once sent you a DM.
Did you?
Oh, good for you.
I did. I was so happy. I sent you a DM.
Bless you.
I will search that one up and I will get back to you. The
who's
best way
doing
to get
these
hold of
lines?
me is to somehow magically appear on a stream with me and tell me that you've DM'd me, and then I will
It'd be
reply.
easier, yeah.
It was a while back, but it was really dumb. But You're welcome to look at it if you ever get a chance.
I will do so.
I'll quickly do this from Flopmeister for $5. Thank you, my friend. Mr. B, that's me, giving $1 for every hour of the stream. This makes 10. Thank you, my friend.
I just dropped another one.
Flopmeister for $2. See you next Tuesday, folks.
Cheers, Floppy.
Cheers, my friend.
I thought he said next time.
It was a joke.
How many more slides can we get through in the next 11 minutes?
3.
3.
Sounds about right. Come on, Brown. Let's keep.
That's pushing it because you need to outro as well.
Because we
and that
weren't
one
like
takes
reading
about 10 minutes.
dialogue when
who's saying these
Platoon was
lines?
doing this.
But you heard,
You heard
Master
Master Windu. He gave me strict orders to stay here.
He gave you strict orders to protect me. And I'm going to help Obi-Wan.
What's your fucking chattering, lad? You coming to watch?
If you plan to protect me, you'll just have to come along.
Who says this?
She is.
I'm not worried, Artoo.
I'm
I've
not
just
worried,
never
Artoo.
flown before.
So why are you here and on this ship? Don't you belong to the Larses? Why are we
Yeah.
stealing 3PO at this point?
Did they ask?
No, he just
Oh,
he
they
just
just
ended up
took
on the
him.
ship.
Well, and he
Here we
built
go.
him, so, you know.
Here we go. This is what we've been waiting for. The commerce guilds are preparing for war. Palpatine. Who's going to do this then?
Swappers. Count Dooku must have made a treaty with them.
Birdie num num.
Okay, I think the chat are coming in here. Here we go.
So it's 3 eyes, isn't it?
You see what I did there?
Mm-hmm.
Here you go, folks. Barbara and Atom's channel, B-roll. Wasn't Barbara delightful earlier?
she was.
Oh,
I didn't get to hear much of hers because I was out
Oh,
and about during
delightful.
her time, but she seems like
Yeah.
a nice lady.
Yeah,
She's so much nicer than Adam.
I subscribed, so I'll
That's
be checking
true.
them
Well, I
out
mean,
later.
I work with them. Yes, that's exactly true.
speaking basic. What does that mean? It's like computer basic. Or...
Galactic Basic is what the
English.
English language
Yes.
is known as in the Star Wars universe.
Oh, okay.
This is the bit, isn't it, where they're about to gaslight Jar Jar into creating a
Yes.
clone army.
That's exactly it.
But the annoying thing is that Bail Organa should know that this is the exact opposite thing that Padme actually wants because they're on the same side. I think there are cutscenes from Revenge of the Sith as well when they're actually talking about like the implication is it's the beginning of the Rebel Alliance. So you have Organa, you have Padme, you've got Mon Mothma, and a couple of other people as well.
That's right.
So he should be the one pointing out, hang on a minute, Jar Jar, no, I know you're an idiot, but so do they, and they're trying to trick you. Obviously, they are trying to trick you. Don't sign the bill. But he does it because he's a moron.
I like the ruffles.
I mean, I think there's also a certain amount of, that Organa has to recognize that his daughter's the one that put Jar Jar in charge, so he owns a bit of this mess.
It's not his. No, he adopts Leia. Padme's not his daughter. Padme's
That's right. Yeah,
fellow
Padme's-
senator.
Yeah, I was going to say,
yeah.
hold on.
Yep.
Oh, look at that fucking idiot.
Look at that. Deep in thought. You can tell.
What?
I guess I can say it at the freaking Senate meeting.
The lights are on, but ain't nobody home.
Also, the Senate, the whole point is they say the Senate won't approve the use of clones, but they do. Jar Jar just says, hey, how about clones? And the Senate all goes, yes. Anyone could have done that.
Look,
They didn't
Jar
need
Jar's a
Jar Jar for
hell
this.
of a persuasive speaker. I mean,
He
you know,
says
when you hear him
speak
talking,
up.
you immediately go.
He even worked the word misa in the beginning of that. It was just laughable.
I mean, that's what he had my vote.
Reni, I can't look at Jar Jar now without thinking about his eye getting lightsaber.
He's lost an eye.
That is a bad visual.
I'm just trying to imagine how he'd wear an eye patch.
It's a hat. He wears a hat as an eye patch.
That's a bad visual. If you cut off his eyes, it's too much like castration.
At some point as well, he has to morph into Mook Windu from Mandalorian at some point, doesn't he? He has to turn into like a generic Mace Windu knockoff and become a black person.
Brian, are you possibly available, please?
Certainly.
Why are we not
RRTN.
off? It's a minute after midnight. Sorry.
RRT. Welcome to
Talking.
Introduction on the Gonna Read the Suit channel. RRTNZ avec Le Wrench for 5 pretending New Zealanders says if Chuck Norris was on this stream, it would only take 5 minutes, but also lasted 12 hours of him kicking the movie into the sun, looped 100,000 times.
Romeo
Amen.
was fantastic earlier.
He was.
Top draw, my friend.
Top knowledge as well.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. We
Yeah.
are counting down.
Keep going.
Yeah, move on.
Yeah, kick on.
Who's saying these lines?
All right.
Do we have to read all the lines of
No,
every
we don't.
freaking slide? That's
They
crazy.
can approve creation
We'll be
of an
here
army.
forever.
But the senator.
Yep.
2,000 slides in 6 minutes.
Blah, blah, blah.
They might as well
Blah,
just
blah,
all like really slowly and sinisterly turn to Jar Jar and just give him a really pointed stare, just in case. He
Yeah,
missed the
do
point.
it.
Who's saying this? Is it
It's the blue guy. It's the bureaucrat.
Masamida is
Yeah, it's the blue guy.
If only Senator Adar.
Well, he's like, if
What?
only Senator
What?
Amidala were here. That's
Yeah,
kind of
but
how
her
he
vote
said it.
was no. Her
Because that
vote
was like
no.
a hint.
Yeah,
Here
that's
you go.
another
Larry
strange
says,
point.
You going tomorrow? We've got something planned, folks. Something will be happening. Don't worry. Yeah.
Brown is going to do not only a face reveal, but another reveal tomorrow. Yeah,
Penis reveal.
Penis reveal.
Isn't that the same thing?
I thought he said he was doing butt crack